The story begins at Delan Royal School. Inside some classroom, the teacher enthusiastically lectures the pupils below. Everyone, this really is the age of heroes. 5,000 years have passed since the era of hero chronicles appeared in the world. During that time, the lower realm has undergone many changes, just like the Delan Royal School was chosen as the venue for this year's Lumern entrance exam. Among you, surely someone will pass this exam and be recorded in the hero chronicles. I believe the heroes of the future are right here among us. To achieve that you must, the teacher said excitedly. But at that moment, suddenly a commotion cut off his voice, making the teacher maddeningly annoyed. Pay attention in class. Then the teacher looked toward a white-haired student dozing off in class. The noise was caused because he was so sleepy he smashed his face into the desk. Leo, if you think you know everything, then let me ask you, what rituals were performed 5,000 years ago for someone to be called a hero? Responding to this, the young teenager Leo scratched his head, stood up and said, "Oh well, basically, if you make a name for yourself, people will naturally respect you. This is Leo Plove, 15 years old, of the Plove family." On the opposite side, the teacher felt his blood pressure rising after hearing that answer. Then, as if used to it, he sighed and turned to ask others in the class, anyone want to answer? In response to that, a red-haired student beside Leo raised his hand to speak. In ancient times, there was no way to gain the gods' approval. Heroes were chosen through sacred rituals. For example, a blood ritual. The teacher didn't spare praise for him. Wonderful. Indeed, the greatest magic prodigy of our kingdom, Gulliver Tradden. Pausing a beat, the teacher went on to cheer the students in class. We have high expectations for this year's Lumern entrance exam. Ignoring these words, our protagonist Leo, after being asked a few questions, woke up. Then he flipped the book before him and thought. Back then, meeting the gods was really easy. The holy rites to honor the great heroes who fought Urbans. The gods bestowed upon the lower realm a miracle, the Hero Chronicles. But why do they treat me as if I'm invisible? He thought as he sadly folded the book in his hands. Special note, this is the great hero Kyle who has been reincarnated, but is currently in a state of being forgotten by everyone. Next, while Leo was still daydreaming, suddenly the students all hurried to the windows and looked outside, making him curious. They're here. Where? Look, it's the Zerdinger family crest. Wonderful, that's Celia Zerdinger. The excited students shouted like they were seeing an idol. While out in the corridor, a young woman with countless soldiers accompanying her calmly advanced. Then an announcement sounded throughout the classrooms. All students please assemble in the hall without exception, due to the Zerdinger family's visit to our school. Hearing this, Leo also rose from his seat. Seeing that, his red-haired friend Tradden teased, "Leo, are you trying to impress the Zerdingers? Do you think they'll notice you?" In response, Leo gave him a look as if staring at a fool. "I'm leaving now. I'm not interested in that sort of thing, not like you." Saying which, Leo turned and walked straight outside without hesitation. From behind, Tradden felt both embarrassed and angry when he heard that. "I'm not interested either, I just want to see Celia Zerdinger as a rival," he shouted. But all he got was Leo's wave, which made him furious. "I'm serious." Time quickly passed. Scene cuts to a training ground. Now Leo gripped a wooden sword tightly, ready to train, not neglecting physical conditioning. "My body will definitely be better in this life," he told himself. Suddenly a voice rang in his ear. "What are you thinking about? Why so pensive?" No sooner had the words finished than the figure of a woman appeared before him, executing a sword swing with a look like she was facing an enemy. Before he could ask anything, Leo raised his sword to block the blow. He was about to explain, but the woman cut him off. "Mother will spar with you. You won't get into Lumern with only average talent. This will be the final test," she said as she raised the sword in her hand and lunged to attack Leo once more. His jaws clenched as he withstood the heavy strike from his mother. Opposite him, seeing Leo's body tremble after a single blow, she taunted. "Should I go harder?" She began pumping more power into each strike, and her attack speed increased a notch, forcing Leo to strain just to keep up. After several dozen seconds, he was panting from exhaustion. "Aren't you pushing me too hard, Mom?" Leo complained, but his words had no effect. She even scolded him. "We're fighting and you still have time to talk." She increased her power again and charged with wind-tearing speed. But as she struck, she flinched and regretted it. "Oh no, I used too much force, too much." If Leo couldn't dodge, she panicked. However, at the dangerous moment, Leo tilted his head and calmly dodged to the side. Taking advantage of his mother's momentary shock, he swung his sword and pointed it directly at her throat. Gently he asked, "Are you okay, Mother?" The lady stared blankly, unable to believe she had been so easily bested. How deep is this child's talent? After a few stunned seconds, she rose, brushed the dust from her clothes, and asked, "Leo, do you still intend to go to Lumern Academy?" the Human Hero Academy among the 4 racial hero academies. This is where your record of abilities is most likely to be preserved. Leo nodded inwardly. Yes, of course. Seeing this, his mother said happily, the Zerdinger family is visiting Delan and will stay at our manor. The Zerdingers are coming to our house. Leo wondered. That's right. His mother was not only pleased, but said she would ask Viscount Zeiss Zerdinger to pass on the Zerdinger aerial technique to you. With that technique, you'll be strong enough to enter the Lumern exam next year. She ruffled Leo's hair. Not knowing, he thought to himself, Mother, but I plan to enter this year. Time passed, scene shifts to the front of the mansion. Just as his mother mentioned, members of the Zerdinger family had arrived. From a luxurious black carriage, the girl named Celia stepped out, wondering why she had to come here. Why did you choose to stay in a place like this? Why not book a hotel? I just want to focus on the Lumern entrance exam. Why come to such a small household? Each question echoed in her mind, while her Uncle Zeiss spoke up. Aren't you curious about Leo? You said you wouldn't care about the Zerdinger family. Celia arrogantly brushed her hair back and said contemptuously, well, a would-be knight who doesn't know how to use aerial technique isn't worth watching, right? My view is a bit different, Zeiss whispered. The two greeted the manor's owners. Honored to meet you both. They bowed in greeting. Zeiss Zerdinger, the lady replied. She is Renee Plove, lady of the Plove family, and the man beside her is Dade Plove, head of the Plove family. Greet them, Celia, the Viscount reminded. Celia calmly placed a hand on her chest and introduced herself. I am Celia Zerdinger. Pleased to receive your care. Very glad to meet you. Renee smiled. Ha, this girl really resembles her father and uncle. After observing Renee, she was startled. Wait. Black hair and red eyes, could it be? That she is also from the family. As if reading her thoughts, Zeiss nodded and explained. Renee Plove, she is your aunt. Scene shifts to the parlor where Zeiss and Renee are happily sipping tea and chatting. Zeiss said they stopped by the Royal School earlier. It was crowded with gathered students, but I heard Leo Plove wasn't interested in you and returned home. At this, Renee laughed heartily. The mighty reputation of the Zerdinger family is truly disappointing. If that upset you, I apologize on behalf of my son. He only cares about training. Zeiss asked curiously, what kind of child is Leo? Renee affirmed that Leo possesses an unbelievable talent. Zeiss's expression changed, and he spoke solemnly. Do you truly believe Leo has the right to inherit the Zerdinger firebrand? Not because he's my son. I believe in him even more than that. He deserves it, Renee replied. Zeiss smiled. If you say that, I'm very much looking forward to it. However, I need to personally assess the boy's potential. Scene shifts to Leo's location. He was sitting cross-legged as if concentrating on cultivation. A gentle light flickered from his right wrist. Suddenly, Leo opened his eyes and whispered, finally, the vessel to receive everything is complete. The reason I haven't learned aerial technique until now is because the moment a person accepts an aerial field, the body will naturally adapt to that type of field, losing the opportunity to accumulate mana and spiritual strength. In my previous life, if I had mastered their power and nature more perfectly, if I had handled everything correctly, perhaps I wouldn't have left behind those seeds of disaster. In this life, I'll fully master it, starting with aerial technique. Leo told himself, but at that moment a voice called from behind. Are you Leo Plove, right? Leo turned in surprise. It turned out the visitor was Celia Zerdinger. Celia smiled and offered, from what I see, your basics are quite solid. I'll personally teach you swordsmanship. How about it? She said cheerfully, though her real aim was to score points with Leo's mother, Renee. Leo didn't rush to agree and asked, who are you? Celia proudly introduced herself. I am Celia Zerdinger, also known by the title, the World's Sword Maiden. I see, thanks for the offer, but I don't intend to be taught by someone weaker than me. Leo shrugged in reply. Celia gaped. You say you're stronger than me? She said, her face full of disbelief. Leo explained. In a life-or-death fight, you're stronger because I don't use aerial technique. But if it's pure swordplay, that's another matter, the protagonist said confidently. Hearing that, anger flashed across Celia's eyes. She glanced at the pile of weapons set aside. She casually picked up a sword and threw down a challenge. Fine, if you're so confident, duel me. She smirked inwardly, thinking, you believe having aerial technique makes you stronger than me. I'll show you the wall of reality. Celia proposed terms. If I win, you'll be my servant for a week while you're staying here. And if I win, Leo asked. Celia declared, if I lose, I'll serve you. They sealed the bet. Leo quickly grabbed a wooden sword from the ground. Then let's begin. He lunged forward and unleashed a powerful, wind-tearing slash. Celia reacted just as fast, raising her sword to block. However, after the clash, her expression changed. She silently noted his speed wasn't bad. But that alone wasn't enough. She took the initiative to attack while Leo did the same. This time, Leo was a beat faster. He swung first, forcing Celia to raise her sword to parry. On the second impact, Celia felt as if she'd been hit by a carrot. "What is this power?" she yelled in her head and immediately leapt back to dissipate the force. The decision was correct, for Leo's sword point struck the ground and cracked the stone floor into countless shards. Seeing Celia retreat, Leo surged forward, giving her no chance to counterattack. Faced with Leo's overwhelming momentum, Celia knew she couldn't stop him. Leo aimed his sword straight at the Sword Maiden, but the blow was stopped by a layer of an aerial field barrier. "Isn't this supposed to be a pure sword fight?" Leo asked coldly. "I only reacted instinctively," Celia replied weakly. "It's fine, I'll still win," Leo said calmly. Celia couldn't hide her astonishment. "What?" she shouted. "The difference between having an aerial field and not having one is like heaven and earth." Leo simply asked if she wanted to feel that difference. He removed the bracelet from his wrist and threw it to the ground. Celia recognized it instantly as a magic bracelet and gasped, "Insane." Without further explanation, Leo gave a slight smile. He charged and drove the wooden sword into Celia's aerial field barrier. With that strike, the barrier shattered into many fragments. "What is this so crude?" Celia screamed inwardly. "This madman." Time passed. Scene shifts to where Riene was strolling with her brother's eyes. They suddenly spotted Leo up ahead. "Leo, come say hello. They are guests of our family." Leo observed and bowed to his Uncle Zeiss. "I am Leo Plove." Zeiss extended his hand. "I am Zeiss Zerdinger, your uncle, as you may know, very glad to meet you." He clasped Leo's hand firmly, while Riene asked, "By the way, have you met Celia?" Leo awkwardly glanced at Celia, who was lying on a stretcher being carried out by knights. "Miss, what's happened? This all happened so fast," the group said in alarm. Seeing his niece unconscious, Zeiss rushed over to ask. A knight quickly explained in detail, and the more Zeiss heard, the more incredulous he became. The boy defeated Celia without using an aerial field. Impressive. He praised him. However, Leo didn't revel in the victory, believing Celia lost because she underestimated him. Zeiss asked what they had agreed. Leo replied the loser would serve as the winner's servant. "So Celia Zerdinger will be your servant for a week." Hearing that, Zeiss's expression darkened. Promises are important, and Celia is a member of the Zerdinger family. "You can't force the girl to work as a servant. I want you to cancel that promise. Instead, I'll give you a different reward, for example." Leo interrupted, refusing. "This is a promise between me and Celia. As long as she bears the Zerdinger name, she must honor it." Zeiss offered, "I could even teach you the family's aerial field cultivation technique." Not knowing the man before him was a legendary hero with a basket of techniques, Leo snorted. "One aerial field technique to cover your granddaughter's failure hardly seems worthy of me to learn." Repeatedly refused, Zeiss could no longer keep the mood light. "Leo Plove, you just declared a direct member of the Zerdinger family will serve as your maid, and said our family's aerial field cultivation techniques are worthless, right?" "Yes, that's right," Leo replied confidently, unafraid. Suddenly Zeiss laughed cheerfully. "Don't you think that statement was a bit hasty?" Leo explained he meant no insult to the Zerdinger family. "If you gift me the family's aerial field technique as a reward for defeating Celia, I'll gladly accept it. But you're offering that reward to cover Celia's mistake, which means you believe that if Celia hadn't been careless, she wouldn't have lost. However, even if Celia had been serious, I would still have one." Leo's confident words amused Zeiss. Truly interesting. "If the Zerdinger family has a child like that," he waved his hand. He signaled the knights to take Celia to the servants' quarters to fulfill the promise. Turning to Leo, he said, "Leo, listen, just between us. Call me Uncle." "Yes, Uncle," Leo nodded, pleasing Zeiss. When Leo left, Zeiss no longer felt the need to test his potential. Turning to Riene, he said, "Sister, you'll ask him to teach Leo the family's aerial field cultivation technique, right?" "I think I'll persuade the eldest so Leo can learn the phoenix breath," she replied. Time passed. The next morning, the scene shifts to Leo's bedroom. Celia, in a maid's outfit, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, gritted her teeth and said, "For 1 week, I will serve as the young master's maid. I am Celia Zerdinger." In the room, Leo was absorbed in a book. Hearing her, he glanced, assessed Celia, nodded, and said, "It suits you well. The simple maid outfit combined with your elegant style. This combination is really..." His tone had a hint of innuendo that made Celia tremble with anger. "I know I'm beautiful, but saying it like that is weird. No, I don't mean to offend you, sorry. I have a friend who constantly praises beauty. Perhaps I've subconsciously been influenced by them." Leo replied, then sighed as he remembered a close friend from his previous life. "When peace comes to the world, I'll spend my life spreading beauty to everyone." That was what that teammate always told him. Calmer, Celia said, "A friend who loves beauty like that must be wonderful." "The problem is they were too sincere," Leo murmured, remembering an event from the past. The teammate who loved beauty once suggested the 2 girls in the party model for paintings. Though strict, Lysanas had a more elegant bearing than anyone, and Luna did it for art. Could you pose nude for me? I even brought a sketchbook, he said excitedly. But in response, the two girls in the party beat him up. Back with Celia, she saw Leo clutching a book. Curious, she thought it looked like a special training manual and asked, "What are you reading?" Leo looked at the book and replied nonchalantly, "This. I read it a lot when I was little. It's The Hero's Origin." Celia was astonished because she knew it was a fairy tale, and yet Leo was 15. She stepped closer to examine the books on the shelf. She remarked that he seemed to really like The Hero's Origin. Even scholars who studied great heroes couldn't match him. She marveled at the number of books Leo had collected. However, he said he had gathered them by accident. Celia picked up a book and murmured, "But there are especially many books about Kyle." Leo's face flickered with memory. Among the exploits of great heroes, some achievements had unclear owners. "I think they might belong to him." Hearing that, Celia shook her head in denial. "He's probably a fraud trying to steal the hero's accolades." "That's the common belief." "Of course I think so too," Leo whispered so softly Celia couldn't hear. "What?" she asked again. Leo, not about to repeat it, steered the conversation elsewhere. "Then we'll start training after breakfast, okay?" Hearing this, Celia's eyes brightened as she asked the young master, "If possible, may I train with you?" She thought, "I want to uncover the secret of his strength." Leo agreed immediately since he had no secrets in his power. "It'll be hard to keep up. Are you sure you want to try?" His disdainful tone made Celia shout in anger, "I am Celia Zerdinger." Still, once they began training together, Celia realized the brutal intensity. Before long, she was soaked with sweat, panting from exhaustion. Looking at her, Leo casually observed that when stamina hits its limit, reflexes slow, movements become sloppy, and you'll expose your back like this. Celia looked at Leo with suspicion. Pushing her body this far, he calls this training. "Yes," Leo replied, shaking his head and criticizing. "These kids seem too weak." After 5,000 years of aerial field technique development, physical training has been neglected. Aerial field is the power that optimizes physical strength. Enhancing the body also improves the field. But they don't value physical training. After resting, Celia forced herself to stand and attack again. "Don't underestimate me, you damn white-haired." She rushed at Leo, but moved at a snail's pace. Leo swung his sword once and easily sent her flying. Celia was on the verge of tears. Why can't I win?" Leo calmly stepped forward and said, "It's frustrating, isn't it? Then take this," he ordered, handing Celia a bracelet. When Celia touched it, her hands were crushed to the ground by its weight. It was a bracelet enchanted with gravity. "Wear it during training from tomorrow," Leo said, smiling meaningfully at the sight of someone willing to suffer with him. Time passed, the scene shifted to an empty lot. While Leo and Celia trained, Uncle Zai's silently observed from the rear. He thought it would be a good experience for Celia before entering Lumen. Testing her pride isn't a bad thing. He thought so and called out to Leo. "Leo, I plan to ask the family head to let you inherit the Phoenix Breath technique." Leo was startled because he'd heard of this technique before. The Phoenix Breath, the origin of all aerial field techniques in the Zerdinger family. He'd heard only those recognized by the family could inherit it. He thought to himself. Celia immediately objected. "Father won't agree that easily." Zeiss nodded and replied, "Correct. So there's a condition. You must pass this year's Lumen entrance exam," he said calmly. But Celia panicked for Leo. "What?" "The Lumen entrance is a live combat test. You know it's too dangerous for someone who doesn't use aerial fields like Leo to participate." Instead, Leo wasn't alarmed. He even felt an indescribable excitement. "Real combat, huh? Right, I have no other choice." Zeiss asked, "What do you think about that?" Leo nodded confidently. "My father and mother said they'd respect my decision, so I'll participate," he said. Leo's answer didn't surprise Zeiss much. Just as expected, the boy intended to enter this year's exam. With new motivation, Leo threw himself into training. "Let's rest a bit, then continue. Now back to running." "Who said I can't keep up?" Celia shouted. A week later, the scene shifted to Deland's school. Today was the Lumen Academy entrance exam, and people had gathered from early morning awaiting the test. Celia's arrival drew every eye. "Isn't that Celia Zerdinger? Amazing to see the swordswoman in person. Who's that beside her?" Curious murmurs rose. Celia glanced at Leo and asked, "Are you nervous?" "Not at all, young master," Leo replied gently. He teased with his eyes as a reminder, "But you should fix the way you speak." The sudden remark startled Celia. At that moment, a voice called out from behind, "Miss Celia." They both turned and found the caller was their red-haired friend, Gulliver Tradden. Seeing Leo beside Celia, he was shocked. "Leo, what are you doing here when you don't even know how to use aerial fields?" Tradden hurriedly greeted Celia. "Miss Celia, so good to see you. Are you well?" Celia and Leo looked at Tradden as if he were an idiot, leaving Leo's reply to make Tradden awkward and at a loss for words. Finally, he introduced himself. I'm Gulliver Tradden. I greeted you when you visited the school before. The greatest magical prodigy of Delan, Tradden added, but before he finished, Celia cut him off. Sorry, I don't remember you at all. Goodbye. She grabbed Leo's hand and ran off. Just then another voice rang out. Celia, long time no see. The voice was loud enough to draw the hall's attention. The owners of the voices were a young brother and sister, both with distinctive silver hair. The brother Abad Llewellyn, 16, and his sister Chelsea Llewellyn, 14. Who are they? Leo asked curiously, studying their appearance. Celia unconsciously tightened her grip and explained. They're the Llewellyn siblings, from a noble, heroic family of the Rodran Empire. They are members of the Llewellyn clan. They're also taking the exam, so we can't lose. The Zerdingers losing to the Llewellyns is unacceptable, she said, eyes shining like headlights. But I'm from the Plove family, Leo replied blankly. Next, the Llewellyn siblings approached and greeted Celia again. Long time no see, Celia. The swordswoman nodded in reply. Indeed, long time no see, Abad Llewellyn. Who is the one beside you? Abad asked. Looking at Leo, Celia announced loudly. He is a member of the Marquis family in the kingdom of Delrod, Leo Plove of the Plove family. His sister Chelsea immediately lost interest. Just a commoner, she said coldly. Abad showed a similar attitude. After greeting them, he quickly departed, reminding, Celia, the top spot will definitely be mine. Let's go. Yes, brother, Chelsea replied. Annoyed by their arrogant manner, Celia complained. What nuisances! I'll definitely beat them. No sooner had she finished than a loud sound drew everyone's attention. On the high platform, a young teacher appeared. It seems everyone is assembled. My name is Albi Geron, professor of the Lumen Academy. The name rang out. Celia's expression changed. She murmured, Could it be Albi the mage with the evil eye? Leo, seeing her surprise, asked curiously, Who is that? Celia was more astonished that Leo didn't know the professor. You really don't know? He's a hero listed in the heroic records. Her voice was full of admiration, which made Leo regard the figure more seriously. A person called a hero of this era. That mana in his left eye must be the evil eye, Leo thought, observing the energy pouring from Albi's left eye. Unaware of Leo's thoughts, Professor Albi began to explain the test. He explained the exams included fighting other people and slaying monsters. Each person would take part in both stages in sequence. I find this method bothersome, he said. Then he waved his hand and burned the papers in his grasp. He took a book from his coat and used his power to open the heroic records. Albi's world unfolded, beginning with the Beast Forest. A massive magic array appeared beneath everyone's feet, radiating fierce energy. Albi said coldly, I will not tolerate delay. I will group you all together and proceed at once. Back with Leo, he took the opportunity to review memories of the heroic records. The heroic records weren't merely a ledger. Their true value lay in storing the trials that past heroes had endured. Recreating their worlds, if one conquered a hero's world, one could inherit the power of the heroes who came before. It was almost a system for training heroes. Returning to reality when they reappeared, they found themselves in a gloomy forest. Albi's voice echoed from the sky. This is the Beast Forest. The test is survival. You may cooperate or eliminate one another as you wish. Do whatever it takes to survive. If you want to quit, break the globe you hold to return, that's all. With that, his voice vanished. While everyone was still confused, Leo felt a sense of familiarity. This place was as it had been before being corrupted by the beast Queen Silatna. It had once been the forest of the fairy clan. Around them, some psychologically weak students panicked. I want to go home, another complained. It's just an illusion, someone sneered. Weak. Unlike them, Leo thought they're wrong. Although this world was reconstructed from Professor Albi's memories, everything that occurred was real. If you fell into a life-threatening situation, you would truly die. At that moment, a green arrow of light shot from the forest toward Leo. Luckily, he was always alert and managed to dodge in time. The arrow shooter was none other than Chelsea Llewellyn. Seeing Leo dodge it, Chelsea stepped forward and said, We've met before, haven't we? It's delightful to defeat someone from the Zerdinger family. Leo reminded her, I'm from the Plove family, but you were with Celia before, Chelsea said loudly, and immediately used wind-cut magic, forming a scythe of energy in her hand. With his experience, Leo was slightly surprised. It was a spell that hadn't existed in the past, but fundamentally it was unchanged. He gripped his sword tightly, ready for anything. Seeing Leo remain calm, Chelsea sighed irritably. You're still composed even with me in front of you. She spun the scythe in a circle and hurled it forward like a saw blade. However, the strike posed no difficulty for Leo. With a simple swing of his sword, he easily knocked the scythe aside. Seeing him do it so effortlessly, Chelsea's expression changed. He used nothing, yet I can't sense any aerial field aura. Is it an aerial field attribute hard to detect? She wondered. Leo suggested, That attack was too simple. Instead, why don't we cooperate? These tests usually score higher for those who survive the longest. As a mage, wouldn't having a swordsman at your side be useful? He smiled and persuaded. But to Chelsea, his words were like water off a duck's back. Ha ha, too bad I'm a battle mage. More importantly, you called my attack simple, she said angrily. Leo calmly admitted, you heard me. With a wind spell, that move is too monotonous, in terms of power at least. Hearing Leo lecture, Chelsea rolled her eyes. You're lecturing me on magic, to me, a direct descendant of the Llewellyn family. Let's see how you handle a simple attack then. She swung her staff, firing several blade slashes and wind arrows at Leo. But as she struck, she realized Leo had vanished from his position. He's gone, I can't detect any trace of mana. Why? Chelsea panicked. Suddenly, Leo appeared in front of her and landed a punch to her stomach that forced her to her knees. Then I should politely ask you to cooperate, shouldn't I? Leo tied Chelsea to a wooden post and lit a fire with a wicked look on his face. Time passed quickly, night fell. Chelsea Llewellyn woke from her stupor. She found herself bound to a wooden stake above a blazing fire, the scene like a sacrificial ritual. What is this? Chelsea screamed in panic. Seeing her awake, Leo resumed his offer. Do you intend to cooperate with me? Chelsea gritted her teeth, face contorted in disgust. Never. I need no one but my brother and my wind blade, she shouted, activating magic to cut the ropes. However, at that moment a small red sealing array appeared on her wrist, preventing her magic from activating. This is a magic sealing formation, Leo murmured. But I don't have much mana, so I can't maintain it long. Chelsea replied, I can easily destroy this kind of magic. Leo smiled coldly. You think I'll let you focus? The flames began creeping toward Chelsea, igniting part of her dress. Wait, stop, it's too hot, she screamed. Leo persistently demanded cooperation. With no choice, Chelsea conceded. All right, I'll do it. Leo didn't release her immediately, but made her swear on her family's honor. Okay, I swear. I swear on the honor of the Llewellyn family that I will cooperate. Stop, Chelsea said, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Leo inwardly grinned like a madman. Too easy, she's still a child, he thought. He tugged the rope hard, causing Chelsea to fall. Leo gently caught her and spoke in a warm voice. I look forward to cooperating with you, Llewellyn mage. Scene shifts to outside, where students are struggling to fight in the forest. Teachers observe via monitoring screens to score and evaluate. The more he watched, the angrier Professor Albigeron became. Truly fools, low-ranked students choosing to compete was idiotic. But he praised the two who grasped the essence quickly, Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn. Rodrin's empire truly has a bright future. Albi glanced at another screen and saw Leo, and Chelsea teaming up to fight a giant buffalo. Wait, isn't that Leo Plove? What he did at the campfire earlier was quite strange, but convincing Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate was a big plus. He lacks the raw power or brilliance of Celia or Abad, yet he is an unpredictable wild card. He whispered, intrigued, watching Leo screen. Back with Leo. Though forced to cooperate, Chelsea couldn't help admiring his skills after witnessing them. Having a knight accompany you is indeed convenient. Tell me, what kind of aura are you using? I haven't sensed any mana from you, she asked curiously. Leo, unguarded, replied bluntly, I don't know how to use aura. Chelsea was stunned, unable to keep up. What? How can you do it without an aura? Leo answered. The essence of things is what matters. That applies to wind magic too. What do you think is the essence of wind magic? He asked. To demonstrate, Chelsea activated a series of wind-breaking spells. They formed sharp blades. She sliced a monster that had tried to ambush them in two. She smiled mockingly. Talking about magic in front of the Llewellyn family is ridiculous. Leo, not angered, still admonished. I praise that power, but the way you use it is all wrong. Leo stepped forward in a teacherly manner, prompting Chelsea to grumble. You're such a... Before she could continue, Leo signaled to stop. Wait, stop. Chelsea realized the reason. Before them were several desiccated corpses, long withered, mummy-like. Chelsea frowned. I've seen things like this before. Now I understand the conditions to pass this test, Leo said. He murmured, but suddenly sensed a danger and had no time to think. Leo rushed forward, grabbed Chelsea tightly, and pulled her to the side. He helped both of them avoid an unfamiliar attack. From afar, a few people approached. Too bad, I wanted to take down Chelsea Llewellyn before she was eliminated. The one standing next to her was nothing special. The speaker was Tradden, who had allied with a group of students to eliminate strong contenders. All right, attack together, Tradden shouted as the group charged like mad dogs. But they should not engage Leo in close combat. He immediately landed a punch to the face of an attacker, sending him sprawling like a dead dog. Seeing their comrade fall so quickly, the rest panicked and dared not attack recklessly. Support me, Leo reminded Chelsea. Ah, okay, she replied, her body still trembling from the recent danger. Traden's group, after a few seconds, suddenly regained their nerve and shouted, "What are you doing? Attack quickly." They rushed recklessly forward, not knowing that Traden, the leader, had quietly fled, thinking to himself, "I can't fall here. I will find other opponents." He urged himself and dashed forward. At the same time, not far away, Celia spotted Traden's figure and moved in the opposite direction. Thus Celia and Abad Llewellyn came upon Leo. Chelsea and the group of students lay defeated and scattered on the ground. Seeing his sister, Chelsea's brother was overjoyed. She rushed forward to hug Abad. Abad comforted her. "Chai, are you safe?" Celia asked with amusement. "How did you two end up together?" Leo replied, "I suggested cooperation. She was stubborn and refused. So I persuaded her well enough," he said with a sly smile, making Celia feel something wasn't simple. "What are you planning this time?" Celia asked cautiously. For some reason, Leo went forward and helped each fallen person to their feet. Chelsea curiously asked why he was helping them. Leo explained, "Competition isn't necessary anymore. We'll conquer this world together. The monster forest is in an abnormal state. Do you see those corpses? All the moisture in their bodies has been drained. That's not the only strange thing in this forest. Aren't there unusually few monsters?" Hearing this, Celia realized the problem and exclaimed, "Now that you mention it, I just noticed. It's as if something has been devouring them. There must be a high-level monster here that scares the others into hiding." White-haired Abad Llewellyn nodded. "I understand. The hero Albai's first achievement was to slay a high-level monster. No sooner had he finished than the group felt a terrifying killing intent converge on them. It made sweat pour from their bodies. "It seems it's already appeared," Leo murmured. Back to Traden, he was using a light spell to scout the way. "By any means I will eliminate you, Leo," he gritted out. Then he noticed a shadow blocking his path. Traden brought his staff closer to inspect. When he realized it was a corpse, he startled and fell back, shouting, "What is this?" Suddenly, something slimy dripped down onto his staff from above. Curious, Traden looked up to observe, and once he looked, he was terrified beyond belief. Directly above him was a giant spider staring at him with a gluttonous gaze. Cut to the great hall outside. Some students who finished the test early because of danger were happily bragging. "I handled about 15 or 16 of them," an excited brown-haired student shared. "Me too," the person opposite nodded. At the same time, Professor Albai looked at them with a face full of disappointment. In total, about 500 had attempted, and all had failed. Hearing this, another professor panicked and advised, but Professor Albai insisted they still must select about 100 people. Unlike other regions, only 50 students remain taking the test. "Albai won't change his decision. If they don't meet my standards, I'm willing to fail them all. Principal Kalyan put me in charge of this exam because he understands that." Saying that, he focused on the monitoring screen showing Leo, and thought to himself that true heroes are found in moments of hardship. Leo Plove, he must have noticed the abnormality in the forest. But can he survive this world? He wondered. Back with Leo's group, they hurriedly regrouped and moved forward. "Damn, it's pitch black," complained a long-haired student. Suddenly, Celia, leading the group, stopped and signaled, "Wait, there's something ahead. Ready yourselves to fight." She concentrated mana into the tip of her sword, causing it to glow with a soft red aura. Very quickly, they spotted Traden's body being held by something. "What the one in back is the real one," Abad warned. He intended to cast an attack spell, but it hadn't formed yet. Leo stopped him and shouted to Traden, "Gulliver, wake up. Break the crystal now." Obeying, Traden gritted his teeth and smashed the glass stone. His body turned into light and was teleported out of the world. The giant spider hissed in frustration as its prey escaped from its jaws. With Traden no longer bothering them, Abad Llewellyn freely unleashed his magic, softly intoning wind fangs. Countless razor-sharp wind blades sliced straight forward, drenching the giant spider in blood. Despite losing much blood, its wounds healed at an astonishing rate. Seeing how fast it regenerated, the group paled. Was that still not enough? Leo thought inwardly, just as I suspected. This is the spider princess Tarantulia. He realized the monster's identity. On the other side, a student gripping an axe charged into melee, shouting, "Take this." But before he could reach the spider, one of its legs slammed him and sent him flying far away. Celia had no time to tend to the one who'd been knocked away. Struggling to stand, she said, "I'll finish it in one strike." She then concentrated intense energy at the tip of her sword. When fully charged, Celia released the energy like a laser beam, piercing the spider's head. But its life force was so immense that within seconds the hole in its forehead healed, as if nothing had happened. The unbelievable scene left Celia dumbfounded. She couldn't process it. Seeing Celia's attack fail, Abad Llewellyn stepped up, demonstrating the vast difference between a mage and a knight. Confident, he executed a bombardment spell, creating a devastating wind blade. It coiled around the spider's body, but against the queen the damage still wasn't enough. It only made her angrier. Abad dealt the most damage. Because it hurt her, she redirected her hatred toward him. Chelsea hurriedly used an offensive spell to save her brother in the nick of time. Abad only suffered a minor injury to his arm. "Are you okay?" Chelsea asked. "Thank you, Chelsea," Abad replied. Seeing Celia and Abad helpless, the axe-wielding student despaired. "What is this monster?" Leo explained. "This is a grotesque regenerative ability. She's the daughter of Tarantula, Queen of Tartaros, a monster from Erebos' army that devastated the fairy forest." The group turned to look at Leo as if he were from Mars, while Leo replayed the memories in his head. The mana in Albai's left eye is the mana of the fairy king Tarantula. He ruled the cursed wild forest and destroyed the fairy woods. It devoured the fairy king's arm. In the battle, I thought Luna had slain Tarantula, but the fairy king's right arm inside its belly saved its life. More precisely, it was the infinite life energy from the Ring of Life. The group bristled with battle fervor. "If this monster is the key to the test, I'll defeat it." "Who said that, Abad?" Celia retorted. They both continuously bombarded the spider with skills. But Leo knew this was futile. It would keep regenerating until your mana was exhausted, he said coldly. "So what do you suggest?" Celia asked. Leo replied that they needed two people to cooperate together. Abad flatly refused. "I refuse. I'll get the highest score, not you," Celia shouted. Seeing them bickering, Leo barked that if they didn't clear this hero trial, everyone would be disqualified. Both of them were startled and ended their argument. Abad said that even cooperating would take time to prepare an attack strong enough to kill it. Only he and Celia could hold it off long enough. Celia fell silent while everyone else was confused. Leo stood up. "I'll do it," he said, his face full of confidence. "You don't believe it. That's suicide. You don't even know how to sense Aki." "I do, but I can still hold it for 5 minutes," Leo replied calmly as if it were nothing difficult. Abad worried, "What if the attack fails?" Leo answered, "I don't think that will happen. Fire and wind are always good partners and coordinate very well." His words made Celia and Abad exchange a look as if an idea had formed. While they were thinking, Leo lunged to attack the spider. He gripped the axe and swung straight into its mouth, causing the spider to cry out in agony. Looking back at the monster's rapid regeneration, Leo thought to himself that this was the limit if one didn't use Aki. To find an effective way to stall, Leo called Chelsea. Chelsea used wind magic to blow all nearby weapons toward him. As she spoke, he jumped aside to dodge a giant spider leg thrusting at him. Hearing the request, Chelsea panicked. "If you move that fast, you'll get hurt." No time to explain, Leo insisted. "I'll catch them. Don't worry, just hurry." "Which weapon?" Chelsea asked. "Any of them," Leo replied. At his request, Chelsea used wind magic to send one weapon flying toward him. From the sound, Leo guessed it was a short curved sword or a double-edged long blade. He put force into his legs and launched himself into the air. He reached out and grabbed the two weapons as they flew toward him. Using the momentum of the fall, Leo unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, severing each spider leg. However, under the destructive pressure, the blades only withstood a few hits before shattering. Leo immediately shouted for more weapons. Without needing words, Chelsea coordinated smoothly. She blew each weapon over to him. Leo showcased his superior weapon skills, battering the spider relentlessly until it couldn't react. Chelsea was stunned. "He looks our age, but this sight. Like a god of war." Abad, witnessing it, no longer dared underestimate Leo. "So he's not just some lowly ant," he muttered. While battering the spider, Leo got a slight wound on his cheek. Feeling the warm blood flow, he smiled excitedly. "I'm still alive. If I don't take down a bug like this, the others will mock me in the other world." He gripped his sword, poured all his strength into a strike at the monster's body. The blade shattered as usual. Leo asked for the next sword, but Chelsea panicked. "That's the last sword." The unexpected news stunned Leo. Fortunately, Celia completed her skill. Intense energy surged from her. "How about that, you dead bug?" Celia shouted, swinging her sword and unleashing an enormous pillar of searing flame. Before the spider could cry out, it was turned into a roasted carcass. After it perished, everyone received a notification about Albai's world. The opening chapter, Wildwood, has been cleared. Celia collapsed, utterly drained. "It's over," she sighed in relief. She turned to Leo in admiration. "You really held that monster for 5 minutes." "Leo, well done," Chelsea interrupted. "Amazing, wonderful. You look like the heroes in the stories, really." Leo sighed because he's not just like one. He is a true hero. Chelsea looked at him like an idol and said, "Yes, I want to become a battle mage, but melee is my biggest weakness. Please teach me." Celia smiled inwardly. For these untrained lambs, Leo's training will be something to look forward to. "I hope everyone can experience Leo's training at least once," she said with a mischievous expression that left Chelsea puzzled. Leo ignored the chatter. picked up the ring that had fallen to the ground and wondered, is this the item that dropped the ring? From the ring, a beam of light flew out, and a tiny figure with wings on its back appeared. Leo recognized it immediately. Silly. Do you remember me? I'm Kyle, it said. Prince Silid smiled faintly as if agreeing. Then he turned into light and slipped into the ring. Leo thought that it seemed he'd become a fairy king. Thanks to the treasure Albai found, he received the mana eye. The surrounding space began to collapse. A sound rang out, a countdown to return from the trial area. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The reward for clearing it was the Fairy King's oath. A mysterious shadow appeared before Leo and whispered. The dark face was concealed, but Leo's eyes were dazed, as if recognizing the other. Time passed, scene cut to a bustling town. An old man muttered over the report. It seemed the exam in the Western Territory had concluded. He was Kalyan Badian, a master swordsman and headmaster of Lumen Academy. Beside him, a girl who looked like a frazzled secretary. Done already. But other regions still have many people. How many did Professor Albai pass? Kalyan glanced at the report, surprised. Oh, Albai's numbers are quite good. 40 passed, that's a lot, the secretary sighed. Kalyan laughed. Don't be tense, I thought only about 10 would pass. The secretary was curious. I guess Celia Zerdinger or a bad Llewellyn would top the list. Who actually got that spot? Kalyan replied. I heard it was hard to choose. One person was nominated as the freshman representative. The secretary was astonished. Professor Albai nominated someone? Surprising. Was it Celia Zerdinger or a bad Llewellyn? Kalyan said it was a name he'd never heard before. He didn't expect Albai to rate him so highly. I wonder what kind of student he is. Albai nominated Leo Plove as the freshman representative. Reason, possessing the talent to become a hero. Time quickly passed. Scene shifted to a gigantic bathhouse. Leo, the protagonist, was relaxing in the bath. Pains like these need to be healed with care and time. Wonderful, he murmured, leaning back. A mysterious dark voice echoed in his head. The reward for passing is the vow of the Fairy King. Leo wondered whether passing into the world of a living hero usually doesn't grant rewards, yet somehow only I received one. Only myself, before he could think further. Madame Riene entered the bath, leaving Leo stunned. Mother, what's the matter, he asked. Riene's expression was serious. Leo, do you know why I was expelled from the Zerdinger clan? When saving a comrade, Mother lost the Zerdinger flame, but she never regretted it. Leo, I want you to use your strength and talent for what is right. Congratulations on being accepted into Lumen Academy, she said with a bright smile. Time passed, scene cut to a luxurious city, Lumen, where Lumeria Academy is located. Through the spatial teleport gate, Leo's group had arrived. The kids had reached Lumeria. Be sure to pack your belongings before leaving the gate, a reminding voice rang out. Leo glanced toward the complex across the river and whispered, this is the center of Lumeria, and over there is Lumen Academy. Uncle Zeise's voice called out, Leo, how was your past month? Congratulations on passing the entrance exam, he waved. Leo replied, thank you, Uncle, but why are you here? Instead of answering directly, Zeise asked, our clan has been arguing endlessly this past month. Do you know why? Leo guessed they had decided about inheriting the Phoenix breath. Exactly, even though my sister is no longer a clan member. You are still her son. The elders were impressed that you passed the harsh Western exam, Zeise said, taking a golden key from his pocket and handing it to Leo. This is the auxiliary space key. Open it. Leo took out the key and twisted it in the air as if unlocking something. A mysterious grimoire appeared before him, radiating a noble aura. Zeise asked him to place a drop of blood on the page. Leo bit his fingertip and let a few drops fall. The book emitted a dazzling light. Strange characters appeared on the pages. Now only you can read this book. Learning the Zerdinger clan's secret techniques isn't easy, but I have a hunch you'll master them quickly. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Zerdinger clan, Zeise said, patting Leo's shoulder with confidence. Scene cut to a roadside tavern, where Leo was meeting Celia. While looking for her, Leo collided with a girl about his age, causing the stack of books she carried to scatter. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. She panicked, gathered her books, and hurried away, leaving behind a student ID card. Leo picked it up and whispered, Chloe Mueller, freshman at Lumen Academy. Putting that aside, Leo entered the shop. Celia was already waiting, complaining, Leo, you're so late. Uniforms, textbooks, there's still so much to buy. Leo apologetically said he had to meet Uncle Zeiss. Hearing that, Celia brightened, so they've decided what's the outcome. Leo demonstrated his ability. Fiery wings emerged from his back, shining brilliantly. Is this how you use it? He asked calmly. Celia dropped her things in shock. No way. It took me 3 weeks to sense this secret technique. Leo, who are you? She thought dazedly. You can't blame her. Leo is a legendary hero who grasps techniques effortlessly. Time passed, scene cut to the harbor. A modern engine-powered ship appeared. The freshman gasped, wow, it's huge. A professor stepped forward. Welcome, freshmen. I'm Professor Aina Landiu in charge of the Novice Knights. We will depart for Lumen now. Board the ship. The crowd hurried onto the ship, where a dessert feast awaited. As everyone happily ate, a voice addressed Leo and Celia. Hey, you two over there, do you have a moment? My name's Car Thomas from the Kingdom of Moira. From potions to weapons, I sell everything. Find me if you need anything at school. He handed them a card, adding that he's an alchemist with many wares. Celia, annoyed at being called a couple, Leo answered, Nice to meet you. I'm Leo Plove from the Kingdom of Delad. Carr was surprised. Delad? So you passed the Western Regional exam. Impressive. Leo surveyed the surroundings with unease. Is it just me, or does this situation feel strained? Everything is too peaceful, like something's wrong. Celia sighed. Isn't it normal to give a warm welcome to a freshman who passed the exam? Carr nodded while eating cake. Yeah, there's no reason to mistreat students before enrollment. But no sooner had Carr spoken than the ship shook violently. A giant tentacle rose up from the depths of the sea. It slammed into the ship, cracking the deck. Screams of alarm rang out. Professor Aina Landiu. Help! Professor Aina Landiu sipped his wine calmly and replied, Help them. You are students of Lumen Academy, hero candidates. When danger comes, you must overcome it yourselves. He glanced ahead, where a giant octopus with a mouth full of fangs rose from the sea. The sudden turn of events made Celia furious. She stomped on the cake in her hand. Seeing that, Leo swung his sword, severing a tentacle, and reassured her, Celia, stay calm. She replied, You should look after yourself instead. Saying that, she attacked the octopus with a sword wreathed in radiance. But immediately the octopus opened its mouth and blasted a jet of water at Celia, soaking her like a drowned rat. Leo had nothing to say. That's its natural behavior. It reacts to heat by squirting water. That's basic knowledge. His bored remark only made Celia angrier. In another corner, an unnamed student was tightly coiled by a tentacle, about to become the octopus's lunch. Damn octopus. Leo gritted his teeth and ran to rescue them. The two unleashed moves, easily slicing the tentacle in two. Carr hid under a table, watching Leo and Celia fight side by side in disbelief. This is indeed Celia's power, the top scorer of the Western region. But who is this Leo? He wondered. Before he could say more, a frozen tentacle was hurled toward Carr and nearly hit him. Hey, watch out! He shouted irritably at the one who froze the tentacle. Leo looked over and recognized the girl he had bumped into. The way she wielded ice magic was powerful, far from ordinary. To Carr, she complained, Why didn't you stay behind if you couldn't protect yourself? Carr grumbled, Oh man, the strong never care if we get swept into their battles. As if unlucky, another tentacle was flung at him, as if he were a magnet for severed tentacles. This time the ones taking action were the siblings Abad and Chelsea. The contest isn't over yet, Celia Zerdinger, Abad reminded. Same feeling here, Celia snapped back. While the students strove to attack, Professor Aina Landiu happily sipped his wine and whispered, There are many monsters in the lake leading to Lumen Academy. One is perfect for a welcome party. His eyes narrowed as he observed the outstanding individuals, just as he'd guessed. The excellent team leaders, Chen Zier of the East, Celia Zerdinger, and Abad Llewellyn of the West, Chloe Mueller of the North, Walden Titan of the South, Duran of the Central Region. This year's freshmen are truly outstanding, but the most impressive is that unidentified freshman, swordsmanship with not a wasted motion, moving as if anticipating the Kraken's actions. I'll meet him in the night class, Aina Landiu said with an eager smile. Thanks to the combined efforts of these notable individuals, the Kraken couldn't withstand it and conceded defeat. The ship carrying them docked at Lumen Academy. Once off the ship, everyone was vomiting violently, faces pale. Imagining we've run out of supplies, Carr muttered. Professor Aina Landiu jumped down from the bow and said, You'll have to cross that lake many times. Get used to it quickly. Now we'll move to the enrollment hall. Cut to the Electra training grounds at Lumen Academy. The freshmen gathered, watched by a few people looking for outstanding individuals. See, I told you, no one's ordinary. Hopefully there's someone interesting this year, whispers spread. Never mind that, Professor Aina Landiu instructed. We'll begin the enrollment ceremony now. Line up by region, top scorers at the front of each row. The principal will speak. The students quickly stood straight. Once settled, Principal Kalyan spoke. You came here hoping to become heroes. I have a few words. If your dream is to become a hero, put yourself first and surpass your own limits. Anyone who can't do that does not belong here. So excited, he smashed the podium before him, shattering it into pieces. The violent act silenced the students. No one dared applaud. Seeing no reaction, Kalyan felt awkward. Did I go too far? The students, then alert, suddenly cheered, making him beam. But when the sound remained small, he muttered, I can't hear anything. The professors behind were stunned. The longer they taught at Lumen, the more the grand image of the architect was eroded. Putting aside the principal's comic nature, The host announced it's time for the representative freshman speech. The representative is Leo Plove. Please come to the stage. Leo was surprised and turned to Professor Albi. The professor smiled and nodded. With no choice, Leo stepped up to read the prepared speech sent to the professors and fellow students. We, the freshmen, will enroll at Lumine as proud members of this academy. Blah, blah, thank you. The host escorted him down and said, "Thank you, Leo. Now please tell us your goal as the freshman representative." Leo guessed the school's intent. They wanted him to rile up those who nearly had this position. Would he dare challenge them? "Hello, I'm freshman representative Leo Plove. If any of you want this spot, come and take it." Regardless of who you are, his confident tone made the teachers think he was surprisingly well-behaved. They had expected this year's enrollment to be peaceful. Time passed to late afternoon, cut to looming dormitories where guides escorted the freshmen. You've had a hard day. Starting tomorrow for a week, exploration classes begin. You can attend any classes, and then choose 3 specialized subjects. Sleep early so you won't be late for the first class. Before entering the room, Carr greeted Leo. "Leo, our rooms are next to each other. I'm excited for tomorrow. Good night." "Yeah, see you tomorrow," Leo nodded. Inside the room, he tossed his suitcase onto the bed and lay down to rest without changing. But Leo wasn't careless. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness shifted into a space like a vast library filled with countless books. What I hope to find at Lumine is something. Hopping my heroic chronicle will begin here, Leo thought. Time quickly passed. The next morning cut to the dining hall. Leo was eating alone when Carr arrived with a tray 3 times the usual size. Sat down beside him and offered, "Let's eat together." Leo, not bothered, agreed fine. No sooner said than trouble arrived. A tray of food was placed in front of Leo with a shout. "Representative Freshman, did you really mean that in your speech yesterday?" Its owner was Duran Moira, captain of the Central Region, one of the notable individuals Professor Aina Landiu had noticed. Duran's meal was fairly ordinary, except for a hamburger stuck with a small, toy-like flag. Leo continued eating as if unaware of Duran's annoyed tone. "Seems my words yesterday were provocative, huh? Well, if a stranger comes to pick a fight, it's not surprising," he said calmly. This only drove Duran mad. Seeing Leo ignore him, Duran glared. "Don't you know who I am? I'm the captain of the Central Region." Leo and Carr, like 2 hungry devils, ignored him and happily ate. Duran, acting like a clown trying to get attention, was completely snubbed. Unable to contain himself, Duran erupted like thunder. He kicked his tray high into the air, sending Leo's tray flying too. But that posed no problem for Leo. With supreme dexterity, he swept his arm like a machine and caught all the food on plates. Not a scrap missed. He even helped Carr catch his food. Leo then stuffed extra items into the hamburger before him, creating a perfect double cheeseburger. "Throwing away such a precious meal, unforgivable," he said with a light smile. Seeing his provocation nullified, Duran went berserk. "I'll pull you down from that throne right now. I can't stand someone weaker than me acting so arrogant," he ground out. Before they could lunge at each other, a large arm draped over both their shoulders, stopping them. It was Professor Aina Landiu. "For disruptive behavior," he said coldly, "we will see." A Central Region captain and a freshman representative argue on their first day at Lumine. "Perhaps you're prepared for what's to come." His voice carried a hint of danger, making both gulp nervously. Time passed, cut to the exploration class for the night division. The trainees had waited a while, but Professor Aina Landiu gave no explanation, prompting a brown-haired student to ask, "Excuse me, Professor, but it's almost class time." Celia also wondered why Leo wasn't present. As if answering, Leo and Duran entered, sweating profusely, as if they'd run 10 laps around the courtyard. Celia ran over and asked, "Leo, what's wrong? Did you get into a fight?" Leo gave no explanation, only shot Duran an amused glance. Once everyone had assembled, Professor Aina Landiu began. "So everyone is present. Welcome, freshmen. I'm Aina Landiu, in charge of first-year nights." Duran still shot Leo a resentful, lightning-filled look. Carr sensed, "Oh, are we already starting a large-scale psychological battle?" Aina Landiu, uninterested in their squabble, explained the 3 powers: mana energy, magic energy, and aura. Aura is the hardest to control. Who knows why? Celia answered, "Because aura reduces the flexibility of mana during transformation." Aina Landiu nodded approvingly. "Correct. While magic and spirit energy use mana in a free state, aura absorbs and processes mana to fit the body. Who can explain how to use aura accumulated in the body?" Celia thought to herself, "Isn't it just about applying a bit of force to see what happens?" No one answered. Leo spoke up. "We use aura by burning mana." Aina Landiu nodded in surprise. "Right. What's most important when burning mana?" "Endurance," Leo explained. Seeing Leo answer repeatedly, Aina Landiu was impressed. "Leo Plove, have you studied aura before?" No, Leo shook his head. Someone who hasn't been taught properly yet grasps the essence of aura. Aina Landiu smiled softly. Forget theory, let's move a bit. He focused energy into his legs. Step onto the air as if it were solid ground. This is the aura step. The basic principle is concentrating aura into the feet. The potential applications are endless. The students divided into groups to practice this wondrous skill. But it's difficult, most have not mastered it, except Celia, known as a genius. She learned it relatively well and boasted to Leo. I'll teach you if you call me sister. Leo replied coolly. The operating principle of aura isn't much different. He didn't need to learn from Celia. Aina Landiu noticed Duran's gaze fixed on Leo. He smiled as if he'd thought of something fun. He clapped his hands for attention. This morning was a bit chaotic. Chelsea Llewellyn curiously asked, "What did you say, teacher?" Aina Landiu called Leo and Duran up. He asked Duran Mora, "What's making you angry?" Duran replied, "I'm not angry, but I can't look straight at him." Aina Landiu guessed the reason and gave them a chance to compete. Take it to the field. Central Region Captain Duran Moira and freshman representative Leo Plove will race one-on-one to decide the class representative. You may use aura without restriction. Duran flinched. Carr seized the moment to bet. Come on, place your bets. The genius of the Moira family, a heroic lineage. The thunder aura master Duran Moira. Or the dark horse from the outskirts, the mysterious one who subdues captains, freshman representative Leo Plove. Students murmured, I mean, he's the freshman rep. He should show something, right? But seeing him talking with Celia Zerdinger, he seems unable to use the aura step. What have you heard about him? Yesterday at lunch, I couldn't stand that guy. Not every Central Region captain is easy to beat. This freshman rep hasn't proven anything. Not caring, Aina Landiu saw both ready and declared, whoever reaches the finish first wins. Whoever wins, you must accept the result gracefully. That's the knightly spirit. Prepare at your marks. Celia thought logically that Leo couldn't win, but her instinct told her he always exceeded expectations. Go, Leo and Duran sprinted forward with full force. It's no surprise that Duran, with his aura advantage, shot ahead. I'll go first, rookie. He mocked as he launched like a rocket. His speed drew admiration. Wow, just as expected from Duran. As for the freshman representative, they turned to Leo and shook their heads in disbelief. He's terrible. As predicted, that guy being the representative is a fraud, unacceptable. Chelsea Llewellyn, seeing Leo belittled, shouted encouragement. Go, Leo. On the track at lightning speed, Duran had already covered half the distance. Carr worried for his new friend. Duran's halfway through the course already. Leo realized this. Approaching the turn without thinking, he slammed on the brakes. He focused power into the soles of his feet. Launched off the track, Celia's eyes filled with confusion. What madness has Leo struck? Following everyone's gaze, Leo leapt up, sprang onto the observation platform and paused for a beat. Scanning Duran's silhouette ahead, he put all his strength into his legs and executed an extreme speed step. The jump was so powerful the floor cracked into countless pieces. Leo's body hurtled forward, faster than a rocket. He swept past Duran, taunting, I'll go first, you slowpoke. Before Duran understood what had happened, Leo had already crossed the finish line. Not only Duran, but the students who had mocked Leo stood stunned and amazed. See, this is no joke. Duran was supposed to be the fastest in class, yet he unexpectedly lost to him. I'm sure he hasn't learned the aura step. The group looked at one another in bewilderment. Celia, unlike them, recognized that the technique Leo used wasn't the aura step, but the phoenix step. Chelsea Llewellyn and Carr, like a pair of ditzy pals, didn't overthink it and simply rejoiced at Leo's victory. Professor Aina Landiu, with his experience, saw most clearly that Duran had used his signature thunder aura to boost his speed as expected. But Leo Plove, though slower, controlled it better. He concentrated a fire aura into his feet to create a formidable aura step, an outstanding application for this generation. Perhaps a true hero will finally emerge. He smiled with anticipation. After the victory, Leo went to greet his opponent. Great race, Duran. If it were a long-distance run, the result might have been different. He extended his hand, but Duran, too sullen to mask his face, stormed off, an arrogant loser. He brushed Leo's hand away and left. Ignoring Duran's words, Chelsea Llewellyn ran over with admiring eyes. Leo, you're amazing. I want to train with you. Carr asked Celia, why is she obsessed with him and not me? She should pay attention to me too. Celia looked at Carr as if he were a fool, of course. Carr suggested that after class they go to a cafe and that he'd treat. Seems you cashed in on a bet today. But Leo declined. Sorry, everyone, I have to go. Where are you going? Carr asked curiously. I'm going to attend a summoning lecture, Leo said plainly. Carr was baffled. Why would a Night Division student attend a summoning class? Celia sighed. I don't know what he's thinking either. On the way to the summoning class, Leo pondered something he still didn't understand. Why the Fairy King gave him an oath as a reward. Rewards from a hero world relate to the power of that world's master. The reward I received is related to summoning. Yet Master Albai is a pure mage with no summoning ties. Normally, I would receive a spell to form a contract with a fairy spirit and have to go to the fairy realm. Right now it's useless, Leo thought to himself. A female voice snapped him out of his thoughts. So you came to summoning class after all. Leo turned and saw Eastern Division Captain Chen Zia, 17 years old. She nodded a greeting, nice to meet you. Leo smiled, nice to meet you too. Chen Zia, just call me Zia, she waved, puzzled. I was sure Leo was a Night Division student. I didn't expect you to be interested in summoning. Oh, I'm interested in spiritual studies, Leo brushed it off. Then we'll see each other often, Zia said softly. Leo asked if she could tell him which spirit she contracted with. Zia revealed, I summon a water attribute spirit. She requested, show me your spirit, will you? Leo explained, I haven't formed a contract yet. Zia was astonished. Really? If you need help later, call me. I can give you some advice on summoning spirits. All right, I'll remember. But how old are you? Leo asked curiously. I'm 17, Leo. You're 15, right? I saw you talking with Celia. What does Leo think? At 17, she looks much younger, even younger than Chelsea. Zia felt a woman's intuition activate with suspicion. Were you just thinking something rude? No, Leo glanced away. Zia smiled and proposed, anyway, Leo, I'm impressed by your match with Durin. One day, please accept my challenge. Leo smiled, of course. Cut to summoning class. Leo was surprised by the small number. Only this many people. Zia felt embarrassed. Summoning isn't a popular choice, and it's an exploratory class. Leo exclaimed, truly surprising. The class is held in this meadow. Suddenly, a large dark shadow appeared overhead, causing the group to panic. A black dragon, where did it come from? Get out. A student shouted in fear. Judging by the cowardly posture, a female voice rang out. It did that because it likes you, kid. Pleased to meet you, first years. I am Yura Marin. The summoning teacher will be guiding you this year. The boys looked at her beautiful face and vibrant figure, hearts pounding. I want to be the teacher's familiar too. Leo acknowledged her beauty. If Duino were here, he would certainly go insane at his womanizing ways. Turning to Professor Yura Marin. After waiting for the group to settle, she began the lesson. All right, rookies. Your presence here proves you have some talent in summoning. Yes, the group answered in unison, pleasing Yura Marin. Very good, loud and clear answers. We'll move straight to the practice area. Yura Marin called to her assistant Carlo. The white-haired, bespectacled young man led a griffin to assist. Carlo is the first-year summoning teaching assistant. Seeing the transport ready, Yura said you'll go in pairs, come mount the griffins. A student hesitantly spoke up. Professor, this is our first time riding griffins. He looked at Yura hopping for help, but only received an angry look. Aren't you saying you don't want to learn? If you think you can't do it, go back. Yura climbed onto the black dragon's back, flying off, leaving the dazed students behind. Carlo urged, come on, everyone follow the professor. Riding griffins was easier than the group had imagined. Chen Zia proactively paired with Leo. Leo, can I hold the griffin's reins? Leo was surprised but agreed. Hold it as long as you want. After getting comfortable, the group chased after Yura, feeling the cool sea breeze. They realized how delightful the mounts were. Unexpectedly riding griffins is truly Lumen class. Hey, switch places. I want to try flying, wait a bit. Calls to trade rang out. Chen Zia excitedly, I'm a bit worried but it's tamer than I thought. Leo warned, be careful. Griffins are hard for newcomers to control. Zia curiously, but it's so gentle, Leo was about to explain. But Yura blew a whistle loudly. The sound made the group uncomfortable, and the griffin's attitudes flipped 180 degrees, becoming fierce and hard to control. This is bad, they won't obey anymore. Why suddenly, Professor, save us. Yura didn't move. She demanded, do you call yourselves Lumen students and not know how to handle a griffin? Control them yourselves. For the Leo and Zia pair, the griffin's rebellion left Zia flustered. Leo gently wrapped an arm around her waist and took her hand, guiding her. Griffins are proud. Trying to suppress them with force only makes them fight back. Leo, what are you doing? Zia blushed deeply. Leo paid no attention and took the reins to control the griffin. Onward, the griffin instantly calmed and surged forward. Yura praised Leo's handling speed. That's it, pretty good. She turned to Carlo. The first-year representative is a Night Division candidate, right? Carlo checked his notes and nodded. Yes, does he have his own griffin at home? Yura asked. Carlo shook his head. No, he doesn't come from a noble family with griffins. Yura felt like she'd hit the jackpot. Pure talent. It seems we've just found a gem, she said, stroking her chin with interest. Cut to Summoning Island, the summoning department's practice area. Most students lay sprawled on the sand, seasick after riding the griffins. Leo took the chance to wander around and see what was interesting here. He noticed a fruit that had been picked, but actually it had a feather stuck to it. A feather star, Leo thought, his expression strange. Zia asked, what's wrong, Leo? Nothing, Leo shook his head. Yura didn't let the students relax. Stop dazing off, focus. From now on, you'll take a practical test. The group gaped and complained. What? A practical test on the first day. This is a summoning class. Why test already? Yura explained, compared to other fields, the path of summoning is longer. Doesn't everyone here know that? Merely controlling mana is not enough. Contracting with a spirit requires harmony with the spirit. Controlling a summoned creature requires the ability to tame it. That's why the number of heroes from the summoning department is smaller. But summoners at their peak achieve more wondrous feats. Aren't you here to become such heroes? Eliza Hergen, the white-haired girl from the famous Hergen summoner hero clan in the north, stepped up. So what's the test? Yura explained that this island is a summoning isle full of summoned creatures. Since summoning is a summoner's weapon, the test assesses taming ability. The task is simple. Tame a summoned creature in this forest and bring it back. After contracting, that creature belongs to you. The group cheered. This is the Lumen Academy. They hurried into the forest to find suitable pets. As Leo was about to leave, Eliza called out, "The first-year representative is here then. Rumors of you beating Duran are spreading. What can we expect from you in summoning class?" "I'll just do my best," Leo said coolly and quickly walked on. Eliza watched his retreating figure and frowned, a little annoyed. Yura observed and smiled inwardly. These people might become key first-year figures. Some students had already tamed summoned creatures. Leo was still lingering, having not yet found a target to tame successfully. "Oh, that's the first-year representative, but he went too far into the forest," one shrugged. "Whatever, if he fails and gets no points, he'll surely return to the night division." Leo paid no mind and went deeper into the forest, making sure no one was around. He picked up the feather he had found. He used his fiery aura to burn it. "Ha, just as I thought." The smile didn't last a second before a loud explosion rang out behind him. Elsewhere at the campsite, the lady worried. Will Leo be okay? Someone carrying a plate of food shook their head. "It's just the first few days of school. Riene, are you that worried?" It should be fine, right?" Riene nodded as she took a cup of water, unaware her son was in serious trouble. This intense heat, the power of one of the three greatest summoning masters. "A phoenix," Leo said, his face dazed. A voice sounded before Leo. "Just the child of Zerdinger, star, I smell Riene's flame." Leo asked curiously, "You know my mother?" The other's tone softened. "Your mother?" Then my guess was right. "If she has a child about your age, do I know your mother?" "Of course, I owe Riene a great debt." The voice belonged to the phoenix Farina, one of the three legendary spirit beasts basking in the flames. She looked at Leo with fond eyes. She introduced herself. "My name is Farina." "Riene's son," Leo replied, greeting her. "Hello." "Phoenix Farina," Leo said. "My name is Leo Plove. What is your relation to my mother? You said you owe her." Farina recalled how Riene saved my summoner, Luna. While exploring a dungeon in Saren, Luna lost all her comrades and was in grave danger. Your mother came to rescue her, but during the process, Riene lost her aura and burned. Without that incident, Riene would surely have achieved hero status. Hearing this, Leo felt sorrow for his mother. "But I assure you my mother said she had no regrets about what she did that day." "Really?" "Yes, she is that kind of knight," Farina agreed with a smile. Leo asked why Farina was on the summoning island, but she wouldn't reveal it, only saying, "I cannot tell you." She changed the subject. "But aren't you a knight? What are you doing on this island?" Leo answered, "I'm studying summoning." Farina was surprised and snorted with amusement. "Interesting. This is fate, Leo Plove. At last I can repay the debt I owe your mother." She handed out her hand. "Take this." She gave Leo an egg that glowed with golden light. "This is my son. One day, when you become a great summoner, I hope you will form a contract. It's a pity for the summoner who is supposed to receive it." Leo asked, "Can I do it right now?" Farina was stunned. She hurriedly advised, "It's still too early. You could die." But it was too late. "Oh no, the readiness and unblinking challenge in you remind me of Riene. I wish you luck." Leo's consciousness shifted into a dark space. Before him was a mote of warm light. Leo touched it. The flame flared violently, engulfing him in a vortex of fire. The heat was unbearable. This was the phoenix's flame. To produce such a powerful flame, we must endure this pain every day. A creature that lives by perpetual rebirth through burning flesh. "I understand your pain and share it with you," Leo whispered. Sensing his thoughts, the flame waned and grew gentler. In the real world, the eggshell cracked, separated from Leo's hand, hovering in the air as the surrounding flames were drawn into the egg. "Have you succeeded?" Farina asked. "I did it," Leo said with a bright smile. Farina rejoiced. "You are a genius, Leo Plove. You will become the greatest summoner. Congratulations on forming the contract. The little one's name is Fiora. I entrust my child to you." Farina smiled, but maternal affection made her emotional. The newborn had barely felt its mother's warmth before being handed to someone else after 3 seconds. Leo looked at the phoenix skeptically. Is this really a phoenix? It looks so much like a chick. The little bird chirped curiously at Leo, making him even more certain it really was a chick. Cut to Professor Yura Marin's location. Students who had found suitable summoned creatures reported to her. Yura asked her assistant, Carlo, what time is it? Carlo replied, 5 minutes left, only 4 people remaining. Heavy footsteps thundered. A giant black bear, Chen Zia's summoned creature, appeared. Professor, are you finished? Zia asked, looking tattered as if she'd been through a hard struggle. Yura praised her. You tamed a water bear as an apprentice knight. Impressive. At the same time, Walden landed astride a colossal bird. A dark orb, a spirit beast even a famous summoner family would find hard to tame. Yura complimented him. Walden explained he hadn't formed a contract yet. Yura waved her hand. That's fine, better than nothing. Eliza Hergen returned riding a giant white serpent, drawing gasps from everyone. I formed a contract because my family didn't have this creature, she said calmly. Yura recognized the Gorgon snake. Wonderful. Carlo reminded the professor. Class time is up. The last student is arriving. Everyone turned to see Leo strolling out of the forest. A small chick perched on his head, and the students snickered. Ha ha, what is that? He tamed a chicken. What an idiot. He probably gave up because he couldn't summon properly. But Yura sensed an aura from the wide-eyed chick. Damn. That bastard is a phoenix. Time passed. Cut to Yura's office. Leo was summoned to meet privately. Outside the door, he adjusted his clothes. He knocked lightly. Yura called, come in. Leo asked, I heard you wanted to see me. Yura said, sit down, really. This is the first time I've seen a phoenix. I didn't even know phoenixes existed on the summoning island. A freshman forming a contract with a phoenix. This has never happened in Lumen's history. I know who you are, Leo. She looked straight into his eyes with a serious gaze. Across from her, Leo swallowed hard, terrified his identity might be exposed. Even though he's innocent, a hero reborn after 5,000 years would inevitably attract attention. But Leo was worrying too far ahead. Yura Marin embraced him and praised him as an unprecedented summoning genius. I want to commend your achievements, but your contract with the Phoenix should remain secret. If revealed now, it would cause unnecessary commotion. When the trial classes conclude, choose the summoning department as your major. You have the talent to become a summoner hero remembered through the ages, she said, patting Leo's shoulder with full confidence. Time passed to the next day. Chloe Mueller, an ice attribute mage, yawned in the hallway. She was spotted by Leo and Carr. Your mouth's going to rip, Chloe. You look tired, Carr teased. Chloe explained, I stayed up late reading magic texts. Leo recalled the student card and said, you're Chloe Mueller, right? Here, you can have your card back. Chloe recognized him. Oh, so it's you. Thanks, freshman representative. The 3 of them cheerfully went into class. Today is a trial magic class. Leo, are you joining the magic class too? Carr asked curiously. Since it's the trial phase, I want to attend as many classes as possible, Leo said calmly. Carr envied him. Awesome. I only care about magic, so I'm just in this class. He whispered, the icy woman aiming for the top of the magic department, Chloe Mueller. He glanced at Chloe and found she was looking at him. A chill ran down his spine. He shrank back. It's too cold, I should move to the back. Before he could move, a sharp pillar of ice shot up from the ground, blocking Carr's path. Chloe stepped in. Carr was pushed into the front row. You're concerned about the class? I'll help. She grabbed Carr by the collar like a small dog. Carr whimpered silently while Leo watched and found it amusing. The mage siblings Abad and Chelsea greeted Leo. A few minutes later, the teacher entered. His appearance excited the female students. Oh my, the teacher is so handsome. Len Hors, the teacher, announced in a loud voice. I will teach you magic next year. My name is Len Hors. He slapped down a stack of test papers. Before starting the trial class, take a theoretical magic test. Len snapped his fingers, and the test papers flew out to everyone. Not even taught yet and already a test, stupid students. What, a test on the first day of the trial class? Len confirmed, yes. If you don't meet the standard, you can't join my class. For Lumen students, this level is the baseline. He pointed to his assistant Anna. Submit your papers to Anna. Anna waved, hand your papers to me. Leo looked at the questions, trembling. This is the current trend in magic. Why are the formulas so complicated? He complained that he should have studied modern magic first. Everyone buried their heads in the test and realized it wasn't as difficult as they thought, easier than I expected. But what's the answer to the last question? I finished everything except that one, they discussed animatedly. Leo felt his head about to burst. He had only solved one question. I should have studied modern magic more. He pitifully submitted his paper to Anna. Thinking he could self-study magic alone, Leo quickly left the class, because his knowledge of ancient magic only made him look foolish. Len graded the papers on the spot. Over the past 100 years, magic has advanced. Magic once demanded perfect understanding. Now it's enough to memorize activation conditions. But this development has lowered the standard of mages. From Len's hands, a veil of light shot upward. The classroom transformed into a mystical cosmic space. The students gaped. Len explained, "This is the essence of magic I create from end to beginning. I want you to research creating your own magic. This test has 49 questions, 1 point each based on memorization. The final question is worth 51 points and analyzes the nature of magic. I hope you all can solve it." Chloe stared at the paper, embarrassed but not surprised. The last question was the only one she couldn't solve. Chelsea lamented, "Leo gave up already. I wanted to study magic with him." Anna whispered to Len, "Professor, a student solved question 50. Len was astonished. He smiled with delight. "Ha ha, who is it? Someone got a perfect score for the first time. Come up here." Anna reminded him, "That student didn't get a perfect score." Len, still excited, "Really? Maybe they skipped a few questions because they focused on the last one. What a pity, but still good. Come up here." Anna murmured, "No, that's not it. He only solved the last question." Len stopped laughing. "What's his name?" "Leo Plove," Anna answered. Leo Plove stood up. Len watched, but Leo had already left, Chelsea explained. Leo left after submitting his paper. Cut to Leo eating ice cream with Celia, telling her about the test. Celia laughed. "Ha ha, so you left after solving only one question. First there was the chick in summoning. Now you only solved one question in magic. Leo, don't you think something's off? As a knight major, you should focus on swordsmanship." Leo snapped. "So do you want to train endurance with me?" Celia hesitated. "Well, about that." Their conversation was cut off by Len. "So you're a knight major. Leo Plove, do you scorn my class by leaving after solving only one question?" They were too easy to bother answering. Leo explained, "Professor, there's a misunderstanding. I thought I didn't pass. All the questions except the last one were too hard. I couldn't solve them. I self-study magic from ancient books, so I'm not confident with modern questions." Len's expression changed on hearing this. Instead of anger, he lifted Leo like a kitten in excitement. "Come with me for a moment." Saying that, Professor Len Hors cheerfully dragged Leo off like a toy, leaving him no time to resist. Celia watched, bewildered. She didn't understand. "That's Lumen Academy's theoretical magic professor, a rather eccentric man," she whispered, puzzled. At that moment, Assistant Anna ran up out of breath. "Have you seen Professor Len?" "Celia, is something strange happening?" she panted, likely from chasing after Len. Celia recounted. "He just left here but suddenly grabbed Leo and dragged him away." Anna hurriedly gave chase, panicking. "Oh my God, what does that madman intend to do this time?" she shouted internally. Back with Len, he had taken Leo to a meeting room. He wrote a series of questions on the board and demanded, "Solve these, student Leo." Though he didn't understand why, Leo quickly worked through the problems with Len. This was a talent assessment test. If he hadn't solved the last question by luck, he must have a unique magic system. "Now show me." Before Len could finish thinking, Leo put down his pen and said, "I've solved them all." Sweat broke out on Len's brow. "You solved all these questions in your head?" "Yeah, something like that," Leo shrugged. Len murmured hungrily, Finally. Back to Professor Albi, walking down the corridor. He saw Len running toward him. His face looked like he'd won the lottery. Albi, uneasy, turned and walked away. But Len lunged, grabbed his ankle in gratitude. "Thank you, Professor Albi, thank you so much." Albi used magic to lift Len as a warning. This wasn't the first time he'd overreacted, but today he had gone too far. Len remained ecstatic. "He's a magic prodigy. Leo Plove, the student I appointed as freshman representative, is a genius." Albi, baffled, muttered that he's a knight. Len shouted, "No, Leo must become a mage at all costs. I won't let his talent be wasted swinging a blade. Sending him to the knights would be an insult to magic." Anna rushed over. Albi dispelled the magic, causing Len to fall. Anna caught him in time. "Thanks, Anna," Len beamed. Anna growled, veins bulging. "We have to go back to class." She vowed to herself that one day she would kill this madman. Leo hesitated as he approached. Albi turned and nodded. Leo was puzzled. Mages never change, still all lunatics over time. A week later, the trial classes ended. Leo lay on the rooftop reading. Kyle the hero, was he really a fraud? He closed the book. He sighed, unable to find any useful information. In Principal Kalyan's office, while he was working, the 3 homeroom teachers for magic, night, and summoning burst in holding a petition. "Please look at this." Leo had enrolled in all 3 majors, something unprecedented at Lumen. They wanted to pull Leo into their respective classes to focus on a single major. Even in the office, the 3 of them bickered. Kalyan laughed. "Ha ha, this reminds me of a fictional hero." The 5th great hero made Kalyan laugh. "Ha ha, this reminds me of that fictional hero, the only one in history proficient in all classes." Cut to the running track. Celia and Chelsea were jogging. Meanwhile, Carr sat playing and laughed. Why are they training on the weekend? Leo explained, they're training under my guidance. Carr asked, why are they just running? Where are their weapons? Celia and Chelsea, tired, replied, it's endurance, an important aspect of a combat mage's training. Move aside. Chelsea waved Carr off like shooing a fly and sat next to Leo. Sitting by Leo, Chelsea did a complete 180. It's great to jog on the weekend. I miss this feeling. I want to run with you too, Leo. Leo asked curiously, really? Celia spat water, making Chelsea recoil in disgust. What's wrong with you? Leo knew why and said, anyway, if I'm going to run with you, I have to do it properly. Celia shouted, I said I'm not running with you. Carr, curious about the closeness between the two, said, I thought you two were dating. Celia explained to Leo, he's family, my cousin, my father's sister's son. Both of them widened their eyes. He's from the Zerdinger family? Celia waved her hand. Not exactly, it's complicated, forget it. She didn't elaborate, perhaps she wasn't clear herself. Leo stood up. Let's get serious now, Chelsea exclaimed excitedly, all right. Carr didn't want to be a bother. I'll go explore Lumeria City. Celia begged to come along, but Leo dragged her like pulling a chicken. Seeing her pitiful look, Carr thought how his life lacked any decent nobility. The class placement day, from 1st to 5th years. Carr waved at Leo. Leo, here. Leo asked, you know you're in 5th year already? Carr patted his chest. There's nothing I don't know. Leo glanced at Chelsea, who was dozing at a desk. Chelsea's here too. Carr suspected what you got up to with her over the weekend. Leo shrugged, just basic training. Chelsea vowed not to join that kind of training again. A mocking voice from the podium rang out. Oh, 5th year, the class of suffering. I wonder how many of you will remain after the first semester. Poor underclassmen, my condolences. They laughed without any sorrow. But you shouldn't say that. The homeroom teacher stepped forward. Pathetic, I find you two more pitiable. The owner of the voice was a teacher with a homeless-looking face. This was Harrod Edmund, homeroom teacher of the first-year 5th class at Lumen Academy, nicknamed the Weeping Wall. He muttered about a chair. Two upperclassmen immediately braced their bodies to form a seat. Harrod sat down and sneered at the students, greeting them as worthless scum. This is the class for failures, the lowest scores. You must have heard of me. The Weeping Wall, who knows why I'm homeroom for this class. Carr, eloquent but trembling, raised his hand. To help you improve your grades. Harrod turned to him with contempt. Typical small-mindedness. Don't any of you in this pathetic class understand the role of a Lumen student? Chelsea raised her hand. Conquer the hero world through practical missions. Harrod nodded, right. But all I see are those who die the moment they step into the hero world. Better to expel these pitiful ones, dragging down comrades dying prematurely. That's why I'm in charge of the 5th year class, and why I'm the Weeping Wall, he said, watching Leo calmly. Harrod thought this guy might survive. To teach these factory-bred chickens, he ordered them to change into gym clothes and go to the training field. Combat class time had arrived. Cut to the training ground. Everyone had changed and was present. Harrod relaxed as if on vacation and began the lesson. To fix the rotten minds you develop upon entering Lumen. What will save you in the real world, where lives come and go easily? Nella Carvin, Knight Major, her healing aura flustered. Aren't teammates supposed to protect me? Harrod shook his head. No, it's your own ability. Only when your skills shine through danger can you help teammates. Are you confident you can protect them? Ileana raised her hand. I'm confident, Professor. Harrod said, oh, then show your Night Mage ability, create a fireball. Ileana confidently formed a fireball in her hand. Harrod scoffed. With that fireball, I doubt you could even kill an ant. Ileana increased her mana. She pulled it into 2 gigantic fireballs, radiating terrible heat that made students step back. The crowd marveled. Not only did it split into 2, but each doubled in size. Harrod admitted he was impressed. Why not try hitting that tiny creature? He asked. He summoned a tiny humanoid wind sprite. The sprite flew straight at Ileana. It tapped her nose and doubled over laughing. Ileana, furious, swung both fireballs, but she couldn't touch the sprite's cloak. The sprite flew back to Harrod and covered its mouth, laughing. Harrod taunted. What's the point of doubling the fireballs if you don't hit the target? You lack the ability to use skills effectively. Train, push your limits. Until you catch this wind sprite class isn't over. Show your best, heirs of Lumen. Leo agreed. Despite Harrod's harsh words, everything the man said was true. You step forward to let me try. Harrod waited expectantly. All right, Leo Plove. Let's see if you're as tangled as that fictional hero Kyle, or the first to possess every attribute. The students lunged to capture the sprite, but it toyed with them like a plaything. Leo enveloped his body in an aura, concentrating it into his souls. He leapt with explosive force and streaked like a flash of light. Chelsea and Carr panted. Damn, it's so fast, how can we catch it? Leo used an air step to launch himself into the sky. He aimed at the sprite that was playing around. Leo dove like an arrow, The sprite was off guard, but it reacted quickly and darted aside in time. Leo smiled. He concentrated his aura into a whip-like strand and lashed it toward the sprite. Just as he thought he'd succeeded, Durin suddenly lunged out at lightning speed and stole Leo's catch. A homeroom teacher appeared behind Durin. He applauded. "It seems our first years should teach you a thing or two." The sly white-haired man was Sejin, homeroom teacher of first year at Lumen Academy. Note that Sejin ranked second and Harrod first in graduation polls, so they disliked each other. Harrod leisurely sipped his milk and replied, "Oh, so you'll teach in my place." Sejin looked at Harrod as if he were trash. Carr was excited. The clash of two Lumen pillars. Both had served over 20 years. Professors Ainalandiu, Yura, and Len were all their students. Nella gasped, "Really? How do you know?" Carr blushed proudly. "I'm sharp with information." Chelsea nearly vomited. Sejin smiled. "Harrod, I don't know what scheme you have running with that failure class, but I'll find out. I propose a match between first year and fifth year. On Bastara, the historic sport of Lumen." Harrod stood and accepted. "As expected, you're a genius. Learning through real experience is best," Sejin said anxiously. "First year might win," his voice faltered. Harrod was indifferent. "It doesn't matter, just teach your class." Sejin grit his teeth. Students pitied why he always lost the graduation poll bets. Harrod declared that fifth year would have the chance to practice Bastara skills against first year. "If you lose, you're all expelled," he said with no hint of joking on his face. Hearing Harrod, everyone was stunned and asked, "Teacher, are you serious?" This was the first match, where their class even had 3 captains. Harrod didn't care about the gap in strength. If anything, they had to try harder and push their limits. What was there to worry about when the first year's representatives in your class would choose 6 people to compete? He glanced at Leo. Leo realized the purpose. This was a test. Harrod didn't hate him. Many students had lost morale after a week at Lumen. He wanted to lift fifth year's spirits, the ones close to giving up. He must raise their morale in this Bastara match, Leo told himself. Both classes chose representatives. First year selected their strongest captains. Facing the opponents, Chelsea worried about being expelled. How would she explain it to her family? Leo asked, "Why are you so scared?" Chelsea explained, "You haven't heard of Bastara? Must be because you lived in the suburbs. Bastara is a combat sport, a long-standing Lumen tradition." Leo was curious. "Isn't it just a ball game?" Carr interjected, "It's not simple, it's extremely dangerous." Celia saw Leo's group flustered and covered her mouth, laughing. "Chelsea, why are you so scared? Have you accepted defeat already?" Chelsea rolled her eyes in anger. "Who's afraid of whom? Do you think I'll lose to the Zerdinger family?" Leo draped an arm over the group and assured them, "Don't worry, our class won't lose." Celia clicked her tongue and warned, "Leo, you too. I'll show you the results of our special training. This time I won't lose," Leo plowed. Sejin organized the contestants from each class into the arena. Leo turned to his classmates. "Who goes with me?" The others recoiled, fearful and lucky to avoid it. Chelsea and Ileana stepped forward. Chelsea cracked her knuckles. "I have to teach them a lesson." Ileana wanted to prove herself to Harrod. "If we lose and get expelled, I'll use my indignation to win." Nella Carvin and a timid male classmate stepped up. Finally, Leo hauled Carr from the back. "Carr, you're the last spot, right?" Carr, horrified. "Why me?" Leo finalized the team and reported, "Fifth year is ready, Professor." Sejin nodded, and the match began. He tossed the ball into the air. Leo and Durin lunged to contest the ball. Durin, with a thunderous aura and greater speed, snatched the ball before Leo. "My turn first," he said coldly. After landing, Leo asked Tide, the blonde beside him, to quickly explain the rules. Tide summarized. Bastara's rules are simple. Channel energy into the ball and shoot it into the goal without using hands or feet. The team to reach 11 points first wins. Tide Marcoa from the summoning department noted. Durin focused his aura, preparing to attack. Someone shouted, "Here it comes, get ready." Durin struck hard, deforming the ball as it tore through the air. Leo braced, startled by the speed and leaping dodge. The ball slammed into the ground. It flew straight toward the goal, and Carr was stunned. First year cheered, Durin, Moira, well done. Fifth year worried, faces drained of color. Tide, lacking confidence, wondered if Harrod planned to expel them all. Leo remained confident and asked how to gain control of the ball. Tide answered with 3 methods. 1. Knock the ball out of bounds with the opponent's force. 2. Catch the ball. 3. Before he finished speaking. Nella shouted, "Dodge." Leo and Tide turned and saw the ball hit Ileana, making her cry out in pain. The one who intervened was Celia. "What are you whispering about? Aren't you focused on the match?" She giggled as Leo and Tide ran over to check on Ileana. Tide explained method 3. Don't attack directly or block the opponent's path. When a member is knocked out by the ball, the only way to attack is by using the ball. Leo understood, grabbed the ball, nodded, and thanked him. "It's our turn." Even with the situation favoring his class, Sejin remained uneasy. In Bastora, the fire attribute has an advantage due to its high destructive power. The Zerdinger family flame is the strongest, he told Harrod. You accepted even knowing Celia Zerdinger is in my class. I don't know what you're plotting, but your class will be hard to beat. Harrod remained silent. Seen irritated said, speak properly. Harrod opened his mouth. Sejin, remember the top student, not the Zerdinger child. Sejin nodded. Of course, I could never forget the Bastora queen. Harrod smiled. That queen's daughter is in 5th year. 5th year was weaker to begin with, and they'd lost Ileana to injury. They'd given up hope. Was it over? To come to Lumen only to end like this. Celia looked at Leo with concern. So it's decided then. Leo flared a strong flame. Someone shouted, careful. Leo put all his strength into throwing the ball toward the opponent's goal, but 1st year was no pushover. Before the ball reached the frame, Chloe Mueller used magic to create an ice wall to block the ball. While I'm here, scoring is impossible, she declared. Leo suddenly appeared beside her and murmured, is that what you want to say? Without giving the opponents time to react, Leo charged power into his souls, leapt toward the ball trapped in the ice wall, and smashed it with a punch, breaking the wall and sending the ball into the goal. Professor Sejin praised silently. His combat sense is astonishing. Harrod smiled with satisfaction. The 5th year group, led by Nella Carvin, found hope and shouted in unison, Leo Plove, move up. 5th year regained momentum. Sejin smiled. I see now the match truly begins. Both sides exchanged blows. Keeping the score close, Duran launched a thunder strike. He directed the ball toward 5th year's goal. Carr recklessly grabbed the ball with both hands, channeling the thunderous aura through him so he trembled in pain. But he held onto the ball. Ha ha, my mana's drained. He passed to Leo, who was exhausted. Ileana and Chelsea supported Carr off the field. 5th year worried. The score was tied 10-10. This was the deciding point. But the opponents had 3 outstanding students, and we only had Leo. Too much of a disadvantage. Chloe realized the next possession would be decisive. Give it everything. I'll risk failing my magic theory exam, but I won't lose this time. She waved and used miraculous magic to create 4 clones. Celia and Duran braced their auras, ready to confront them. Celia shouted, here, Leo. Leo concentrated power into his legs. His afterimages vanished before the 3 of them, leaving them stunned. He's too fast. Leo slipped past Celia. She gasped as she guessed his intention. He wasn't attacking her, but aiming to score. Chloe realized her illusion was shallow. Where was he really? She focused magic into her eyes to find Leo's true form. But every afterimage looked real. Chloe stood dumbfounded as Leo passed and scored. Chloe murmured, stellar magic. How could a human wield ancestral magic? The referee announced, the winners are 5th year. 5th year students hugged each other in joy. Thank goodness we won't be expelled. I'm afraid I'll have to go home now, Sejin asked Harrod curiously. What are they saying about being expelled? Harrod laughed. Ha ha, call it motivation then. Celia, Chloe, and Duran covered their faces in disappointment. Sejin sighed. He tried to encourage them despite being upset about the loss. When the match ended, regardless of the result, you must salute your opponents. You did well, gave your all because the class cheered their friends to fight wholeheartedly. Be steadfast and proud. 1st year admired Sejin, but the warm moment didn't last 3 seconds. Harrod sneered, ha ha, losers disperse. Sejin was furious, but in his remarks he praised both classes. 1st year showcased talent. 5th year didn't give up. They overcame the challenge, discovered their limits, and succeeded. We hope you compete with harmony. Shake hands. The students shook hands. Celia smiled. You prolonged the match longer than I expected. I thought you'd lose sooner. Chelsea replied, I was going to say the same. You're stubborn like an ink prince. Carr beamed at Duran. This time we won. Duran stared intently, making Carr uneasy. Chloe sulked nearly in tears. Leo reached out to comfort her. You were great, Chloe. With a little experience, you'll become extraordinary. Chloe looked at him defiantly. You mock me. One day I'll beat you, she vowed silently. She squeezed Leo's hand tightly. A month later, Leo's group sat drinking tea. Carr ate like a hungry ghost and asked, by the way, which clubs are you joining? Chelsea, with her noble air, reminded him to eat properly. Leo shared, I want to start a club. Carr was astonished. Chelsea excitedly said, if Leo starts it, I'm in. Carr asked, what kind of club? Leo answered plainly, researching heroes. I want to study forgotten heroes and the primal hero Kyle. Carr and Chelsea exchanged shakes of the head. Carr laughed. Kyle is fictional. No one will join. Chelsea saw an opportunity to be alone with Leo and shouted, I want to join. Their conversation was cut off by a shout. They turned back. Carr suddenly remembered, oh right. Today the 5th year students are returning after clearing a hero dungeon. You ran out to gossip about the hero record fragments being solved worldwide. Sometimes they act up and create hero dungeons. The seniors at Lumen Academy clear dungeons and collect hero record fragments. usually leaving for 2 weeks or sometimes over a month. Mother must have gone through something similar, Leo thought, next to the Plove sorceress, eyes full of admiration. Wow, is this the pinnacle of Lumen? Carr boasted. The muscular man in the east is Lee Jamua. The woman from the south is Toryua Yan. The indistinct one with the hood is Alta. But I don't see that person, Carr wondered, as if someone was missing. Leo was curious. Who is that? Carr answered. The student council president of Lumen. Suddenly a hand grabbed Leo's shoulder and pulled him away. When Carr turned back, Leo had vanished. The one who pulled Leo was Celia. Seeing her rush, Leo hurriedly asked what was wrong. Celia replied, "You have to come to Lumen City with me. The student council president wants to see you." Leo was surprised. Why would the president want me? Celia, unsure, sighed. You don't care about school affairs. You'll find out when we get there. Cut to a room with Eastern architecture. Celia anxiously looked around. Why did he arrange to meet here? Leo shrugged. Smells nice. The student council president appeared. Celia dashed forward like a little cat. Her brother Reese Zerdinger ruffled his sister's hair. Hello, Leo. Nice to meet you, Leo Plove. I've heard a lot about you. You're aiming to become a versatile hero, right? Reese, head of the night department, student council president of Lumen. Before talking, Reese ordered a basket of buns. Everyone, try them, see if they suit your taste. Leo answered yes. Reese noticed Celia's worry and asked what was wrong. Celia said it was her first time eating this, so she was nervous. She tasted one. Her eyes lit up. Delicious. Reese laughed. Ha, this is the restaurant I wanted to take you to when you enter Lumen. Reese turned to Leo. I didn't expect you're the son of that person. Leo understood the hint. You met my mother before. Reese nodded. Yes, a few times when she was famous back in school. Leo was curious as Reese recounted Riene's exploits. She said the dormitory dessert was terrible, so she rallied students to storm the headmaster's office. Celia shouted, so she was the main figure in that incident? Reese laughed. Exactly. Leo silently judged Reese. As expected, he deserved to be the strongest at Lumen. It was only a matter of time before he became a hero. After finishing, Reese stood up. Shall we have dessert? He paid the bill. Everyone left first while Leo and Celia stayed behind. Suddenly, Reese felt warmth in his chest and pulled out a glowing piece of paper. From my pocket, how did this happen? Cut to Leo's classroom. Ileana asked, Professor, why haven't we chosen a class representative? Other classes have already finished selecting theirs. Herod propped his foot on the desk and sneered. What pointless question is this? Tide nodded in agreement. Herod remembered. Class rep, oh, I forgot. Leo, you do it. Before Leo could agree, Ileana and Tide complained. Isn't this supposed to be chosen democratically by vote? Herod tossed a stack of papers half a meter high onto the desk. The class rep will hold and organize these. Ileana shrank back, not daring to utter a word. An announcement sounded. In a moment there will be a joint lecture on researching the 7 orders. First-year students prepare to go to the hall. Leo asked the professor, shall we go now? Herod nodded. Act like the class rep. Cut to the auditorium where students were gathering. Leo and Carr met Chloe, who looked exhausted. Leo greeted Chloe. You look tired. Chloe brightened and asked, do you have a vial of recovery potion? Could you sell it to me? Carr tossed 2 vials. These are all I have. Leo worriedly asked, it's the start of the year. Are you pushing yourself this hard? Chloe drank the vial and said, I'm fine. Seeing her stubbornness, Carr admired her. Respectable. She tops the magic theory rankings, Chelsea added. But Chloe is worried. If Leo studies new magic trends, he could surpass her in the theory exam. Carr puzzled, what about second place? Chelsea looked at him like he was stupid. Are you out of your mind? She's a tower mage. Tower mages fight like we do, so we're not worried about losing theory rank. But magical research is the core of the tower's honor. She's in danger. Are you even a mage? Carr asked nonchalantly. Of course, I use survival magic. My pride. In another development, Reese noticed the paper glowing. He immediately went to see Headmaster Kalyan. After hearing Kalyan's grave expression, the hero record fragment reacted while damaged. Could this fragment really be reacting? Headmaster Kalyan asked. Reese nodded firmly. Yes, this is a severely damaged fragment that shouldn't react, yet it did. And no relics are nearby. Kalyan asked further, did it react again afterward? Reese shook his head. No, sir. Too little information. Kalyan couldn't speculate on the strange phenomenon. Well, we'll need to investigate further. You must be tired from returning. Well done. He called in his secretary, Alina. He instructed her to take this to the auditorium for the first-year common lecture. Alina nodded. Yes, understood, and hurried off. Kalyan pondered to himself. A small fragment like this would react if the person recorded in the Hero Chronicle touched it. Cut to the Lumen Lecture Hall for first-year hero studies. Professor Arshian taught classes 1 through 8, as the group sat together noisily like a bustling market. Arshian flustered, "Quiet down, please." But the students kept talking like a machine gun. Arshian's patience reached its limit. A unicorn appeared behind her. Her demeanor flipped 180 degrees. "Silence, you bastards. If you don't want to be beaten, do you want to die? Who should I deal with first?" she shouted, a stark contrast to her usual gentleness. Suddenly, like a switch, Arshian softened again. "Finally, quiet, thank you." The students were terrified. No matter how many times they'd seen it, it was still frightening. "The professor is terrifying." Class 8 trembled. Leo was astonished. She was a spiritual mage in a past life. Spiritual mages are very rare. Arshian drew a dagger to begin the lecture. "We begin first-year hero studies. After the appearance of the Hero Chronicle, heroic lineages emerged. To open the world of heroes requires objects deeply bound to them. Descendants of heroes open them more easily. This is why Lumen preserves the chronicles and maintains close ties with the heroic families. Like keys and treasures, do you understand why hero studies are important now? They help find clues to conquer the world of heroes and understand them better. By your final year, you'll choose a hero to inherit power from and test yourself against the chronicle." Alina entered and handed the fragment to Arshian. She announced, "This is a fragment of a hero chronicle." The first years brought it back. The students gasped. Arshian opened the box. The students held their breath, curious. But she suddenly closed it. "Before the experience, state your goal as a hero." The students were disappointed. Celia raised her hand. "I want to become a knight and surpass generations of the Zerdinger family." Arshian praised. "Wonderful." Chloe said, "I want to write a book of spells containing original magics to support heroes." Carr said plainly, "I want to support heroes." Arshian praised, "Excellent." Leo said, "My goal is to completely destroy Erobos." The hall fell silent after 2 seconds. Arshian awkwardly, "Ah yes, an astonishing goal." Then Leo calmly sat down, ignoring the strange looks. The upperclassmen sneered, mocking that he dreamed too big. Herod and Sejin heard Leo. Sejin asked what he thought. Herod replied with chills down his spine, "He's not speaking idle fantasies. He thinks Erobos, sealed and shattered over millennia, has been reincarnated many times. Even a single fragment's rebirth could cause a catastrophic dream of total annihilation. Erobos is not simple." Arshian continued, "Today we will read chronicle pages from a dungeon. Each class will guess the hero and then learn how to conquer their world. Professors observe, do not cause trouble." The students were tense. It was their first time touching a chronicle, and they were very excited. Arshian called for each class's representative to step forward. Leo and the representatives ran up. Arshian said they had brought back 2 chronicles. Today they would use one. The other was a small fragment. "So you can see they exist." She presented 2 boxes. Leo held the small piece of paper. Suddenly an anomaly occurred, and an announcement sounded. "The Hero Chronicle has opened Kyle's world." A gigantic magic array appeared on the stage. Sejin lost control. Their forms vanished and then reappeared in a strange world. This was an unfamiliar world. This is an unfamiliar world. The sky burns red like blood. All around are countless monster corpses of every shape and size. A girl in the group screams at the dead bodies. Herod drops the joking act and reassures them, "Steel yourselves. This is a hero dungeon." Professor Sejin notices something, points, "Herod, I see that fortress wall." Everyone looks and sees the ancient wall cracked and battered. Leo knows this scene. Age of Catastrophe, the last defensive line, the final city, the city of Gardeslin. If it's the right moment, Leo mumbles. Suddenly a voice rings behind him. "My unfulfilled wish was truly foolish, but we will save the world." Leo turns to face his former comrade and whispers, "Lysanas." The black-haired girl smiles faintly and dissolves into light. Space shatters, the group returns to the hall. The whole thing happens in a blink. Chenzia is bewildered. "Professors, what just happened?" Herod orders, class dismissed. "Calmly evacuate the lecture hall immediately." Students panic and flee. Leo stares at the scrap of paper and realizes, this is Kyle's page, his hero chronicle. Herod looks at him, contemplative, expression unreadable. Cut to class 5. The friends ask Leo about his hero world experience. When they hear it, they gawk. "Did you meet the King of Wisdom, the historic chronicle of the hero Lysanas?" Chelsea admires him. Ileana laments, "Should I have let Leo be class rep and not missed that chance?" Carr sneers, "Really?" Ileana turns and slugs Carr hard. "Today's your funeral." Carr curls up, taking the beating. Herod stands coldly in the doorway. "I came to scold the class, best behavior. Choose self-study or expulsion. I'm leaving now." Leo broods, "How did my hero chronicle get so scrambled that it no longer matches anyone's world? Did someone deliberately mess with the chronicle? The heirloom of heroic power. If someone doesn't want a new hero to rise, it can only be Erobos. Investigate why the chronicle was split." Leo quietly plans. 1 month later, In class on magical theory, Professor Len points to a magic sigil behind him. The original spell, unique and singular. He explains this is the practical midterm. The original spell expresses a mage's character. These days, activation tech for formations is the trend. Mages seldom create original spells, but it can be a secret emergency defense technique. For example, the Elf Star spell is a miniature copy of an original spell. Only one person can wield the true star spell, the founder Nebulaj Luna. Chloe Mueller glances at Leo, remembering the match when he used the star spell to fool her. Leo notices Chloe Mueller looking at him and sees a dark aura radiating from the magic book at her side. Catching Leo's gaze, Chloe hurriedly hides the book. Leo wonders, a forbidden grimoire. Len declares the class over. Everyone eager to explore unique spells. That's it for today. Students noisily leave. Leo, worried about the book, grabs Chloe. Hold on, Chloe. Haven't you eaten with me yet? He grows more suspicious when Chloe hides the book. Chloe refuses. I don't have time. I'll beat you in the practical exam. Carr rushes over to intervene. What's going on, Leo? You dare challenge the top spot of the Ice Queen's magic. Chloe insists I lose to Leo in technique. But in magical theory, I won't let anyone surpass me. This time I'll win. Leo grins. If I back down, wouldn't that be disrespecting you? Chloe nodded. Leo extended his hand. Both prepared thoroughly. Carr admired them holding hands so naturally. Late afternoon at the Hero Tower, Leo searched for clues in the Chronicle. The restricted Lumine library was nearby. He might find clues to the lost Chronicle as he walked up the stairs. A female student, seeing him, blushed and whispered, a first year. Why is he here? So cute. A voice called out. Leo Plove, I've heard a lot about you from Professor Lin. Nice to meet you. I'm Toriua Yan, 5th year in the magic department. Leo bowed. Toriua asked, what is a first year doing at the Hero Tower? She blocked his path with her foot. Leo replied, meeting the student council president. I joined the magic department. Toriua Yan stepped aside and thanked him. As Leo started to leave, Toriua Yan reminded him to declare his major in the magic department before the semester ends. Understood. Leo nodded and entered the elevator. He pressed the button, but it didn't move. Why isn't it working? Leo pressed repeatedly. A voice rang out. You must channel mana to activate it. Pleased to meet you, Leo Plove. The rowdy representative of the first years was Lee Zammel, 5th year of the Knights Department. In response, the first years, recognizing a senior, bowed respectfully. Lee Zammel, slightly puzzled about Leo's presence, asked what brought him to the Hero Tower. Seeing that, Leo frankly shared. I have a few matters to discuss with the student council president. Leo's relaxed attitude made Lee laugh. He stroked his chin and remarked that a freshman with no fear of him was bold enough to enter the president's office alone. I wouldn't call it barging in, Leo warned. But the burly guy seemed not to hear and suggested Leo consider joining the Knights Department. What do you think? To that proposal, Leo could only offer a forced smile. He inwardly complained that one person after another kept inviting him to join their department. He was exhausted before the main topic even began. Cut to the front of the student council president's office. Leo paused, knocked, and said inside, President Reese, I'm Leo Plove. May I come in? In reply, the warm voice of the guy rang out, Come in. Seeing he had permission, Leo quickly opened the door and stepped inside. The moment he saw him, the handsome young man asked directly, What's the matter? Leo answered, somewhat pensive, pausing a few seconds before stating his purpose. I want to enter the restricted library. This request immediately changed the student council president's expression. Then he said to Leo with a serious look, Leo, I know you're not the type to joke, but there are only 2 ways an ordinary student can enter the restricted library. The first is to conquer a hero dungeon. By tradition, the conqueror returns any pages they retrieved to the Hero Chronicles themselves. As for the second way, I'll tell you once you join the student council, Reese said with a smile. It seems everyone in this student council wants to recruit Leo to their side. Time passed quickly. Cut to the familiar training grounds. Today is the Knights Department's practical exam day. Although it's not his department, many students from other departments came to watch. And of course, there's the young man who loves gossip. He's excited. Finally, the day has come, the Knights' first practical exam, and many people are coming to see it. You can't watch a match like this without popcorn. He eagerly hawked his goods to the students watching. Watching this, the mage Chelsea could only sigh. It seems Carr is really passionate about his business. In response, Ileana laughed freely. Haha, that's so Carr. He'll still make lots of money even without Lumen. In another corner, Leo scanned the crowd and noticed that the mage Chloe didn't seem to have come. Then, not keeping people waiting, Professor Aina Landiu stepped forward to announce the first duel. Hal Naive from Class 1 and Leo Plove from Class 5 stepped up. At that signal, both advanced to the center at the same time. Meanwhile, merchant friend Carr spotted a potential customer. and ran over to offer his wares to Professor Sejin. "Would you like some popcorn and soda today?" he asked cheerfully, presenting the snacks. But the teacher sneered disdainfully. "Huh, you think I'd buy that?" asked Harrod. Still, Carr refused to give up. Instead, he turned to look at his friend Celia beside him. Celia nodded in on the plan, and as if they'd rehearsed it many times, she put on a kittenish, pleading face and looked at the teacher. "Professor, could you buy popcorn for us? It looks really tasty." Not only him, Carr began calling out loudly, "Sejin," which made everyone start cheering at the top of their lungs. Since the students had spoken to save face, whether he wanted to or not, Sejin had to agree. "Give each of them one," he said calmly. Meanwhile, Carr was delighted he'd just made another sale. Back in the arena, looking at his opponent in front of him, Leo smiled too. "Congratulations, good luck." The face opposite Leo's friendly smile was sly indeed. This was Howl of the Knight's department, heir of the naive hero line. "You seem uninterested in me. You'll regret that," Howl said, licking his lips. According to Carr, the Knight's midterm practical is passed by winning 5 duels. From the stands above, many students began watching Leo, curious about his true strength. "I wonder what skills the fifth-year freshman has," someone asked. The student next to her, having heard a rumor, replied that because Leo studies 3 specialties, he'll likely lag behind those who focus on a single discipline. Don't forget Howl is ranked 3rd in Class 1, right after Celia and Duran. Howl didn't like Leo much. He thought Leo was arrogant, always lingering around Celia. Unaware of either student's thoughts, Professor Aina Landiu began to announce the rules. Whoever incapacitates their opponent wins. Treat this as a real duel. No sooner had the words ended than Leo's expression changed suddenly, as he began to sense a sinister energy emanating from a building not far away. Cut to the mage Chloe's location, where she's trying to find a way to defeat Leo. She's still buried in her studies, but the deeper she delves, the more desperate she feels, to the point she rips the paper in her hand and grits her teeth. "No, it's impossible that I can produce this unique magic with my current ability." Thinking that, she angrily swept her arm and scattered the books and papers across the table. Chloe told herself she absolutely cannot lose to Leo in this practical exam. Then, as if having made a decision for herself, Chloe turned her gaze to the dark magic grimoire from before, the thing Leo always feared, and murmured, "With this I can win. This time I will surely win." As she said this, her expression seemed to shift, becoming unusual. Back at the training grounds, because he sensed that dark energy, Leo stood rooted, watching toward that building. Seeing Leo standing dazed like that, once the signal sounded, Howl couldn't miss this golden opportunity. He immediately gripped his spear and lunged with lightning speed. How reckless. "Got you now," Howl said as he thrust his spear tip straight at Leo's handsome face. However, with his combat experience, Leo tilted his head to the side to evade, but Howl's attack was far from over. He then used a skill called Spear Discharge, causing his spear tip to begin transforming. It morphed into a winding shape like a snake's head, and shot toward Leo's throat with blinding speed. Yet this still wasn't enough to trouble Leo. He just extended his hand and easily caught the spear tip, preventing it from moving another millimeter. Leo's arm strength was so great it made Howl question life itself. He wondered where Leo had gotten such power. Next, Leo yanked the spear sharply toward himself, causing Howl's whole body to be flung through the air. Then, before Howl could react, Leo concentrated force into his fist and launched a thunderous punch straight into the 3rd-ranked student's face, making him spit a mouthful of blood and fly backward like a silver bullet. Afterwards, Leo shook his hand and taunted, "Who says I'm reckless?" Across from him, though Leo's punch had hurt Howl deeply, he still had enough strength to stand and fight again. "Don't be cocky, the battle is just beginning," Howl said, and his body began to emit a strange blue energy. Unfortunately for Howl, that aura only made Leo feel a bit contemptuous. A guy who can't even use aura may have great strength, but that doesn't mean his basic weaknesses are solved. "Interesting aura, unique," Leo muttered as he watched the blue energies surge toward him. Then he wrapped his body in a blazing red aura to protect himself. Opposite him, the foolish student Howl still hadn't realized how vast the gap in ability was between them, so he remained confident. "Unless it's Celia's fire-level aura, it's hard to push me back," Howl declared arrogantly. However, a split second later, Leo, cloaked in his crimson aura, broke through the smoke and stood right before him. "You're the one who's always reckless," the protagonist said coldly, his gaze sharp as if to crush the remaining shred of his opponent's confidence. Up in the stands, the students happily munched popcorn while enjoying the fight, as if watching a real action movie. In one corner, Duran, who had previously lost to Leo, frowned at Leo's performance. Meanwhile, Celia Zerdinger herself was full of questions. "Leo, since when did you strengthen your fire light to this level?" she thought to herself, her eyes betraying astonishment mixed with curiosity. Back to Howl's viewpoint, Stupid though he is, he recognized Leo's extraordinary power. Seeing Leo shrouded in a blazing red aura, Howl inwardly blurted, what did he surpass Celia's level? How can a multidisciplined student be this strong? Worry and sweat ran down Howl's face. He knew he couldn't beat Leo without using his trump card. Leo has no choice. Howl, go all out. I prepared this move for Celia, but unexpectedly I have to use it on you, Leo Plove. Howl concentrated energy in his palm and unleashed the ultimate technique, prison discharge. A green snake shot out and flew straight toward Leo with lightning speed. It coiled tightly around him, barring its fangs and threatening. Even Leo's fire aura couldn't push it away. Leo thought to himself, not bad. Back at Howl's angle, seeing he had restrained Leo. He looked toward Celia in the stands with the excited gaze of a boy with a crush. Celia, this technique I prepared to suppress your flames. Celia noticed Howl's look inside, facing forward. Howl turned back in puzzlement and saw the energy snake evaporate quickly as Leo's flames erupted violently. In just 3 seconds it vanished, as if it had never existed. Howl's strongest technique was useless against Leo, leaving him wide-eyed. Out of options, Howl snorted, gritted his teeth, grabbed 2 spears and charged into close combat. Leo drew his sword to counter. The force of his blade was so strong it knocked the spear from Howl's hand in a single clash. Howl collapsed to the ground. Leo pointed his sword at him and warned, don't let your guard down until the flames die out. Professor Ainalandiu declared the winner, Leo Plove. In the stands, Chelsea, Leo's #1 fan, cheered, awesome, that's Leo. I knew you could do it, Leo, you're the best. Howl, after his defeat, had to accept that even in practice he's that skilled. No wonder he's on par with Celia. Celia smiled, impressive Howl. The compliment made Howl blush and scratch his cheek. Really? You think I'm cool? Professor Ainalandiu called the next match. Class 5's Ileana stepped up. I'm excited. Who's my opponent? Ileana looked over as Class 10's Chenzia came forward. Ileana stared in disbelief. Why do I have to fight one of the 3 strongest in the cohort? No one answered. Chenzia clasped his hands. Take it easy. Ileana replied, you too. Ainalandiu nodded, and the match began. Chenzia used magic to make water swirl around her. Ileana gripped her sword, enveloped it in flame, and channeled power into her legs. She sprinted forward and slashed straight at Chenzia. Leo worried this would hurt, and as predicted, Ileana's sword was blocked by Chenzia's energy barrier. It sent her flying like a torn sack, instantly draining her fighting strength. Chenzia clasped her hands to salute the audience. Ainalandiu announced, you win, Chenzia. Ileana came to, waved in exasperation. I won't back down just because of Chenzia. Leo regretted the unfavorable start to the match, but if he stayed calm, he could do better. Next was the match between Celia of Class 1 and Duran of Class 1. Celia said facing him should be fun. Duran fell silent, brooding. Leo in the stands grabbed popcorn from his tub and remarked this match is interesting. Celia and Duran drew their weapons, powerful auras wrapping them and drawing everyone's attention. Celia was excited to see who was the strongest knight in Class 1. The 2 unleashed fierce sword strikes at lightning speed, the clash of metal ringing out. Gusts of wind blew up into the stands. One student gasped, top student skill. Carr covered his mouth and asked Leo who would win. Leo casually tossed popcorn into his mouth and, judging by the situation, said Celia will lose. Carr gaped. He's really cold. Leo looked at Celia's calm eyes, thinking she must have a secret move to turn things around. Duran exploited his aura to dash in and nick Celia's cheek, leaving a streak of blood. Then he pressed a rapid assault, forcing Celia back several steps. Celia raised her sword, and a fierce blaze erupted toward the sky. The stands were restless, no joke. Leo praised quietly. Celia uses her mind well. The small training room couldn't match Duran's speed, so she turned the room into a stage. She used a dome of fire to restrict Duran's movement. The high heat impaired vision and made her stronger. Within the field of fire, Duran's sight was blocked, and he hesitated to charge. Celia slid behind him and launched a surprise strike. Duran's instincts warned him, and he ducked just in time. A sheath of swords in lightning stabbed upward in reply. Celia grabbed the blade, holding it tight with a smile. Got you. She headbutted Duran's forehead. Duran staggered, eyes rolling white as he fell. Ainalandiu confirmed Duran had lost fighting strength and declared the winner, Celia Zerdinger. The stands cheered. Celia urged Duran to wake and regain his strength. She helped him to his feet. Duran took Celia's hand and stood up. The sportsmanship moved some students to tears. Too amazing, must record it. A boy took a photo. Leo was happy for Celia. Her training paid off. You're amazing, Carr praised. Sejin took Carr's popcorn slowly. Celia thanked them and explained briefly. The night department trials ended. Celia 4 wins, 1 loss. Duran 4 wins, 1 loss. Chenzia 4 wins, 1 loss. Leo Plove 5 matches, all victories undefeated. Time flowed quickly like a rushing river. A week later, the theoretical exam in linguistics ended in a tense atmosphere. Professor Harrod, eyes sharp, held a stack of tests, carefully counted and arranged them neatly like a meticulous artist. He nodded and in a deep, authoritative voice, addressing the anxious students, "You all did well, don't slack off or you'll be expelled. Study hard." Saying that, he slammed shut the old wooden door. The bang echoed like thunder, making the whole class jump, hearts pounding. As soon as the teacher left, Ileana, fiery as ever, erupted in anger. "Oh my God, always threats of expulsion," she complained in a shrill voice, her face flushed like a ripe apple. Clearly, her test hadn't gone very well. Meanwhile, in another corner, two male students with eyes shining like hungry cats sneaked over to the top student, Chelsea. "Chelsea, show me your answers, hee." Chelsea cast them a haughty look like a queen deciding whom to favor. The two guys widened their eyes and scrambled to plead for a peek. Scene shifts to another corner of the classroom. The main character, Leo, was sprawled over his desk, lazy as a cat sunning itself, hair a tangled mess. Suddenly, pink-haired Nella turned down, eyes sparkling with curiosity. "How was the test?" Hearing someone call, Leo lifted his head, scratched it, and in a sleepy voice said, "I don't think it was too bad." His casual reply made Nella laugh, her clear laugh like silver bells. "Hee, the class rep always seems like he can handle everything, and yet he can make that face," she added. Leo's expression went dazed, like he hadn't fully woken, muttering, "Did I really do that?" Seeing his innocent face made Nella find it even funnier. She was so amused, she generously offered Leo a free healing session. "If you're sore anywhere, tell me and I'll heal you with my magic." At the same time, out of nowhere, merchant friend Carr popped up from some nook, approaching with a plaintive air. "Oh, Nella, my shoulders and back are so stiff. Help me out." No sooner had he spoken than sorceress Chelsea started thumping his back with powerful, decisive punches like a machine. The orange-haired boy coughed water out in pain, his face contorted as if on the verge of tears. Chelsea beamed and asked, "Now it doesn't hurt anymore, right?" Before turning to Leo with concern. "Leo, how's your summoning practice going? You hardly ever show up to the summoning practice room." Leo replied calmly, eyes flashing with confidence. "I've been practicing hard in places where no one can see." Chelsea completely believed him, 100%, no doubt, nodding excitedly. "That's so like you, Leo. So what rank are you aiming for in the summoning test?" With a bright smile, Leo declared confidently, "Number 1. And so time passed. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the summoning department's practice arena, buzzing like a brilliant festival. Today was the summoning practical exam. Although it was the summoning department's test, many students from other departments flocked in, excited as bees crowding the stands. As everyone waited, the announcer Lunbatess's voice rang out in all directions, clear as a bronze bell. "Hello, it's that time of year again, the biggest event of the first semester for freshmen. Welcome to the summoning race. I'm Lunbatess, a third-year student of the summoning department." In a corner of the stands, siblings Celia and Reese watched intently. Celia, curiosity evident, asked her brother, "So this is really a test?" Reese smiled gently and explained, "The summoning race is a tradition of the summoning department and very popular. Besides, it's a highlight of the interdepartmental events, so everyone is excited." Speaking of Merchant Carr as usual, whenever there's an event that gathers students, he takes the opportunity to sell popcorn and Coke, quick with sales patter and his coin pouch jingling. Meanwhile, down on the practice field, summoning students had gathered. The atmosphere was taut like a drawn bow before battle. Summoner Eliza, eyes sharp, turned and glared at Leo, speaking challengingly. "I heard you did exceptionally well in the night's practical exam. Have you prepared well for the summoning department's practical test?" Leo, calm as a still lake, replied that of course he had prepared. Eliza seemed unconvinced, her tone sharpened like a blade. "And yet you haven't appeared at a single practice session. Do you look down on the summoning department or what?" Her words were like pouring oil on the fire, provoking the other students. They grew irritable, snarling like beasts. "That's right. If you're going to be lazy, just quit. We've never seen you summon a proper contract." Annoyed voices rose up, pounding like waves. In the end, Tide stepped forward, his deep voice trying to calm things. "Everyone, don't lose your temper." However, Tide's words carried no weight like a breeze, for the students' anger around them had not subsided. A blonde trainee, eyes sparking with fire, stood up to challenge. "Tide, don't defend him just because you're classmates. This guy shows no respect for our department." Chenzia frowned, worried. "This atmosphere isn't good at all. What if it continues before the test?" Before she could finish, a neat-parted, black-haired student sneered, Sen Liu, also from the eastern continent like Chenzia. "You did well in nights, so you don't need to care much about summoning, right?" At this, Sen Zia's voice faltered, her gaze wavering. Before she could speak, the big guy Walden stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. This is getting out of hand. If you're going to argue and form factions just because you're a bit better at tamming, please take it elsewhere. At this, Sen Liu suddenly bristled like a rabid dog, showing his anger. What did you just say, Walden? Walden's face showed contempt, cold as ice. I'm saying it's annoying to hear people act like riding a summoned beast a bit better is some great achievement. Turning to Sen Liu, he suddenly remembered something and pointed at Walden. Oh, feeling guilty now? You hardly ever come to the summoning tamming practices either. The big guy sneered. That's because I don't think it's worth practicing. I'm not an idiot like you, can't even tame a griffin. At this, Sen Liu could no longer contain his fury. He clenched his fist, eyes bloodshot, and swung a punch straight at Walden, forgetting that Walden was the top graduate of the southern region, tall and large, while Sen Liu only reached his chest. Fortunately, before the punch struck Walden, Leo, fast as a blade, grabbed Sen Liu's arm. His voice was stern as a sword. If you fight before the exam, it won't just be a warning. You'll lose your right to test. Leo's reminder was like a bucket of cold water to Sen Liu's face. But he showed no gratitude, only a cold snort and blazing eyes. At the same time, Tide came beside Leo and quietly warned, "This year the summoning department's atmosphere isn't very good." Hearing that, Leo's eyes showed surprise. Why? Tide's gaze carried some sadness as he explained. Summoning is a field where the skill gap between majors and non-majors is very large. But because you and I, non-summoning students, are at the top of the class, the second-year summoning students resent us. Besides, you rarely attend practice. Hearing this, Leo understood everything, why the students were hostile toward him. He wasn't overly surprised and told himself firmly, "To others it may look like I'm careless, but I have no intention of slacking off." At the same time, in another corner of the stands, a mysterious figure cloaked in black watched Sen Liu below intently, whispering in an icy voice. "It's begun." After speaking, he waved his hand, creating a spatial gate shimmering with eerie light, stepped through and vanished like a phantom. Back to Sen Liu. Somehow a raging flame of fury burned hotter and hotter inside him with no outlet. He vowed through clenched teeth, "We'll see, arrogant one, I will crush you." His eyes glowed red, looking unnaturally possessed, as if controlled by an invisible force. Time passed quickly. The exam time was imminent. Lunbatess's voice rang out once more, clear as a bronze bell. "Before we begin, I will explain the event rules. Freshmen of the summoning department may only use summoning magic during the test. Even dual-degree students are forbidden from using aura fields or other magics. When the event begins, tame the griffin right in front of you, cross the summoning island, then return by circling the silent lake. Who will be the star of the summoning department's midterm practical test? We'll find out soon enough." At the sound, all the summoning freshmen stood at the starting line, faces full of anxiety, eyes fixed ahead like warriors before a life-or-death battle. Not wanting to make them more nervous, Professor Yura shouted, her voice booming like thunder. "Rookies, don't be tense. Do it like you've practiced. If you can't handle the pressure, stay after class." Hearing this only made the students more anxious. Hearts pounded. They told themselves not to be nervous, but their bodies kept trembling and sweat dotted their brows. Ignoring their state, Yura declared decisively, "The contest begins." Immediately, some in the class who seemed to have conferred beforehand turned to each other, exchanged looks, and nodded in understanding. Next, while a few other students dashed toward the griffins, Sen Liu's pack of hunting hounds, with sly glances, began casting magic aimed straight at Leo and Walden's position. This made announcer Lunbatess exclaim in surprise, "Oh, what's going on? It's like they planned this. They're all targeting class rep Leo Plove and Southern top student Walden." Elsewhere, Tide was mounted on his griffin. Seeing Leo targeted, his eyes filled with worry as he prepared to rush to help. However, Leo's cold gaze immediately stopped him. "Don't worry about me. Keep going, this is an exam." Hearing that, Tide could only apologize in a trembling voice, then quickly guided his griffin away, its powerful wings beating in the wind. Up in the stands, the crowd, like a furious mob, saw Sen Liu's hounds cheat and began shouting curses in outrage. "That's filthy, those summoning department people quit. Compete fairly. If they have rotten eggs, throw them down." As for Leo, being sabotaged like that made him uncomfortable. He knew they hated him, but he hadn't expected them to unite to obstruct him so openly. On the other side, announcer Lunbatess, being a summoning student himself, felt obliged to defend his juniors, speaking awkwardly. "Ha, though jeers from the fifth-year class are loud, this is their strategy." Just then, Walden immediately dispelled the attack magic aimed at him. Turning to Walden, now steadying the griffin beneath him, his sharp gaze asked Leo, "Are you okay? Do you need my help?" Leo waved him off, his voice steely and determined. No, I can handle it. Seeing this, Walden wasted no time and had his griffin shoot up into the sky like an arrow, leaving a powerful vortex in its wake. Meanwhile, Leo remained trapped in the chaotic swirl of magic around him, his gaze cold but full of resolve, making Chelsea in the stands worry incessantly. She bit her lip, heart pounding as if it would burst from her chest. In another corner of the arena, Professor Yura watched the whole scene with hawk-like eyes, unable to hide the worried light deep within them. She thought the bond among the freshmen was deeper than she expected. Were they openly cooperating to oppose Leo? Her heart grew heavy. Leo's primary specialty is summoning rather than spirit lore, and this exam would be a severe challenge for the kid. That was the summoning department professor's troubled reflection. However, her thoughts were completely upended moments later, when she witnessed the spectacular scene ahead. Leo, our protagonist, stood proudly amid the chaotic jeers, his eyes flashing like an indomitable flame. He murmured an incantation in a deep, magical voice. "O spirits, please remove my shackles and open the path ahead. Grant me the great mercy of nature. O spirits, please remove my shackles and open the path ahead." As the chant echoed, the space before Leo suddenly lit up. Two blinding beams of light burst forth, and from them two tiny spirits appeared, one blazing red like infernal fire, the other a cool, verdant green like a forest breeze. Judging by their graceful forms, they clearly represented the fire and wind elements, their latent power concealed in their small frames. When Professor Yura heard the incantation, she was stunned, as if drifting into a dream. The spirit tongue was even fluent to perfection. She wondered, her heart racing. How did he do that? How could a freshman manage this? At the same time, Leo glanced at Yura with a teasing smile, mischievous like a child who just won a bet. At that sight, all of Yura's worries dissolved like morning mist. She sighed, smiling helplessly, thinking to herself that she might need to relearn summoning. This boy must not be underestimated. Time quickly passed like wind over the meadow, cutting to the other students who were now riding griffins across an immense, lush grassland. A foolish member of Sen Liu's group sneered with a triumphant grin and mocked loudly. "Ha ha, serves him right. He's the freshman rep and the top student of the South. He can't even start properly. He'll only place B for sure." Beside him, Sen Liu nodded with a sly look and added, "How's that feel, Eliza?" Satisfied, right? In response, white-haired Eliza, cold and composed, suddenly accelerated. Her griffin surged up to fly alongside Sen Liu's. She shot him a contemptuous, blade-sharp glance. "I don't approve of this. I can defeat Leo, Plove, Walden, or anyone else without such dirty tactics." Her words stunned Sen Liu, surprise flashing across his face. To drive the point home, Eliza said bluntly in a cold tone, "Do you think others will still respect the summoning class after this?" To that, Sen Liu showed no remorse or concern. He laughed loudly and arrogantly. "Who cares? Ha ha, those people will face humiliation." Seeing this, Eliza realized he was hopeless. She only warned in an icy voice, "Think before you act next time." Then she sharply pulled the reins and sent her griffin darting forward like an arrow, leaving Sen Liu behind, grinding his teeth in anger and cursing inwardly. The arrogant brat acts noble only because of family backing. But in any case, I'll definitely take first place. Aside from Eliza, I'm the best at controlling flying beasts. This time I'll secure the top rank, he fantasized, a look of smugness flashing in his eyes. However, that delusion lasted only seconds before a sharp shout rang from behind like a blade. "Look behind!" someone called. Sen Liu turned, and the scene before him left him dumbstruck. Chen Zia, full of character, stood proudly on her griffin's back, balanced like a surfer riding the wind. Her face beamed, not a trace of tension, more like someone enjoying a leisurely ride than participating in a brutal exam. "What a posture is that?" someone cried awkwardly in astonishment. All of Sen Liu's earlier confidence blew away like sand through fingers. She didn't even need to use spirit power to enhance her beast. This speed is impossible. He screamed, his voice cracking with panic. Immediately reverting to old habits, he shrilled, "Everyone, let's take her down together." Responding, an orange-haired girl with eager eyes shouted, "All right, take this." As she spoke, she summoned a wind element spirit, prepared to launch an attack. But Chen Zia, with the keen instincts of a warrior, had long suspected this group's foul play. How could she not be on guard? As soon as the wind element spirit appeared, Chen Zia guided her mount in a spectacular arcing flight, turning back toward them. The lightning-fast move left the orange-haired girl stunned and unable to react. "What?" she cried in panic. Without hesitation, Chen Zia jumped off the griffin's back and delivered a precise, hammer-like kick straight at the twin-braided girl. Before the girl could scream, she was flung clean off her mount. Dangling in midair, "This is cheating." the girl screamed in panic, her voice cracking. Chenzia snapped the griffin's reins up like a blade, shrugged, and said casually, "Well, I don't even need to use an aura." Then she drove the griffin forward at high speed, flying alongside Sen Liu with a radiant smile. She waved at him. In response, the idiot scowled angrily and growled a warning. "You made a mistake turning us into enemies." Chenzia nodded, acknowledging it but reminding sharply, "I admit I'm not great at fighting, but I'm not your only opponent. There are people who are very angry about your petty tricks." No sooner had she spoken, before Sen Liu could process it, a deafening explosion like thunder rang out behind them. Everyone startled and turned around. More massive blasts erupted beside the mounts, throwing them into panic and wild screams. Chenzia wasn't surprised. She smiled. Walden seemed the sort to always repay a grudge. She glanced at the bulky young man. Walden had accelerated full out and caught up with the lead group. Spotting Sen Liu ahead, his face was filled with volcanic fury. "You piece of trash, take your due!" He roared like thunder, casting countless brilliant fireballs straight ahead. The fierce explosions forced Sen Liu's group to struggle to steady their mounts, sweat pouring like a shower. Back in the arena, Leo, with unyielding resolve, had escaped the blocking magics. Lunba Tess's voice rang with excitement. Freshman Representative Leo, famed across Lumen for his ambition to join the Academy's elite, but today he seems determined to steal the spotlight in this contest. Is summoning Leo's fatal weakness? At that sound, the audience all turned to Leo, eager to see what he'd do next. After all, he had started far behind the others. Looking back at Leo, he immediately noticed a thorn driven deep into the griffin's wing, dark blood seeping out. It seemed that blocking the path with magic wasn't the only prank, he thought, anger smoldering. As a heroic contender, taking part in such tricks was shameful. He reached out and grabbed the reins at the griffin's neck, but the mount reacted violently, screaming as if its house were on fire, wild, wary eyes. "Leo is trying to tame the griffin," Lunba Tess commented enthusiastically. "My advice is not to try riding a griffin when it's that alert." At the same time in the stands, swordswoman Celia murmured with worried eyes, "Oh no, why is Leo pushing himself so hard? He must have a reason." Her brother Reese added in a thoughtful tone, "Let's see what he does." Back with Leo, despite the griffin's resistance making things difficult. He quickly put all his strength into his hands, muscles tensed as he yanked the reins with terrifying force. "I know how you feel, but right now you must obey me," Leo shouted, his gaze icy, as sharp and cold as a blade. The griffin sensed the overwhelming pressure and trembled, as if it knew that continuing to struggle would bring terrible disaster. Very quickly it became obedient, bowing its head in submission. Seeing the mount calm, Leo leapt onto its back with a swift, nimble motion like a wildcat, and officially set off. Lunba Tess shouted, "Oh, Leo's griffin has joined the race, the toughest start of all." Risks piled up. It seemed the last place was unavoidable. Ignoring the commentary, Leo examined the wound on the griffin's wing and soothed it gently. "It will probably hurt a lot, but you've endured well. You're very brave." He inhaled deeply, his voice low and authoritative. "In the name of the Covenant Maker, I command you, appear before me." At that sound, a blaze erupted beside Leo, brilliant as the sun, and from it the small phoenix Fiora appeared, her wings glittering with flame. Instantly, she enveloped the griffin in radiant phoenix fire. The mount roared, as if fueled with wild new strength. Elsewhere, Celia witnessed this and asked in a daze, "What is that fire?" Reese didn't answer, his eyes glued to the screen he contemplated. "Is that Zerdinger's fire?" "No, it's not Aura fire, so what on earth is it?" Back with Sen Liu's group, a girl spoke up worriedly. "Their injuries are severe. At this rate, we won't reach maximum speed." In reply, someone in the group stayed calm. "At least we can avoid last place. Relax." No sooner had the words left than they saw a figure streak past before them. Fast as a gale, it was none other than Leo. Empowered by the phoenix's flames, his griffin flew like a rocket, tearing through the air. "Now let's see about picking up the pace a bit more." Leo smiled, his eyes flashing, having spotted the silhouettes of the rival group ahead. But at that moment, a roar rang out from the front, echoing in all directions. Shaking the heavens and earth, a colossal dragon appeared, its wings blotting out the light. From its majestic form, Leo immediately recognized it and exclaimed, "It was Fafnir." To explain Fafnir's appearance, we must rewind a few minutes to when the arena's air was seething like a smelting furnace. After seeing the bulky Walden charge like a storm, Eliza, her gaze sharp, steered her mount straight in to attack, determined. "This is your end, Walden. I won't give up first place." In response, Walden said nothing. He merely snapped his fingers quietly, a small motion that hid terrifying power. A tiny spark suddenly flared beside Eliza. Then it exploded violently without warning like a sudden punch from the dark. Fortunately, Eliza's mount handling was as skilled as an aerial artist. She kept the griffin steady and skimmed past the blast with deft escape. However, the surprise attack put her on high alert. Caution flashed in her eyes. A brutal strike using fire and wind spirits, this move was not only a display of spirit control ability. Her heart pounded. She'd never heard of Walden studying magic, but no matter how powerful the attack was, if it didn't hit, it would be meaningless. Thinking this, she steered her mount along a jagged path, quick and light as a lightning bolt, dodging all of Walden's explosions, which left thunderous blasts in their wake. Seeing this, Walden's face went cold. Guessing his blasts were ineffective, he curled a lip and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. "Let's see if you can dodge this." Then he swept his hand and ice magic erupted, creating sharp shards of ice suspended in the. They glittered like silver blades. And then he combined wind magic to turn the shards into a deadly rain. They hurtled toward Eliza at terrifying speed. The wide-reaching attack, like a blizzard, made the space tremble. Even talented Eliza couldn't dodge in time, but she wasn't panicked. With a mysterious gesture, she commanded, and the griffin opened its mouth, spewing a column of searing flame, bright as lava, straight into the oncoming ice. The ice shards melted and shattered mid-flight, turning into a mist of steam. The spectacular sight made host Lunba Tess unable to contain his excitement. What an incredible battle! Walden used 3 spirits for the attack, and Eliza answered by enhancing her summoned mount. And at that moment, Chenzia seized the opening to surge ahead. "Heh, thanks Chenzia," the black-haired girl beamed, her voice sharp as a silver bell. But Eliza wouldn't let her pass easily. Her eyes burned with intensity. She shouted, "I won't allow that to happen, Chenzia," and tossed out 2 strands of energy whip that glittered like starlight, coiling around Chenzia's neck and yanking her backward with great force. At the same time, a small spark flared before Chenzia, flashing danger. With keen instinct, Chenzia immediately guessed what would happen and leapt off her mount, swift as a gust of wind. And sure enough, a terrible explosion erupted at the spark's location, shaking the space. Chenzia remained unfazed. She tore the energy whip apart with both hands, the motion decisive as ripping cloth. She lightly landed back on the griffin's back, her eyes glittering with confidence. She murmured that the combined attack from Walden and Eliza showed they were no ordinary foes. Sweat dotted her brow, yet her smile stayed bright. Suddenly a piercing roar rent the sky, drawing the attention of every contestant. By their looks, and without anyone noticing when it happened, Sen Liu, face twisted with madness, had summoned a colossal black dragon whose wings blotted out the light, its breath radiating a destructive aura. He stared at everyone, eyes blazing blood-red, and screamed, "I will kill you all, you bastards." Chenzia dashed forward, shouting a warning. Sen Liu, riding anything other than a griffin is against the rules. But her warning was useless. Sen Liu had gone completely mad, his reason swallowed. He spat, "I don't care about that. I will kill those who rely only on talent," he roared, steering the black dragon to block the path. The giant form, like a mountain, prevented the group from moving forward. Walden frowned and said, "Did he make a covenant with a black dragon?" Eliza observed and shook her head coldly. "It's not a black dragon, it looks more like a mutation." At the same time, Leo's griffin darted in, fast as a rocket. His arrival stunned Sen Liu. His voice cracked. "Leo, how did you catch up to me here?" Without letting him finish, Leo stared straight at Sen Liu, his gaze icy as a blade. "Hey, where did you get that godly lizard?" Sen Liu didn't grasp the seriousness in Leo's tone and boasted arrogantly. "Ha ha, jealous? This is my power. I registered the covenant with my summoning magic. You seem envious of my summoned beast, don't you?" Hearing that, Leo knew the guy was beyond saving. He curled a lip and said mockingly, "You mistake that for a summoned beast. Ridiculous, it's a mutated monster. One of the mighty monsters from the Tartaro's army that we defeated in the era of the Great Catastrophe. Where did he get that creature from?" Leo wondered, full of doubt, and with a flash of vigilance in his eyes. Before he could think further, Sen Liu screamed wildly, "Attack, attack!" The black dragon obeyed its master, gaping and spewing a pillar of destructive light, brilliant as the sun, aimed straight at the young group. Leo's group hastily steered their mounts to one side, dodging by a hair's breadth, but Chenzia at the rear couldn't react in time. Knowing it was too late to evade, she cast a shimmering energy shield, but it was too fragile against the terrifying power of the black dragon. The shield shattered in less than a second, and Chenzia and the griffin were hurled to the ground amid a cloud of dust. Luckily, Leo reacted lightning fast. He rushed forward and gently caught Chenzia before she hit the ground, checking quickly. He frowned. "She's unconscious from the fall. First, we must secure Chenzia." Thinking that, Leo shouted to Walden and Eliza, "Everyone land immediately." Both nodded, their gazes resolute. The group quickly looked for a place to touch down, while Sen Liu, oblivious to the consequences of his actions, still grinned broadly and said arrogantly, "So this is what it's like to look down from above. It's not so bad." He guided the black dragon downward as if to pursue Leo's group. The whole scene was broadcast to the arena, stirring the crowd. Lunba Tess cried excitedly, "Oh, the contestants have strayed off course and out of the broadcast area. So much is happening at once." Sen Liu had summoned the black dragon and attacked the other leaders, but before he finished, Professor Yura rushed over and delivered a hefty kick to the commentator, shouting, "Hey, you idiot! How can you still be commentating now?" She snatched the microphone, voice stern, "Summoning department assistants, deploy summoned flying beasts there immediately." The match was temporarily paused. At the same time, Professors Sejin and Len Hors sensed something amiss and hurried into the commentary room asking, "What's going on?" Yura, face grave, replied, "It seems Sen Liu signed a covenant with a high-grade magical beast instead of a normal summoned creature. He won't be able to withstand its influence for long." The remark made Sejin suspicious. Could Sen Liu really be controlling that high-grade beast himself? Just then, usually lazy Professor Harrod appeared at the door, voice low. "Could someone else be controlling it?" Yura nodded. "I'm not sure, but it's possible." Harrod, as head professor, quickly ordered, "All right, Yura, lead the summoning department assistants to stop Sen Liu. If necessary, subdue him and destroy the beast." The other instructors spread out to protect the students. "Sejin, come with me." Sejin nodded, his gaze cold as if he had predicted the next destination. Back at Leo's spot, the group had just landed safely, but Sen Liu was close behind. Walden warned tensely, "It's coming." Moments later, the giant silhouette of the black dragon swooped down before them like a living mountain, its breath exuding deadly intent. Sen Liu, cold-voiced on its back, said, "If you planned to run, you should have hidden better. Right. All of you gathered in this open space." Leo shook his head slightly, his voice calm but sharp. "I'm not running away, besides. The creature you're riding isn't a summoned beast, nor is it a black dragon." The confident words made Sen Liu snort with laughter, arrogantly. "Ha ha, I'm from the summoning department. If I say it's a black dragon, then it's a black dragon. Why do you act like you know better than me?" Before he could finish, Leo shocked everyone with what he said next. In a voice deep as thunder, "It's a demonic beast. I'm here to destroy that disgusting demonic beast," he added, stepping forward slowly, a resolute spirit flashing in his eyes, and in an instant, Leo seemed transported back to the battlefields of old, where blood and fire once stained the sky. As for Sen Liu, perhaps haunted or out of control, when he heard Leo declare his mount a demonic beast, he burst into a shrill, crazed laugh like a madman in a frenzy. Even Eliza, standing behind, shook her head, eyes full of dismay. "Oh my, he's really gone mad." Just as Eliza said, Sen Liu's eyes filled with red veins like hellfire, his madness evident as if his soul had been swallowed. He roared in a hoarse voice, "What did you say? Do I look like someone who listens to you? Die." At his command, the black dragon's burning eyes opened, and it spewed a pillar of crimson flame, heat like molten lava, rushing forward at terrifying speed, tearing the air apart. But Walden, the big guy, reacted instantly. He slammed both hands down on the ground. Magic exploded, summoning a giant stone golem as tall as a mountain to block the fire column. He roared in a deep voice, "He's clearly lost his mind. Get rid of that disgusting thing. I agree with you, Leo." On the opposite side, Sen Liu saw his attack stopped by Walden's golem. He clenched his teeth, sweat beading on his face, straining with tension. Meanwhile, Eliza, the proud white-haired girl, stepped forward, snorting coldly. "You boys showing off? I'm joining in too. But first, we need to pull that idiot out of the enemy's reach." Walden warned sharply, "The summoned golem is about to collapse. Get ready." Eliza puckered and complained, "You really can't do anything right, Walden." Leo listened to their exchange and smiled faintly, remembering the affectionate quarrels with his old teammates. Back to the battle as Walden predicted. The golem's two stone hands began to crack, countless fissures spreading under the dragon's terrifying firepower. Seeing this, Sen Liu's confidence returned. He laughed loudly, unable to contain himself. "Ha ha, just as predicted. My summoned beast is supreme. Where did you all go, you fleeing rats?" No sooner had he spoken than the golem shattered into countless stone fragments, dust billowing. Sen Liu's eyes turned sly as he scanned for his next prey, but Eliza wouldn't give him the chance. She launched an attack, snapping her glittering energy whip straight at Sen Liu. The whip cracked fiercely, wind shrieking as if tearing the air, sharp as a blade. Luckily for Sen Liu, he dodged by a hair's breadth, as if blessed by his ancestors, but Eliza's action enraged him and he bellowed, "How dare you attack me, you bastard!" He ordered the black dragon to gather its firepower, preparing to spew flame again. But Walden, with quick thinking, prevented that by snapping his fingers to summon a flame directly above the dragon, causing it to explode instantly, shaking the space. Now, Walden muttered to Leo to take advantage of the moment, channel power into his legs, spring like an arrow, and rush straight toward Sen Liu. The coordinated attack by the three left Sen Liu unable to react. In the blink of an eye, Leo appeared before him, eyes icy and merciless, delivering a powerful kick that struck Sen Liu square in the face. But immediately after, Sen Liu's body began to tremble uncontrollably, twisting strangely as if possessed. He looked at Leo with mad eyes and a voice no longer his own. "Nice try pulling this kid away from the enemy, but that's where it ends, you brats." Clearly, Sen Liu was at this point being controlled by another force. On the ground, Eliza watched the black dragon send Leo, and Sen Liu soaring into the sky and, stunned and worried, cried out, "Wait! Why is he going alone, Leo?" Cut to the dragon's back. Sen Liu, or whoever was controlling him, curled a lip and sneered, scared, young would-be hero. But Leo remained unfazed, eyes sharp as blades, using the moment to probe. "You're a Tartaro's beast mage. Where's your real body? It can't be far away." The words flashed surprise across Sen Liu's face, but he quickly masked it. "You saw through my true identity." Interesting, very interesting, remaining calm in this situation. "You truly have the makings of a perfect hero. If so, you must die here," he said coldly, sweeping his hand to form a massive strip of energy and lashing it straight at Leo. Caught off guard and unable to defend in time, Leo was knocked off the dragon's back. He fell freely from a height of hundreds of meters. If he were ordinary, that fall would have shattered him. But Leo, the protagonist, always found a way through adversity. "Fiora, it's your time to shine." Leo smiled and called to the small phoenix, which was frantically beating its wings to stay aloft. "I'm a jack of all elements, but have yet to reach mastery in any of them. Aaron and Duino excel in aura. Luna dominates magic. Lysanas rules summoning. What I choose is a fusion of aura and magic." From Leo's palms, countless streaks of blazing golden energy shot out toward Fiora, amplifying her strength. Within the roaring flames, Fiora's body grew larger, transforming into a giant phoenix with wings as radiant as the sun. It seized Leo with its talons, steady as a mountain. "Now it really looks more like a phoenix." Leo smiled, his eyes sparkling. Not far away, the black dragon sensed the phoenix's aura, roared in fury, reacting to the opposing energy. The Tartaro's mage atop the black dragon grew wary and demanded, "Phoenix's contractor, what is your true identity? If you tell me where you captured Phania, I'll give you an answer." Leo replied calmly, but his words only deepened the mage's murderous intent. "You even know about the beasts of the catastrophe era. I can't let you live." He yanked hard on the reins, forcing the black dragon to concentrate energy in its mouth. Leo did not flinch. He gathered the flames at his sword's tip, ready to counter Fiora. He shouted, unleashing Zerdinger's secret sword technique. The Phoenix Breath incantation sparked. In that instant, both released their skills. The two terrifying energies collided, producing a deafening blast that shook the sky. The duel was a test of endurance, but Leo gradually began to lose ground. Sweat poured and his energy waned. The Tartaro's mage seemed victorious and was about to finish it, but unexpectedly. He barked in panic, "Someone!" The black dragon's attack faltered. Leo guessed the dragon's true body was under attack and its spirit power had weakened. He had to seize the opportunity. Leo shouted, unleashing all his energy to form a colossal column of flame that shot straight into the black dragon's body. It spat out countless golden rays and then exploded like a bomb. The brilliant light lit up the sky. Whether Sen Liu on its back lived or died was unknown. "Well done, Fiora, now return," Leo said with a relieved smile, but things did not go as planned. Suddenly reverting to a newly hatched, tiny form, Fiora left Leo stunned as master and pet fell freely downward, wind whistling in their ears. Elsewhere, the Tartaro's mage was concentrating, controlling Sen Liu, unexpectedly struck by a pillar of light from the sky, the overwhelming pressure making him groan. "Who are you?" The one who struck was Professor Sejin. Arriving on the scene, "This one's for you, Harrod," the lazy teacher said coldly. The mage recognized them and scoffed. "Ha ha, so it's the two pillars of Lumen." Before he could finish, Harrod clenched his fist, increasing the pressure from the light pillar until the mage's bones groaned like melting wax. Suddenly, a dark spatial gate opened on the ground. From behind the mage, a smoke filled with fanged mouths and red eyes rose up. "Regrettable, but we'll have to meet another time." The fanged monster crushed the controlling mage's body, then slipped into the spatial gate and fled. Sejin ceased his magic and shook his head regretfully. "He's gone. Seems they're starting to become active again." Harrod nodded in a deep voice. Indeed, Lumen is no longer safe. Back with Leo, he was still falling freely at terrifying speed. With a fall like this, even Leo wasn't sure he'd survive. He urged Fiora gently, Fiora returned to the summoned beast realm. Fiora, with her small wings, struggled to hold Leo, eyes full of longing. But before emotion could take hold, Leo's body suddenly stopped midair as his cloak was gripped by a gigantic mouth. Professor Yura's voice rang out coldly. "Ha ha, are you all right, Leo? Thank goodness we didn't arrive too late." Time passed like a breeze. Cut to an unnamed cavern where the air was heavy and gloomy as the netherworld. The Tartaro's mage, his face hidden in shadow, absorbed streams of crimson energy flowing from the wounds of the growling monsters before him. His breath chilled, eyes flashing with cruelty, when suddenly a mysterious stranger in a black cloak sneered. "This won't be easy. Who would have thought I'd be obstructed by mere candidate heroes?" The taunt made Tartaro's frown. He hurried to explain in a hoarse voice. "He's no ordinary candidate hero. He's bound by contract to a phoenix, and he also saw through Fafnir's true nature." The cloak-wearer's eyes widened in surprise, glittering with excitement beneath the hood. He licked his lips, voice full of interest. "Oh, doesn't this make things unexpectedly more interesting?" Time flowed on. Back with Leo, he walked slowly through the academy's silent corridor, torchlight casting a dim glow over his contemplative face. As he walked, Leo pondered the events that had passed. The summoning department's midterm practical exam had been cancelled, and Sen Liu was dead. The incident made the freshman more aware of the dangers of the dungeons. He sighed, eyes briefly sad. Everyone wondered about Fafnir's true nature, the thing Sen Liu had contracted with. But the four of us, under Professor Yura's command, kept silent when we realized it was a subspecies of the Black Dragon. Cut to the magic department. Today is the practical exam day. The atmosphere is lively yet tense as the classroom door swings open, drawing every eye. Chloe steps in, eyes weary and dark circles clearly visible, as if she had stayed up many nights, which worries her classmates. "Chloe, your hair, did you stay up all night? You don't look well," someone says with concern, but Chloe pays no mind, quietly going to her seat with a face as cold as ice. Leo stands to the side watching Chloe, heavy-hearted but silent. Professor Len announces sternly after the students gather. "Good, everyone is present. Pay attention. Today I trust you've prepared original spells that reflect your individuality. It would be a shame for only I to witness these wonderful magics, so I invited 3 special guests to join us." The class buzzes with curiosity. Len Hors continues. "They are alumni of Lumen's magic department, graduated 3 years ago and your seniors. Today they will serve as judges." As introduced, 3 figures enter. First, a sharp-featured black-haired girl with glasses, Rilda Fedney. Next, a green-haired young man with a stern face exuding coldness, Fidman Slack. And finally, a pale blonde girl as cute as sunshine, Shin Hughes. All 3 say in unison, "Pleased to meet you, juniors." In the corner, Carr, the sly merchant, whispers to Leo, "I have a feeling they'll grade leniently." Sensing something, Leo murmurs pensively, "Let's see, will they really be easy? Hard to tell." The brief exchange ends as Professor Len Hors consults the list. He calls out loudly, "Ileana, step up." Ileana hears her name and immediately runs to the podium, eyes blazing with enthusiasm as she stands tall. In a clear voice, she says, "Seniors, I'm Ileana, a first year. It's an honor to meet you." Her confidence makes the class gape, but Ileana is unbothered. She begins her performance. Her palms flash as a beam of light shoots upward and explodes like brilliant fireworks, illuminating the room. She explains excitedly, "My primary element is light. If I combine the spell formula with fire attributes, I can create a powerful thermal magic." From Ileana's hands, a small flame appears and merges with the light to form a fierce fire that dances around her, radiating intense presence. But Shin Hughes across from her blurts out in surprise, "Oh, but isn't that similar to existing laser-type spells?" The remark inadvertently freezes Ileana's expression. Her smile hardens. The 3 seniors quickly take notes and hand their evaluations to Professor Len. The results are unfavorable. 2 B- and 1 B. Len is not surprised. Coldly, "Next." Students in the back tremble and whisper, "Do they grade this harshly? We'll probably fail this class." Time passes, and most students receive B- or B grades. The classroom atmosphere grows heavy. Only when Carr presents his results does the mood improve. He gets a B+. Chelsea, with an outstanding performance, earns an A. The 2 celebrate excitedly, slapping hands in cheer, but the seniors remain unsatisfied, murmuring that while decent, something is still missing. Professor Len says scholarship students this year are not ordinary, but so far nothing outstanding has appeared. "Let's see the rest of you." Fidman scans the list and exhales. "Ah, this group seems fairly average." Len's voice rings out. Abad, step forward. Abad, handsome-faced, steps up, sending the girls in class into a frenzy. "Oh my, he's so cool. You can tell he'll get an A just by looking at him," they gush. Unfazed, Abad wrote the spell formula on the board. In a deep voice, the advanced spell I will demonstrate is called Tempest. Its danger level at maximum when perfected. Cut to outdoors to ensure safety. Abad performs the spell within an area protected by barriers erected by the mages. Under attentive gazes, Abad channels his mana, his body hovering in midair, surrounded by greenish light. He shouted, and from above, a violent whirlwind hurtled down, striking the barrier with a terrible blast that shook the ground. A curious deer nearby was swept up by the vortex. Abad panicked, quickly recalled the spell, and rushed to catch the deer. Smiling, "Are you all right?" Then he continued his explanation. This is a spell that optimizes the power of wind. It looks simple, but in reality, the formulaic magic is extremely difficult. The three seniors, impressed by the display, unanimously gave Abad an A+. Chelsea proudly cheered for her brother. "That's my brother." Professor Len's eyes glittered as he called the next student, Leo Plove. Leo stepped up with a determined look and declared in a resonant voice, "The signature spell I'll present is a non-elemental magic system." The class buzzed, curious eyes fixed on him, awaiting the hero candidate's demonstration. Hearing Leo's claim, the seniors were stunned and exclaimed in unison, "What now?" Shin Hughes, eyes probing, demanded, "I've never heard of that concept. Explain it." Leo didn't hurry to answer. He smiled faintly and countered with a question in a steady tone. "Everyone knows basic spells have an underlying element, right?" Shin Hughes confidently replied, "Of course, that's a prerequisite for any spell." Leo nodded, a mysterious smile forming. "My advanced magic system will streamline the entire incantation process." The statement was like a thunderbolt. Even fools understood what Leo implied, yet that made it harder to believe. Whispering spread through the class and skeptical looks fixed on him. Fidman Slack, the green-haired youth, shook his head and sneered. "Is the kid delusional?" Shin Hughes, to be sure, asked again with sharp eyes. "You mean you'll create a completely new incantation system?" Leo nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Unnoticed, Professor Len stood in a corner looking at Leo with a flushed, excited face, eyes sparkling as if seeing a treasure. He muttered urgently, "This boy will surely become a great mage." Meanwhile, Fidman remained skeptical, shaking his head derisively. "Leo, we're not here to listen to pipe dreams." Before Fidman could finish, Professor Len couldn't help but interject enthusiastically. "I want to see it. Write the spell down." Rilda Fedney, the sharp-edged woman, urged as well. "Yes, let us see it." Without hesitation, Leo grabbed a piece of chalk and began writing on the board, his handwriting strong and confident. As he wrote, Rilda spoke up, in a low voice. "Kid, only one mage in history has ever used a completely different incantation system for advanced magic." Leo paused for a beat and replied, "Yes, that was the star poet Luna." Rilda, seeing Leo know this yet remain confident, was slightly irritated. "You intend to stand alongside her? Do you really believe you can match the star poet?" Leo smiled, his voice gentle but firm. "Of course not, I can't compare myself to Luna." Shin Hughes coldly reminded everyone of the Archmage Luna. "Kids these days are so rude." The remark made Leo think of his close friend, now a legend. He replied in a low voice, "Yes, Archmage Luna is a legendary sorceress, but you don't need a genius like her to create an incantation system." Having said that, Leo finished the formula on the board and turned to face everyone. The seniors stared at the formula with wide eyes, as if witnessing a miracle. Fidman muttered, his voice trembling, "The kid isn't making this up. Based on this structure, it can use any spell without being limited by attributes." Rilda's eyes lit up as she continued, unbelieving. Chelsea whispered in bewilderment, "I don't even understand its structure." Carr the merchant chuckled, "I've long since given up." In another corner, Chloe looked at the formula. Her expression shifted briefly, a flash of complexity in her eyes. The seniors dropped their disdain and grew serious. Fidman asked in a deep voice, Leo Plove, "Why did you create this system?" Leo answered plainly, "To freely use any kind of magic that exists." The answer piqued Fidman's interest. He thought to himself, the kid really is crazy. Now I see why this year's students are special. He asked again, "What will you call it?" Leo focused his mana. A white sphere of light flared in his palm. He murmured, "Bible." Shin Hughes gasped, remembering something, her voice trembling, "Bible." Only one person in history used that name. The fictional character Carr's magic system. She thought perhaps Leo would prove Kyle truly existed. Shin quickly marked down a score and handed the paper to Professor Len. Unsurprisingly, Leo received an A+ after his presentation. He stepped down, thinking as he walked that he hadn't completed this system when he was Kyle. But this time it's different. He glanced at Chloe with concern when he saw her sapped of color. "You okay?" Leo asked in a caring tone. But Chloe, as if not hearing, quietly stepped up at Professor Len's call. The final contestant, Chloe Mueller. The seniors had high expectations for Chloe, the top magic student. Rilda asked curiously, "I heard you're the top student. What will you present today?" Chloe replied with steady eyes, "My advanced art is the undying flame." She conjured a blazing red fire in her hand, burning fiercely. It radiated a powerful aura. Chelsea whispered in confusion, "An undying flame, but Chloe normally uses ice attributes. Why choose the opposite?" The seniors watched and frowned, seeing nothing special. Fidman thought it seemed ordinary, expecting it to be on par with Leo or Abad. He prepared to mark it down, muttering, "If it's just this, there's nothing to see." Chloe cut him off coldly. "From now on, I'll show everyone the true value." She used magic to form a giant sphere of water hovering above, and then poured it down onto herself. Miraculously, the flame in her hand did not waver. Chelsea and Leo were startled. Chelsea exclaimed, "It's not extinguished." Could she have added an eternal effect to the spell? Chloe nodded. "Yes, unless I destroy it myself, this flame will never go out." She clenched her hand and snuffed out the flame, eyes resolute. Fidman stood stunned, thinking all spells require mana to sustain, yet Chloe broke that rule. How is that possible? The more he thought, the more confused he became, unable to comprehend. Chloe cheerfully delivered her presentation. "My advanced magic is the eternal flame." All three seniors unanimously gave her an A+, but Leo looked at Chloe with a rising sense of unease. Creating an undying flame was something even Luna failed at. Only one entity ever accomplished Erebos. He recalled the time he went to find Chloe to ask about it. "Call Chloe out here," he said. Celia shook her head. "She's sleeping. Chloe said she hadn't closed her eyes while studying, so she went to bed early tonight." Leo sighed and turned away. "Too bad, I'll go ahead." Celia sensed something was off and asked, "Has something been strange with Chloe lately?" "She's been sensitive recently, arguing with a few classmates. I've heard rumors she's been associating with a handful of unusual magic students. But Chloe isn't that kind of person." Suddenly, a flame flared up beside Leo. The small phoenix Fiora flew out. Leo teased, "How's it going?" A familiar voice rang out. "You called me?" It was Farina, Fiora's mother. Leo Plove smiled, eyes flashing. "You handed that little one to me." Farina eyed Leo coldly and asked, "All right, why did you summon me through Fiora?" Leo gently set the little phoenix down and said in a low voice, "I want to know why Farina is still in Lumen." He thought to himself that beastkin like phoenixes and magical beasts are natural enemies. There must be a reason she remains here. Farina heard the question and her face grew cold, as if immersed in painful memories. She spoke quietly. 5 years ago, Lumen was attacked. 2 students and 3 staff members were killed, and the mastermind was never found. Principal Kalyan Badian asked me to investigate. Since then, I've been tracking their traces." Leo nodded and asked further, "Did you hear about 1,000,000 summoner beasts appearing during the summoning exam?" Farina nodded slightly. "I heard a student died." Leo probed, "Do you think Tartaros is behind this?" Farina was pensive, her eyes deep. "Right now I only suspect them, I can't say more." Seeing this, Leo didn't press further. Instead he asked, "Then please relay this to Principal Kalyan. Sen Liu may not be the only student Tartaros has approached." Leo's information stunned Farina. A flash of vigilance appeared in her eyes. Time passed quickly. Today was the interdepartmental field exam between hero research and combat studies. Lazy Professor Harrod leaned back in his chair and ordered Class 5 to assemble. When everyone had gathered, he said the class president should explain the exam. Leo stepped up and spoke clearly. "The interdepartmental exam requires teams to cooperate to conquer a heroic world. This time it's the Chedmore incident." At the mention of that, the whole class startled, eyes filled with alarm. Only Eliana naively asked, "What's the Chedmore incident?" Nella beside her looked at her as if seeing an alien. "Eliana, you really don't know? This was even included in the exam." Before anyone could say more, Harrod barked for silence, and the class president continued. Leo took the paper and read. 30 years ago, 5 first-year students from Lumen carried out a mission in the Dead Forest in the central region. They were ambushed by Tartaros, Professor Albi. Then a second-year student participating in the rescue team was almost wiped out. The objective this time is to rescue the wounded and eliminate magical beasts. We will assist Professor Albi. Harrod warned sternly. This exam is not an ordinary test. It heightens combat awareness and demands intense focus. Anyone without potential will be expelled immediately. The whole class grew anxious, their expressions darkening. Harrod laughed, easing the atmosphere. "Trust in yourselves, you've grown up now." The students were moved. Ileana even wanted Harrod's autograph, but he waved her off. "Shut up." Professor Arshian's voice rang out. "I'll announce the team lists starting with Class 1. Chelsea was surprised. "Wait, aren't teams formed within the same class?" Carr grumbled, damn, have to take the exam with strangers. Students drew lots from a large urn one after another. Leo drew ball number 11. The last group. After grouping, Albi declared the assignments complete. Group 1 stepped onto the summoning matrix. Chelsea and Celia moved forward. Chelsea saw Celia and felt reassured to be teamed with the Zerdinger princess. Celia smiled. Let's show the might of the Rodran Empire. Albi activated a magic circle that radiated dazzling light. The screen announced the opening of Professor Albi's World Hero Chronicle, initiating the Chedmore incident event. Chelsea and Celia were teleported in. The professors monitored via the simulation screen. Sejun was pleased. They move with astonishing speed. With Celia, this team will surely rank at the top. Herod sighed. I think Chelsea stands out more, Sejun bristled. But an interjecting voice made them both startle. The first group finished so quickly. Indeed, promising first years. It was Principal Kalyan, Sejun, and Herod saying it in unison. They ceded the middle seat. Sejun asked, why have you come? Kalyan cheerfully, I came to see how the first years are maturing. He paused and turned to Albi. Professor Albi, I'm sorry for stirring painful memories each year. Albi replied coldly, I cannot forget this event. For me, it is a favor to remember. Everyone returned to watching the exam. On the screen, Celia and Chelsea had just slain an orc. An announcement sounded. Group 1 has completed the mission. The audience applauded. Kalyan noted that despite their conflicts, the Stinger and Zerdinger houses fight for the same empire, commendable. Group 3 with Abad and Duran completed theirs easily. Kalyan's eyes brightened. The two strongest members led while the others supported from behind. Risky, but I'm pleased. Group 4 Nella and Chenzia passed the challenge unscathed. Kalyan praised Nella's extraordinary healing aura. Chenzia's movements were distinctive. Group 7 with Walden, Eliza and Ileana also excelled. Kalyan was pleased and thought of Leo Plove. That kid makes me nostalgic, as if looking back at myself in the past. Albi read Group 11 to step forward. Leo and Chloe advanced. Albi asked ready. Both nodded firmly. Albi activated the spell formation, but suddenly, black smoke rose, carrying a demonic aura. Leo was alert. Something seemed wrong. Not only him, the other students also sensed a violent magical fluctuation. What's happening? Someone shouted. After Leo and Chloe were teleported, the formation returned to normal as if nothing had occurred. The students were stunned. Everything appeared unchanged. Where are Leo and Chloe? Sejun sprang to his feet and asked, what's going on? Kalyan asked Albi sternly, Professor Albi, what's happening? Albi tensely opened his book and showed everyone an image of a skull with roots clinging to it. He said, Principal, we must stop the exam immediately. Kalyan's face darkened. He asked with difficulty, don't tell me. Albi nodded heavily. Yes, this is a hero dungeon, back where Leo and that girl Chloe were. After entering this dungeon, they received a glaring red notification on their screen. However, it did not provide a specific objective for them to complete. This made Leo's suspicion grow even more. Normally, a mission warning would appear. He whispered something. Meanwhile, Chloe also cried out hurriedly, wait a minute, is this the hero dungeon? How can that be? This isn't a lost page. I've never heard of any page in the Hero Chronicles going haywire. On this side, Leo immediately started contacting the outside instructors. Professor, I can't find the other team members anymore. What should we do? His message was sent, but no reply came back. After a few seconds, Leo shook his head. No one answered. Hearing this, Chloe panicked. She bit her nails and said, no way, I'm sure they'll finish the test and get us out of here soon. Contrary to that naive thought, Leo shook his head and explained if they could they would have paused the test already, since a hero-level dungeon formed. Guess the two of us will have to storm this dungeon ourselves. Hearing that, Chloe hurriedly refused. Are you kidding me? Getting through this dungeon even with all 10 team members was hard. Don't you remember how many died here 30 years ago? Leo replied, if we want to get out, there's no other choice, Chloe. Of course, Chloe understood that, but when she thought about the upcoming enemies, she felt utter despair. Tartaros caused the Chedmore incident, and from the start aimed to eliminate rookie hero cadets like us. This whole forest is a trap. The more she thought, the more she panicked. Both knees gave way and she dropped to the ground. Then she put her hands over her face, sweat pouring nonstop. Then Leo sat down in front of her and spoke to reassure her. Chloe, you're the strongest freshman, right? We can get through this trial if we cooperate, he said, reaching out with a confident face. This made Chloe curious. She bit her lip thinking, how could he be so calm? I thought I'd finally caught up to him. Thinking that gave her a spark of fight. Not wanting to seem weak before Leo, she stood up and asked, do you have a plan? Leo frankly shared. To get through the Chedmore incident, 2 conditions are needed. First, rescue the freshmen. Second, ensure their safety. To satisfy those 2, we must first find reinforcements, Leo said as he drew a diagram on the ground with his finger. Seeing that, Chloe shrugged, but how do we do that? Outsiders can't get into this dungeon. In reply, Leo smiled, pointed at the circle and said calmly, "Don't forget we're not the only Lumen students in this forest." Hearing that, Chloe caught on, those who were killed earlier. Right, they're probably still alive. She stopped and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Leo answered, "Climb on my back quickly." Chloe's face flushed red. She asked embarrassedly, "Why?" Leo replied, "We can't let that female student encounter Tartaros before us. You're a mage, so you're slow. Hurry up." At that explanation, Chloe grimaced, then reluctantly climbed onto the protagonist's back. At the same time, elsewhere, a two-horned demon watched the Lumen students through a screen. "That was Tartaro's demon Chubarn," he muttered, "it's starting." Seeing Leo carrying Chloe and running like crazy, he guessed they were the rescue team. But only two people, so he didn't pay much attention. "Rescue team," he mused. "Forget them. The targets are the dangerous future hero cadets, not the others." That was what he thought, but a second later his gaze changed when he saw Leo use his skill to wipe out the monsters. A murderous aura exploded all over Chubarn's body as he remembered something, and he howled. All systems go. Meanwhile, Leo had no idea Demon Chubarn had taken notice of him. He glanced left and right and thought a bit. The closer they got to the center, the darker it became. Should I borrow Aaron's skill? I'll fine-tune and channel my aura to push my senses to hyperpsychic limits. With that in mind, Leo began to concentrate his aura and funnel it into his eyes, making the surroundings clearer than ever before. Then he spotted something and warned Chloe to get ready. "There's a pack of orcs ahead," Leo said, which surprised the mage Chloe since she hadn't noticed a thing, but she quickly nodded, got it." Shortly after, just as Leo had said, they ran for only a few dozen seconds before an orc mob appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Leo shouted to signal. Chloe heard him and reacted very quickly. She began to concentrate mana into her staff and swung it forcefully forward, creating razor-sharp shards of ice that flew at the monsters with wind-tearing speed and pierced them like quills. As a result, when the orcs saw the two of them, they ruefully held hands, as if going to meet the ruler of the underworld. However, one of the monsters inside the group was still alive. Near death, it struggled to lift a horn to its mouth to blow and alert its comrades. This alarmed Chloe. "No, if it blows that, the whole orc group will come here." Not only did she think this, Leo did too. To prevent it, Leo swung his sword at lightning speed and cleaved the green-skinned monster in two. The horn in its hand shattered as well. Leo's unexpectedly fast reaction left Chloe staring dumbfounded. She told herself inwardly, "How can there be such a huge difference in power between the two of us? I'll never be able to beat Leo, will I?" Putting that aside, not long after the two of them ran to the location of the Lumen students, who were now surrounded by several demons. A bizarre demonic aura radiated from them, making Chloe puzzled. "Are they demons?" she muttered, but Leo had no time to answer that question. He immediately charged in, "Quick, support me." Hearing that, Chloe snapped awake and used her magic to create a magic circle beneath Leo's feet, and Leo used it as a springboard. He planted force into his legs, stomped hard on the circle, and surged forward. At the same time, a girl among the students warned the others, "Get ready, they're coming." No sooner had she finished than a demon lunged in to attack. The four of them died, the demon shouted loudly, but unfortunately for him, before his hand could reach the students, Leo's figure suddenly appeared in front and swung his sword, slicing the demon cleanly in two, to the astonishment of everyone present. And after the demon was slain, its body dissolved into a plume of black smoke. The sudden action surprised the brown-haired girl, who asked, "Did you come here to help us?" Leo turned and nodded in answer. "That's right." Ahead, another demon, seeing his comrades wiped out, ground his teeth in rage and used his magic to form an ink-black magic circle that looked extremely complex. "Die, Grave Leech!" his voice rang out, and from inside the magic circle, giant leeches with razor teeth shot forward like bullets. But this still wasn't enough to trouble Leo. He immediately enveloped his sword in a fiery aura and slashed forward hard, creating a wave of flame that swept everything away. "Incredible," an astonished male student said, while the brown-haired girl seized the opportunity. "Act now." Saying that, she began mumbling obscure incantations to cast a spell called an Arc of Radiance, firing streams of light toward the demons. When it struck them, the demons were like glowing coals doused with water, extinguished. They only managed one pitiful cry before turning to ash. Watching the girl's magic, Chloe was stunned and thought, stellar magic. Could this girl be? Chloe wondered. After things settled, the brown-haired girl didn't forget to turn and thank Leo. "Thank you so much for helping us. We were panicking when the demons appeared, but I'm greatly relieved. The rescue has arrived to help." Opposite them, Chloe cut her off before she could speak further. "Sorry, but I need to speak with my teammate privately for a moment." Having said that, she quickly pulled Leo to a corner and whispered, "Hey Leo, that girl is Aaliyah Zeron. She's Professor Albai's sister. Chubarn killed her right here in this forest 30 years ago. I'm sure you noticed that too, she added. But we can't save Aaliyah Zeron's team in the Chedmore incident. Out of so many people, we happen to encounter Aaliyah's team. Chubarn is a necromancer knight of knight rank from Tartaros. Their team was infamous for being the first he attacked. Tartaros instigated the Chedmore incident from the start with the aim of eliminating the prodigy mage Aaliyah Zeron. A promising hero candidate, her name was entered into the Hero Chronicles. With our current strength, we cannot save them. To meet the necessary condition, we must quickly find another team, Chloe said, stroking her chin as she thought, while Leo frowned and asked, "Are you saying we should just leave them?" In reply, the mage snapped back, "It's not that I don't want to save them, but Leo, this is the world of heroes. In truth, they died 30 years ago." Chloe's voice faltered and her face showed clear sadness as she spoke. To her words, Leo voiced his own thought. "It's true they died, but we can't just abandon them like that." Hearing this, Chloe's anger finally erupted. She clenched her teeth and shouted, "Snap out of it, you are amazing. Outstanding, I admit that. But even so, this is not the time for reckless actions. Don't act like a hero anymore," she said, and then, as if feeling she'd been harsh, Chloe's voice trailed off, and the corners of her eyes grew wet. Seeing this, Leo silently stepped closer, reached out to stroke her small head, and whispered, "Act like a hero. Chloe, you shouldn't casually say things like that, because you are a hero candidate. We're not merely pretending to be heroes. This is part of the process of becoming one." Hearing that, Chloe snapped awake and lifted her tear-reddened eyes to Leo, as if waiting for his answer. Then Leo glanced around and said, "History has already been altered." "What do you mean?" Chloe asked in surprise. Answering, Leo offered his assessment. "Look around, Chloe. When we met Aaliyah's team, the forest had already sunk into darkness. Normally, they should have been slain by Chubarn long ago." Hearing this, Chloe was startled and quickly realized something was off about this hero dungeon. "I still think this is absurd," she murmured to herself, then said, "I'll let you decide." In response, Leo nodded and suggested, "All right, retreat with Aaliyah's team." From behind, Chloe watched Leo's firm back and muttered inwardly, "You're going up there alone without me again, aren't you? I'm still me, don't you see it?" In a daze, the dark grimoire Chloe carried in her bag began emitting eerie demonic auras without her noticing. Cut to Aaliyah's group. Tayad, a first-year mage, quietly said to the others, "Isn't this a bit strange?" Only 2 people came from the relief team. Responding, Dina, a first-year knight, nodded in agreement. "Right, they seem about our age. Could this be a trap from Tartaros?" Belek voiced his thought. But Aaliyah denied it all. "What are you talking about? If they were enemies, they wouldn't have fought the demons with us. And he actually looks pretty cool," she added, Aaliyah's face flushing slightly. This made the other 3 stare wide-eyed in disbelief. "Are you kidding me, Aaliyah? Out of all these people, you really say that?" Dina shouted. Hearing this, Aaliyah replied with a complaint. "What did I say that's wrong?" "No, I just thought Senior Albai was your standard," Dina said, scratching her head. Then, not letting the conversation drag on, Leo stepped forward to remind everyone, "Listen carefully. We will leave this forest as quickly as possible." At Leo's suggestion, Tayad stood up and asked if that was necessary. "Since reinforcements are coming, we can slowly clear monsters along the way." Before Tayad could say more, Leo bluntly stated the situation. "We can't do that. A demon of knight rank is targeting you." Upon hearing this, the group's faces turned pale with fear, because they knew a knight rank demon could be as powerful as an entire army. Someone whispered, and Leo nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's why we'll avoid direct confrontation with it. The goal is to return safely. Are you ready? All right, let's move." With that, the group hurried off before Chubarn could show up. While running, Aaliyah glanced back at Leo and saw Chloe's expression full of complexity. This made Ilya feel a bit suspicious. Time passed quickly. Cut to the Lumen Academy library, which was in chaos because of the hero dungeon incident. Staff were running around searching through all kinds of documents, while Professor Sejin hurriedly called, "Find every case of dungeons turning into hero dungeons. Time is critical. Everyone move quickly." Elsewhere, Principal Kalyan turned to Professor Albai and asked if this should be seen as a positive sign, right? The handsome professor nodded firmly. "Yes. One cannot enter a hero dungeon while those who came before are still inside. That means the 2 of them are still alive." Yet 3 hours had passed since those 2 students entered, and night had already fallen in that hero world. Hearing this, the old principal asked further, "Albai, when did you defeat Chubarn 30 years ago?" Albai replied, "Around midnight." At that timeline, Principal Kalyan sighed wearily. Is all we can do really just rely on our past selves?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a female staff member rushed into the library and announced, "Principal, we've found the seller who sold the beast summoning catalyst to student Sen Liu." Before she could finish mentioning any link to Tartaros, she stopped speaking, because Professor Albai's face had become terrifying. A source of energy began emanating from him without stop, startling Principal Kalyan enough that he hurriedly placed a hand on his shoulder and soothed. "Calm down, Albai." The principal's stern words snapped the blonde professor back, but Albai seemed to need time to fully compose himself, so he turned and left the room. "I'm going out to clear my head for a moment." With that, he strode away, and only after he had completely disappeared from sight could the female staff member breathe a sigh of relief and say to the old principal, just as expected from someone who rose to heroism driven by hatred of the demon race. Kalyan replied with a sorrowful face, "It's understandable. During the event 30 years ago, even his sister's relic wasn't found, let alone a body. All right, then who sold the beast-summoning catalyst to Sen Liu?" In response, the staff member said it was a black market dealer who had settled in the alleys of Lumen City. "He's actually quite well known among first years this year," and she handed Kalyan a notebook. As Kalyan flipped the notebook open to examine it, he asked if she meant there's a Tartaros spy who infiltrated Lumen City. The staff member shook her head. They don't work for Tartaros, but clearly Tartaros had funneled some items to them. Hearing this, Kalyan began stroking his chin, wondering inwardly what their objective might be. Then, after turning the page and inspecting the listed items in detail, suddenly Kalyan noticed a line of text, "Chloe Mueller, Dark Magic." Seeing that, the principal hastily closed the book and told the staff member Elena, "Go call Professor Len." "Yes, I understand," Elena replied and hurried off. Left behind was the old principal. He looked at his scarred hands and listened to his instincts. Honed by countless brushes with death, they seemed to scream that danger was right at hand. Time passed, returning to Leo's group. At this point, night had fallen inside the hero dungeon, and they faced waves of attacks from countless monsters. Meanwhile, Leo casually swung his sword and killed a goblin. Then he glanced at the rest of the group and thought he'd been using his sixth sense for too long. Everyone had reached their limit. Thinking this, Leo asked for a short break to regain their strength. Elsewhere, Tayed and Belak looked at Leo in disbelief, silently thinking, how is he not tired at all? He's truly amazing. Next, they found an open area to rest for a while. During this time, the sorceress Chloe also took the opportunity to read her dark grimoire, when suddenly Aaliyah's voice rang out. "Hey, Chloe." Startled, Chloe quickly closed the book, shoved it into her bag, and awkwardly said, "Aaliyah, what's up?" Hearing this, Aaliyah smiled and asked, "I have a question. What's your relationship with Leo, Chloe? Are you two a couple?" Aaliyah's blunt question made Chloe flustered. The sorceress hurriedly denied it. "Of course not." Seeing Chloe's strong denial, Aaliyah nodded. "All right, judging by your reaction, definitely not." From Chloe's perspective, seeing Aaliyah come all this way just to ask that made her sigh in exasperation. Then she looked at Aaliyah, musing that something felt familiar. Though a senior from 30 years ago, she's still just a first year now. Maybe they're like the kids in her class. Thinking that, Chloe blurted out, "Why are you asking? Are you interested in Leo?" Hearing this, Aaliyah glanced at Leo resting by the tree. Her face flushed a little as she admitted, "Well, my heart's been racing." "So it's love at first sight?" Chloe asked, beginning to feel a bit of admiration for the protagonist, Aaliyah. The genius female sorceress still talked about 30 years later. Could Leo really be that remarkable in her eyes? Unaware of Chloe's thoughts, Aaliyah tucked a strand of hair back and shared, "Actually, I don't know if it's love, it's just my heart pounding. It feels like when my brother does something foolish, or when I've just accomplished something." Hearing this, Chloe's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "That sorcerer with the evil glare, are his eyes really that bad?" Ahead, Chloe's remark made Aaliyah curious and she asked, "What, which eyes?" "Oh no, I meant Albai." Chloe hurriedly corrected herself when she realized her slip, and Aaliyah explained that it's because he's someone who constantly challenges the impossible. After hearing that, Chloe's expression showed sympathy. "Challenges the impossible, huh? Leo is like that too. At first he and I were just friends, but now I find myself feeling jealous of him." Opposite her, the genius sorceress Aaliyah gave a small smile. "So we're really alike." "Chloe, actually I used to be angry and jealous of my brother. It sounds foolish, but I thought no matter how hard I tried, he wouldn't amount to anything. This is a secret, but the foundation of my magic was really created by my brother. I'm good at using existing spells, but terrible at inventing new ones. I failed the Lumen Academy entrance exam twice. There was a time I hated my brother. I felt superior, but that jealousy turned into admiration." The more Chloe heard Aaliyah, the wider her eyes grew at learning Aaliyah had gone through the same thing. However, their conversation didn't get to continue further. Leo, who had been resting to one side, sensed something and quickly stood up to warn everyone. "Everyone, get ready. Change of plans, we can't retreat anymore." Seeing Leo's serious stance, the other students tightened their grips on their weapons. waiting for what was coming for Leo. Sensing everyone's anxiety, he shouted encouragement. Don't be afraid. Remember, you all have the potential to become heroes. The protagonist's words helped calm the group a little. They grit their teeth and turned their eyes toward the place where the roaring sound kept echoing. Not keeping them waiting long, the hulking Chubarn approached, his foot stomping so hard that the ground cracked into fragments. Found you. The hated one, the seedling of a great hero. Saying this, he raised his weapon high and swung straight at Leo. When the attack struck the ground, it made a deafening explosion in the air. Leo lightly leapt into the air to dodge, but Chubarn's words made him wonder. During the Chedmoor massacre, wasn't Chubarn ordered to kill all budding heroes at that time? So why was he hostile toward me, calling me the seedling of a great hero? The more he thought, the more puzzled he became, but before Leo could find an answer, a terrifying killing intent radiated from Chubarn. Seeing this, sweat trickled down Leo's face and he shouted, "Hey everyone, it's charging!" Without waiting for Leo to repeat himself, Chloe cast her magic, creating a giant blue magic circle that stretched across the ground. At the same time, the hulking Chubarn hurled the axe in his hand forcefully forward, but it was stopped by the gigantic ice column Chloe had formed. Elsewhere, our protagonist cloaked his sword in a medicinal flame aura. Then he gathered force in his legs and launched himself powerfully into the air. Aiming at the demon from above, it looked as if he would come down with full force. But from below, Leo swiftly slashed his sword straight at the creature's throat, causing its throat to spray a stream of hot blood into the air. Seeing this, everyone shouted in delight. He cut it. But a second later, their expressions froze, for as they watched, Chubarn's neck, nearly severed by Leo's blade, was now slowly healing visibly to the naked eye until it was whole again with not a scar left. Seeing this, someone stammered, "Its neck just reattached itself." From the front, Leo also shouted, "Focus, keep your distance from Chubarn. That's a dispel ability that makes attacks behave as if they never happened." Leo's words left Tayed and Aaliyah bewildered. Their faces went pale, not knowing how to deal with it. "What do we do? Is there no way to defeat that monster?" In response, Leo tried to calm them, explaining that the dispel wasn't omnipotent and Chubarn couldn't use it continuously, so it had limits. Opposite them, Chubarn retrieved his axe and sneered contemptuously. "You think you stand a chance, remnant of a great hero?" Leo taunted back. "You're the one afraid of the rise of a new hero, aren't you?" Then, without warning, Leo, Dina, and Belak launched forward simultaneously, attacking from 3 different directions. Meanwhile, the sorceress Aaliyah in the rear used her magic to provide supportive attacks. She employed a spell called the Circle of Light, firing successive bursts of energy that carried a dangerous aura, aimed straight at the demon's massive body, making any part struck burn intensely. "This is the light magic I despise. Just as Lord Silatna said, we must kill them here," he muttered to himself as he kept swinging his axe at everyone. Then Chubarn suddenly let out a loud roar and raised his arm high into the air, preparing to deliver a powerful strike. This made even Leo's hair stand on end, and he shouted, "Dodge!" No sooner had he spoken than Chubarn's axe slammed down into the ground. His blow was so strong that rocks and earth flew everywhere like projectiles. Of course, Leo could easily swing his sword to blast away the stones near him, but Dina and Belak didn't react as fast. A shard grazed Dina's shoulder, while unlucky Belak was impaled in the abdomen by a jagged rock. Seeing this, Leo hurriedly rushed over. He carried the big guy to the rear of the ice pillar Chloe Mueller had created. Elsewhere, Aaliyah, worried for her 2 friends, ran over to ask if they were okay. In reply, Dina forced a response. "I can hold on a bit." But Belak couldn't finish speaking before Leo reassured them. "Don't worry, no organs are damaged. Stop the bleeding first." Then Leo turned to remind Chloe, "Chloe, we need a decisive, powerful strike." Hearing this, Chloe nodded. "Okay, give me a moment." After that, the protagonist left the wounded here and created 2 clones of himself to rush in and hold Chubarn back. Back to Chloe Mueller's thoughts. She quickly searched for which spell to use while Leo stalls. "I must hurry. I need an attack strong enough to break this dispel." Saying that, she pulled the dark grimoire from her side and flipped through it. Quickly, she seemed to find a spell and murmured, "If I use this." Back in the battle, the fight between Leo and Chubarn grew increasingly fierce. The ground itself seemed to tremble under their assaults, leaving observers stunned. Leo commanded his clones to relentlessly attack Chubarn from all sides. However, thanks to the foe's dispel skill, Leo's strikes did no lasting harm, and Chubarn, unfazed by the clone's attacks, lunged at Leo like a madman. But how could he so easily reach the protagonist? In that moment, Leo flashed small and reappeared at his side, swinging his sword hard and leaving a deep wound in Chubarn's flank, causing him to scream in agony. Not far away, Tayed watched in surprise and asked Dina, "Do you think one day we could do that?" Dina could only shake her head bitterly. I don't know either. Unlike them, the sorceress Aaliyah could identify Leo's clone spell at a glance. She thought to herself, "That's definitely stellar magic. Who on earth is that?" Just as she thought this, a chilling sensation suddenly spread in all directions, making Aaliyah startle in alarm. She quickly turned toward the source and saw that Chloe Mueller had completed her spell. She had formed a dark purple magic circle in the sky from which a mystical aura emanated. It filled others with fear. "I will kill you, filthy demons," Chloe said with a strange smile and expression. Then Chloe also shouted to the protagonist up front, "Leo, it's dangerous. Get out of the way now. If you get swept up and die, it's not my problem, die." After speaking, the sorceress unleashed her magic forward, creating a pillar of destructive fire that hurtled toward Chubarn, detonating the ground on impact. On this side, Leo frowned at Chloe's attack. He couldn't understand why an ice mage like Chloe Mueller would use a fire-based strike. Unaware of Leo's thoughts, Chubarn began screaming as if his house were on fire the moment the pillar consumed him. Watching this, Chloe Mueller smiled like she was intoxicated. "This is the eternal flame, unstoppable. Die in the agony of everlasting fire." To everyone's eyes, the flames engulfing the giant demon's body began to turn black. Seeing this, an uneasy feeling rose in Leo. He hurriedly warned, "Chloe, stop the spell, quick." Unfortunately for Leo, Chloe seemed deaf to him. Her hands clenched the staff so hard it began to crack. "You will suffer," she said with fervent obsession, maintaining the spell. Just from her face, Leo could tell something was wrong with her. Without hesitation, he dashed toward Chloe. He swung his sword hard, knocking the dark grimoire from her hands. At the same time, the eternal flame Chloe sustained was interrupted. Then Leo gently held the prodigy sorceress at the waist and landed safely. Chloe looked dazed, like a drunk who hadn't sobered up. Seeing this, Leo asked, "Chloe, tell me, was that inextinguishable fire really your unique spell?" Chloe, unable to hide it any longer, admitted sadly, "No. Actually, it was an incantation I found in an ancient grimoire," she said. Hearing that, Leo sighed inwardly. So it truly was the fire of Erebus. Having realized this, he spoke his thoughts to Chloe plainly. "Listen carefully, Chloe. That spell was dark magic." Leo's words made Chloe's face go blank. Then she stammered, "What? Dark magic?" Leo nodded and explained further. "Yes, the grimoire is a demon artifact." From Chloe's perspective, only now did she realize how dangerous her actions had been. "What have I done?" "Leo, I'm not fit to be a hero," she cried, growing more panicked. With no other choice, Leo slapped her shoulder hard and shouted to steady her. "Snap out of it, listen. There are no records of Chubarn having a magic-resistant curse. That means Chubarn exhausted his resistance when fighting Aaliyah's group. Understand? 30 years ago, despite their fear, none of them gave up. They fought to the end, in a battle that seemed impossible to win." "What's Lumen Academy's teaching?" Leo asked, staring at Chloe. Chloe answered hesitantly, "To surpass all limits." Hearing that, Leo nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, the sorceress's mind cleared. She thought to herself, "Now I understand. I admired him from afar. He's so cool that I don't even feel jealous anymore." At the same time, the sorceress Aaliyah stepped forward and handed Chloe her staff. "Here, take it, Chloe." Please, returning to Leo's point of view. After calming the blonde sorceress, he turned his gaze to the hulking Chubarn ahead. Thanks to Chloe Mueller's spell, the magic resistance curse had vanished, and now it was time to finish this. Thinking that, and before Leo could rush forward to attack, Chloe's incantations began to ring out beside him. "I, Chloe Mueller, will surpass my limits so I need not bow before those who trusted me," she whispered inwardly with each syllable that sounded. A magic circle quickly formed in the air. Leo couldn't help but break into a wonderful smile. True, the pure arcane language of a genuine mage made him feel so reassured. At that moment, images of fighting alongside his old Lumen comrade flashed through Leo's mind. Back then he had felt that same sense of security. As for the monster Chubarn, he too realized he could no longer dispel attacks, so he didn't give Leo's group a chance to complete their magic. He grabbed the support beam and charged to attack. As he closed in on Leo, he unleashed a powerful downward chop, forcing the protagonist to raise his sword to block. But Chubarn seemed to have gone mad. He fixated solely on Leo. As if he would not relent until he killed him, he shouted, "Die!" and launched another strike. It was so strong that although Leo parried, the ground beneath his feet cracked into pieces, throwing the hero off balance and sending him stumbling back several steps. Seeing this, Chubarn immediately seized the opportunity. He tightened his left fist and delivered a thunderous punch at wind-tearing speed. Leo hurriedly raised his sword to block, but the overwhelming force of the blow still sent his slight frame flying like a cannonball. He began to cough up a little blood from his injuries. Hearing that, Chubarn's mocking voice rang out. "Is that all, seed of a great hero?" His cold voice echoed in front of the protagonist. Leo struggled to his feet. when suddenly a snowflake fell right before him. A chill began to spread through the surroundings, coating the scene with a thin layer of ice. From that, Leo realized Chloe's spell had completed. He confidently declared, "Whether past or present, you demons are no match for us. This is where it ends for you, Chubarn." Above in the sky, within the giant magic circle, a five-pointed star had formed. Returning to Chloe's thoughts, she murmured to herself, "Thanks to you, I've perfected my unification magic, Leo of the Ice Realm." She whispered. Immediately, countless sharp ice pillars began to sprout from the ground. Thus, before Chloe's powerful frost magic, the body of the Tartaros demon froze solid into an ice statue. Seeing this, Leo stepped forward gently. He touched the giant block of ice lightly with his finger, causing cracks to spider outward. Finally, it shattered completely into many pieces. Next, Leo sensed a surge of dark energy, emanating from Chloe's dark grimoire beneath the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, our protagonist wrapped his sword in a blazing red aura and plunged it straight into the book, and immediately they received an on-screen notification. Achievement unlocked, saved a first-year student in mortal danger. Rewards, multiple achievements unlocked, Chubarn subdued. Ignoring the notifications, Leo turned to the flustered sorceress Chloe and praised her. "Your unique magic is truly impressive. If I could use magic out in the field like that, I'd be reborn," he added. In response to the hero's compliment, Chloe couldn't meet his gaze and looked away, saying, "Leo, I'm going to confess everything to the academy. Maybe I'll be expelled." At that, Chloe's face betrayed her nervousness, but Leo reassured her. "No way, an aspiring hero like you won't be expelled. I'm sure you'll become a hero." Elsewhere, Aaliyah's talented companions ran over when they saw the victory. "You two were amazing. You really looked like true heroes." Leo nodded in return. Everyone did their best. Over here, Leo began to return the staff to Aaliyah. "We used it well. That's how we defeated them." Aaliyah smiled and declined, pushing the staff toward Chloe and advising, "Chloe, you should keep it." Beside them, Belloc nodded and said, "Yes, thanks to you we survived." "Leo, take this too," he said, handing the protagonist his sword. They also gave Leo and Chloe a necklace and a pair of gloves. Just then, from afar, someone cried out in alarm, "Over here!" A survivor had arrived. Professor Albi dashed over, his face soaked in sweat, showing how urgently he'd run. Seeing his youthful appearance, Chloe gasped, "Is that Professor Albi? He looks about our age. This happened 30 years ago," Leo explained. Meanwhile, Albi grabbed his sister's shoulders and asked, "Aaliyah, are you hurt?" Aaliyah smiled. "The rescue team has arrived. I'm fine. Oh, and I met someone who looked exactly like you." At the same time, Leo's group received a strategic completion notice. Albi's World, prelude to the Chedmore incident. Chloe, seeing the siblings happily reunited, felt glad for them. She murmured inwardly, "Thank you all for surviving." And then both of them were teleported away in a flash of light. Aaliyah didn't have time to say goodbye before they disappeared. Back in Chloe's view, cracks began spreading through the space around them, and she realized it seemed the world of heroes was collapsing. Returning to Leo, another notification suddenly appeared before him. Strategic reward, gifts. After they left, normally stoic Professor Albi couldn't hold back tears seeing his sister safe. Time passed quickly. When Leo opened his eyes again, he found himself resting in the infirmary, and the moment he woke, the handsome professor's voice rang out. "You're awake, Leo. Thank you for saving the girl, and tell Chloe that I'm grateful to her as well." After saying this, Albi turned away coldly and left. At the same time, Headmaster Kalyan entered the room. Seeing him, Leo hurried out of bed to greet him, but the old man held up a hand to stop him. "Don't try to sit up. Rest a bit." "How are you feeling?" In response, Leo waved it off. "I'm fine, really, no problem." Kalyan sat down and got straight to the point. "So what happened in there? Does this have anything to do with the dark grimoire Chloe brought?" Leo, a bit surprised, asked back, "How did you know?" Kalyan explained, "Before coming here, we discovered where Sen Liu bought the summoning catalyst, the same place Chloe bought that dark grimoire. It seems we guessed correctly. The dark grimoire is indeed a magical artifact." Hearing that, Leo thought to himself, a magical artifact, a fragment of Erebos, in other words, a physical piece of Erebos' body. In the hands of demons, it would become a devastating weapon, but if used by ordinary people, it drives them slowly mad. Next, Leo began to recount everything he experienced inside that hero dungeon. After hearing the whole story, Headmaster Kalyan sighed, "I see. If what you say is true, Leo, then the artifact affected the hero world, didn't it?" Leo nodded firmly. "After we removed it, the hero dungeon immediately returned to normal, so that's very likely." At that moment, Chloe suddenly woke up. Seeing the old man beside her, she cried out, and Kalyan, noticing her panic, raised a calming hand. "Stay calm. Since you two just woke up, I want to ask one thing." Following his words, The secretary Alina brought a large cloth-wrapped bundle into the room. She gently pulled back the cloth to reveal the items they had taken. The gifts Aaliyah's group had left before departing. Looking at the staff in her hands, Chloe's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe it. This is Aaliyah's staff. Kalyan said sternly, "Explain this. A reward that shouldn't exist, how did it end up in your possession?" Leo frowned as he watched Chloe's reaction and guessed one thing. From her response, it seemed Chloe hadn't received any reward. Just like the entrance exam and the Chedmore incident, there was no clear reward in the living world of heroes, and the reward rule tied to the owner of the hero world had been broken. Why was that? Even if the reward was the oath of the Fairy King, why did it go to me? Thinking that left Leo in knots, but he couldn't reveal it, so he offered a cover story. It was a strategic reward. Kalyan and Chloe were shocked and turned to Leo. So there was a reward in Albai's hero world. Leo carefully guessed, yes, perhaps so. I think something unusual happened when the hero world was restored, he added, thinking to himself that he should use that explanation for now to cover things up. From Kalyan's perspective, though he heard the protagonist's explanation, the old man still looked puzzled and stroked his chin. Chloe seems completely unaware, but why only you, Leo? Before he could finish, the sorceress quickly defended the protagonist. Maybe Leo played the largest role in the strategy. I've heard rewards often depend heavily on contribution. Hearing this, Kalyan decided not to interrogate further. He slowly stood and nodded. All right, I understand. We will investigate this quietly. The relic will be returned to the family after inspection, and everyone must not disclose anything about the magical artifact. After his words, Chloe couldn't hide her surprise and turned to ask. But Kalyan only smiled and said, "The enemy isn't only outside. Both of you truly did well. Get a good rest." And with that, he and his assistant Alina quickly left the room. Once only the two of them remained, Chloe glanced at Leo and hesitantly spoke. Leo, there's something I want to tell you." She began, her face flushing slightly, but before she could continue, their friends Chelsea, Celia, and Carr burst into the room. Chelsea, the sorceress, was even teary-eyed. Then, for some reason, Headmaster Kalyan turned back to address them. "Oh, right, hero candidates. There will be a party tomorrow night. If you don't have formal wear, you should go to Lumen City early. Young people are so endearing." His reminder left both Leo and Chloe puzzled. It seemed they were hearing about this party for the first time. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a welcome party for new students. At that moment, the host's voice echoed through the great hall. "Welcome to the ceremony celebrating the new students who passed their first midterm at Lumen Academy. First, the battle-hardened heroes will enter. So tell me, who will shine brightest tonight, ladies and gentlemen?" In a corner of the hall, Tide and Carr slicked back their hair and savored the moment. Carr smugly said, "God, this is the reward for surviving that brutal midterm. Honestly, I think it was a bit easy for us." They chuckled and sat at the table. The plates were full. Even while eating, they kept chatting nonstop. "Is it just me, or is our class the only one missing people?" Tide muttered, glancing around. Carr nodded eagerly. "You know Lumen doesn't forgive anyone who is late." Suddenly the host's voice rose again, drawing everyone's attention. Now entering from year 5, Nella Carvin and Eliana. As the two girls entered, all eyes turned to them and gasps rippled through the crowd. "My God, they look stunning," someone exclaimed. Tide and Carr were so stunned they froze mid-bite. Carr even sprayed his drink in shock. "They look amazing," Tide blurted, clearly overwhelmed. Nella noticed their reaction and couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha, did you two steal your dad's suits or what?" Tide sighed melodramatically. "1 second I was excited and now," Carr nodded in embarrassed agreement, not minding the teasing. The host continued with the next announcement. The pride of the Rodran Empire, the Llewellyn siblings and the Debonair, composed a bad enter the hall. The girls in the crowd went wild. "Oh my God, I want to be his servant," one shouted. "I'm fan club member 94,348, no regrets." Even Carr couldn't help admiring. She looked like a real princess, truly a princess surrounded by Rodran's elite. This guy is no joke. Then, with excitement, the host made another dramatic announcement. Finally, a true pair entered. Applause for Celia of House Zerdinger and Leo Plove. But not everything was perfect. Celia was clearly annoyed, clicking her tongue and muttering, "Seriously, why is my debut being overshadowed by you?" Leo just shrugged calmly. "It's no big deal." As Leo entered the hall, cheers rose from the crowd. "There's our class president. Look, the pride of Leo's year. Wow, our class rep is the best." His classmates beamed excitedly, surrounding their shining star. But the festive mood was quickly cut by the sharp voice of a white-haired professor. Hovering above her head was a terrifying, ghostly image of a dreadful beast. As her voice rang out, "So is everyone enjoying the party?" Though everyone's faces were clearly tense, no one dared stay silent. Wow, yes, we're having a great time, haha. Every student inwardly thought the same. Better to look happy or she'd get furious. From the professor's perspective, it looked like the students were enjoying themselves, which made her smile. I'm glad to hear that. Since you're enjoying yourselves, keep up this energy as we announce the midterm combat results. At Leo's table, the atmosphere immediately turned gloomy. How can we enjoy a party now? Tide muttered. The professor paid no mind to the complaints and continued. I anticipated your reactions, so tonight we will only announce the top 3 students from each department. The remaining scores will be sent to you by your homeroom teachers tomorrow, so don't be anxious. Now the department heads will take over. With that, Professor Ain stepped forward. When he appeared, Fire Mage Ileana couldn't contain her excitement. Oh my God, it's him, Ainalandiu, the Frost Knight, she shouted while the reserved professor began his speech. You all performed excellently in the midterms. I will now announce the department top students in order. The lights in the hall dimmed and a large screen lit up with the rankings. First was Celia, followed by Duran and Chenzia. Professor Ain called each name. Celia looked at the screen, slightly puzzled. Leo wasn't in the top 3, she told herself. Next, the debonair Professor Len stepped onto the stage to announce the magic department results. First place, Abad Llewellyn. Second, Chelsea Llewellyn. Third, Emio Luchin. At this, Chelsea couldn't hide her worry. She glanced at Leo and asked, Why isn't your name listed Leo? Leo, calm and composed, only replied, Things like this can happen. Meanwhile, Carr scratched his head, clearly confused. I get Leo, but Chloe's name isn't there either. Hearing that, Celia turned to look at Chloe. Chloe gave only an awkward smile. From Professor Len's perspective, the reason was clear. She used forbidden magic, so her practical magic score was recorded as 0. Still, her passion for the arcane was truly admirable. Suddenly, Professor Sejan sprang from his seat, nearly shouting, To me, the true top student of the magic department is Chloe. His fervent declaration made the languid Professor Harrod chuckle. Sit down, all right, he said casually. Meanwhile, Celia gently patted Chloe's shoulder to comfort her. As laughter resumed in the room, Professor Yura stepped forward with a radiant smile. All right, summoners, try harder next time, okay? According to her list, the top summoning students were Walden Tyden, followed by Eliza Hergen and Jordan Lawson in third. At Leo's table, people began to notice something strange. Some departments had announced their top students, but Leo's name didn't appear anywhere. Almost in response to their confusion, the petite professor stepped forward again and addressed the crowd. Everyone's having a good time, right? At last it's time to announce the school's top student and this year's student representative. She beamed brightly before declaring, the valedictorian of this midterm and the official representative of the freshmen is Leo Plove. The hall immediately erupted in astonishment. Gasps and surprised shouts echoed throughout the great hall. But just as excitement peaked, a hand rose from the crowd in protest. I object. How can someone like Leo Plove, who isn't in the top 3 of any department, be valedictorian and representative? The voice came from Emio Luchin, who placed 3rd in the magic department. Even Leo was stunned. The thought echoed in his head along with the crowd's confusion. Wait, how did I become the representative? Emio's question quickly sparked a wave of whispering and speculation in the room. The sudden commotion making the white-haired professor at the front a bit flustered. She was clearly embarrassed by the growing tension, but a second later her demeanor flipped like a switch. She slammed her hand on the podium and shouted, All right, all of you listen up. I'll explain this only once, so pay close attention. Her voice thundered through the hall as silence fell. First, students with dual specialties are not ranked within single departments. Why? Because they cannot be fairly measured by standard criteria. For example, a magic swordsman may not match a pure mage in raw magical output. But when their skills combine, the result can be far superior. Understand, she said, raising a finger before continuing. Second, Leo Plove scored the highest among all freshmen on the combined test of spiritual theory and practical combat. Below, Emio's confidence began to waver. His face twisted as he stammered, still trying to argue. But didn't someone else get a perfect combat score? Before anyone could answer, another voice boomed like a cannon. Leo exceeded the target parameters in the Hero World simulation. He defeated Chubarn. The moment those words were spoken, the entire hall inhaled in shock. Every eye turned to Leo, wide with disbelief. Even Leo, swept up in the storm of attention, began to feel the weight of those gazes bearing down on him. You actually defeated Chubarn? Just the two of you, you and Chloe. The group looked at Leo in utter disbelief. Leo gave a small nod. That was the correct answer. Above, the white-haired Professor Arshian looked flustered as she began to speak. The reason Leo achieved the highest midterm score is... But before she could finish, Professor Sejan stepped forward with a radiant smile and cut her off. Enough. It seems the students have already figured it out. Professor Arshian, end the announcements here and enjoy the rest of the party. With that, the tense atmosphere dissolved. People cheered and returned to celebrating as the scene shifted to the professor's table. While dining, Professor Yura turned to her colleague Len. If dual specialty students are truly ranked across departments, how will that affect the standings? Professor Ain glanced at her. It will shake up the magic department. Many will lose their positions. Yura blinked. Wait, don't tell me the top of the magic department is... Before she could finish, Arshian nodded slightly. Yes, it's Leo. Yura exclaimed, and the summoning department too. He beat everyone. Beside her, the always calm Professor Ain added, the Knights department as well. Leo Plove tops them all. Yura was stunned. Oh my, the boy is dominating every department. Ain shrugged calmly. It's no longer a fanciful dream. Across the table, two professors suddenly slammed their hands down in protest. No way, Leo should be trained as a top mage, his magical talent. Before Len could finish, Yura cut in coldly, please, do you think summoning talent like that grows on trees? In response, Ain only sighed slowly, weary of the argument. Listen, Leo is best suited to the sword, end of story. And so the three of them argued loudly, drawing attention from the whole table. Time passed quickly. The scene cut to the fifth-year class the next day. The teacher hadn't arrived yet, but Carr had already slumped over the desk moaning from last night's party. Oh man, I think I drank too much yesterday. Beside him, Chelsea glared and scolded. You're the only one I've seen finish 2 liters of orange juice. Just then the lazy homeroom teacher, Professor Harrod, finally entered the room and waved for silence. All right, settle down. I have an announcement about the school's field trip. As you know, this time we'll go to the Fey territories, he said, pinning a large map to the board. At the mention of the field trip, the class practically lit up with excitement, especially Ileana and Carr, who couldn't contain themselves. We heard each class gets to pick a destination, Ileana cried. Carr added eagerly, we should choose Duin Forest, the Wormwood. It's famous for its sweet, delicious fruit. But sadly for the two daydreamers, their excitement was immediately crushed when Professor Harrod pointed to a spot on the map and announced, we will go to El Silvikia. Red-haired mage Ileana blinked in confusion, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Tide, who was bookish, quickly flipped through a textbook and explained. El Silvikia is a small country far to the north, a frigid, icy region year-round within the Fey territories. Hearing that, the two excited students nearly cried. What are we supposed to do in that frozen place? This feels wrong. Ignoring their complaints, Harrod nonchalantly picked his ear with a finger and shifted blame. Take it up with your class representative. He chose it. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Leo, full of confusion and curiosity, but Leo didn't bother to explain. Instead, he calmly reminded them, it would be wise to prepare everything necessary in Lumen first, right? Ileana was still disappointed, sniffing. I guess I should start with gloves. Meanwhile, Chelsea, the ice mage, looked ecstatic. Finally, a chance to show off her collection of winter outfits. From Leo's perspective, of course he wasn't the foolish type to pick a destination without reason. El Silvikia might seem inhospitable to humans, but in reality it is a sacred land of the Fae. It hides the fairy Silode. Leo wondered if he was all right. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a quiet fountain square. Leo turned to Nella and said, I'll handle food and supplies. Nella, you take care of medicines. Nella nodded firmly. Leo hurried off to shop. After finishing the list, he suddenly stopped. He squinted as he turned and looked over his shoulder. Kyorazu 13th Street. This must be the place. He approached a small shop tucked in a dim corner. The sign read Lutek. This was the shop where Sen Liu and Chloe had bought the cursed artifact. Leo left his bag outside the door and stepped in. Inside was a heap of ruin and decay as if no one had visited for years. But Leo was unfazed. The Lumen investigation team had already searched this place. Surely nothing should have been left. So why was there still a teddy bear here? He froze, a dull, wait a moment. Everything in this shop should have been seized for investigation. That item shouldn't still be here, he squinted. The door slammed shut as I stepped in. Don't tell me this is a perception-suppressing curse. Just as Leo feared, the teddy bear suddenly turned to face him. From its button eyes, a strange, ink-like black fluid spurted out. Luckily, Leo was alert and dodged aside in time. The black fluid then transformed into a disgusting monster, its body covered with countless eyes. Leo instantly realized this was no ordinary demon, and quickly leapt backward toward the exit to keep his distance. He thought to himself that it wasn't just suppressing his senses, it was cursing anything it could against its opponent. The monster shifted again, taking on a serpentine form and speaking in a cold voice. Oh, a clever brat, you recognized my curse. Hearing that, Leo immediately identified the entity. It was Silituna, the demon queen, one of the demon commanders the group had failed to defeat 5,000 years ago. This was not her true form, but a replica created by a magical curse. Unaware that Leo had recognized her, Silituna continued. A magic swordsman, hm? A rare talent, I admit, but blame your useless keen senses. Suddenly countless tentacles sprouted from the creature's body and lashed toward Leo. He barely had time to retreat, but its overwhelming speed still grazed his arm, inflicting a painful wound. I can't win now, I must get out, he thought. Cornering Leo, Silituna hissed with glee. Thanks for the meal, seed of a hero. Its huge maw opened wide, intending to swallow him in a single bite. But Leo calmly smiled, showing no fear. As predicted, reinforcements arrived. A cold voice rang out in the air. From above, a giant spear hurtled down and pinned the monster's body to the floor. The attacker was Professor Albi. Upon seeing him, the demon panicked and screamed. A mage with demon eyes far more fearsome than any cheering onlooker. With a roar, it flung its damaged limbs toward Leo, trying to drag him down with it. But Albi wouldn't let that happen. He quickly formed a protective magic circle, causing the creature's attacking limbs to explode on contact with the barrier. Filthy demon trash, Albi spat, his voice full of contempt. On the other side, Silituna's replica howled like a rabid dog. Those disgusting goblins, one day I'll gouge their eyes and eat them all. While screaming, it lashed all its tentacles toward the two of them. But the attack was completely ineffective against Albi. In a cold tone, he said, I'm not interested in a cheap copy, die. Then the professor thrust his hand forward, unleashing a devastating beam of destructive magic. It immediately shattered Silituna's form into countless fragments. Seeing this, Leo thought to himself of Albi Zeron, the demon-eyed mage, also called Tartaros, the Destroyer. Rumor had it he became a professor at Lumine Academy, simply to freely cross borders while hunting his quarry. I owe a debt to the heroes of this age, he murmured with a regretful sigh, but he pushed the thought aside. Meanwhile, Albi turned to Leo and asked, You Leo Plove, what's going on here? Leo bent to pick up the teddy bear's head and explain. It appeared while I was investigating this place. The bear carries a curse that warps perception. Albi stepped forward, took the bear's head, and said the Lumine investigation team would handle it. This time I'll overlook you investigating this area on your own. From now on, if you need anything, come to me. I'm grateful for what you've done before. After saying that, the professor used magic to leave the room. Leo stepped outside, grabbed his bag, and thought the Zeron family was one of the 3 great houses controlling Lumine Academy. Perhaps with his support, I'll gain access to the Forbidden Library. Before long, Leo returned to find his friend. Nella, I'm back. I finished buying the supplies, he said cheerfully. But when she saw the wound on Leo's arm, she hurried over and healed it with magic. Hey, Leo, what's wrong? Leo shook his head. Not serious, thanks. Even so, Silituna's appearance left Leo uneasy. So Silituna was behind the beast's controller and that dark spellbook. He didn't know what their goal was. Time passed quickly. A week later, the scene shifted to the teleport gate, where everyone gathered to prepare for the trip to El Silvikia. Before departure, Leo asked if everyone had prepared enough supplies. Ileana and Nella nodded together. Yes, we've packed everything recently. The female swordsman Celia asked, Hey Leo, why did you choose El Silvikia? It's freezing there. Leo shrugged. It's hot right now. Going to El Silvikia feels like a summer vacation. Celia waved goodbye. Oh my, but it's freezing at night. Have a good trip. After telling Celia to take care of herself, Leo turned to his class. Class 5, get ready. Together we head to El Silvikia, the land of the Fae. With that, the group quickly stepped into the teleport gate. The scene shifted to Sarin Academy, the heroic military academy of the Fae. In front of a fountain, a young couple confronted someone. What a pathetic outfit. You're a Fae and you got into the prestigious Sarin Academy with blood like that. Could you stop boasting about your meaningless heritage? Hearing that, a white-haired boy trembled and stood silent, unable to answer. But at that moment, another voice rang out reproachfully. Don't bully a classmate. Behave properly like a descendant of Sarin. The red-haired girl was Lunia El Lunda, a noble of the Lunda house, one of the most prestigious among the Fae, and she was the representative of the first-year students at Sarin Academy. Instead of backing down, the young couple snapped back angrily. Seriously, don't you mind that a half-blood got into Sarin? His existence is a disgrace. Look at those savage clothes. Hearing that, Lunia shed her noble composure and erupted like a rabid dog. Here we go again. If you hate his clothes so much, why don't you take off your own and give them to him? If you can't help, then shut up. The couple were stunned by her fierce attitude. Lunia, you're of a noble house. Don't be rude. What's going on? Lunia rolled up her sleeves as if ready to teach them a lesson. Aren't you ashamed? Mobbing one person. If you don't like it, fight me. Seeing her aggressive stance, the two didn't hesitate and ran off immediately, shouting, Run! Save yourselves. Ignoring their attitude, Lunia turned to the person standing behind them. Why are you dressed so lightly? You make me want to take care of you forever. She gently pulled down a scarf and wrapped it around the boy's shoulders. He smiled brightly. Great, someone stole my stuff. The boy was Luca Enners, third in the first-year exams at Seren Academy and a half-blood. From Lunia's perspective, anger flared again seeing Luca without a scarf, but then she suddenly sneezed, making Luca a bit worried. Lunia, please take back the scarf, it's cold. She shook her head, waved it off. It's fine, don't worry. Luca sensed her unusually cheerful mood and asked, Lunia, you seem really happy today. Lunia cleared her throat and said, Ha ha, because my Chinese letter Fei has finally hatched. Hearing that, Luca smiled warmly at his friend. Congratulations, Lunia. That's wonderful, I'm off now. Later, when the red-haired girl returned home, she quickly went to her father's office and asked, Father, my Chinese letter Fei has hatched, right? In the room, a brown-haired man smiled and reminded her, Lunia, I told you to call me professor at school. This man was Ellen Lunda, head of the prestigious Lunda house, one of the heroic families sworn to Farina's oath, responding to his daughter's question. Ellen nodded slightly, a bit embarrassed. Yes, it seems Farina's offspring has indeed hatched. Hearing that, Lunia trembled with excitement. I knew it, when can I meet it? Her father sighed. There's a bit of an issue. Lunia, it seems your Chinese letter Fei has linked memories with someone else. I'll look into the details. Before he could finish speaking, Lunia's fiery temper flared up at the mention of Farina. She slammed the table and shouted, Who stole my Chinese letter Fei? The scene shifted to Velkia, the capital of El Solvikia. Leo's group had just arrived through the teleport gate. They all shivered in the cold air, especially Carr, who trembled uncontrollably, moaning, I'd rather die than this. What's wrong with me? Meanwhile, Professor Herod wrapped his scarf, told them to stop complaining, and fell in line. This is the capital of El Solvikia. Does anyone know its history? In response, Mage Chelsea eagerly raised her hand and shared her knowledge. Velkia was founded and named after Velkia Ursar, a Fey knight, and one of the disciples of Luna, the star priestess. Her words sparked a memory in Leo's mind. More precisely, he was a disciple of both Luna and Aaron. The provocative name Velkia is now honored as a knight of the Fae. Professor Herod nodded in agreement and added, Indeed, the Asa House are descendants of the Fae Knights and hold the highest positions here. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from ahead, drawing everyone's attention. The snow-filled sky made it hard to see who was approaching. Carr nervously shouted, Are there thieves in Fae territory too? Professor Herod shrugged. There are bad people everywhere. From the front, a voice called out, How have you been lately, Professor Herod? The newcomer was a handsome Fae man, followed by a few guards. His presence alone was enough to make the female students swoon, their eyes sparkling with hearts. The leader of the Fae group spoke again. Greetings, Professor Herod. His name was Loon, spokesperson of El Solvikia and head of the Ursar house. In response, the lazy professor nodded slightly and said, You're the same as always. Nearby, Mage Ileana stood dazed, wiped drool from her face, and exclaimed, I think I've just found my destiny. Even Nella beside her coughed discreetly in embarrassment. But at that moment, Leo stepped forward and shattered their dreams. Does his age not bother you? Ileana moved closer and nudged Leo's elbow teasingly. What's up, class rep? Don't tell me you're jealous. Leo replied coldly. Don't be ridiculous. You know Fae live long and barely change appearance, right? So tell me, how old do you think he is? Leo's remark made Ileana angry. Loon realized this and smiled lightly. There are many enthusiastic students here. Unfortunately, the students Professor Herod brought along are always very disciplined. Herod shook his head and said they are only first years, still very immature, just kids looking for excuses to confirm their doubts. Ileana stepped forward and asked, Sir, may I ask your name and age? Loon turned, bowed slightly, and said, Sorry for not introducing myself. I'm Loon Ursar, and I'm 97 years old. His words immediately left the fire mage speechless. Meanwhile, Carr ran over, pushed Ileana aside, and asked, So you'll be our guide? Loon replied warmly, I am the head of the Ursar house and the spokesperson of El Solvikia. Immediately after, Carr inwardly sobbed, mechanically reached out, and weakly shook Loon's hand. It's an honor to meet you. Nearby, Professor Herod glanced over and said, Carr Thomas will talk privately later. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the lodging for the field trip. To be honest, because this place had been abandoned for so long, the interior looked quite dilapidated, covered in cobwebs with rats scurrying everywhere. The students' faces turned pale as they groaned. We really have to stay here. No way, I can't do this. Hearing that, Leo crossed his arms confidently and said, Oh, really? Then I guess you'll be sleeping outside. Ileana's eyes lit up. I knew it, class rep, you prepared right. I knew I could trust you. But contrary to her hopes, Leo pointed to a tent set up outdoors and said, I figured you'd say that, so I prepared a sleeping spot out there. Want to sleep under the stars? Looking out at the blizzard outside, Carr turned back a bit embarrassed and told the group, What are you standing there for? Hurry and unpack. This is our resting place. It looks like a work of art. Have you seen the weather? Step outside and you'll become a snowman instantly. Speaking of Carr, at that moment he was sneaking up to the second floor. The two wore sly faces like foxes hunting rabbits. Hey, do you know the most exciting part of this trip? Sneaking into the girls' dormitory, that's what we're looking forward to. But before they could reach the stairs, Chelsea glared at them with disdain and cast a spell called Wind Ring. Screams echoed everywhere. Hearing the commotion, Leo nodded and commented, Looks like everyone's having fun. Maybe I should go see too. When he opened the door, he saw a golden-haired Fae girl waiting outside. Class rep, the head of the house wants to see you. Led by her, Leo was taken to Loon's office. Seeing Leo, Loon looked a bit embarrassed and said, Welcome, Leo. Sorry to call you here unexpectedly. There's an urgent matter. Could you wait a moment? Leo replied, No problem. There are many interesting things here. May I look around? Loon said cheerfully. Of course. As Leo glanced over the weapons and gear hanging on the walls, he thought these were surely ancient relics. Then his gaze stopped at a dagger. He suddenly blurted, Urquint. Loon couldn't hide his surprise. How do you know about Urquint? Its history is only passed down to the head of the Ursar house. Leo was slightly startled but quickly made something up. I read about Urquint in several ancient manuscripts at the Great Library of Lumine Academy. Loon showed no doubt. Makes sense, the Lumine Academy does have everything. Leo reached out and touched the dagger, thinking it had the power of a star, but this was not the original. In his mind, memories flooded back of the moment a Lumine teammate showed him her dagger. The dagger originally belonged to Lumine, who later passed it to her disciple. Velkia, however, right before the final expedition in the war against Tartaros. Velkia lost it at the same time. Loon seemed done and stepped up to Leo, lowering his voice to whisper, Urquint is the ancestral prize we received when we conquered Velkia's hero realm. Unfortunately, relics from the hero realm can only be used by the ones who claimed them. Then he continued, All right, have a seat. I've heard you take all the classes and serve as the freshman representative at Lumine Academy. I know it's a bit abrupt to ask this right after our first meeting, but could you meet my granddaughter once? She's a first-year student at Sarin Academy, very talented and admitted with top scores, but the world out there is vast, and shortly after enrolling, she hit some limits and lost motivation. Someone your age from the outside could inspire her. Following Loon's lead, Leo walked down the hall, though looking at the key in his hand, he murmured sheepishly, Is it okay to hand my granddaughter's room key to a stranger like this? Then he knocked, and the door opened automatically, revealing a completely chaotic room, books and clothes scattered all over the floor. The dust-thick air made Leo cough several times. Looking around, he noticed photos of a band of heroes from 5,000 years ago, which made him realize the girl in this room is a die-hard fan of that great hero. He thought, I know some people like collecting this stuff, but this level is a bit much. Are those really Sarin Academy uniforms? At that moment, a sleepy voice sounded behind Leo. Leo, barging into my granddaughter's room like this is a bit much, don't you think? The girl was Iron Ursar, first-year vice-class rep at Sarin Academy. Then she recognized Leo's face and screamed. Completely panicked, she hid under the blanket. Leo calmly introduced himself. Hello, I'm Leo Plove. I was sent here at your grandfather's request. Still under the blanket on the bed, Iron maintained a defensive posture with no other choice. Leo praised her a little to ease the tension. Wow, your collection is nearly as extensive as my Kyle books. Let's see how they write about him from the Fae perspective. The Northern Mountain Beast Uprising can also be credited to Kyle. Oh, your room is actually quite tidy. Hearing that, Iron finally poked her head out of the blanket and asked if he liked Kyle. Leo stepped further inside and glanced around the room. His gaze landed on something. He murmured, This is it. Leo continued, The Darno's battlefield that mentioned Kyle. Wasn't that the boastful guy referring to the battle where Tiberca commanded the Tartaros army in a linked formation, the battle where the great heroes first fought together as comrades? Iron excitedly turned and asked, Do they know the place where Commander Zerga was defeated? Leo replied, That's where Lumen first tested her causality magic. Hearing that, Iron grew even more excited. She lightly squeezed her small hands together and said happily, Yes, that's a little-known part of the hero's history. It's even a minor topic in academic circles. At this moment, Leo's image in Iron's eyes was that of a true idol. Then she bowed slightly and apologized for the late introduction. I'm Iron Ursar. I talk too much even though we've just met, don't I? Hearing that, Leo bore no grievance and just smiled. No problem. If you've heard stories about the heroes, I'm glad someone still loves those tailies. Iron continued. This is just my personal opinion, but even though history confirms 4 great heroes, I think there may once have been a 5th. Leo continued for Kyle. I believe he truly existed, so when I return I plan to join a research group tracking Kyle's traces. Hearing that, Iron cried out happily. Oh, that's wonderful. Then she bowed her head and murmured, School, huh? These words accidentally reached Leo, who thought to himself, shy and reserved, but okay. Then he spoke up. Iron, why don't you attend school? She replied bashfully. It's just that I don't think Saren is the right place for me. Her eyes drifted to the corner of the room as she continued. Everyone is overly diligent. They train seriously to become heroes, while I'm just someone who dreams of being a hero in a rather fanciful way. Leo noticed the outfit in her wardrobe. The uniform was carefully kept. Isn't that a sign she hasn't given up? Then he turned to Iron and said, I'm not the only displaced person from Elsilvikia here. My whole class is on this field trip. I think if they hear your story, they'll be eager to meet you. Hearing that, she froze and replied, Huh. Leo stood up and said, You know in the human world there are hero training schools like Saren Academy, right? Hearing this, Iron became extremely excited. Then Leo turned toward the door and walked away, not forgetting to call back. If you're curious about students from Lumine Academy, you can come see them. Just as he stepped out the door, Loon was already waiting outside. Seeing Leo, his eyes were full of expectation. Startled by his appearance, Loon let out a loud cry. Then Loon came closer and whispered, Don't tell me you've been talking to Iron to quickly help her. Leo nodded. Yes, that's right. At that answer, Loon was so overjoyed he nearly cried. He wiped a few emotional tears from his eyes with a handkerchief and said, It's been a long time since she's talked at length with anyone like that. Then he smiled, placed a hand on Leo's shoulder, and added, It seems she's opened up to you. I want to repay you somehow. What do you think about receiving a magical item? It might be useful to you. Hearing that, Leo was thrilled inside, but muttered outwardly that refusing would be rude. After some walking, the two arrived at the Ursar family's treasure room. Inside were countless gold, jewels, and expensive ornaments. The sight made one's mouth water. Loon looked at Leo and said, Pick whatever you want. Leo walked further inside and scanned the room. Then his gaze fixed on an item and he murmured inwardly, This is. He immediately said, I'll take this. Seeing the item Leo held, Loon stroked his chin and said, That's a gem containing the power of a fairy that our ancestors seized from Velkia. The fairy figure is exquisitely carved and beautiful on the outside. Before Loon could finish explaining, Leo cut in, It's fine. Seeing that, Loon happily replied, As long as it pleases you. Looking at the gem before him, Leo murmured to himself, Surely that's not a fake, it's a real fairy. After the students finished arranging their sleeping places, Herod led them to a room and said, Everyone, quiet. I'll outline the upcoming schedule. Starting tomorrow, wake-up time is 6:00 a.m. in the morning. You'll have individual training in the fairy forest near Vin City, and in the afternoon you'll carry out mission practice. Hearing that, Ileana raised her hand and questioned, Wait a minute. Haven't we already done enough individual training at school? Do we still have to train even while on a field trip? Herod answered, On this trip we'll focus on the aspects you still lack. Surely no one thinks they're here to play, right? Then he asserted, Let me be clear, this schedule was arranged by your class representative. Hearing that, Tide in the corner angrily shouted, That bastard! Chelsea similarly asked, Why did you do that? Leo replied with a light smile, The fairy forest has monsters ideal for real combat training. Train until you drop. Whoever collapses first loses. Ileana chimed in beside him, The class rep must have a noble reason. To become true heroes, we must do this. After covering a few more points, Herod concluded, Now enjoy yourselves. This will be your last free time for a while. Shortly after, Leo returned to his room, holding the gem in his hand. He stared at it and muttered the sealing magic of the Fairy King. He thought no wonder Luna Ursar assumed it was merely a statue. After the era of calamity, the Covenant signers disappeared, and no one in the Fairy clan witnessed that magic anymore. But to Leo, this was familiar. This was Silrod's magic. He then funneled a stream of golden yellow mana into the gem. Cradling it, he thought the time had finally come to use the oath of the Fairy King that I once received. Tides of magical force surged into the gem. After absorbing the energy for a while, cracks appeared on the surface, and blinding rays of light began to pierce out from them. The light flared, making the whole room glow brightly through the night. Along with it, a tiny spirit appeared, perched on Leo's hand. He murmured, Father, the seal is finally broken. Then he looked at Leo in puzzlement, asking why a human stands before me. How strange. Leo stepped closer and asked, Who are you? The small spirit, anger veins bulging on his face, yelled, How dare you call me you? Then he thumped his chest and grandly introduced himself. I am the eldest son of the great golden fairy King Silrod, heir to the throne of the monarch. Before you stands Silver Fairy Curran. Curran began to grumble, but Leo reached out toward him and flicked his forehead hard, making Curran cry out in pain. Curran rubbed his forehead angrily. Who are you? How dare you? What is this? Leo's gaze turned terrifying. In a low voice he spoke carefully. Even your father was polite to me. Who do you think you are, brat? Hearing that, Curran angrily shouted. How rude, you dare insult King Silrod. Before Curran could continue, Leo flicked his head hard again. Curran grew angrier and yelled, You insolent brat! Leo flicked him once more, sending Curran into near madness, and this scene continued for 15 minutes. After that, Curran gradually became polite. He stammered, Impossible! Are you truly the one who took my father's oath? Leo calmly blew on his finger and said, It seems so. Your seal has broken, so why are you not accepting it? Curran replied, On second thought, forming a covenant with a lowly human like you isn't so bad. Leo pressed his finger to Curran's head and said, With Silrod's kindness he even retracted all 6 wings and sealed you. So you must be quite the troublemaker, Prince Curran. Feeling struck to the core, Curran stroked his chin and said, You even know that? Truly the chosen one. Leo sighed softly. Fine, then go to the fairy realm and summon Silrod to help me. Curran crossed his arms and sighed. I cannot. Only when I recover all 6 wings can I return to the fairy realm. Leo asked, So where is the first wing? Curran replied, I believe the first wing lies in the fairy forest that was once our homeland. Leo smiled faintly and murmured inwardly that fate had brought Silrod's son to him, sensing Curran beginning to take command. Leo flicked his forehead one more time and shouted, How dare you speak to me like that? Cut to a few days later, the group began entering the fairy forest to train. In a forest blanketed with white snow, something left the group wide-eyed in surprise, but instructor Herod remained calm as if nothing had happened. It turned out in front of them was Chelsea, sitting down heavily, complaining. No way, they only beat them using wind magic. Suddenly an arm reached out in front of her, making her blush. It was Leo. He approached with a warm smile and said, Looks like you need to train too. Going back a few minutes, Ileana moved toward Leo and spoke. Class president, you said my sword skills and magic don't sync. So what am I? She squeezed her hands lightly, sighed, anger mixed with embarrassment as she said, So you made me train alone today. Leo didn't answer immediately, but glanced off in another direction. At this, Carr and Tide flinched. Tide spoke up, I'm lacking summoning control skills. Carr shouted angrily, Hey, alchemy is the only thing I'm confident in. I even made that very clear in the entrance exam. Didn't I, Leo? Then a foot stepped forward from afar and said, I'm not very familiar with wind magic. Hearing this, Leo turned his head to look at that person. It turned out to be Chelsea. Gripping the weapon tightly, she said, Then show me what you've got. Seeing this, Leo gave a small smile. One hand shoved into his pocket, acting all cool, then said, All right. She muttered, looking at him. Everything Leo's done so far has far exceeded expectations. Who knows what other tricks he's hiding? Her gaze hardened. No time to prepare, I'll just go for it. Without another thought, she spun her staff wildly, creating a massive whirlwind. Seeing this, Leo showed no flinching. He immediately murmured, Violent wind. He thrust his hand forward, forming a gale to rival Chelsea's. Then the 2 gusts slammed into each other, creating high-pitched whistles that made everyone shiver. Witnessing the duel, Ileana outside had to cover her face because the wind was so strong. She shouted, Isn't speed specialization Chelsea's forte? He counterattacked even faster than Chelsea. Without hesitation, Chelsea shouted, Chain wind. Immediately chains shot from her back straight toward Leo to attack. Seeing that, Leo calmly said, Chelsea, I told you from the first meeting, wind magic isn't used like that. Immediately red gusts swirled around him, blocking Chelsea's attack. In an instant, her chains were shattered by Leo's tempest. Before she could react, he pointed into the air and formed an arrow of wind that shot straight at Chelsea, leaving her stunned. The whole forest trembled from the aftershock. A few small flakes of snow fell onto Chelsea after the attack. Leo's sword was now pressed to her neck. She frowned slightly and could only look up at him. His face was full of confidence, clearly showing the gap in their skill levels. After a moment's stare, she muttered his words to herself. Is this what counts as wind magic? Without hesitation, Leo reached out to help her up. Standing outside, Ileana sighed. I can't believe our class president is some kind of monster. Carr added, I never thought Chelsea would lose at her own specialty. Herod explained, As a pure mage, Chelsea is not inferior to Leo, but the biggest difference in their understanding and application of wind magic decided the outcome. When you level up in class, you'll learn new techniques, so it's important to master the power you already have, Herod continued. Chelsea now stood beside Leo looking embarrassed while he gently ruffled her hair. Herod went on, so train the basics under the class president's guidance and good luck with this afternoon's mission training. The group sighed in mock annoyance and replied, yes, sir. They were all shivering from cold and hunger. At that moment, Leo was heading alone deeper into the forest. His mission this time was to gather medicinal herbs. Recalling the scene of everyone collapsed on the ground from exhaustion and Carr covering his mouth from nausea, he pleaded, please, I'll train later. Leo smiled slightly and said, now they're finally starting to move. Then a clear voice rang out, Leo, look, I gathered this much already, see? It was Curran, the boy who was collecting herbs for Leo. Taking the herbs, Leo smiled faintly and said, impressive, truly fairy-like. Curran beamed with delight and boasted, I'm not an ordinary fairy, you know. After checking the herb count was sufficient, Leo put the satchel into a pocket dimension. He then turned to Curran and said, we should start a full investigation of this fairy forest. Curran nodded softly. At last, my journey to reclaim my wings begins. The two then moved deeper into the forest together. After walking for a while, Leo suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Curran asked, why are you stopping? Leo calmly turned to ask Curran, when were you expelled from the fairy lands? Curran frowned, pondered for a moment, then replied, about 100 years ago. Looking at the invisible wall forming before Leo, he said, look closely, that's an illusion. Curran continued, is this the magic of the fairy king? But it doesn't seem like my father's spell. Leo murmured inwardly that it was his father Silrod's magic. Growin, the fairy of the cataclysmic age. But the incantation has only been active for about 100 years. Based on the timing, the spell was activated by Curran's wings. A barrier formed from ancient magic and the wings of that man's son, meaning something extremely important is sealed inside. Then a pair of cold feet slowly stepped out from within. Seeing that, Curran covered his nose and shouted, The figure looked at Leo and said, why is there a human in the fairy lands? Leo was not surprised by the arrival and replied calmly, even stranger that an immortal like you shows up here. It turned out to be a skeleton. He said, this place has long been under their influence, Tartaros. Curran shouted at the skeleton, this is our fairy sanctuary, what nonsense are you talking? The skeleton replied, fairies, a lowly being like you calls itself a fairy. Hearing this, Curran angrily yelled, what did you say? Blue energies swirled around him. He then lunged forward, fists clenched, shouting, you bastard. The skeleton remained unfazed by the attack, as if nothing had happened. Curran then threw a punch straight into its chest, shattering the ribcage. Its body began to fall apart and collapse to the ground. Landing lightly, Curran said, ha, loud but weak. Seeing this, Leo mocked, and you still dare call yourself a fairy, barging in like a thug. Curran stretched after days without exercise and said, who cares as long as it works? The powers of fairies and immortals are opposites. Then his eyes suddenly widened. What is this? The immortal's body was gradually restoring. He said, I see, though lowly, you are still a fairy. Detecting a foul, rotten stench from him, Curran covered his nose and shouted, gross, stubborn, and stinky, this one probably hasn't bathed in thousands of years. The immortal gripped his sword, which emitted tremendous energy. Without hesitation, Curran charged again, shouting, I'll crush you to the bone. As he neared, Leo beside him suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, Curran, get out of the way. Then the immortal thrust his sword hard into the ground. A red mana surged around him like a protective curtain. Seeing the terrifying barrier, Curran's eyes widened. He immediately changed direction and darted elsewhere. But he accidentally collided with Leo and cried out in pain, what the hell was that? Leo remained calm, gently hoisted him onto his shoulder and said, it's a Tartaros monster that's existed for a very long time. He is a death knight, the skeleton said. My name is Kargar, a knight serving the Lich King. Immediately he swung his sword fiercely and charged straight at Leo. Leo drew a sword as well and slashed forward to block the attack. He continued to assault from all sides, then intoned in a deep voice, I am the one who will lead you to death. Kargar's words were cold and filled with killing intent, making Leo look up at him, his heart pounding at the terrifying aura. Before Leo could regain his breath, Kargar unleashed a devastating downward slash like a heavenly blow aimed at him. The attack's pressure tore the air apart. Leo, eyes flashing with resolve, hastily summoned a radiant blue magical shield to absorb the strike. Though he blocked it, his body staggered, legs trembling as he took a few steps back, sweat beading on his brow before he steadied himself. Kargar advanced with a sinister smile, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He sneered, you managed to deploy light energy so quickly. Not bad. With that, he tightened his grip on the sword and lunged at Leo like a whirlwind, eyes blazing with battle intent. As he came close, he raised his sword and delivered a mighty slash that made the air scream. Exhausted though Leo was, he reacted in time. but his movements were slow and labored as he struggled to parry the powerful blow. Both growled, locking eyes with neither yielding in the tense standoff. Karger burst into arrogant laughter. "All your resistance is useless, ha ha." Seeing his master falter, Curran launched himself from behind with blazing loyalty, shouting, "Leo, I'll help you." He swung hard at Karger, but the skeleton's wholly bony body was too tough and Curran tumbled, forehead swelling red. Holding his head in pain, he muttered, "Ah, I did my best, if only I had a pair of wings." Though exhausted, Leo gritted his teeth, eyes shining with indomitable will, and murmured in a low, potent voice, "By the name of the one bound by covenant, answer my summons." As soon as the words left his mouth, brilliant sparks flared around him, causing Karger to stagger back a few steps, his expression showing hesitation. When the incantation completed, Leo's body blazed as fierce sparks rose like hellfire. A majestic pair of blazing phoenix wings appeared behind him, radiating heat that made the air tremble. He tightened his grip on his sword, eyes cold as he stared at Karger without fear. Karger, astonished, stammered, "This is." Curran from the ground looked up with wide, astonished eyes and muttered, "What? Besides me, there's another covenant bearer." Wasting no time, Leo swung his sword in a terrifying slash. The blade transformed into the head of a fiery phoenix that shot toward Karger at breakneck speed. When the flames struck him, a colossal energy explosion erupted, tearing his body apart in two. From within the flames, a small phoenix emerged and perched on Leo's shoulder, chirping innocently like a chick. Curran jumped close to the little phoenix and asked in surprise, "Is this a phoenix?" The little phoenix glanced at him with a contemptuous look, making Curran scratch his head and smile awkwardly. But Karger was not completely destroyed. He snarled in fury, "A phoenix and a fairy, I will not let them live." He drove his cursed sword into the ground. Bright red blood gushed out like a torrent around him as he shouted, "Death Army, devour these beings." The call echoed from the Deathlands, and the skeletons responded in unison, advancing in one direction. Leo looked ahead and murmured anxiously to himself, "A curse that continuously summons the undead." Behind him, Curran worriedly blurted, "Ha, have you given up? No more light energy." Hearing that, Leo only smiled faintly, his eyes sparkling with confidence. He took a stance and said in a resolute voice, "Of course not." As he advanced, he muttered, "Could this be Kyle's mana? I haven't used it in a long time." He used an earthquake skill. A massive surge of mana flowed from his hands into the ground, shattering the earth and halting the undead assault. From afar, Karger couldn't hide his astonishment at Leo's attack. Without giving him time to think, he launched himself toward his enemy. As he neared, he swung his sword and unleashed a whirlwind skill that knocked aside all the undead in his path. Seeing Leo cut through the minions, Karger shouted in anger, "Stop right there. If you call yourself a knight, face me with honor, Leo." Clenching his sword, Leo continued forward coldly. "You who summon hordes of minions talk of honor." With that, he gathered power in his legs. He leaped high over the undead and soared into the sky. Karger thought Leo was fleeing and roared that he was running away. While moving, Leo turned to Curran in a low but warm voice. "Little friend, stop fighting, both of you go inside." After some movement, Leo stopped. He exhaled and murmured, "This spot should be safe enough," when suddenly heavy footsteps echoed from afar. Leo glanced and saw an undead snarling its way forward. He drew his sword without hesitation, thinking inwardly, an undead separating from the pack. His blade swung up and tore the undead to pieces. But immediately, another sword hurtled straight toward him. A voice called out, "Did you summon it, human?" Leo replied at once, "No, I am Lumen's student. I have nothing to do with those undead." Observing the attacker's attire, Leo murmured, "The uniform of a Saren trainee." But the attacker paid no heed and swung his sword, shouting, "What a ridiculous excuse! Die, necromancer." Leo deftly spun to dodge the strike. Then he struck the man's stomach hard with the pommel of his sword, making him clutch his stomach and scream in pain. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded from the darkness. "That's enough." A red-haired girl stepped forward with sincere eyes. "I'm sorry for that rudeness earlier. I'm Lunia El Lunda, a first-year Saren trainee. Please don't think all Saren students are like him." Hearing her speak kindly, Leo nodded slightly. "All right, apology accepted. What brings you here from Saren?" Lunia stepped forward and extended her hand. "I'm on field training in Berkia." Leo replied, "I'm on an expedition. Now I must report to my professor." Saying that, he turned and left. Lunia stood and softly said, "May the Berkia forest protect you, Leo." Muttering as he walked, Lunia El Lunda. Why does that name sound familiar? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lunia was punishing that young man, angrily shouting, "The worst student in the senior class causing trouble again while bragging. What an idiot, how shameful." This sort of thing seemed normal in the Berkia County town. The scene shifts to Leo walking with Professor Harrod to meet Loon. After hearing the story, Loon wondered about a death knight in the sanctuary. Was it a tragedy or monsters appearing long ago? The level of contamination wasn't very severe. Herod continued, "She's not a lying student." Loon replied, "But misunderstandings born of ignorance are also lies." Suddenly something caught Leo's eye. A man stepped in and announced, "A first-year aspiring hero claims to have encountered a death knight." It was Herdium Wintle, homeroom teacher of Saren's senior class 1. He added, "Surely she mistook it for a skeleton knight. I don't believe a first-year student could escape a death knight." He glanced at Leo. "You're only a first year after all." Then he turned to Herod. "Professor Herod, do you believe this student's story?" Herod replied promptly, "Of course, she is the representative of the entire faculty." Herdium was startled, thinking that if true this could broaden Saren's students' perspectives, though death knights were probably meaningless. He continued, "If she represents the faculty, she must be confident in her magic. I propose a joint class between Saren's Senior 1 and Lumen." The scene shifted to evening in a splendid hall like a marble palace, where a grand social gala took place. Carr and Chelsea entered with bright smiles. Carr exclaimed, "Wow, they're hosting such an extravagant exchange event. Truly a wealthy school." Chelsea tugged his sleeve and added, "It's fit for an emperor's banquet." Ileana cheerfully said, "I heard tomorrow we'll experience Saren's teaching style." Nella excitedly giggled, "I'm so eager." At the dining table, Herod and Herdium whispered to each other. Leo glanced and thought to himself, "A joint class proposal. He must see it with his own eyes to believe it." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Haven't we met before?" Startled, Leo turned around. He saw Rena approach smiling. "Dance with me, will you?" Beneath the stage lights that shimmered like a dream, Leo and Lunia glided across the dance floor. She asked, "Do you know the LF dance?" Leo nodded. "Yes, I learned it long ago." Lunia shyly thought, "I still don't know his name. What should I call him?" Leo replied, "I'm Leo Plove. Just call me Leo." Hearing the name, Lunia froze for a few seconds. Then she suddenly grabbed Leo's collar tightly and shouted angrily, "So you're a covenant thief who stole someone else's bond?" The abrupt action left Leo stunned and speechless. Lunia leaned close and snarled, "I'll kill you." Recalling Fiora's mother's trembling, regretful words, Leo felt his heart constrict. Reina was the original covenant bearer, and also the one who saved Ellen Lundar's life. "I'm sorry for the child who should have been the original covenant bearer." Just thinking that made Leo go numb as if chilled by a cold wind. He realized with astonishment that this child was the original covenant bearer of Fiora. Before him, Lunia remained standing, face flushed with anger and eyes blazing as if to burn him. She snarled, "You despicable covenant thief." Leo looked straight at her, sighed softly, and smiled warmly. "Fiora is fine." The unexpected words left Rena frozen, her eyes wide with surprise. But she ground her teeth and her anger flared again. "Go die!" she screamed, lunging toward Leo at terrifying speed, leaving everyone around frozen in shock. Just minutes later in a vast hall, the tension remained. Leo walked with Professor Herod while Lunia bowed her head, voice trembling. "I'm sorry, Leo. Please forgive my rudeness just now." Though her words were sincere, her clenched hands hid a smoldering anger. Leo replied with a gentle smile, "It's all right." But inwardly he thought pretending like this must be exhausting for her. After matters were settled, Herod announced that the misunderstanding had been cleared and said, "We will take our leave," and the two turned and departed. He pushed up his glasses and looked at Lunia sternly. "Lunia, do not repeat that mistake. Remember your role as the first-year representative of Saren." Lunia's expression darkened. She nodded slightly and whispered, "Yes, I understand." Herdium continued resolutely, "In tomorrow's joint class we must prove that." He stepped forward, placed a hand on Lunia's shoulder, his gaze burning with the belief that Saren would surpass Lumen. Then he corrected himself with a loud laugh. "No, surpass all the hero academies." The fervor in the conversation made Lunia tremble, not from fear but because her anger rose again. She thought contemptuously that these commoners from Lumen had no bread, then let them eat pastries. After his grand statement, Herdium stroked his chin, briefly worried he might be pushing her too hard. He cleared his throat to continue, from now on." Before he could finish, Lunia clenched her fists and shouted in fury, "I will never lose to that bastard again. I will crush him. Don't worry for Saren's honor." Her extreme attitude startled Herdium, his eyes betraying fear at the blaze of her anger. The scene shifted to the next day in a large lecture hall where students from both classes sat facing each other, the air buzzing with excitement. Herod stood at the podium in a warm voice. "It's a pleasure to meet the first-year students of Saren. I am Professor Herod, a lecturer at Lumen. Today you will experience a model lesson from Lumen," he said, causing the Saren students to stir, their eyes shining with anticipation. Herod continued, "Ileana, Carr, Tide, please step forward. You will lead this lesson." The three were startled and surprised by the unexpected call. Harrod added, "You are the outstanding students representing Lumen. Show what you have learned." The praise, sweet as honey, made Ileana, Carr, and Tide blush modestly, their eyes glinting with emotion. Chelsea, sitting next to Leo, cheerfully said, "Oh, they picked one student from each department, right?" Leo furrowed his brow and thought the teacher was being lazy by picking at random. Next came a spectacular demonstration. Ileana cast fire magic, brilliant flames dancing in the air. Carr manipulated metallic matter, forming intricate shapes. Tide summoned mysterious creatures that left the entire hall in awe. The students were excited and hurriedly took notes. Herdium stood with his arms crossed, smiling as he thought, "From a different perspective, I could open up a new methodology." But he frowned slightly and glanced toward Leo. Strangely, the class president had not yet appeared. Leo was still distracted, thinking about the chair Carr had thrown, his gaze dreamy. Lunia across from him glared with cold, furious eyes. Seeing their team's excellent performance, Chelsea cheered, "Well done, everyone." The three bowed and returned to their seats. After Lumen's demonstration, Herdium stepped onto the podium to praise them. "What an interesting lesson," from Lumen's students. "I can clearly see that each of you has developed deep capabilities in your respective fields." He picked up a piece of chalk and drew the elemental attributes on the board as he explained. He explained that Saren Academy follows a different method from Lumen. All Saren students learn magic as a foundational base, aiming for a balanced training model rather than focusing excessively on magic. Leo sat below, frowning, thinking to himself that calling it balanced was just sarcasm. They teach all sorts of things, but the theory is all magic showmanship. He let out a long yawn of boredom, startling the students around him. Herdium turned and continued, "And that's how we reach the final answer." He glanced at Leo, thinking, what is with this brat's attitude, spreading rumors about confronting a Death Knight and his studies are garbage. He raised his voice, "Enough theory." He raised his hand and formed a brilliant golden crystal block before his chest. "Let me show you the essence of Saren," he said. "We are by nature a race of magic." He channeled mana and propelled the crystal upward, where countless smaller crystals detached. They emitted a dazzling light throughout the lecture hall, causing the students to gasp. He continued, "This is spirit art, ancestral primordial magic. This is our essence, Istar spirit magic." He pointed to the board. "This formula is the legacy of the goddess Luna, the foundation of all spirit art. The spells we cast are just one branch among countless variants derived from that formula, aren't they?" A hand rose from below. It was Leo. Herdium looked at him, the class president. Leo sighed lightly and smiled, thinking he wasn't very interested in spirit art, but he spoke up to interrupt. "That explanation is wrong." His words stunned Harrod and Lunia. All eyes turned to him. Herdium frowned. "What did you just say?" Leo calmly explained, "That magic cannot be activated." The remark sent the students into a stir of surprise. Herdium beat his chest. "Of course, that spell is incomplete and can't be initiated. Our ancestors decoded Luna's legacy and restored it to its present form." Leo mused inwardly that even so it had been lost. It's understandable he didn't know. That magic was created by Luna to pass to Kyle. Herdium's gaze turned cold. "This student knows quite a bit about spirit art. If our explanation is wrong, can you show us your method?" Sensing the situation slipping out of control, Harrod sighed, preparing to intervene. But he was startled when he saw Leo stand up with purpose. Leo stepped onto the podium, thinking to himself that your ancient magic is merely a copy. "I am the one who received the full essence from Luna, but I died before I could pass it to another people. Perhaps we were born to meet." Leo's actions made Harrod exasperated. Spirit art is the pride of the ancient race, the founder's legacy. Continuing this could spark conflict across the academy. Leo approached the table. He adjusted the flow of mana with his fingers. A student wondered aloud, "What kind of technique is this? It resembles spirit art, but I've never seen that formula before." When he finished, Leo turned to Herdium. "I'm done, sir." Watching the mana flow flawlessly, tears welled in Herdium's eyes. His body trembled with emotion as he stammered, "What is this magic? Have you used it before?" Rewinding to the past, when Luna cast the spell, Kyle stood opposite her and asked, "What is this magic?" Luna interrupted proudly, "Look, I've finally completed it. I will teach it to you alone, Kyle. This is the blooming transference spell." At that moment, a golden flower appeared in Leo's hand, sparkling brilliantly as if recreating Luna's miracle. The recent display left all the students gaping, eyes wide with surprise. Ileana below couldn't hide her astonishment and cried out excitedly, "Class president, we just did something amazing, right?" Nella beside her nodded slightly, smiling in agreement, her eyes shining with pride. Meanwhile, Lunia, who loathed what Leo did, blinked in surprise and thought inwardly in disbelief. "What is this? What's the professor's reaction about? She sneaked a glance at Professor Herdium, who was kneeling on both knees with tears streaming down his face before the exquisite work. His eyes glistened and his voice trembled in awe. Amazing how many elemental magics spring from this. Don't tell me this is just a spell to make flowers bloom. Leo stood nearby, smiling confidently, and explained in a calm yet captivating voice. It's not that simple. During the calamity, flowers were nearly extinct. For the founder Nebula, weren't flowers something special? His words seemed to quiet the room. Recalling a past life, Kyle, eyes full of doubt, lightly touched the radiant golden flower before him and murmured, "What kind of magic is this? It's useless in combat, right?" Luna, standing beside him, turned and asked gently but emotionally, her eyes shining like stars, "Do you know how beautiful flowers are? One day I'll see a world full of them." Back in the present, Professor Herdium's gaze seemed fixed on the magnificent flower before him. He muttered in amazement, "Indeed, the founder has embedded truth into it." But coming to his senses, he turned and asked, puzzled, "Who is this student? How does he know these things?" Leo strolled up casually and whispered into his ear in a warm voice, "I'm Leo Plo. I self-studied the essence of magic through ancient texts. I study multiple disciplines and am a naturally gifted mage." His modest yet confident introduction left Professor Herdium stunned. He stammered, eyes wide, "Could your family be related to elves?" Leo shook his head and smiled faintly. From below, Professor Harrod stepped up looking slightly embarrassed. He sighed, "My student has lost, I'm sorry. Let's end the lesson here." Then he turned to Professor Herdium seriously. "For now, it's best we don't take an official stance on this matter." Herdium, still in shock, stammered, Professor Harrod, perhaps I was a bit presumptuous." Suddenly he stepped closer, gripped Harrod's hand tightly, and excited asked, "But could we negotiate to transfer the student Leo to our school?" The unexpected proposal startled Professor Harrod, who blurted, "What?" After class, the group returned to their lodgings, the atmosphere livelier than ever. Ileana and Chelsea, two energetic girls, showed off their cooking. Chelsea, beaming, brought out a pot of deep purple fish with a pungent aroma so strong no one dared get close. Proudly she announced, "Ta-da, Llewellyn's specialty." Not to be outdone, Ileana set down a strangely shaped salad covered to hide curious glances. She smiled brightly and chirped, "And here's a deadly risotto so good only one will survive." Looking at the two dishes, Leo, Tide, and Nella's faces filled with panic. Leo whispered to Tide, voice trembling, "This is the worst nightmare of joining Lumen." Tide turned pale and replied, "Do we have any other choice?" Nella, standing behind, frowned and said softly, "I think I still have elf bread from before." Before anyone could react, Ileana moved like a flash and stuffed a spoonful into Car's mouth, smiling radiantly. "Try it, try it." As the food went down his throat, Car trembled violently, sweat pouring like a shower, his eyes panicked. Seeing his reluctance, Ileana frowned and snapped, "What are you doing, idiot?" From afar, Loon, an older person watching the students' antics, laughed heartily. "It's wonderful to see you all so happy." Professor Harrod beside him scratched his head and whispered to Loon, "Class president." As if understanding, Leo immediately turned toward everyone, but just as he stepped away, Loon called out, "Wait." He continued in a stern voice, "You should know. The El Solvikia Assembly has announced a decision regarding the Death Knight orders." The remark made Leo flinch slightly, his heart beating faster. Loon went on, "Simply put, we've confirmed multiple Wraiths and Death Knight orders appearing in the Fairy Forest area. Therefore, Lumen and Saren will cooperate to investigate the abnormal situation in the forest. But with first-year students still inexperienced, this is extremely dangerous." Hearing this, Ileana, Chelsea, and Nella standing outside the door blushed with excitement, their eyes shining as if about to jump for joy. Inside, Loon continued, "So we've proposed to Saren that when the mission begins, they investigate alongside Saren's first-year students." Leo answered without hesitation, "Did the council leadership come all the way here just for that request?" Loon shook his head and smiled mysteriously. "No, actually I came because of you, Leo." At that moment, Iron, standing by the door, looked in shyly, her cheeks flushed. Seeing that, Leo stepped out with a friendly smile. "Hey, Iron, how have you been?" Iron stammered in reply, I said I'd come, so I took this privilege." Spotting the newcomer, Chelsea from inside exclaimed, "She's so cute." The sisterhood immediately clustered around, chattering. Chelsea excitedly asked, "What's your name? Why didn't you come to the exchange event?" Ileana looked at Leo curiously. "Class president, how do you know her?" Nella merely smiled and whispered, "So adorable." The group's enthusiasm made Iron blush deeply, wanting to turn to stone on the spot. After a barrage of questions, her eyes spun dizzily. Finally, she mumbled an apology and hurried upstairs. Iron's sudden action left Chelsea and Ileana dumbfounded. Chelsea frowned. Did we do something wrong? Ileana scratched her head and asked. She's really just a shy kid. Witnessing this, Loon turned to Leo in a low voice. Leo, I'm counting on you. Leo only nodded, his gaze drifting toward the balcony, where Iron sat alone in silence. Suddenly, a coat was gently laid over her shoulders, making Iron start. Leo stepped out, his smile warm as sunlight. Iron shyly asked, Aren't you cold, Leo? He replied confidently, I'm fine, don't worry. Then he quietly asked, So why did you run away from Saren Academy? The unexpected question made Iron thoughtful, her eyes distant. She muttered, Because I'm not fit to be a hero. Leo, surprised, asked, Why is that? Iron spoke in a soft but emotional voice, explaining that life at Saren had become overwhelming. I met someone like Sunshine, Lunia. She's confident, kind, and a true hero. I admired her and wanted to follow in her footsteps. I tried to move up to an advanced first-year class, but during the evaluation match, I made a serious mistake. I thought Lunia would hate me after that. Looking at the small girl before him, Leo fell into a brief, thoughtful silence. She's not someone who deserves to be hated. And Lunia isn't the type to hold grudges over trivial matters, is she? He smiled and asked, Do you like the story of Verkia? Iron's eyes lit up and she nodded enthusiastically. Yes, that's the tale of our ancestors. Leo continued in his warm voice. So you know Verkia admired great heroes and followed them. That's how she became a hero, right? Don't mind others' gazes. Follow the path you want. Leo's words seemed to touch Iron's heart, and she brightened, her eyes sparkling. Leo gently reached out a hand. Come down, my class is wonderful and fun. The next day, the two classes were led by Professors Herdium and harried to a forest blanketed in white snow. Lunia, flames blazing behind her, turned to Leo and asked curiously, How on earth did you persuade Iron? Leo replied calmly, I told her she had nothing to fear of you. Lunia blinked in surprise. Fear you? Why would she? Leo explained. She said you seemed terrifying during the evaluation match, so she thought you hated her. Lunia snapped awake and mumbled, Oh, it's just because Iron is too strong I had to focus. Leo smiled. Take care of her, she needs you. From afar, Professor Herdium looked in one direction and cheerfully exclaimed, They're coming. A group of students appeared, led by a poised young man with purple hair. Lauder Algra, representing Saren Academy's third year. He stepped forward to shake Herdium's hand, greeting him politely. Herdium beamed. Lauder, your recent thesis was quite interesting. Leo eyed the ring on Lauder's hand with curiosity. Turning to ask Lunia, Who is that? Lunia replied, Senior Lauder, he's the third-year representative. He wasn't prominent until second year, then suddenly made a breakthrough and became the talk of the term. Leo muttered to himself, thinking, suddenly improved. Once everyone had gathered, Professor Harrod spoke up. If everyone's here, we'll begin the group mission. Each group will have 2 to 3 first years and 1 third year. Holding a list, Professor Herdium read aloud. Group 1, Leo, Lunia, and Lauder. Hearing the list, Leo froze and murmured, No way, this doesn't feel random at all. Leo cautiously led them deep into the dense forest, where ancient tree canopies blocked the sunlight and made everything eerily shadowy. Leo took the lead with steady steps but sharp eyes darting around, scanning every bush and every tiny sound. He felt a prickling unease in his chest, as if the forest were whispering warnings. Lunia, contrary to Leo's calm, lagged behind with pursed lips, muttering irritably under her breath, Oh great, this is so annoying. She recalled Professor Herdium's sarcastic insults. Hopping the two of them would fail miserably this time to learn their lesson. Anger flared in Lunia. She frowned, eyes flashing with indignation, and suddenly snapped sharply, Why do I have to be paired with a thief? Leo turned to her without a hint of unease, the corner of his mouth curling into a sardonic smile. You still haven't dropped that habit of calling me a thief. He replied calmly but teasingly. Lunia clenched her fists, cheeks flushed with anger, nearly shouting, Of course not. I still haven't acknowledged you as Fiora's contracted person yet. Leo merely shrugged and kept walking, looking nonchalant and unconcerned. Because of you, he said softly, but with a pointed undertone that made Lunia freeze, flustered. To clarify the situation, let's go over the survey team's positions in the forest. Deep inside the forest was Leo and Lunia's group. At the giant octopus habitat was Chelsea's group, where the air was damp and smelled strongly of fish. In the rare herb cluster, Ileana's group was carefully collecting samples. The area with the ancient cypress belonged to Nella's group, while the forest entrance was Tide's territory. After scanning around, Lunia noticed one person missing and raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Hey, Senior, where did Lauder wander off to alone? Aren't we supposed to move in groups? Leo suddenly crouched, hands skimming the snow-covered ground as he squinted like someone searching for something important. He recalled Lauder's earlier words. I'll go off alone for a bit. Meet me in the middle of the forest. He murmured. He probably had some personal business to attend to. Leo's hands touched the thick snow where a strange purple mana pulsed, making him sense an ancient and threatening power. Lunia stayed behind, continuing to scan the surroundings with a questioning tone. But in a forest this deep, there are any immortals in sight? Last time there seemed to be quite a few. Leo was lost in thought and murmured, "Looks like last time, but take a closer look." He remembered the moment his hand touched an invisible wall. Back then, Curran, standing beside him, had said, "This is an illusion, magic of the Fey King, but not like my father's magic." Leo realized something strange. There was a curse on this land, something that hadn't existed before. A curse of death. Only those who survived the calamity would recognize it. He unconsciously thought of Tartarus, Erebos' loyal commander, a survivor from the catastrophe of the Hell Kaiser Kingdom. But Tartarus wouldn't act on his own. Leo thought to himself. Kargar the Death Knight was truly his henchman. Suddenly Leo sprang to his feet, eyes flashing as he sensed something. "There's something over there," he murmured, "in the Fey lands that Silrod protects." Lunia noticed his odd behavior and tilted her head curiously. "What is it? Do you sense something?" Before he could answer, a flurry of footsteps from deep within the forest startled Leo. His eyes widened, fully alert. "Something coming," he shouted. He immediately drew his gleaming sword, ready to fight. But then a warm, deep voice cut through the tension. "Phew, how's the investigation going?" It was Lauder stepping out of the shadows with a friendly smile. Both Leo and Lunia exclaimed in unison, "Senior Lauder." He stepped closer, keeping a smile on his face as he asked, "Did you encounter any immortals?" Lunia breathed a sigh of relief and shook her head. "You scared me. No, we didn't find anything." Meanwhile, Leo sheathed his sword, eyes still fixed on Lauder. He reached out to shake Lauder's hand. But the moment they touched, he felt a strange energy from the black ring on the senior's finger. "That ring," Leo thought to himself, but Lauder quickly cut across his thought. "Sorry, you're wrong," Lauder said with a mysterious smile. "There isn't even a single immortal here, let alone a Death Knight. But it's fine. First years tend to be eager." Lauder continued in an even tone. "Do you know high-level immortals like Death Knights disappear if the summoning mage lacks enough mana to sustain them? So wherever there's a Death Knight, there must be a demon summoner nearby." Hearing that, Lunia frowned in puzzlement. "Do you mean there are demons in this forest?" "But this is Berkia, the capital of El Silvikia." Lauder approached her and smiled, wiggling a finger. "Saren students should know the stellar magic used around Berkia, right?" She nodded quickly. "It's the magic created by Grandmaster Luna. Demons can't enter." But Leo suddenly interrupted, his voice firm. "There's no rule that a summoning mage must call demons. Other races can also wield dark power, fairies, for example." His words left the other two stunned. Lauder slightly lifted the corner of his mouth in a meaning-laden smile. "Interesting idea. You probably don't know how proud the Alliance is." After speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving with, "Wrap up your investigation, meet at the forest entrance." Leo fell into thought, watching Lauder's retreating back. He's searching for something, he thought. Lunia beside him also sensed something odd and muttered, "That guy definitely knows something." That evening in the students' dormitory, in a small room lit by dim yellow light, faces were tense. Tide, a member of the group, spoke up. "Your team didn't see the Death Knight either." Carr, sitting opposite, sighed faintly in a bored tone. "Forget the Death Knight, we didn't even see a single immortal." Chelsea, impulsive by nature, slammed the table and jumped up. Her eyes glittered with excitement mixed with suspicion. "All the more suspicious," she shouted. "The president said immortals appeared, yet they all vanished when we went to investigate. Something's wrong." Carr merely gave a thin smile, shook his head, and said, "I'm going to sleep, I'm really tired." But Chelsea wouldn't let it go. She lunged forward, grabbed his tie, and pulled hard. "Wait." At that moment, Leo had already slipped out of the dormitory through a window. He landed on the ground as quietly as a ghost. He made his way to the Saren Academy Hotel. Moonlight faintly shone through the window of a room there. Leo deftly opened the door and stepped inside, his sharp eyes scanning the room. He stopped before a table where Lauder's notebook lay. Sure enough, he had sneaked out of the dormitory, Leo thought. His gaze was suddenly drawn to a map on the table. With a red mark indicating the entrance to the Fey lands, he murmured, "This is unexpected." A shout rang out behind him, startling Leo. "What are you doing here?" Lunia, who he didn't realize had appeared, stood there with a look that was both angry and curious. Leo spun around and, quick as lightning, covered her mouth with his hand, whispering, "Quiet." After they both calmed down, Lunia frowned and snapped, "You seemed suspicious earlier. What exactly are you doing here?" Leo lowered his voice and replied, "I went to look for Lauder, but he slipped out ahead. Clearly he's heading toward the Fey forest." Suddenly, footsteps and voices came from outside. "Weren't you just saying he was asleep?" Another voice replied, I heard a noise. Leo and Lunia exchanged glances and immediately understood the danger. Without hesitation, Leo looped his arm around Lunia's shoulders. He lifted her up and jumped out the window. They left the room in an instant, leaving her stunned. At the same time, in Iron's room, she was quietly reading under dim light when a sudden noise outside startled her. Iron rose from her bed and went to the window. She looked down and froze when she saw Leo carrying Lunia in his arms. "Leo and Lunia too," she murmured, hands trembling slightly as the book slipped from her grasp. A romantic scene formed in her mind. An even more handsome Leo turning to Lunia with gentle eyes. "Let me join the honorary rescue team with you." Lunia responding with a tender look as they melted into a romantic tableau. Iron blushed, clutching her hot face and thinking, a secret date. In the Fey forest, Leo and Lunia pressed deeper into the woods, the air growing icy. Lunia trailed behind, occasionally glaring at Leo with annoyance. "So you're planning to follow me forever? Go back to the dorm," Leo said, his tone a bit irritated. Lunia frowned and snapped back. "Do you still suspect Senior Laughter is involved? He only arrived this morning while the Death Knight was discovered days ago." Before she could continue, a voice cut through. "Stop." Iron, out of breath, appeared before them, hands on her knees. Lunia was surprised. "Iron, when did you get here?" Iron's face flushed with embarrassment. Clenching her fists, she shouted, "Good heavens, students must not have improper romantic relationships. Boys and girls should be separated from age 3. Lunia froze. "Huh, what?" Leo was equally flustered, rubbing his forehead. "What are you talking about?" But Iron insisted. "I saw everything, you sneaking into the dorm together. How strange. Though Lunia is truly beautiful, and Leo is very handsome." Her words left Lunia stunned, her face burning as if about to smoke. Leo tried to keep calm. He turned to Lunia. "Lunia, say something." She stammered, eyes embarrassed. "No, it's not like that." Suddenly the atmosphere tensed. Leo frowned as he sensed a bitter cold wind. From beneath the ground, an immortal arm burst up unexpectedly. It was followed by a wave of reanimated corpses, their eyes glowing red in the darkness. The immortals. Leo shouted, drew his sword, and took a battle-ready stance. From deep in the forest, a low, chilling voice intoned, "Welcome to the Fey Woods." Seeing the undead claw their way from the earth, eyes embers red in the dark, the group immediately went on high alert. Leo gripped his sword tightly, the blade flashing under the moon, his sharp gaze swept ahead. "They're all high-level skeletal undead," he shouted in a deep, decisive voice. Lunia stood beside him, hands clenched until her knuckles went white, lips pressed tight with tension. She turned to Leo, voice trembling but full of doubt. Where did these things come from all of a sudden? Leo shot a quick glance at Lunia, a challenging light in his eyes. "Are you ready?" he asked, still holding the hilt firmly. Lunia wasted no time and assumed a fighting stance, feet planted firmly on the cold ground. She placed her hand on the ground, fingers tracing as if drawing ancient runes. A brilliant magic circle appeared around her. Glowing crimson and flames erupted fiercely as if to consume the darkness. Lunia looked up, wearing a confident smile, her eyes sparkling with pride. "Of course," she replied in a steel-edged voice. She finished and raised her hand to summon the fire octet. A colossal flame burst forth. It streaked toward the skeletal ranks like a roaring fire dragon, and in an instant the blaze swallowed the undead, reducing them to ash. Lunia maintained the flame with one hand, turned to Leo with a smug smile and asked challengingly, "How about that?" Leo curled a faint smile, about to reply, when suddenly Iron shouted, "Lunia, watch out." The shout startled Leo. He spun around sharply. A skeletal soldier brandishing a rusted sword lunged straight at Lunia. Fortunately, Iron appeared in time, raising her shield to block the attack. The crown on her head flashed, reflecting an otherworldly light. Leo murmured, eyes widening in surprise, "That's the Animus armor from Berkia." Iron did not hesitate. She lunged forward, swinging the sword in her hand with decisive force. With a swift, sharp strike, the skeleton's head flew off. Its body dissipated into the air, restoring a brief calm. Lunia, still a bit stunned, turned to Iron with a radiant smile. "You're really good," she praised gratefully. Iron scratched her head, cheeks tinged pink with embarrassment. "Ha ha, it's nothing," she replied, trying to hide her pride. Then she glanced at the two of them, curiosity mixed with doubt. "But why are you two out here in the middle of the night?" Leo sighed and shook his head. "Lunia and I aren't in the kind of relationship you think, Iron." Lunia exhaled beside him, annoyed. "That's right, we only stopped by Senior's dorm to investigate." Iron frowned, still unconvinced. "Really?" she asked skeptically. Lunia pointed at Leo, voice firm. "Yes. Do you think I'd let romance distract me from my studies? That would be great for you, fewer rivals. Why are you trying to stop this?" Iron was taken aback and quickly shook her head. "No, that's not it. Lunia, you're the top student, and I always want you to keep that position. You'll become a hero," she said. Iron's sincere words made Lunia pause, eyes widening, heart fluttering. Does he really think of me that way? She wondered, emotions a mix of surprise and being moved. Saren First Class Advanced Combat Evaluation. In the arena, tension hung thick. Iron gripped her shield tightly, sweat beading on her brow as she faced Lunia. Her sword was clenched, eyes resolute though showing fatigue. Lunia, her opponent, stood upright with clenched fists and a cold glare. As expected, she thought, of all the first-year students, only Iron can truly face me. The corner of Lunia's mouth lifted in a knowing smile. She summoned a brilliant fireball, its light illuminating the entire arena. "All right, I'll give it my all," she vowed inwardly, launching the fireball at Iron. A great explosion roared, choking the air with smoke and dust. Though stunned by the overwhelming force, Iron managed to raise her shield and block it, determination flashing in her eyes. Lunia saw Iron's expression and was suddenly struck. Now she understood, she thought, a heavy feeling settling in. But why did he stop coming to class afterward? Back in the present, Lunia stepped forward. She grabbed Iron's hand, voice earnest. "I want you to keep coming to school because you're my friend." Iron was stunned and stammered. "Wait, Lady Lunia, you say we're friends? Don't you hate me?" Lunia laughed, a rare radiant smile. "We're friends, didn't you know? As a friend and also as a rival, I want you to keep facing me." Iron's eyes brightened and her face lit up at those words. "A friend and a rival," she murmured, heart pounding with emotion. Then she suddenly looked at the two of them with suspicion. "So you two really aren't a couple?" Lunia was so angry she trembled, shouting, "We told you we're not." Leo, standing beside them, just sighed and rubbed his forehead. Kids really grow up by arguing, he thought, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Deep in the Fey forest, a gloomy atmosphere settled and the cawing of black crows echoed mournfully. A lone undead figure, eyes glowing red, stood in the clearing as if speaking to someone. "You must have been surrounded by mages," it growled. A figure stepped forward and removed the cloak. Revealing Lauder's face, he smiled, eyes cold. "Is that right, Warrior Karger?" Karger snarled obscenities. "You bastard. The king's command to control the immortal warriors. Do you think you can treat me like a subordinate?" Lauder, unfazed, raised the hand wearing a black ring. A threatening light flashed from it. "It seems you've forgotten that the king chose me," he said in an even but authoritative tone. Then he turned and left, leaving a final warning. "When the summoning circle is complete, I will no longer need Tartarus's help. Until then, I will rely on you." In the darkness, Karger's lips curled into a malicious smile, a crafty gleam in his eyes. "Of course," he muttered, voice full of scheming. Back with Leo's group, the three pressed deeper into the forest as the air grew colder. Iron shivered from the cold, rubbing her hands to warm them. "Do you think Senior Lauder is involved with what's happening in the Fey forest?" she asked skeptically. Lunia pointed at Leo and replied, "It's just this guy's speculation. Don't take it too seriously, Iron." But Iron couldn't stop wondering, isn't this forest colder than before? Berkia is usually cold, but it feels different now. Lunia nodded, voice pensive. Thinking back, it's a bit vague, but Leo, eyes grave, interjected. "I sense a curse." He raised his hand and summoned two magic circles before them. Light from them pushed back the darkness. "Be prepared. Things will get more dangerous from here." From the circle, Curran appeared, wearing a mischievous smile. Beside him was the little chicken Fiora, its feathers glittering like flames. Seeing Fiora, Lunia's face darkened, and a flash of jealousy crossed her eyes. She rushed over shouting, "How can a chicken be this beautiful? Fiora, do you remember Sister Lunia?" Iron, curious about the two small creatures, asked, "What are these summoned beings, Leo?" Leo pointed to the bird atop his head proudly. "This is a little phoenix named Fiora." Then he pointed to the side. "And this is the Fey Prince Curran." Iron was stunned, eyes shining with amazement. A Fey spirit, how impressive. But Leo quickly cut in, serious. "No more chatting, we're heading into the forest center. Things will be more brutal from here." The trio pressed on, facing successive waves of attacks from the skeletal ranks. Leo swung his sword, each razor stroke turning them to ash. Lunia incinerated enemies in an instant with her fireballs, but the undead clung on like leeches, continuously rising from the ground. Iron panted amid the battle, exclaiming, "So many undead, there must be a mighty necromancer nearby." Leo's sword blazed with fire, slicing off 3 skeletal warriors before him. Responded, "No, there is no mighty necromancer here." Lunia frowned in puzzlement. "So what are they, Leo?" His expression darkened as he answered, "This is a death curse." The two girls were stunned. Lunia clenched her fist and shouted, "A death curse? I've never heard of it." Iron continued thoughtfully. "It continuously summons the undead in the surrounding area, turning this place into a death realm. And the one who cast this curse is..." Leo finished with a cold gaze. "Commander Karger from the Hellish Kingdom." "Kaiser?" Lunia's eyes widened and her voice trembled in shock. So Kargar is planning an attack on Alsalberkia. We must inform the professors immediately. But before they could act, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew in, carrying blinding snow that obscured their vision. From within the blizzard, a shadow appeared and a cold voice rang out. Greetings, aspiring heroes. Welcome to the land of death. It was Kargar, the sword in his hand flashed with deadly steel. He charged, shouting, "Today you will not escape." Leo remained calm, parrying Kargar's attack with a sweep of his sword, his eyes flashing unwavering determination. On the line between life and death, Leo faced Kargar. He tightened his grip on his sword, steel gleaming under the pale moon. Kargar, eyes blood-red, roared with fury. "Despair, tremble. I'll make you regret entering this forest." Meanwhile, the remaining skeletal warriors began surfacing from the ground, horrible moans echoing as they advanced toward the two girls. Lunia and Iron, hearts pounding, held their ground with cold stares and readiness to fight. Leo maintained astonishing calm and shouted, "I'll handle this, Death Knight. Iron, deal with the undead. Lunia, prepare your strongest move." The two girls nodded in unison. "Got it." Kargar heard their plan and grinned malignantly. "Oh, so you choose to fight head-on this time?" he taunted disdainfully. Leo replied, eyes sharp as blades, "This time I'll take the lead." Kargar snarled in anger, veins bulging. "You foolish kids. Do you think I'll let you do as you please?" He swung his pitch-black sword down with terrifying force, making the air tremble. Leo frowned, sensing the pressure of the blow, and shouted, "Be swallowed by darkness." Immediately, he activated Zerdinger Graffinance's secret technique. A gigantic fireball erupted above Leo, sparks swirling violently like a storm. He raised his hand and launched a pillar of flame at Kargar. Kargar dodged swiftly, but the attack still sheared off one of his horns. Kargar stumbled back, eyes wide in astonishment, muttering, "A phoenix of fire," not giving Kargar a moment to breathe. Leo stomped the ground and surged forward, his sword blazing in hand. He smiled confidently. "It's not just a fire phoenix, it's been merged with Zerdinger's fire spirit." Kargar froze, panic in his eyes as he watched his sword begin to melt under the intense heat. "He's crushing me with combat experience. How can a first year do this?" Kargar thought to himself. Leo's gaze at that moment made him shudder. A cold, resolute gaze that seemed to pierce through every scheme. Leo unleashed another slash, forming a vortex of flames in the sky that made the air tremble. At the same time, Lunia stood behind and raised her hand to summon a pillar of fire. A giant fireball appeared above the skeletal ranks, its brilliant light dispelling the darkness. She smiled, eyes flashing with fury. "Die, you damned undead." A towering column of flame descended, incinerating the skeletal troops in an instant, leaving the ground blackened and smoke billowing. Lunia brushed her hair back, a smug smile on her lips. "This is what happens when you dare disturb me." Iron watched the forest being ravaged by Lunia's fire. Stunned, she murmured, "Is she really an elf? Why is she so fierce?" The Fey Prince Curran, standing beside him, was also dumbfounded. "She's too strong." Leo's gaze swept deeper into the forest. His voice dropped low. "This isn't over, pursue them." But suddenly, all around them, countless eerie purple eyes appeared in the darkness. Lunia flinched and shouted, "What is that?" Iron clenched her fists and answered, "It's the death curse." Lunia exclaimed, voice trembling, "It's so intense." Suddenly, a stern voice rang out from deep within the forest. "First years, who allowed you to investigate the forest at night? There's even a Lumen first-year representative here. What a disgrace to discipline." Lauder stepped out of the shadows, his gaze cold. Lunia frowned, suspicious. "Senior Lauder, what are you doing here?" He replied evenly, "Corpses have been appearing in this forest. I'm investigating the cause." Lunia clenched her fist, insisting the cause was a curse. An ancient and extremely powerful curse. Lauder turned and raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. "A curse? You say there's a curse active here?" His nonchalant attitude startled Lunia, who thought to herself that he couldn't perceive the severity of the situation. Leo, standing beside them, spoke in a cold voice. "Some Lumen first years accidentally encountered artifacts fallen from Tartarus." His words made Lauder pause briefly, but he quickly regained his composure. Leo raised his hand and summoned a blinding light that illuminated the entire forest. They unknowingly tapped into dark powers. He continued, his eyes fixed on Lauder. Suddenly, the space trembled. Magical circles with strange runes appeared around Lauder, emitting violent oscillations. Leo shouted, "And you? Seems you willingly collaborated with Tartarus." Only black magic and dark arts use blood and monster organs as catalysts. In that eerie scene, Lauder clenched his fist and covered his face with a grotesque smile. "Collaborated? You're both foolish and idiotic," he growled. "This place records the resting place of the hero, Luna, but the useless councils of Alsalberkia know nothing of it. What's wrong with using Tartarus to protect my legacy?" Hearing this, Iron clenched her hands and shouted, "That's the legacy of a great hero. How dare you claim it for yourself? Lunia narrowed her eyes, knuckles cracking as she readied to fight. She turned to Leo sharply. Leo, punch him out, smash that hateful face and drag him to the teachers. Leo nodded, voice low. Iron, Lunia, from now on fight as if you're ready to kill him. The words made both girls shout in unison. What? Lauder, surrounded by arcs of magical lightning, raised his hand and summoned a purple magic sphere that hurtled toward Leo. The tremendous force pushed him back several steps, but Leo quickly activated a defensive spell. The two attacks collided, shaking the ground and sending dust flying. Leo calmly stared at Lauder, voice warning. Wake up, this is what fighting with Tartarus is like. Lauder stroked his chin and smiled slyly. A human wielding the primal constellation magic. What exactly are you? He thought to himself. He casts and dispels spells so fast, his combat instincts are superior. If those two girls join the fight, it would be troublesome indeed. Lauder raised his hand high. Dark mana poured from the ring, forming a storm of energy. Leo shouted and bent down. A terrible explosion erupted, throwing Lunia and Iron to the ground. Lunia struggled to her feet, frowning. Unbelievable, a basic spell that strong. She glanced around and abruptly flinched as she saw Lauder approaching Leo. 3 pale purple magic orbs hovered in his hand. Lunia shouted to Iron, help him. Iron nodded, drawing her sword and shield as she stepped forward. Leave it to me. But a skeletal warrior suddenly appeared, blocking the two girls' path. It tightened its grip on its sword and roared. This is the end of the line, aspiring heroes. Lunia clenched her fist and shouted, keep dreaming. She turned to Iron, buy me time. Iron nodded, eyes determined, ready to face the skeleton. On the other side, Lauder looked at Leo coldly. Any last words before you die? Leo still smiled calmly. Senior, you're overconfident. Suddenly, a small figure flashed by. Curran, the Fey Prince, moved like lightning and detonated the 3 magic orbs in Lauder's hand. He toppled over, startled and shouting. Leo's eyes burned red as he tightened his grip on his sword and advanced. Lauder's body riddled with wounds, cursed under his breath. Damn it. He looked up, face panicked. It can't be him. Could it really be him? With a single slash, Leo took Lauder's head. Curran beside him clenched his fist and cheered. Well done. The mad elf is down, now crush that damn skeleton. But suddenly, a blinding purple light appeared from behind. A magical strike hit Curran, causing him to cry out in pain. Lauder picked up the head and reattached it, smiling grotesquely. One of his eyes had turned jet black. A half-fey summoning beasts, impressive talent, Leo Plove. He laughed loudly, voice full of killing intent. I'm delighted, because you'll be the one I personally kill. He continued. The power of the Death King isn't bad, if we add the ancestral power of Miss Luna into this. He paused, eyes flashing with arrogance. Then I can break arrogant fools like him, who rely only on talent to kneel at my feet. Looking at his state, Leo thought inwardly that those eyes seemed to be getting corroded by demonic energy. At that moment, a strange black aura began to emanate around him from the front. He thrust his hand toward Leo and shouted, Die immediately! A magic orb appeared before him and hurled straight at Leo. Leo immediately tightened his grip on his sword, bracing to block the incoming attack. His eyes widened. He thought to himself that Lauder still hadn't fully embraced the demonic aura. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and swung his sword in a decisive strike, causing his right arm to immediately fall to the ground, the hand hitting the earth with a dry crack. Lauder gritted his teeth and cried out in pain, clutching the wound as blood poured from it. Leo advanced toward him and said coldly, Those who take shortcuts to power often lack combat experience. Keep regenerating if you like. I'll keep cutting you down until your mana is exhausted. At Leo's proclamation, Lauder looked up, clenching his teeth in anger, and from deep within him a voice echoed. It seems you're in trouble, mage. The one before you isn't the true target, is he? Hurry and complete the summoning formation. Awaken the sleeping power in this land. Hearing that, Lauder nodded and muttered, Yes, once I seize that power. Leo paid no attention to his emotions and immediately stepped aside, looking toward Iron's group. He called out praise. Those two are fighting very well. Over there, Iron trembled, facing a strong opponent, while Lunia kept a serious expression, always on guard. Leo glanced at Lauder, certain he needed to be dealt with first. Lauder bent over, tears running as he looked at his right arm, wondering why it hadn't regenerated yet. Curran stood on his shoulder and immediately pointed forward, calling out, Leo, look. At that moment, from Lauder's severed arm, a grotesque magic circle appeared below, and Leo froze for a few seconds. Lauder coughed blood, a massive surge of mana spilling from his mouth as he shouted, It's too late. With the terrifying power erupting from his body, Iron and Lunia both furrowed their brows in surprise. The magic circle continued to expand, drawing the attention of Cargo, who was fighting on the other side, before the enormous power unleashed by Lauder. Leo immediately leaped back to keep a safe distance. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. A gigantic hand burst up from the earth, leaving everyone stunned. Curran exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh gods, what the hell is that?" Leo looked toward the giant skeleton before him and called out, "Bone King." Before him, a colossal skeleton appeared, gripping a sword dozens of times larger than its body. He looked up and judged it to be one of the strongest undead. "My arm is beginning to regenerate now." Lauder laughed loudly. "Ha ha, I can feel abundant power. Is this the strength of my ancestors?" Without hesitation, Leo charged at the skeleton, preparing to attack. He thought to himself that once the summoning formation was complete, Lauder had fully embraced dark magic. He stomped hard on the ground, using it to propel himself into a high leap, pointing his sword straight at Lauder and shouting, "No filthy thing like that will be called Luna's power." At this assertion, Lauder merely smiled faintly and said, "Oh, is that so?" Immediately after, from the side, the Bone King swung its arm and struck straight at Leo. Leo flinched and instantly leaped backward to dodge the attack. His face tensed to the extreme. Lauder looked down and sneered proudly, "I don't care if it's the Death King's power or whatever, now it is my power." Curran, standing beside him, whispered, "Leo, can we retreat for now? That skeleton is too strong." Leo replied, "No, look closely. This Bone King wasn't summoned in the usual way." At Leo's assertion, Curran questioned, "What?" At the same time, the Bone King swung its enormous sword toward Leo. Leo used his agility to evade the slash, thinking that Lauder had hastily summoned the Bone King by making a pact with the Hell Kaiser. He had only barely qualified to summon it and couldn't possibly sustain it for long. The most basic requirement for a summon is having the mana to maintain the summoned entity. We just need to hold out until the mana sustaining that skeleton is exhausted. Hearing this, Curran nodded in agreement. "All right, let's do it." Leo turned and called, "Curran, support me." Curran was momentarily surprised, but immediately broke into a confident smile and replied, "Leave it to me." With Curran's assistance, Leo swung his hand forward and unleashed a radiant sigil spell, aiming straight at the skeleton's head and causing a great explosion. But the strike did not injure the Bone King at all. Its eyes blazed red. It tightened its grip on the sword and brought it down toward Leo. With the enemy's slow speed, he easily jumped up to avoid the strike, assessing, "Just as predicted, the power gap is huge, but we only need to buy time." Lauder above looked down at Leo with a triumphant smile. He shouted, "Resernia!" Immediately, countless magic bolts flew straight at Leo, making him widen his eyes and curse, "Damn it." But from the side, a clear voice rang out. Lunia had stepped in front of him and unleashed a move to block the incoming attack. She turned to Leo and said, "Focus on the Bone King, leave this crazy senior to me." Leo immediately asked, "So the Death Knight, only Iron is left?" Lunia smiled and replied, "Don't tell me you don't trust Iron." Iron was the one who volunteered to face Krager one-on-one. Over there, Krager gripped his sword and swung a strike straight toward the top of her head. Iron immediately raised her shield, directly blocking the attack, but the overwhelming force pushed her back several meters. Krager looked at her with a triumphant smile. "Ha ha, how arrogant of you, thinking you could face me alone." Having said that, he followed with another slash toward her. Contrary to his confidence, Iron inwardly asked herself if she could do this, but she regained her resolve. If she failed, everyone would be in danger. With that thought, she swung her sword, thrusting straight forward to attack, but her strike passed through Krager's body. To her stunned eyes, he smiled triumphantly and immediately brought his other hand down with a strike to Iron's chest. The unexpected blow made her eyes widen as her body was hurled backward, skidding along the ground. Thoughts flickered through Iron's mind. "I never wanted to be a hero, but at least I can't be a burden to them." Krager approached, shattered her shield, and sneered, "Compared to those two, you're nothing but a rookie." Iron struggled to her feet and looked him squarely in the eye, replying, "Yes, one day those two will walk the path of great heroes. I'm certain of it." Krager looked at her and continued, "I'll take your head and then go help that summoner." But she cut him off at once. "Do you know that great heroes always have disciples who accompany them? My ancestor, Lord Berkia, followed in the footsteps of great heroes and vowed never to doubt them. No matter what happens, so I too will trust them." As she spoke, the hand gripping her sword began to emit a pure, dazzling light that was striking to behold. Looking toward the blinding radiance before him, Krager wondered, "Is this spirit power?" Not letting himself be distracted, Iron tightened her grip on the sword and charged forward, shouting, "You arrogant brat!" With eyes full of determination, Iron cried out, invoking the ancestral legacy of the Spirit Knights, the eternal power of life that banishes enduring emerald death. She drew the sword back behind her. A terrifying power radiated from the blade, causing the air around it to thicken. Before anyone realized it, Iron's keen blade rose and flashed under the pale moonlight, slicing through Kargar's body. The sword left a silver streak in the air as if tearing the night apart. His body trembled from the cut. Thick black smoke began to pour out and mix with the dust, causing him to dissolve into a dense cloud of dust and smoke. He stammered in shock, his voice trembling. "Ah, I've been beaten by a brat again." His eyes widened with unwillingness before his whole body turned into thin smoke, swept away by the cold wind of the battlefield and vanished into nothingness. After that fierce strike, Iron was nearly exhausted. The heavy sword trembled in her hands as its tip sank into the gravel-strewn ground to steady her. Her whole body shivered, sweat pouring like a stream, soaking her silver armor stained with blood. She panted, each breath tearing at her chest. Her dry lips whispered, "I must hurry to help them. I must save them." But her vision blurred, and she could no longer stay fully conscious. The scene before her became hazy as if veiled by a thick fog, leaving only vague silhouettes. On the other side of the battlefield, Lunia still stood firm against Lauter's relentless assaults. Amid the flickering flames of shattered magic, she held her ground like a mountain, her crimson hair flying in the wind. Lauter sneered with a malicious smile and taunted, "Taunting me? Are you still breathing, freshman representative?" He thrust his hand forward, and a veil of dark mana surged, forming an invisible blade as he calmly declared, "This ends now." But at that moment Lunia shouted, "Fire shell!" A thick, radiant, red-gilded shield suddenly materialized before her, radiating a blistering heat like a forge. Lauter's mana struck the shield with a deafening explosion but was completely stopped. His eyes widened in astonishment as he blurted, "It reflected back." Before he could recover, his attack was reflected by the shield and transformed into a razor-sharp magical blade, which drove straight into his chest. A heartrending scream tore the air as fresh blood sprayed, staining the ground red. Lunia smiled and gently patted the head of the giant fire turtle beside her, its body blazing like a small volcano. She said confidently, "HMPH, did you think I'd just stand there and take it? This is Fire Shell, a fire-type summoning beast focused on defense." She continued in a steely voice, "Then try to withstand this." At her feet, a brilliant golden magic circle appeared, shining like the sun. A small spark flared up right before Lauter, causing him to flinch momentarily. Suddenly, the spark erupted violently into a massive explosion. The blazing red flames engulfed the surrounding space. Lauter's body, at the epicenter of the blast, was consumed by the fire. Burned black, and he collapsed to the ground, smoke billowing from his charred body. Lunia confidently stepped forward, looking down at the fallen enemy and coldly sneered, "Nothing special." But at that moment, her eyes widened in shock. Lauter, who seemed destroyed, suddenly raised his hand. His eyes flashed a malevolent red, and he curled a wicked smile, then unleashed countless razor-sharp magical blades straight at her. The blades tore through the air, leaving deadly streaks as they consecutively slashed Lunia's body, spraying fresh blood that stained her armor red. Leo witnessed the scene, clenched his fist, and shouted, "Lunia!" But at that moment, his body suddenly stiffened. From behind, a terrifying pressure struck. The Bone King's giant, cold, death-filled hands suddenly appeared beside him. By inertia, he took the full, brutal blow. His body flew like an arrow, skidding along the ground and leaving a deep gouge. He slammed into an ancient tree trunk, shattering it to pieces, and his body finally stopped in the wreckage. Leo clutched his mangled body, blood soaking his armor. He fell into a quiet reverie, breathing heavily. Curran flew over and asked anxiously, Are you okay?" Leo held his left arm, now bleeding and aching from hitting the trunk, gasping weakly, "My arm." Curran seized the chance to jeer, "Not dead yet, don't overdo it." But at that moment, the Bone King bellowed a mournful scream like the cries of 1,000 trapped souls. The horrific sound made the surrounding air tremble, and a terrible pressure bore down on everything. Leo clutched his head in agonizing pain and muttered that in this situation it was the worst curse. Wasting no time, he immediately summoned his little chicken, shouting, "Fiora, charge." The little chicken chirped determinedly as its body flared bright, emitting streams of crimson energy. Like a flame blazing in the night, the energy spread and enveloped everyone. Iron and Lunia on the other side felt their bodies gradually recover, their wounds closed and their strength returned. The two girls exclaimed in surprise, "Are our bodies being healed?" With his eyes ablaze with determination, Leo ordered again, "Now, Fiora, summon manifestation." At that moment, he and Fiora became one, his whole body radiating a brilliant aura like an undying flame. The sword in his hand blazed fiercely, the red flames lighting up the battlefield. The Bone King did not hesitate and swung its gigantic sword straight at the top of Leo's head. But with nimble speed, he leaped high and perfectly evaded the attack. Under the brilliant light of the flames, Leo's silhouette resembled the sun, dazzling and indomitable. Lunia witnessed the sight, stunned, thinking to herself that Leo feared no death. He was no less than a true hero. She turned and gently said to Fire Shell, "Well done, fall back and rest." The turtle vanished in golden light, but when she looked up she saw Lauder, who had seemed defeated, slowly rising with eyes full of hatred, preparing to counterattack. Lunia gave him no chance. She summoned a brilliant flame in her hand and struck hard at Lauder's right arm, but he merely glanced and taunted. "HMPH, your once feared flame has faded. Lunia, what do you intend to do with that weak ember?" Lunia immediately denied it in a steely voice. "You call that faded? This is the flame of the Lunda clan. We are the keepers of the oath to the phoenix. My first ancestor once vowed to immolate himself if necessary to burn all of Tartarus to ashes." At those words Lauder smiled wickedly. "What are you suddenly putting on? Have you given up?" He looked down at the flame on his right arm and thought, "Why hasn't this flame gone out yet?" Lunia stepped forward, gripping his blazing arm tightly, and shouted, "As long as our ancestors will still burns, we remain heirs to the Phoenix's oath. This flame will never die until all the demons are burned to ashes. And furthermore, your left eye is clearly a demon eye, isn't it?" she added, pressing close enough to make Lauder tremble with fear. She clenched her fist and shouted, "This move is called Phoenix Blaze." The space around them erupted in flames. The fire took the shape of a true phoenix, its blazing wings covering the battlefield. She continued in a resolute voice, "This is a forbidden art of the Lunda family. It consumes the caster as well." Startled by the reckless move, Lauder stammered, "You're crazy." Lunia's face tightened to the extreme as she thought to herself, "I won't let you escape." But suddenly that eternal flame vanished into the air, leaving both of them stunned. Lauder looked at her with a wicked smile. "Not stopping, are you?" It was sucked into this ring, right? From the ring on his hand, a magic circle flashed, surprising even him. Lunia immediately recoiled and gasped, "What the hell is happening?" The magic circle that had appeared began to draw Lauder's life away. He panicked and shouted, "Stop, stop it. I said stop." In just a few seconds his body was completely absorbed by the ring, leaving only a pile of ashes drifting to the ground. Lunia watched the ring roll on the ground, her face darkening as she muttered, "It absorbed its master too? What is going on? The summoner is dead. His energy should have been severed. So why does the Bone King still stand?" Suddenly a beam of energy shot from the ring, racing straight toward the Bone King. Sensing the terrible power, its eyes flared blood-red. Leo watched the scene and murmured, "So that's it. This is the power of the Hell Kaiser." In a place deep within Hell on a cold throne, a towering figure sat. His eyes suddenly opened, flashing a terrifying red, and a low voice sounded as if echoed from the abyss. "Charge forward and complete the task you were assigned." As if receiving an order, the Bone King roared, its massive body erupting with new power. Leo tightened his grip on the sword, thinking, as I suspected, this is the Hell Kaiser's power. He's channeling energy through the necromantic chi, cunning as ever. He turned to Curran and shouted, "Curran, support me." Curran nodded and immediately channeled power into Leo. He surged forward toward the Bone King, his sword blazing in his hand. The Bone King did not hesitate either, and swung its giant sword in attack. The two blows collided with a metallic screech that seemed to rip the air itself. Before the terrible attack, Leo's body trembled slightly as he thought, "The barrier is about to break." No sooner had he thought it than the barrier he had created was shattered by the Bone King. His body flew like an arrow, crashed into a ruined structure in the distance, dust and smoke billowing around it. When the dust cleared, Leo's figure still hadn't appeared. No one knew what had happened. Only a tense silence remained on the battlefield. A silent space enveloped the fairy realm, where withered ancient branches intertwined to form a desolate scene under the cold silver moonlight. Suddenly, a gentle yet firm voice sounded in Leo's ear, repeatedly calling his name like the whisper of wind through a deep forest. It was the warm energy of Curran and Fiora mingling and threading into his body, rousing him from the daze. Leo jolted upright, sweat pouring from his brow. He looked down at his trembling arm, scarred from battle, and cursed, "Damn it, I'm completely drained of mana and aura." He looked up, his gaze stopping at the giant stone gate in the distance, its surface covered in moss and cracks of time. He murmured in a low, regretful voice, "The fairy realm. Unbelievable that this place has fallen into such ruin." His footsteps slowly advanced inward, each step kicking up dust that mingled with the damp air. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a sword, lying quietly on an ancient stone table nearby. The blade shimmered a faint silver in the dim light, as if recounting a tale of 1,000 years. Leo's eyes widened and he gasped, "This is..." Old memories flooded back like a torrent. In that bygone scene, Berkia, with a curious look, asked, "Are you going to throw it away?" Kyle replied calmly. Yeah, Berkia, you can keep it. Standing beside him, the kid inspected the sword and asked, What's wrong? Doesn't suit you. The boy pouted. In a dissatisfied tone, It looks cool but doesn't seem useful at all. Hearing that, Kyle flusteredly retorted, What? Do you know how many life-or-death battles this weapon has survived with me? From the gate came the calls of everyone. Kyle startled slightly and turned to look at his companions, then turned to Berkia. Ruffling the boy's hair, he said, Farewell. I'm off, kiddo. With that, he set off with the others, leaving Berkia standing pensively alone, his small figure swallowed by the indeterminate space of the fairy realm. Leo approached, his hand trembling as he touched the sword, murmuring in a low, nostalgic voice about that arrogant kid. He picked up the sword and sighed, continuing. Back then he said he didn't need it, but at that moment the sword suddenly trembled. A surge of mana swelled forth, wrapping the blade like ribbons of light. From the blade, a blinding radiance exploded, stunning Leo and widening his eyes in amazement. A powerful stream of mana shot into his body, making him tremble violently all over. He threw his head back and shouted, his voice echoing through the desolate space. Feeling the new power rise within him, Leo thought, the magic sealed in this sword for thousands of years has responded to its true master. It is me. He smiled, his eyes blazing with resolve. With this amount of magic, which spell should I use first? Facing him, the Bone King with blood-red eyes raised its giant sword, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. But at that moment, from behind came a violent explosion. Lunia, her crimson hair flying, launched an attack straight into the Bone King's head, producing a dense column of smoke. Leo faintly smiled and thought to himself, those brats. If so, then. On the other side, though exhausted, Lunia and Iron forced themselves up and launched successive attacks. Lunia shouted angrily, Stop right there, you damn dry bones. Iron hastily corrected her. Miss Lunia, it's over there. She suddenly sensed a horrific surge of demonic power and murmured, That's an awful amount of mana. The silent space of the ruined citadel was abruptly broken as a colossal column of mana erupted, shooting straight into the sky, emitting brilliant light and terrifying pressure that shook the very ground. Lunia slightly frowned and said, If he's the one who made a pact with the Phoenix, it should at least be on that level. Not equal to the original, perhaps, but for those kids this would be an extraordinary gift. Leo appeared like a descended god, his body wrapped in immense mana, radiant as an undying flame. Around him the scene turned ethereal, as if draped in a veil of light. Countless stars glittered across the sky, illuminating the wasteland. Lunia and Iron looked up, astonished, and murmured in unison, I've read of this in an ancient tome, a stellar spell that dyes the world in the dawn of the stars. Iron widened his eyes and exclaimed, The strongest spell. At that moment countless stars plunged down like arrows of light, assaulting the Bone King fiercely, each strike like a small explosion that shook the fabric of space. After the relentless barrage, the Bone King's massive form dissolved into smoke and mist, leaving the two girls staring in stunned disbelief. Leo calmly stepped out of the fairy realm, raised his hand and called, Curran. Curran appeared, clenching his fists and shouting, I'll kill you, Bone King. But Leo immediately interrupted, It's done. Curran blinked in surprise and asked, What, when? Leo gave no answer and only said, Go find your wings first. Hearing that, Curran's eyes lit up and he darted off, shouting, Oh right, my wings. Leo turned to the two girls and asked, Are you both all right? Lunia replied in surprise, You're worried about us. You're the one who looks worst right now. Iron smiled encouragingly, I believe you two will pull through. Lunia wondered, Seriously, what was that spell just now? It felt like a legend come to life. Holding the sword, Leo said, I sense it stems from the sealing magic in this dagger. It's definitely connected to some great hero. Iron asked curiously, A relic of a great hero? Lunia frowned. Could Tartarus be targeting this place just to seize that? After searching for a while, Curran returned with an item in hand, excitedly boasting, Hey Leo, look. I found the wings my old man hid for me. The kid sat on Leo's lap and struggled to remove the wrapping cloth, angrily shouting, Help me take it off. Leo smiled and replied, All right. Lunia asked, curious, Wait, isn't that a fragment of the hero's memory? Her words left both Leo and Curran stunned. When the cloth was fully removed, a dazzling golden light flared forth. A system announcement sounded, opening the World Chapter Hero record. The three were suddenly transported to an entirely new space, where brilliant flowers bloomed everywhere, filling the air with fragrance and forming a picturesque fairy tale scene. Lunia looked around in surprise and exclaimed, What is this? From deep within the forest, a clear voice rang out. Are you planning to defeat Orobos? The familiar voice froze Leo in place. His heart seemed to stop for a few seconds. The voice continued, Are you crazy? Whatever, I like it that way. A pair of small feet stepped out of the woods, hair gleaming like moonlight. She went on, hunting Urobos. What an exquisite art. I like that target. I told you so, didn't I? Now I finally understand what Tartarus has really been searching for. I'm Luna. I'll shine like the stars in the night sky. So consider it an honor to have me in the group. Seeing his kindred friend before him, Leo froze, his emotions tangled. His present image merged with Kyle's memories from long ago. A fragment of hero Kyle's memory vivid, as if it had just occurred. After a while, Herod and Herdium dashed hurriedly deeper into the forest, panting. Herdium called out, "Students Lunia, Student Iron." Behind them, Lune's people also hurried forward. On this side, the three around Leo were safe. Seeing the rushing crowd, Lunia called, "Professor Herdium." She then stepped forward holding out a piece of paper and said, "Please look at this. This is the Founding Heroes Chronicle." Herdium looked at the paper in the girl's hand and stammered, "This is." Over here, Herod came up, patted his shoulder and praised, "Well done." Then he asked, "So everyone who left the dorm is accounted for?" He replied, "There's still one more person." Iron ran over to run and called out, "Sir, Senior Lauder." Before she could finish, he reassured her, "Calm down, we'll go talk." Then everyone returned to the academy together. Leo glanced back at the space that was now crumbling and murmured Luna's name. On the last day of the field trip, everyone had gathered before the teleport gate. The two professors greeted each other warmly. Herdium said, "Thanks to today, the students have learned a lot." Herod smiled and replied, "I'm truly grateful." Lunia turned to him excitedly, "Next time we meet, I'll be stronger than you." Leo smiled and answered, "We shall see, I will wait." While they talked, Iron ran up from afar calling his name loudly. Then she declared firmly, "I will return to Seren Academy." Her affirmation made Leo joyful. A deeply satisfied smile bloomed in his heart. He stepped forward and patted the girl's head. "All right, see you later." After saying goodbye, the group turned and entered the teleport gate. Back at the academy, a loud laugh suddenly echoed through the dormitory. "Ha ha ha, I finally got my wings back." Curran was ecstatic to be able to fly again. He shouted happily, "Take my best punch, you red monster." He was playing with Fiora. The little chicken was furious, but only chirped and dodged continuously. Seeing Fiora evade the previous attack, Curran's gaze hardened with determination. "Oh, you dodged that?" Fiora's look was mocking, pathetic. Curran shifted position and lunged at Fiora again, shouting, "So what if you can't fly? I'll show you fairy magic." As they played, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the boy's wings, leaving him stunned. The one who grabbed the boy was Leo. He had just finished training. Seeing the boy thrashing in his hands, he admonished, "Do you put on this act every time I leave? Do I need to confiscate your wings?" The boy shook his head frantically. "No, no, this is my only pair. Don't you pity me?" Then suddenly a voice called Leo's name, catching his attention. He glanced over to see Fiora transformed into a child of 5 or 6, bowing formally and saying, "Pleased to meet you officially. I am Phoenix Fiora." The scene felt eerily familiar. Leo turned to Curran and asked, "Curran, what's wrong with you?" Curran replied confidently, "Well, do you think my power is top tier or not?" Leo said to the girl, "No need for introductions, Fiora." But she persisted in formal speech. "My mother said to be polite to those who have made pacts." Curran lunged forward, grabbed her hair and shouted, "Ha ha, how will you dodge this time?" This time would be different than before. The boy was forced speechless as Fiora reached out and squeezed him tight. Ignoring his struggles, the girl turned to Leo and said, "Leo, please open a path to my mother. I want her to see me like this." Leo agreed at once. "All right, and take that kid with you too," as he raised his hand and formed a spatial gate. The portal widened just enough to enter. Fiora wasted no time and stepped through while Curran, still hanging from her hand, thrashed wildly and shouted, "Hey, wait, wait." No sooner had he spoken than both were teleported away, and the gate vanished. After getting the two kids out of the room, Leo exhaled softly. Finally, some peace. He sat down on the bed and reflected on recent events. He had handed the Hero Chronicle and the dagger found in Berkia over to Seren for safekeeping. In Lumen, there was the monster Queen Silituna, while in Seren, the puppet King Hel Kaiser stood behind it all. Given these facts, it was clear Tartarus had erased records of the great heroes. To hide internal enemies, that was a dirty trick. It had always been that way. There were still Tartarus agents in Lumen who had not been eliminated. And in Seren, there were direct traitors like Lauder. Surely Lumen must have someone similar. I must find him as soon as possible. A traitor is infiltrating this place. The next day at Lumen Academy, main auditorium. Students stood in neat lines below, organized by faculty. Above them, Professor Aina Landiu announced, "First-year students line up by faculty. The headmaster will arrive shortly." Among the students below, there was a murmur of confusion. Why were they grouped by faculty instead of by class? The headmaster stepped out and asked, Did everyone enjoy the field trip? The reason I've gathered all first-year students today is to prepare for an upcoming inter-faculty event, he said, namely the tournament between faculties. Hearing this, Chloe asked, a tournament between faculties, Chenzia added, so that's why we were called by faculty. According to the information Chelsea knew about Lumen, each year the academy selected the best faculty in each grade. The inter-faculty tournament put each faculty's honor on the line. This was a huge event. The headmaster continued, to prepare for the tournament, professors will guide you, and the academy has also invited special instructors for more intensive training. This excited Chelsea greatly. Special instructors. By contrast, Carr beside her yawned tiredly. Am I the only one who feels exhausted? At that moment, someone from the distance stepped forward and said, I've read your report on alchemy using qualitative magic, Carr Thomas. The unexpected voice made Carr start and look toward the speaker. A dark-skinned girl stepped forward, her tone sarcastic. That report is rubbish, you know. At the taunt, Carr trembled and stammered. Senior Toryua Yan. Toryua Yan introduced herself casually. Hello, first-year students. I'll be blunt. I find all of you pitiable as mages. This young woman, Toryua Yan of the Mage faculty, was a fifth-year student at Lumen Academy. I've read all your midterm magic essays. Most are formulaic and lack any creativity, she said as the students fell silent and endured the critique. A student raised his hand and asked, You read every paper we submitted. The student was Emio Luchin from the Mage faculty. He challenged her, Do you remember the study on efficiently converting fire-attributed mana into light-attributed mana? That paper was mine. Toryua Yan replied to his confidence. Ah, the 17-page paper, right? Mediocre content, only about using thermal energy to increase output. Magic by nature demands creative thinking and personality. It's hard to achieve that with today's rote methods. After her blunt criticism, the first year's faces went rigid. As the gloomy atmosphere settled, a handsome young man stepped forward, smiling. Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Jamua, a fifth-year knight student at Lumen Academy. He raised his knight's emblem and encouraged them. A knight overcomes hardship and crisis through physical strength. Training the body is the foundation of knights. I'll train with you until the inter-faculty tournament. I'm really looking forward to it. After his introduction, the students below raised their hands and shouted in unison, Yes, senior. Then another blonde young man entered and asked the juniors, What do you think is the most important ability for a summoner? He was Ulta Rigdishan, a fifth-year summoning student at Lumen Academy. Eliza answered, The power to control the spirit beasts. Ulta immediately denied it. Wrong. Walden, standing beside him, added, What about overwhelming strength? Ulta replied, No. Then he explained what the most important quality of a summoner was. It is love. This trite statement made both their faces stiff for a moment. The headmaster spoke up. All right. The top fifth-year students of Lumen Academy will be your instructors for the first years. Then he looked toward Leo, who was still standing alone and musing, and asked, Leo, why are you standing there? That spot doesn't belong to any faculty area. He was standing in a position where there were no other students. This immediately drew everyone's attention. Leo calmly said, This is the inter-faculty area. Before anyone could respond to his statement, Toryua Yan blurted out, What? The inter-faculty area. She warned, Leo, are you crazy? Can't you see how many people are here? This is the tournament between faculties. All eyes turned toward him. Celia called out, Hurry back to the knight's faculty. Chelsea also reminded him, Leo, you're in the mage faculty, remember. The headmaster rubbed his chin and laughed heartily. Ha ha, the inter-faculty area, you're right, Leo. But being guided by a fifth-year student is a rare opportunity. Don't intend to waste it, do you? Leo replied loudly. I'm not saying I don't need the seniors' help. I only plan to attend all the classes as usual. This further piqued the headmaster's interest. Ha ha, good. Then let me ask one more thing. His tone turned cold. If you don't change your mind, you understand you'll have to face them by yourself, right? Leo answered calmly, Of course. Below, the students began to discuss which faculty to choose for training. Looking at the group of first years, Toryua Yan turned to Len beside her and said, We should focus on studying magic. Didn't he analyze a spell left by the founder during the field trip? Len smiled and nodded. Clearly the mage faculty. Lee Jamua looked at Leo with interest. He muttered, standing upright, You truly have the makings of a genuine knight, he said. Professor Yura, gripping Ulta by the collar, admonished. As a fifth-year student, you must train the juniors more seriously. The sight made the students behind tremble in fear. Suddenly the headmaster spoke, leaving everyone stunned. I've decided. This year's inter-faculty event for first years will be a survival tournament. Cut to the headmaster's chamber. A professor asked in confusion, I don't quite understand this decision. I thought the tournament was meant to foster unity between faculties and growth through competing against each other. But a survival tournament is an individual competition. There's no precedent for this. The headmaster replied, as you know, there's a very special student this year. Aina Landiu interjected, you mean Leo Plove? The headmaster nodded, exactly. Leo Plove, at first we thought he'd soon reach his limit, right? But he has maintained near top ranks across nearly every field. So the Academy Council is paying more and more attention to him. This surprised the three of them. Aina Landiu said, they want Leo Plove as an all-faculty student recorded in the Hero Chronicle. The headmaster confirmed, exactly. The founding families of Lumen Academy include Geron, Rigard, and Tercia, who are backing him. These words made Len clench his fists in excitement. If so, future generations could inherit Leo's abilities and create an entirely different class of students. The headmaster raised a hand to stop him. Of course, in the end, he must still choose a single faculty. The next day at the Academy Stadium, 8 students stood before a gigantic block of ice, shivering from the cold and complaining. Why is it so freezing? It's like standing in a freezer. What is that thing in front of us? Amid the commotion, Aina Landiu spoke to draw their attention. I created this ice wall to teach you Kai techniques, for the inter-faculty tournament and for conquering the hero world. Then he turned to Celia. Celia, draw your sword. Do you think your fire can break this wall? Celia tightened her grip on the sword. Aura enveloped her body and blade. She answered confidently, piece of cake. She then launched a cross-shaped slash straight at the ice block. The impact created a loud explosion, sending up a cloud of dust. Leo stood at the back, watching her attack intently, but to everyone's surprise, the ice block remained completely intact and undamaged. This made Celia furious. She cursed inwardly, it's as hard as stone. The professor was silent for a moment, then said, the technique we'll teach today is the breath of heroes. It's a technique derived from the unique breathing style of beast folk, adapted to suit human life energy. He stepped past Celia, drawing his sword and gripping it tight. The blade began to emit brilliant flames as he prepared. He decisively swung a powerful slash toward the giant ice column ahead. The strike produced a massive explosion. Durin squinted and thought to himself, the destructive power is truly astounding. So that breathing method causes Kai to erupt with such force. The other students murmured in amazement, wondering how such fire could be produced. Professor Aina Landiu is an ice type, after all. Durin explained that Aina Landiu had once been a dungeon conqueror, so it wasn't surprising if one of the hero abilities he inherited was fire. Aina Landiu nodded in praise. Durin is right. Because it's different from my innate Kai, it ought to be weaker than Celia's. But thanks to the breath of heroes, it has been amplified. He continued, now begin training, and turned his gaze to Leo. Leo stood silent and astonished, murmuring to himself, isn't that Arian's technique? Then the students rushed into practice tirelessly. Some failed repeatedly, some made progress, and the one who changed, most noticeably, was Celia. Aina Landiu looked at her with admiration. Well done. Ileana stuck out her tongue, panting, then plopped down and complained she was exhausted, but relieved it was over. Someone stepped forward and handed her a sweat towel, making her eyes light up. She cheerfully said thank you. She laughed, boasting that even the head of the Eastern Department acknowledged her skill now. Ha ha. Ileana and Chenzia looked toward Leo, who still stood motionless like a statue. This made Ileana wonder, is the class rep still standing there? Sweat streamed down Leo's face. His hands were clenched, his whole body trembling at something. Watching from a distance, Aina Landiu murmured in surprise, I didn't expect this. Leo was the only one who hadn't completed it. Perhaps this was a chance for him to focus more on swordsmanship. But then he noticed something odd. Wait, the way he was breathing. Realizing the anomaly, he looked at Leo and asked, who taught you that Kai technique? Leo snapped back to attention and asked, what? Aina Landiu approached and said, the breath of heroes originates from the beast folk of Asnir Academy. We modified it so humans could use it, but your breathing resembles that of a beast folk. Leo recalled Arian and replied, that's right, it's not human. Aina Landiu suggested, can you change the starting point of your Kai? Begin mana from the breath source, use the technique I teach, but imagine you are a real beast folk. Leo followed the instruction, and immediately a massive stream of fire Kai erupted. Durin's eyes went wide in astonishment. When the smoke cleared, the students buzzed. What was that just now? How did he do that? This surprising result exhilarated Aina Landiu. He laughed broadly. Ha ha, Leo Plove, you truly are someone special. Leo looked at his glowing hands and happily said, thank you, senior, I did it. At that moment, Chloe was walking alone down the academy corridor, carrying a stack of books. From behind, Leo called, is it heavy? She was startled and turned around. Leo asked, are you headed to the magic practice class? Come with me. Chloe nodded and replied, yes, thanks. Her eyes were full of shyness. She wondered why she couldn't look Leo in the eye. Just then Toru Yen approached from afar with a smile, teasing, "Such a cozy atmosphere, you two." She said, "Hello, Chloe." Chloe, surprised, asked, "You know me?" Toru Yen nodded. "Of course, I really liked your exposition on Northern magic." Chloe replied joyfully, "It's an honor." Toru Yen then turned to Leo and asked, "When will you transfer to the magic faculty?" Leo replied, "Senior, forcing someone to change faculties is against the rules." A short way on they encountered Professor Albai, standing before a group of first-year students. Toru Yan froze, then angrily shouted, "Professor Albai, why are you in the first-year lecture hall?" He turned and answered, "At Professor Ren's request, from today I'll teach a special session for first-year magic faculty students." This made Toru Yan feel extremely unfair. She shouted, "What?" Toru Yan protested, "Professor Albai, that's not fair. We've asked for special lessons so many times and you never agreed, even when we were seniors." He smiled and replied, "Ha ha, I've been busy." Carr and Chelsea were also stunned to be included in Professor Albai's class. Professor Albai was a rare mage who could channel spirit magic through the human body. Any mage would want to attend his class. Len stepped forward from behind and greeted, "Senior, you're here." He then turned to everyone and said, "Attention, this is Professor Albai, whom I personally invited to teach you first years. Consider this an honor." He glanced down and noticed Toru Yan was also standing in the line, clapping her hands repeatedly, which made him frown. "Is there an impure element mixed in here?" He stepped forward, grabbed Toru Yan by the collar and pulled her out of the line, saying as he walked, "Come on, we still need to prepare materials for the inter-faculty tournament." Toru Yan was furious and shouted, "I'm a fifth-year student. I want to attend Professor Albai's special class too." Once the line was settled, Albai spoke up, "All right, then let's begin the special session. As you know, my nickname is the Demon Eye Mage. Some call me the Tartarus Slayer. Just those titles alone tell you how many battles I've fought. What do you think is most important in a magical duel?" A student raised a hand and answered, "Mana capacity, sir." Albai shook his head, "Wrong, next." Chelsea raised her hand, "It's the speed of casting." Albai looked to the others, "Next." Carr also raised his hand. "Is it the number of spells one can use?" He said, "Next." With that, his gaze fell on Leo. "Leo, answer, what is most important in a magical duel?" Leo raised his hand and replied clearly, "Mobility." Albai nodded with satisfaction. Finally, someone answers correctly, very accurate. Nearby, Toru Yan and Len were preparing teaching materials for the session. She muttered, "I know this too." Len noticed her discontent and changed the subject. Then cast your spells quickly." Meo in the audience voiced a question. "Professor, I don't understand." Mobility is important, of course, but I don't think it's the decisive factor in modern magical combat. Besides, hasn't mobility been solved by magic? Albai asked back, "You mean Flying Wing's magic?" Meo nodded in confirmation, "Yes, sir." Carr turned to Chelsea and said, "So we already have Flying Wing's magic, wouldn't that be sufficient?" Chelsea nodded, "That's true." Carr's Flying Wing's spell was a levitation magic invented about 10 years ago. Easier to learn than classical teleportation spells. It moved faster and allowed objects to fly. To demonstrate this, Albai called Leo and Meo forward. Both of them stepped up. Meo glanced at Leo with annoyance, thinking silently that a non-magic faculty student was being irritating. Sensing hostility, Leo wondered inwardly if he'd been doing school life all wrong. Albai asked further, "Leo, do you agree with Meo's view?" Leo answered bluntly, "No." The reply startled Meo, who shouted, "What?" Albai continued, "Then the two of you will test your mobility. We'll see who is right in this matter. Do you both have magical gear that grants flying wings?" Meo nodded, "I do." Leo shook his head, "I don't." This made Albai even more intrigued. He said, "Then use whatever means you have." Leo smiled and replied, "Yes, sir." Albai explained the rules. The turning point is the beast square. Whoever arrives first wins. Hearing the rules, Meo was ecstatic, really. "Then prepare to become my subordinate," he declared, and magic surged to envelop the board beneath his feet, making it hover. He shot forward and shouted, "Let's go." Then he glanced at Leo with a sneer, daring a guy without magic gear to. Before he could finish, a storm of lightning struck directly where Meo was, causing him to cry out in panic. "What is that?" Seeing this, Carr was startled and shouted, "Leo, what the hell are you doing?" Leo turned to explain, "This is a contest to understand why mobility matters for mages. Hindering an opponent's mobility is logical, isn't it?" Albai smiled and replied, "Of course." Leo immediately generated a ring of fire beneath his feet. He then stamped hard on the ground, pushing step by step into the air to rise upward. Carr's eyes widened in amazement. "That's an aura. Are you allowed to use that in a magic class?" Albai answered, Carr, consider who you'll face in the inter-faculty tournament. Those are formidable names from other faculties, which left Carr dazed for a few seconds. Emio was still streaking forward on his hovering board, but it began smoking after Leo's attack. He looked down, cursed in anger. Damn crazy guy, this stuff is expensive. You attack me out of the blue, I won't let it pass. No sooner had he finished speaking than violent ripples appeared in the air behind him. He glanced back. He discovered Leo had caught up, and he yelled in shock, "You've chased me down." Leo's eyes were now full of determination, as he lunged forward without hesitation. After a few stunned seconds, Emio regained his composure and shouted, "Ice arrows." He unleashed countless ice-tipped arrows toward Leo, but Leo easily swept them aside with a wave, and then charged in to deliver a powerful blow to Emio's body. The impact snapped the hoverboard in two and sent him crashing into the sea. Not standing idly by, Leo summoned a pair of phoenix wings. He dove down and grabbed Emio's arm before his body hit the water. The terrifying speed astonished the other students. Albai explained, "As you have seen, Emio, who relied on Flying Wing's magic, has lost. Once the device breaks, he immediately loses mobility." Meanwhile, Leo flew across the lake using the most basic flight magic that naturally developed from winged magic. But because it focused too much on convenience, it lacked fine control. So from now on, what you need to train is flight magic, understood? The students replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Then everyone began practicing tirelessly. Everyone made some progress, but Carr still couldn't master the basic skill and ended up hanging upside down in midair. And he could only laugh awkwardly, saying, "Ha ha, I've become the one hanging upside down." Albai looked down and told the class, "A freshman who can already use flight magic so well, I really don't know what else to teach. Any questions?" Leo stepped forward and said, "Professor, may I enter the Academy's restricted library?" The request startled Albai. "What? Entry to Lumen's restricted library is beyond a teacher's authority." Leo quickly added, "I'm not asking as a student, I'm asking as a member of the Geron family." Albai asked why Leo wanted to enter the library. Leo replied, "I need to find a document, a record of an unsung hero in history." Hearing that, Albai summoned a letter and said, "I'll write a letter of introduction for you. But to enter the library, you need the permission of the Geron clan chief, my brother Altek Geron." Leo repeated the name, Altek Geron. "He is called the Infinite Mage, because he can cast magic without limits." "Things aren't easy," Albai continued. "Right now, the clan chief is on the southern front of Tartarus, so you'll have to meet his representative." Leo asked, "His representative?" Albai replied, "You'll meet that person here at the academy. She's one of my seniors." Leo, curious, asked who that person was. "Who is it, Professor?" Albai sighed and pushed his glasses up slightly. He answered, "It's third-year student Alina Geron, my niece." Scene shifts to Phantom Beast Island. The students had arrived on the shore and were chatting excitedly. One said, "I heard the Knights and Magic departments have already begun special training." Another added, "I heard Professor Albai came to teach the Magic department." Leo stood to the side, lost in thought. His gaze drifted off into the distance. He recalled the conversation with Carr and Chelsea. Carr asked, "Don't you know Senior Alina?" Chelsea said, "It would be strange not to know her." Leo blankly asked, "Is she that famous?" The two across from him were still enjoying their meal. Chelsea, excited, said, "Famous is an understatement. She's the class president in third year." Alina Geron, 18, ranked second in skill across the Magic department. Though only a third-year student, she was second only to Senior Toriu. Carr added, "And she's stunningly beautiful, nicknamed the Queen because so many people pursue her. Even as a third year, she was a strong candidate for the next student council president." Back in the present, Leo thought to himself, "Admirers, huh? How should I approach her?" While he was thinking, Professor Yura behind him, annoyed, called out, "Where is that person?" A lecturer answered, "They should be arriving soon." A student asked, "Who are we waiting for, Professor?" Yura replied, "Ulta." Hearing the name, the students were thrilled at the prospect of special training before the interdepartmental tournament led by Senior Ulta, bearer of the Pegasus Oath. But then someone else spoke up, "But that Senior?" Just then a figure stepped out from the forest. "Sorry I'm late." Professor Yura heard the voice and startled, turning toward it. Ulta emerged holding countless insect-catching poles. Smiling, she said, "Hello, first-year students." Looking at the young person before her, the first years stared in bewilderment and muttered that he truly was an eccentric. As soon as she stepped out, Ulta grabbed the net and began flailing it wildly, making Yura beside her furious, shouting, "What is that ridiculous behavior? A butterfly net," Ulta explained. "You must have heard already, Professor. Fairies have appeared on Phantom Beast Island." That claim left the other students bewildered, asking, "Fairies?" Imagining tiny creatures like Curran, Leo squinted and murmured, No way. Ulta's words only enraged Yura more. She stepped closer and snapped. So you intend to have the first years go catch fairies? Ulta replied gaily. Exactly. Yura's last shred of sanity snapped. She remembered the maddening times training Ulta, and her stomach twisted at having to work with this lunatic. She screamed in anger. It's your head that's the problem, you maniac. How long will you keep playing dumb? We're swamped preparing for the interdepartmental tournament. What kind of farce is this? Seeing her rage, a nearby lecturer stepped forward to soothe her. Please calm down. But Yura couldn't settle. She shouted, trusting you with these training sessions was a mistake. Ulta, acting as if she hadn't heard, turned to the first years and said, as summoners, you must all dream of meeting the three great blood-bound beasts, right? Do you want to meet them? They chorused. We do. At that excited response, Yura barked, don't excite the kids with baseless rumors. She then calmed down and reminded Ulta, the tournament is coming up soon. You're not seriously planning to hunt fairies, are you? Ulta put on a confident face and replied, of course not. Cut to a few days earlier. Ulta stood before the students and asked, who remembers what I said about the core philosophy of a summoner? Eliza answered, tolerance. Ulta shook her head, no. It's love, not just love for the bound spirit beasts. You must love all summoned entities, become one with the spirit beast, human and spirit in harmony with nature. That is the true love of a summoner. His lecture left some intrigued and others dismayed. Leo looked at Ulta and sighed, thinking to himself that he seemed eccentric but truly understood the essence of summoning. Yura summarized Ulta's point. We must train compatibility to the level of communicating with unbound spirits. Ulta affirmed, although it's a bit early for first years, we'll try that approach. Yura continued, you'll stay on Phantom Beast Island for 3 days for a special class. Ulta added excitedly, I've already filed dorm leave for you, so there's no problem. The sudden announcement shocked the students, who shouted, what? No way, we were supposed to go to Lumeria City this weekend. How can we survive 3 days out here? Eliza breathed excitedly. 3 days living with phantom beasts doesn't sound so bad. Then Ulta stepped forward and handed each of them a net. They were startled and puzzled. Ulta explained, during those 3 days, you are forbidden from summoning aura and magic is also banned. You must survive in the forest by your own strength. This strange rule made the students panic, shouting, what the hell? Ulta paid them no mind, turned and entered the forest, waving. See you in 3 days, try catching fairies with your nets. The students on Emerald Isle buzzed, discussing how that forest was full of wild beasts and spirits. Tide asked, but before Professor Yura could finish, she interrupted. I said it from the start, we're different from students of other departments. We, as summoners, are people who communicate with entities that hold the power of nature. In that sense, we must both adapt to and command it. That's why Senior Ulta spoke of tolerance. How many of you have seen a spirit beast's true nature with your own eyes? How many have formed a pact themselves? Most inherit theirs from family or are given their spirit beasts during class, right? She smiled and said, see you in 3 days. What followed were the students' various experiences in the forest. Each person had a different journey. No two were alike. They all tried to find the connection between themselves and the spirit beasts. Holding a few red fruits in his hand, Leo muttered that these were wild berries that could be eaten. The summoning department's class was truly harsh. Suddenly a loud shout came from behind. Fairy, a fairy. The cry drew his attention, and Leo turned toward the sound. Then the scene before him showed a student half swallowed by a giant flower, struggling but unable to break free. Another student mocked, pathetic, running in without realizing it's a plant monster. Eliza sighed wearily, calling herself foolish for charging in blindly. At that moment, Leo noticed something on the monster. It was Curran. He had come out and was the mastermind behind these stupid pranks. Anger rose in him. Seemed that fellow needed a good beating to wake up. Curran was thoroughly delighted with what he'd done. He flitted about wildly in the forest, excitedly wondering who to prank next. Just as he was getting excited, he was suddenly trapped by a net. The one who did it was Leo. Caught off guard, Curran panicked. What? No way, I've been caught by a butterfly net. Leo stepped forward coldly and said, I told you to behave yourself. He grabbed the boy and raised a hand to question him. Did you think I came here to cause trouble? Curran, looking terrified, stammered. You misunderstand. I was only investigating strange phenomena on this island. Leo asked. Strange phenomena. Curran replied, yes, something very odd is happening here. After hearing the explanation, Leo realized and said, so you mean the beasts on this island are becoming more violent, and you're investigating the cause, right? Seeing the meat skewer in Leo's hand, Curran's eyes lit up with interest. Exactly. Then he added, I thought the students wanted to have a little fun, and unexpectedly it blew up like this. Leo angrily asked, you expect me to believe that? This is Farina's territory. She'd never miss something like this. No way she wouldn't notice. Curran ground his teeth and replied, "The Phoenix Fiora isn't on the island right now, really." Those words stunned Leo. What? Curran explained that when they first arrived, everything was already like that. In a letter left for the girl, it said, "If you read this, then you've returned to Phantom Isle. Fiora's mother went to meet the Oathbound for a bit." Curran continued that she only left a note saying she'd go meet the Oathbound. He sneered, "I thought we'd get to see the Phoenix mature. So much for that." Fiora paid him no mind, scanning the forest and saying that the beasts in the woods were all showing very strange signs. Then she noticed a pair of glowing red eyes staring at her. Sensing danger, she immediately released Curran and said there was definitely something wrong here and they had to go check it out. Feeling about to be left behind, Curran dashed after the girl, shouting, "Hey, wait for me." After hearing the story, Leo thought to himself that Fiora, Farina's daughter and ranked second among the island's spirit beasts, would surely notice something unusual. This happened while Farina was absent. Was it just a coincidence? He sent a mental call to Fiora, "If you can hear me, answer." There was no reply. Leo muttered that maybe she was too distracted to sense him. After sensing something, Leo clenched his fist. Placing Curran on his shoulder, he said, "Let's go find Fiora. I sense aura coming from the west side of the island." Curran protested, annoyed about being dragged from leisure into work. "Why me?" Cut to the lake on the west side of the island. Beneath the surface of the water, countless shimmering stones appeared in the clear water. Their light made the lake's surface glow, creating a magical scene. Holding one stone up to examine, Fiora exclaimed how beautiful it was. Under the star-filled night sky, she went on, "So beautiful, oh my God." Then she put the mana stone into her mouth. She chewed greedily, hands on her cheeks in delight, when a voice called out, "What are you doing here?" Seeing someone arrive, Fiora glanced toward the sound and replied with a huff, "Leo, this is a fishing village, haha." Leo stepped forward and asked if she had been eating mana stones here the whole time. He looked at the lake, thinking that where spirits and spirit beasts live, mana stones form when energies converge and young beasts absorb them to grow. So the area was off-limits to harvesting. Fiora stammered, "When I was little I was taught that eating more helps you grow fast." Curran mocked, "With superior entities like us, we don't need mana stones to grow." Leo explained that even as a delicacy, it's only a dessert, and warned Fiora not to tell him she chased away other spirit beasts to hog this spot. Struck in the heart, Fiora blushed. "Not to that extent. I meant to feed them." Curran added insultingly, "Are you a phoenix or a pig chasing everyone away and eating alone?" Fiora, furious, snapped, "Did you just call me a pig?" Seeing the two idiots provoking each other, Leo intervened, "Enough," then turned to Fiora and asked if anything strange had been happening in the forest. Fiora nodded. "Yes, I sensed a very unpleasant energy from the island." Leo suddenly looked up at the sky as a gust of wind arose, sending a chill down his spine. He thought to himself that this energy might be the beast eater from before. He immediately drew his sword into a combat stance and called out, "Curran, Fiora, get ready to move." Leo fixed his gaze on the lake, focused intensely, and shouted, "It's coming." Moments later, a monster with a huge maw burst from beneath the lake and lunged at him. But having been prepared, Leo sprang back to keep his distance from the foe. The dark mage looked at him and remarked, wondering why the number of beasts had sharply declined. Apparently because of that phoenix from before. "It seems we truly have a karmic grudge," Leo plove. Recognizing a familiar face, Leo assumed a combat pose and smiled. "The grudge from past lives still remains." The dark mage summoned tentacles and struck toward him, shouting, "It looks like it's time to finish this here." Leo nimbly dodged the recent attack. The seemingly simple strike pierced even an ancient tree behind the dark mage, who sneered, "I will crush you right here." Suddenly, Leo sensed something. Two tentacles rose from the ground and wrapped tightly around his legs, startling him. Could it be a spirit beast? It had hidden underground, so he couldn't detect any trace of it. Reflexively, Leo formed a magical barrier to protect himself without thinking. The dark mage swung his arm and shouted, "Die." Leo closed his eyes slightly as if preparing something. A few missiles then appeared, surrounding his body. Then fire energy erupted violently from him, producing an immense source of power. This power easily severed all the tentacles clinging to his legs, watching the tentacles get sliced and immediately regenerate. Instantly, Leo privately admired the creature's impressive regenerative ability. Free from his attack, he spoke up. "Let me ask you something. Those tentacles wrapped around people, they feel exactly like the snakes of Gagan, the species that hides knowledge. Don't tell me this is a chimera hybrid beast." Hearing that, the dark mage sneered, "You're only a first year, but always act like you know everything. Who exactly are you, Leo Plo?" Leo didn't answer and immediately took a fighting stance. Beside him, Fiora awakened her bloodline and transformed into a mature phoenix. Leo stared at the opponent and said, "You hear me? A first-year hero candidate." No sooner had he finished speaking than Fiora spread her wings wide and struck them down hard. Then he shouted for an attack. Fiora lunged like an arrow. She struck straight at the opponent. The attack created a tremendously large explosion. Curran folded his arms and praised, "Ha ha, not bad for a little chick." After the strike, Fiora returned to her chick form and perched on Leo's shoulder. Leo looked into the smoke and coldly said, "It's not over yet." As the smoke cleared, the dark mage stepped out from within it. His body was covered in tentacles. He gritted his teeth and said, "All my spirit beasts have been destroyed. I'll return those blows to you," he continued, forming a magic orb with his hand. Then he slammed it into the ground, shouting, "Rise, death slime." Green ooze gushed from the earth and swelled. On this side, Curran and Fiora pinched their noses from the awful stench. Curran shouted, "What is that smell?" Leo created a gust of wind to block the scent drifting toward him, and looking at the creature before him, thought to himself, a high-grade slime. The dark mage laughed smugly. "You won't be able to avoid this attack." No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice rang out. "What do you think you're doing to my respected elder?" Dark clouds immediately gathered. A massive lightning bolt struck the slime, turning it to smoke in an instant. This made Leo's expression go blank. The newcomer was Ulta, riding a Killin. The Killin flew in and bellowed, "You beast-summoning mage, what the hell are you doing?" Seeing his summoned beast immediately defeated, the dark mage clutched his fallen creature and ground his teeth. "My beast was obliterated so fast. So it truly is the strongest summoning department student from Lumen." Ulta Rigdishan saw the horse keep flying in the sky. Curran asked puzzledly what the winged horse was babbling about and told it to land first. Looking at the horse, he said, "That's a Pegasus, a spirit beast of the same tier as you." Ulta looked down coldly. "This swarm of monsters disgusts me." He ordered Arya, "We must destroy that abomination that has defiled this world." The dark mage gritted his teeth and thought to himself that he needed to stall for time to let his tentacles recover. Then he summoned the death slime again. The slimy monster lunged at Ulta, preparing to attack. Another lightning bolt appeared from the sky and struck, making the creature dissipate into smoke as before. Below, Curran turned and asked, "That thing is the same tier as us?" Leo explained it wasn't that the Pegasus alone was so strong. It was the summoner's domain power that amplified its strength. With a single light strike, the matter was neatly resolved. Below, the dark mage angrily said, "I meant to ask long ago, just in time. This is getting interesting. What about this move?" He finished, and a blazing red magic circle appeared at his feet. Another surprise then appeared before Leo. At that moment, Professor Yura appeared in front of him, staring coldly at the dark mage and saying, "You call that interesting while you're about to die?" She shouted, "How dare you use spirit beasts to create a chimera?" Ignoring the warning, he continued his summoning ritual. Immediately after, a giant monster gradually rose from the magic circle. "Appear!" he cried, delighted. "Appear, Cyclops!" When it was complete, he laughed loudly at Leo. "Ha ha, what spirit beast do you have?" "No matter what spirit beast you have, my Cyclops won't be easily defeated, Professor Yura." Looking at the spirit beast Yura summoned, a mere rat, Curran, invisible, wondered, "Just a rat? Are you kidding me?" Leo explained, "It's an omnivorous rat. It may look cute, but it's extremely dangerous." Then a series of magic circles appeared, summoning hundreds, even thousands of rats. Yura pointed and commanded, "They will eat everything, not even bones will be spared." Leo thought to himself that this was a small but brutal monster. The swarm of rats, as numerous as ants, charged straight at the dark mage, preparing to attack. The rats surged like a tide, tearing into the Cyclops and making it scream in pain. Standing beside the dark mage, he panicked, grabbed the teleportation scroll, and thought that at this rate his prepared beasts would all die. More lightning bolts descended from the sky, striking him and causing excruciating pain throughout his body. He struggled to open the teleportation scroll, clutching it in his hand. Without hesitation, he tore the teleportation scroll apart. His body was instantly transported elsewhere. Ulta watched from above, sighed in disappointment, and muttered, "Slipped away, huh?" After the fierce battle, silence fell over the forest as the two of them approached Leo and spoke. Yura advanced and shouted, "You brat! Why did you enter the forbidden area?" Leo only. Fiora explained it was because she was eating mana stones from the lake. The professor's attitude shifted 180 degrees. She put on a cheerful expression. "For our Fiora? How adorable!" Ulta was deeply moved by his actions and stepped forward, remarking that his love for his summoned beast had led him into the forbidden area. He thought to himself that it was all too much pressure. After things seemed settled, Professor Yura returned to her mount and said, "It seems that Beast Summoner intended to defile the mana stones. I'll report this to Principal Kalyan right away," she finished, then flew up and departed, not forgetting to leave a message. Ulta, stay safe and continue special training. He nodded and replied, yes. Then he turned to Leo and said, Leo, you're the one bound to the Phoenix, right? He then glanced at Curran beside him and added, moreover. Curran nodded, indeed, that's right. He also noticed the horse behind him and asked, is that your senior's Pegasus? He happily looked at his little horse and said, Iria, introduce yourself to Leo. Iria approached him and gently said, I am Iria. Nice to meet you, binder of the Phoenix. He replied cheerfully, stepped forward and patted the boy's head. Nice to meet you, I'm Leo Plo. Seeing Iria's delighted expression, Ulta wondered aloud that Pegasus normally doesn't like strangers touching them. He released it, Leo, have you ever ridden a Pegasus? Leo bluntly replied, never. He thought to himself that when he was Car, the contracted beast had been a Pegasus. The mention stirred old memories. Ulta said, you don't seem badly injured, continue with the special training. Regarding your use of supernatural ability in that battle, I'll be lenient. He cheerfully replied, yes, I understand. As for the strength of that beast summoner earlier, the enemy inside Lumen Academy isn't a student. It's highly likely to be a master-level expert. Cut to a few days later, at the erect training grounds, a student said, this is the first time all the students have gathered since the entrance ceremony, isn't it? There's never a peaceful day. In a corner, looking at his friend who lay lifeless, Carr asked how the special summons training went, the boy's tears streaming as he replied, exhausted. So I haven't even had time to wash. Ileana rolled her eyes as if searching for something, then asked, hey, where's the class rep? Carr exhaled and answered, you mean the representative of the summon blocks? What terrible luck. Seeing him try to act superior, Ileana turned and gave Carr a series of affectionate hits that made him cry out in pain. Cut to some tent. Leo entered from outside, and the moment they saw him, someone said, you're here, Leo. The other person continued, now the class representatives are all assembled. The pale, blue-haired girl looked at him with great admiration, thinking the rumored omnipotent is even better in person. She suddenly felt like doing something other than healing. This girl was Lil Luce, the second-year summoning department representative at Lumen Academy. The young man lying in the sickbed was Hark Ligard, the fourth-year night department representative at Lumen Academy. He wasn't paying attention to them, but looked around searching for someone, thinking to himself, where is that person? Then a girl approached from behind, lightly touched his cheek, smiled, and said, oh, how cute. This girl was the one he was looking for, Alina Geron. She said you can open Lumen's forbidden library. Are you the famous first-year representative? She immediately made a proposal. Do you want to be my boyfriend? Taken aback by the unexpected offer, he froze for a few seconds, then gently replied, I must decline. She leaned in, stroked his hair, and asked why. I'll spoil you so much. He splashed a bucket of cold water in her face and said, because you're too old, which made her eyes widen in surprise. Then she burst into laughter to dispel the awkwardness, saying, you're such an interesting boy. Watching their conversation from outside, Lil Luce thought, wow, Leo doesn't back down even against Senior Alina. Truly the famed first-year rep, not ordinary at all. I want to stop this right now. From outside, a handsome guy walked in cheerfully. Long time no see, Alina. How's the mission going? She sighed in exasperation and replied wearily. He laughed out loud, ha, told you so. Then he went over to the young man in the bed and called, it's time to get up, Hart. He was startled awake when he heard his name and bolted upright. He immediately proposed, Senior, let's have a match right now. The other smiled and replied, another time. I will fight you later. Standing at a distance, Alina interjected in amazement, you just woke up and already want to fight. How brutal. He scoffed sarcastically. Someone who brings along a bunch of petty followers like you wouldn't understand the battles of true fighters. Alina Geron. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she asked, do you mean I'm not the real deal? He confidently replied, is there another Alina Geron here? Seeing tensions rise, Lil Luce trembled with fear and stammered, professors. If the seniors fight here, it'll be a big problem. They might die. In another corner, the senior turned to Leo and asked, so, how do you feel after meeting the department representatives? He forced a smile and replied, ha ha, seems everyone is a little too close, doesn't it? After a while, the group stood before the principal, who said, it's great to meet everyone assembled like this. I will be brief about why I called each department's representatives here. From today, all students and teachers of Lumen Academy, until the freshman interdepartment dueling competition ends, will have all external communications cut off. The lockdown is officially enacted, he finished speaking. At that moment, Leo also understood what was happening here. This was meant to catch the traitor. All the suspicious names began to surface in his mind. Cut to the classroom. Ileana said gloomily, forget the duel, I just hope the lockdown ends soon. How are we supposed to go to Lumeria to buy sweets like this? Chelsea added, exactly, self-study without snacks isn't really studying. Tired of hearing the girls always talk about food, she curled her lip and said, you gluttons. Then from outside, a youth burst in out of breath, shouting hot news. You guys, the dual venue has been decided. On hearing this, Chelsea asked, where is it? He answered, Nigrang. This made Chelsea very curious. Nigrang, isn't that a forbidden area? Carr began to consider the situation. Nigrang is a city located in the southeast of the continent, famous for being destroyed in a single morning by the eruption of a hero's dungeon. The dungeon was later conquered, but because of the dungeon's influence on it, it became cursed land where humans can no longer live. The pink-haired girl asked worriedly, is it really okay to go to a place like that? Chelsea confidently replied, I've heard that even though it's forbidden, it's not too dangerous. Only mid- and low-grade monsters appear and a curse blankets the area. The blonde youth, sweating, said, that sounds dangerous. How can you say that so nonchalantly? The name sounded vaguely familiar. He also began checking information about it. This was the place where he, as listeners, first defeated the squad leader. He was now in the library, beginning to search for information. The city of Nigrang contains a total of 5 large lakes. Among them, where is Lake Erdia? Of those lakes, some have been forgotten by people, so Lycanas, the great spirit of light, luminous, might be at rest there. Time passed quickly, and finally the day of the interdepartment competition arrived. The students' parents had arrived early. They buzzed about witnessing the first steps of aspiring heroes. There also seemed to be many promising hero candidates here. A worried matron looked down and sighed, isn't the contest starting yet? Our daughter. Her husband beside her reassured her she'll know how to do well, so don't worry. From atop the hero tower, the principal and Professor Yura looked down. She exclaimed, if we must admit so many people at once like this, I'm worried the intruder might get in again. She suggested, perhaps we should maintain the lockdown longer. Contrary to her worry, the principal said confidently, a strong deterrent mission has returned, so what happened last time won't occur again. The person the principal referred to was the fire phoenix Farina, Fiora's mother. Yura thought shyly to herself, Farina is behind me. I wanted to bet all night. The chosen hour has arrived. At the center of the square, someone announced in a clear voice, welcome, honored guests. I am Sejin, the official overseeing today's interdepartment competition. As previously announced to the students, this interdepartment competition is a fight to the death. Prove your strength, strategy, and survival skills. If you want to be the last one standing to claim glory, this competition will determine that, and whichever department still has survivors at the end will be declared the winner. The wristbands you wear now are artifacts to monitor your physical condition. If a wristband detects that your life is in danger, you will be instantly teleported back here via the band's settings. Additionally, one more thing. This interdepartment competition also counts as your final practical exam. The professor finished speaking, and all the students displayed incredulous faces, shouting in unison, what? The professor continued, the competition's goal is survival, but the final exam is not. If you keep running away just to survive, your practical exam could still receive the lowest grade. Every action will be carefully recorded by the wristbands issued to you. A student eliminated early could still score higher than one eliminated later at any time. So be cautious in every action you take. After hearing the professor, Leo below smiled and sighed, thinking to himself, clever. If you sacrifice personal standing for the department, your final exam grade could suffer. After announcing the rules, the professor declared, then let the interdepartment competition begin. The moment he finished speaking, magical circles began to appear beneath every student's feet. Light radiated from them, blinding everyone, and after a few seconds all were transported to another location. When he opened his eyes, Carr was once again astonished by the scene before him. He dropped his voice, then shouted, what is this place? All the students were now suspended in midair, terrified. They screamed, use magic quickly. Leo remained calm and thought, the entire city is shrouded by various curses. Now I understand why this land was abandoned, and the activation and removal of those curses was repeating irregularly. The only area free of the curse was the ancient city ruins. Everyone would surely gather there, and with that thought he closed his eyes toward the ruins below. Then I should look for Lake Erdia first. Over here, Eliza rode atop her summoned beast. Beside her, Durin used his high movement speed and launched forward in a burst. As the two faced off, she thought to herself, third place of the night department, Prince Durin. On the other side, he muttered to himself, second place of the summoning department, Eliza. Both were already in their battle stances. They wore expressions of absolute determination. But as they prepared to begin, Leo stood behind them, took a soft breath, and with his hand a few rockets appeared. Immediately after, He shot across the faces of the two at light speed. Eliza was startled and screamed, "Huh." What? She gritted her teeth and said, "It's you again." On the other side, Durin reacted similarly, angrily grinding his teeth and snarling, "That damn Leo Plove." Over here, Leo suddenly twiddled his ear with his finger and muttered, "My ear is itching so much." After only a few minutes of movement, he landed in some area and thought to himself that it would take 10 minutes to go west from here. Lysinus sealed himself before being destroyed. Does he still remain? He looked at the map in his hand and began analyzing the situation. Then he glanced toward the ruined citadel ahead and flinched slightly, thinking, chaotic sensory residue. I'm used to it, but many others will surely suffer. While he stood there deep in thought, Chen Zia suddenly rushed up from nowhere and called out, "Master Leo." Leo, somewhat surprised by her appearance, he folded the map away and turned to ask, "But the ancient ruins are in the opposite direction. Are you following me?" She explained, "I have something I need to do." He asked, "Something to do? What is it?" She thrust her hand forward, took an attacking stance and proposed, "Fight me." He was rather surprised by the challenge, but began channeling energy to prepare for combat, asking, "Why so sudden?" She replied, "From the first moment we met, I've wanted to know how far Master Leo is from me." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished from her spot and then dove down from above. Her fist headed straight for where he stood. Her speed was incredibly fast, but Leo was no less skilled. He immediately formed a layer of magical protection to block her attack. He snorted coldly after dispelling the protective magic. On her side, Chen Zia continued to summon a magic circle beneath her feet and praised, as expected of Master Leo, "You deployed a flame armor aura in an instant to neutralize my water aura." With that, she stepped 1 foot back and readied herself to attack. This move made Leo flinch for a moment. She exclaimed, "He's a high-level water spirit," and immediately summoned a spirit, then swung her arm forcefully forward, commanding it to attack Leo. On his side, he also began channeling magic in his palm, and then raised a wall of fire to block the incoming attack she'd launched. He also discerned her intention. This sequence of moves was certainly just a feint. The real strike was on his side. Just as he finished casting protective magic, Chen Zia closed in with clenched hands, ready to deliver a crushing punch. Boom, two massive forces collided, making the surrounding space seem to shatter. Smoke and dust filled the air, earth and rock split. The impact's pressure sent Chen Zia skidding along the ground. She grabbed her arm and stared at him with focused eyes, thinking that in that small opening there is room to counterattack. Further surprise attacks probably won't be very effective. He praised, "Not like your usual self, Chen Zia. Water is always a force that adapts with the flow. Yet now you're cold and rigid." He spoke in a very icy tone, then tightened his grip on his sword and lunged at the attacking woman. Recognizing the danger in his attack, she gritted her teeth and thought that taking the hit directly would be very dangerous. But she had no other choice. She immediately used protective magic to block his strike. But after only a few seconds, her protective magic began to show cracks, startling her as she exclaimed, "This alone won't do." While she was still lost in those thoughts, Leo reappeared behind her. He warned, "I've told you, you're too rigid." A fireball appeared in his hand. Immediately after, a large explosion occurred. As the smoke cleared, he stepped forward and summoned his sword toward her, saying, "You lost." She exhaled and asked, "Master Leo, are you really only 16? You seem like an uncle who's been through battlefield hardship." He cut her off, "Don't say weird things and head back to the ancient ruins." His unexpected action made her start and blurt out, "What? You don't intend to eliminate me? Is this pity?" He turned and walked away, replying, "This is a fight to the death. How I treat the defeated is my prerogative. Deal with those following back there for me." Before she could grasp his meaning, from behind her, two massive streams of energy were hurtling this way. She gasped, "Huh, who is that?" Those two forces were none other than Durin and Eliza. Seeing them, she could only force a wry smile. Seeing them block the way, Eliza shouted, "He's my target. Stand aside." Eliza Hergen grinned and replied, "How ridiculous. Leo Plove is my prey." When they remained stubborn, Chen Zia exclaimed, "Eliza, Durin, the ancient ruins are over there. Why are you here?" Durin stepped forward and said, "It seems you're targeting Leo Plove too. He lost. Where did he go?" She answered, "Yes, I lost." "Wait, Durin, I'm injured. Could you move me to Nella?" He sighed in frustration and asked, "Why should I do that?" She smiled and explained, "This is the inter-department competition, and you and I are in the same department. Would Durin really abandon a department mate over a personal fight?" Her sharp reasoning made Durin's expression tighten slightly. She continued, "And Eliza, I'm having trouble walking. Can't you give me a ride?" Eliza pouted and replied, "Chen Zia, if you were summoning department, I'd help, but you know we're enemies now, right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zia exclaimed, "Oh my," and began to recount. "I usually help you study." Recalling what Eliza once said, that it wasn't because I couldn't solve the problems that I asked, but to check if you paid attention in class. I promised I'd repay the favor of lending my notes. Chen Zia replied, I'll be waiting. Back to the present, Chen Zia reminded, you said you'd repay me if you borrowed my notes every day. Realizing she'd been trapped, Eliza clenched her fist and said, I'll repay the debt, but there's no need to do it right now. Faced with this blunt refusal, Chen Zia's eyes gleamed, leaving the two friends speechless and with no choice. Eliza shouted angrily, Chen Zia just wanted them to go together. She reminded Chen Zia, we'll only go together to the center of the ruins. After that, we're enemies. As soon as she finished, Chen Zia hopped decisively onto the back. The two left quickly. She glanced back and thought, I don't know why you didn't head to the ruins center, but finish quickly and come here, Master Leo. At this moment, a crowd of students was rushing forward in a panic. Led by a young man with orange hair, Juradin Lucen of the summoning department. His face was full of excitement. Once inside the city, we can escape the curse, right? But as they moved, suddenly a fireball came flying straight toward them, startling everyone. From behind, a pair of slender legs stepped forward, and a cold voice said, What are you staring at? The newcomer this time was none other than Celia Zerdinger. They are the ones guarding the north gate. Immediately, Juradin's group turned and headed another way. He cursed inwardly, Damn it, we were so close. He warned everyone, no choice, let's go to a different gate. Their next destination was the west gate, but when they arrived, Chloe was already waiting. At the sight of them, she raised her staff, ready to unleash a spell. This startled Juradin. He swore under his breath, damn it. They continued on. Only the south and east gates remained. Eliza had chased after Leo Plove. They could only pray that Werden would secure at least one gate and get inside the city before the curse activated. As they hurried along, a massive dark shadow suddenly swept across the sky above them, causing everyone to look up. A student in the back, sweat pouring down his face, blurted out, a black wyvern. Juradin explained, no, that's a summoning department spirit beast. It's the variant that Sen Liu rode. The students were full of questions. Why is it suddenly here? Cut to the center of the square, where everyone was focused on the interdepartment battles. On the observation platform, Zeiss crossed his arms and watched the display, thinking to himself that Celia was doing well. Hasn't Leo reached the ancient ruins yet? The image changed. The person now on screen was Chelsea. Seeing her, someone exclaimed, there he is. Seeing his granddaughter fighting confidently, Rogers watched from above and marveled that she seemed to have become a battle mage of Llewellyn. This man was Rogers Llewellyn, Chelsea's uncle and a royal mage of the Rodran Empire. Zeiss beside him laughed, saying the Rodran sovereign will be delighted. Rogers was so moved he nearly cried, exclaiming how quickly she'd grown. He remembered when Chelsea was just a 1-year-old. Then Zeiss's gaze suddenly narrowed, and he said, what is that? On the screen appeared a gigantic ox, bellowing loudly. He asked in puzzlement, isn't that a ghost beast? Elsewhere, upon noticing the anomaly, 2 professors hurried into a central room and asked, what's happening? Why is there a ghost beast on campus? A professor observing inside replied, something big has happened. We can't contact the control room on the other side. Seeing things slipping out of control, Harrod turned to his colleague and said Sejin must send the students back immediately. The colleague confirmed at once. He then approached the teleportation magic circle, and upon reaching it, began to apply his mana. He started channeling it into the mana stone to teleport, but the flash of light that appeared went out almost immediately. This left Sejin baffled, teleportation not functioning. What on earth is happening? There was no time to deliberate further. Professor Harrod turned and left, leaving a message for Sejin to keep trying to reconnect and find a way to bring them back. I will go to the principal. Cut back to the competition. Somewhere else, the interdepartment duel continued. The brown-haired youth panted and cursed under his breath. Damn it, these guys aren't ordinary. We must quickly eliminate that magic department group before the monster notices this place. As he spoke, he glanced upward. Up there, Walden still stood calmly. He was guarding the south gate. Then from afar, a terrifying, ear-piercing screech suddenly rang out. A dragon suddenly appeared above them, its jaws wide open as it prepared to unleash an attack. As soon as it finished gathering, it aimed its maw downward and struck straight at the students who still had no idea what was happening. Recognizing the abnormal appearance, Walden immediately materialized before the students. He thrust his hand forward to summon a protective magic layer. His arrival surprised the students, who cried out, Hey, Walden, why are you helping us? He gave no explanation, instead turning coldly to order, open the city gates and let everyone in. Offended, one student snapped, What are you doing? They're from a different department, and why should we obey you? Before he could finish, Walden appeared before him, grabbed his throat with one hand, and what happened next was inevitable. When it was done, he said coldly, There's no time to explain. He warned, get some rest. I'll take command from now on. His voice took on gravity. Open the city gates quickly. Cut to Leo. He was still immersed in his search. After checking several places with no results, he sighed in frustration. There's nothing here either. Is the lake at the ancient ruins the last place? They must be fighting fiercely by now. Should we move over there? As he strolled idly through the woods, his gaze suddenly went rigid when he noticed something. He looked up at the sky. Something was off. Was this a wide area curse? Not the lingering curse of Nigrang, but a new curse, the curse of isolation, the kind of curse Tartarus uses in large-scale battles. Sensing the danger, he shot off like an arrow, cursing inwardly that although the curse didn't directly harm people, its effect was to sever all contact with the outside, a powerful barrier-type curse that isolates an entire area. Has a traitor in Lumen already acted? They had to hastily rendezvous with the others. At the center of the ruins, everyone had just endured a brutal battle. The pink-haired girl was treating Carr and urged him, hang on a little longer, Carr. In another corner, a young man gripped his sword so tightly his whole body trembled with fear. Why won't it activate? Why? At the east gate, Chelsea kept launching successive attacks at the monster, but it took no damage at all. It roared and swung its arm, striking straight at her. Just as its blade was about to come down, someone from afar shouted loudly, break the barrier. A barrier then appeared to block the monster's strike. Chelsea collapsed onto the ground in terror, trembling violently. Abad appeared before her and admonished, have you forgotten practicing multi-incantations, Chelsea? Seeing him, she recovered some composure and exclaimed, brother. She asked fearfully, what on earth is going on? The inter-department competition. Before she could finish, distant wails kept sounding, drawing their attention. Abad gripped his staff and explained, the inter-department competition is over. An incident has occurred in this area. Now is the time for everyone to unite. He raised his staff and formed a magical orb in the sky. It then spread throughout the cathedral. In that case, the quick-witted ones will head for the main city. And what we need to do now is defend the city. Seeing the signal, Eliza Fuang looked up at the sky. Behind her, Chen Zia pointed to the sky and said that it seemed to be a gathering signal over there. Eliza replied, I don't know what's happening, but something unusual is definitely going on here. Duran clenched his fist and said coldly, I'll go straight through to support. Go. No sooner had he finished speaking than he dashed off like a lightning bolt, passing 2 orcs in an instant. After only a few minutes' travel, they arrived at the entrance of the central ancient city. Seeing people rushing over, the students on the city gate shouted, the last group is coming in, open the gates quickly. As soon as the gate began to part, the 3 of them immediately rushed inside. Once out of danger, Chen Zia breathed a sigh of relief. We're alive. Celia jumped down from the wall and approached them, asking, wait, where's Leo? Chen Zia answered, Master Leo went out toward the outskirts. Abad also stepped forward to ask why he went that way. Eliza replied that he probably has his own reasons. Although they didn't know what he was thinking, he certainly wouldn't be eliminated first. Chelsea offered reassurance, that's right, Leo will be fine. Celia added, then let's share information first so we can get a handle on the situation. She glanced down at her bracelet and said, first, this device isn't activating. Those who are badly injured can't be teleported. Abad continued, and spirit beasts are appearing not only around the exterior but also inside the city. Chen Zia said, this is my hypothesis. Besides the basic Nigrang curse, new curses may have been added, for example, a communication-blocking curse. Chelsea nearby agreed that it made sense. After compiling the information, Eliza summarized. In short, we're isolated inside Nigrang by this unusual incident, right? Moreover, we're also being attacked by monsters and spirit beasts within the city, so we should make maximum use of the walls to defend. No sooner had she finished than a voice from afar objected. No, I think now is the time to attack. This situation might be a surprise event organized by the school. The speaker was Emio from the magic department. Note, 3rd place on the midterm magic exam. He added that if they performed well here they could score points with outsiders, and merely hunkering down defensively would be a huge loss. Faced with his somewhat reckless decision, Celia intervened. This can't be treated as a simple surprise event. The wounded are in critical condition. Without Nella's healing magic, more than a few would die. Carr, being treated by Nella in a corner, murmured that only a deep wound to the abdomen would wake him. Seeing him restless, Nella warned, don't talk, Carr. Faced with everyone's objections, Emio grew furious and clenched his teeth. He then poured out his anger, pointing at them and shouting that this could even be the professor's intent. If he failed the final because of them, would they take responsibility? Rather than just defend, wiping them out would earn higher scores. Duran cut in, saying that abandoning the wall's advantage without even understanding the situation might not earn high marks at all. Constantly contradicted, Emio clenched his fist so hard it shook. Angrily, he stepped forward, muttering to himself that he'd go out to kill spirit beasts and that they shouldn't regret it later. No sooner had he finished speaking than something thudded down in front of him, making him start and exclaim, "What is that?" On closer inspection, it turned out to be the head of a monster, and the one responsible was Walden, who had leaped down in front of Emio. He looked up and ordered, "Silence, protect the inner city." Celia was resolute. Pointing forward, she said, "All right, we'll carry out this defensive battle, split into 5 teams to guard the gates and walls." At the gate, the front line defense was easily pierced by a minotaur, prompting a student to shout, "It's breached." Immediately from behind, Durin streaked in like a thunderbolt and effortlessly subdued the beast. The mages behind unleashed successive attacks and took it down with ease. On the wall, orcs were advancing straight ahead. A student cried out, "Take down that orc first. Don't let it reach the gate." A mage tightened his grip on his staff and shouted, "Ice spear." No sooner had he spoken than countless ice spears appeared in the sky and plunged toward the orcs. But these attacks didn't slow the orcs' advance. They continued clutching stones and marched straight for the wall, which made the mage curse, "Damn it." Then suddenly something shot up from behind into the sky, forming a massive column of flame, and it was none other than Celia. She tightened her sword, used the Flamewing spell, and prepared to strike. Outside, watching the battle on screens, the seniors and instructors looked extremely anxious and said, "Well done, juniors. I was worried at first. This is a relief." Hearing that, the blonde beside them asked, "A relief? Do you think this will end like that? If the enemy caused such a major incident during an official Lumen event, it won't be resolved by mere isolation. In the worst case, everyone could die." Alongside the proctors concerned, the parents watching were also deeply worried. Looking at the screen ahead, someone exclaimed, "See, it's starting." Inside the battle, a magical vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and from within a giant arm reached out and grabbed an orc, leaving everyone stunned. Seeing the sight, Ileana's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "That's..." She recalled a lecture where the professor said that, through the chronicles of past heroes, among varied experiences, the most important is combat experience against spirit beasts. The heroic chronicle we'd study today. Ileana, a 10th grader who hadn't been paying attention, turned to the pink-haired girl and asked, "Where is it?" Nella answered, "Page 157. The professor continued, "It was the common night of Hermelan at the Battle of Bayoran Fields. A spirit beast appeared there nearly 15 meters tall. That was a titan." The students cried out in fear, "Impossible." Facing that thing, the boy next to them trembled, "Please don't look this way." The titan stamped its foot hard on the ground, then lunged toward the students, but just as it moved, sharp blasts of icy air erupted from beneath the ground. Moments later, countless massive pillars of ice rose from the earth and pierced the creature. Chloe at the rear tried to calm everyone. "What the hell are you doing? Get ready to fight." She urged those paralyzed by fear over the titan to look closely. "The titan isn't fully grown." A student turned and replied, "How can we beat that? Better to run." Another added, "Yes, let's disperse now and wait for the reinforcements." Her whole body trembled with anger, though she kept her voice calm. "Everyone, do you think running equals surviving? I'm scared too." The titan turned its blood-red eyes toward the students, ignoring the pain from the ice pillars. It swung its arms straight at the section of the wall where everyone stood. Then immediately, the ice pillars on its body began to melt away. A student noticed and cried out, "Its wounds are healing. The attack is completely ineffective. Everyone run." Seeing the students only thinking of themselves, Chloe remained standing and said coldly, "But someone taught me that a hero confronts danger honorably and fights in perilous moments. So no matter how desperate the situation, I will fight." No sooner had she finished than she summoned numerous magic circles around herself. Shortly after, successive pillars of light appeared to block the creature's attack. She looked up, her voice determined despite the desperation. In a moment of lapse, the monster reached out and swung directly at her. Seeing Chloe just standing there, Celia, extremely worried, rushed over, shouting, "Dodge!" But Chloe was still lost in her illusions and said, "I'm not afraid." Then suddenly countless slashes appeared in the sky, cutting the titan's arm off in an instant, causing it to cry out in intense pain. Celia continued rushing over to check. "Chloe, are you okay?" Chloe was nearly exhausted. She said, "That slash just now." Understanding her meaning, Celia nodded in confirmation. Yes, it was Leo. He had arrived at just the right moment, standing tall and staring straight at the monster. He appeared at the perfect moment, standing tall and staring straight at the monster. And the moment he dropped down from the city wall, Curran shouted, "Oh my God, what a foolish thing is this! Leo, the healing power of the fairy demon magic isn't omnipotent. When you reach your physical limit, it won't work anymore. Hearing the kid nagging in his ear, he pulled him in close and said, "Stop talking, it's dangerous, fall back." After finishing, he immediately jumped toward the two girls sitting dazed on the ground. He approached with a smile and asked, "You look quite capable, Chloe." His compliment made Chloe's cheeks flush with shyness, and he continued, "You look like a hero," she replied bashfully. "I'm just imitating someone a little." Seeing him return with the two girls, the crowd exclaimed in unison, "Leo, Master Leo." Looking to Carl, he asked about the situation, and Carl answered, "Since entering the city, no one has been seriously injured. It's just that everyone panicked because of that monster." Celia added, "But it took a heavy hit from Leo, so it certainly won't attack immediately." After thinking for a moment, he looked up at the sky and decided, "What we need to do now is simple. We'll join forces and defeat it." Turning confidently to them, he said, "Why are you all surprised? If you want to be heroes, this is only natural, isn't it?" Ileana immediately expressed her view. "Fighting it is impossible." Then he told everyone, "I will command, because I'm confident I can defeat that monster." Eliza stood to one side, judging. "There you go thinking you're right again." Leo Plove, who said they'd follow your orders. Warrenden added, "I'll be relying on your leadership skills." Leo's remark that the big guy beside him disagreed made Eliza a bit surprised. She turned and scolded harshly. "A proud person like you suddenly obeying others, why is that?" He replied, "It's obvious everyone knows that the monster must be eliminated." Then a gentle voice said, "Then it's right to follow the orders of someone who is confident they can beat it." It was Chen Zia who stepped forward, grabbed Eliza's sleeve, and added, "Trying Master Leo's command once would be interesting." Seeing everyone agree made Eliza annoyed, but she had to accept. "Fine, I intended to do that anyway." Elsewhere, Abad thought to himself, "Just like the entrance exam, Leo, you didn't hesitate to charge into an impossible fight then either." After his thought, he spoke up. "I thought I had closed the gap a bit, but it's still far away, isn't it?" Celia, feeling called out, snapped, "Shut up, chatterbox." The next person he wanted to persuade was Durin. He stepped forward and proposed, "Will you give me a hand?" Durin glanced down at his arm, then turned and bumped his shoulder lightly and said, "I'll be the one to land a blow on that monster." The indirect acceptance pleased Leo, who replied, "That's fine." Observers outside who had watched the scene cheered excitedly. "Those first years are amazing. That blood formation might actually beat it." The blue-haired girl glanced at Alina's darkened face and asked worriedly, "Senior, are you all right?" Alina didn't reply immediately but thought to herself, "The moment that boy appeared, the atmosphere changed. There are many great heroes in this world, but that boy is on a completely different level, turning despair into hope, a presence that lights the way in the darkness. It's true, he deserves to be called a great hero." Cut to the melee fighter. After taking countless attacks from the monsters, he uttered a few soft sounds and reached out to try to stop the bleeding. Eliza and Abad had approached the monster from above. Seeing signs of weakening, Abad exclaimed excitedly, "Amazing!" But Eliza replied coldly, "Not yet." The monster immediately opened its mouth wide and fired a blast of energy at the two of them. But Eliza had her summoned beast glide by to dodge. After moving behind the monster, Abad tightened his grip on the staff, preparing to launch an attack. When he found the right moment, he unleashed a storm technique. Instantly, a giant storm swept across the monster's body, causing its head to dissipate into the air. But immediately a new head regenerated, making Eliza gasp. "Impossible, how on earth do we kill that monster?" From above, Celia prepared to dive down and shouted to warn everyone, "Get out of the way." Abad eagerly reached out, "Over here," but Celia grumbled, "I don't want to." Then she dove down and hugged Eliza tightly. "Sorry, I can't let that Llewellyn hold you." Surprised by her sudden appearance, Eliza snapped, "Wait, with 3 or more people, the wind dragon's mobility will be reduced." Celia calmly replied, "Leo said to gather here. Before the magic is complete, give that big guy a really strong hit." Realizing Leo's plan, Abad leaned close to Celia and said, "I see fire and wind combine very well." Ignoring them, Eliza shouted, "I don't know what that's about, but tell me when you're ready." On the ground below, Chloe stood on the wall facing the monster, muttering a few incantations under her breath. The monster, continuously attacked from multiple directions, roared angrily. After the incantation completed, countless sharp ice spikes appeared in the sky and headed toward the monster. In another corner, Durin and Chen Zia also began preparing to fight. Durin turned and asked, "Are you ready?" Chen Zia cheerfully replied, "Of course." She then proactively reached forward and shouted, "I'll open the way." Immediately, her water spirit darted toward the monster, and then wrapped tightly around its 2 legs. As soon as the 2 legs were locked, Durin began to channel energy until his whole body radiated a blinding light. I'm going. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, riding the path the water had formed. Water and electricity combined to form a gigantic sea dragon, enveloping the monster's body. The monster's whole body trembled from the electric shock. As it screamed, countless chains shot up from below and wrapped tightly around its neck. The one who did this was Warrenden, his whole body trembling from the monster's resistance. Above in the sky, Abad continued to unleash more attacks. A series of strikes slammed into the monster, causing it to roar in great pain below. Leo turned to Chelsea and asked, "Ready?" She nodded and replied, "Yes." The monster then formed another magical sphere in its mouth to retaliate. Once charged, it fired straight toward the fortress. Sensing the moment had come, Chelsea formed a tornado aimed straight at the monster, then shouted, "Leo." Just as planned, using the wind Chelsea generated, he easily leapt up to face the monster. Then he tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his gaze turning cold, and unleashed the move, Luru Whirlwind, Phoenix's breath. He spun and delivered a slash straight into the monster, making it howl in pain. As his attack finished, Chloe took a deep breath and exclaimed, "World of ice." She immediately froze the monster into a statue. The monster struggled to resist, causing some cracks to appear in the ice. The ice shattered, and at the same moment the monster's body dissolved into mist. Seeing this, the students cheered with joy. "We won, we really destroyed it." Hearing this, Chloe finally descended to the ground and exhaled a sigh of relief. Then suddenly an arm presented a vial pressed to her face and called, "Chloe, you truly look like a hero stepped out of legend, marvelous." Receiving this unexpected praise made Chloe a bit bashful, and she replied, "Thank you." She clenched the vial in her hand and cast her gaze into the distance, thinking, where did Leo go? He was now appearing in some place that looked incredibly peaceful. He gently placed his hand on the water and began to sense something. Seeing 3 lights before him, he cheerfully said, "Long time no see, Luminous." From within the magical layer, a pair of eyes slowly opened. A woman with white hair appeared, looking at him with some suspicion. The one he mentioned was Luminous. Hearing her name called, Luminous asked in puzzlement, "Who are you? How did you awaken me?" He looked straight at her and replied, "It's me, Kyle." Upon hearing the name, she realized it was indeed him. She continued, "I don't know if she's here, but where is Listeners?" He replied indifferently, "Listeners is dead." This statement surprised her. She fell silent for a long moment, then said, "A sky so blue is unimaginable in this age of calamity. How long have I slept?" He answered, "About 5,000 years." The figure made her startle. 5,000 years. Luckily, during that time, I did not wake, because I had fulfilled that child's wish. Listeners, thank you for bringing light back to this world. She added, "But I still sense a dark energy on this land." Then she asked, "Will you fight this time?" He looked at her and smiled, replying, "Of course, for I cannot let this peace be lost." His attention turned to countless small swallows flying before him, forming the image of a spirit. He asked her, "What is this?" She explained, "This is the jewel that the great light spirits have possessed through generations. It is not an item of special power, but if you present it, you will be treated as a great spirit by the light spirits." Taking the jewel and gazing at it, he smiled, "I will keep it safe." Then she glanced up at the sky and praised, "The sky is beautiful." After saying that, she too dissolved into the air, merging with the deep blue sky. Cut to the academy. Looking at a few student information sheets on the table, the headmaster asked, "Is that the entire list of suspects?" Sejin replied, "For now, yes." The headmaster continued, "Quite a few people were nominated by the board." He rubbed his forehead. "From the second term, we must have the vice principal return to work." These words surprised the 2 professors, who chorused, "The vice principal." Cut to the classrooms in the academy. The students all shouted loudly after receiving their exam results, shaking the whole academy. Carl clenched his grade paper. Trembling with joy, he exclaimed, "I'm saved." Beside him, his friend Tide was equally happy. "Me too." Professor Harrod looked at Carl and sighed. "Getting expelled was really your style." Hearing that, Carl immediately bowed his head and stammered, "Please forgive me." Then he warned, "Don't cause any trouble during the break. See you in the second term." Saying this, he turned and left. Not being punished made Carl ecstatic. He spun around woozily, leaving the 2 girls beside him astonished. Ileana couldn't contain her excitement. As soon as the teacher stepped out, she shouted, "Is the first term ending like this? Oh, so very, Professor Harrod." Nella asked the class leader, "Will you return to the Rodran Empire for the break?" Chelsea added, "Leo is from the kingdom of Delan." The unfamiliar name made Nella curious. "Where is that? It's the first time I've heard of it," he explained. "A kingdom on the western border." Chelsea put on a pleased face. "I have to visit Leo during the break." Leo smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "It's been a long time since I returned home." Just as he arrived home, a large banner suddenly unfurled before him, startling him. "I have a place to return to. though I didn't expect it to be so ostentatious. His mother and others had arrived early to welcome him. On seeing him, she said, "Welcome home, my son." Returning here gave him an indescribable feeling. He finally felt relieved. At dinner, after hearing the stories, his father praised. "I didn't expect you to have talent in every discipline," he replied. "I only realized it after coming to school, father." His father continued, "Even though you're my son, I don't know how such an extraordinary child was born." His mother immediately changed the subject. "Is Professor Harrod well?" he sighed. "He's still teaching." She began, "I've heard the homeroom teachers from Lumern will visit during the break. Professor Harrod is among them. So I'll meet him as a parent." Meanwhile, Professor Harrod's ear suddenly itched strangely. While the family was dining, a maid entered awkwardly and said, "Madam, young master, there are visitors." Knowing who had come, Leo's mother showed displeasure and said to her husband, "The demon clan again, such nuisances." She then ordered the maid, "Tell them to go home." The maid stammered. "They said they come from Azonia Academy." Hearing the academy's name, Leo started and repeated inwardly, "Azonia Academy." Before anyone could react, the mysterious visitor was already in the dining room. Looking in, he asked, "Is Mrs. Renee Zerdinger present?" "Hello, I am the messenger spirit of Azonia." He then stepped forward and handed him a letter. He was a bit surprised by this action. His mother said, "What a nuisance, give it to him to receive." He opened the letter and read, "Congratulations, you have been selected as an admission candidate by Azonia." This made Leo even more puzzled. Selected. Cut to Azrek City, the city of Beastkin. He was now there, exhaling wearily and mumbling. The heroic Beastkin Military Academy, Azonia Academy. Unlike other schools, their entrance ceremony takes place in summer and is notorious as the harshest in all academies. He recalled his mother's words. "When I was young, I helped students of Azonia, so they gave me a free entrance ticket to Azonia Academy as gratitude. They sent a recommendation letter for your admission. I think I even signed a contract." He sighed. "I shouldn't have signed contracts carelessly like that." His mother angrily. "What of it, did I not know this would happen?" She comforted him. "Anyway, you're studying at Lumern. It's just a visit. How you spend the break is up to you. Do as you please." Leo walked the streets thinking, "I heard the entrance exam here is a marathon across the desert, an academy of beastkin that worships strength and lives by instinct. I'm curious what the heroic beastkin candidates will be like." At this time, he appeared in the guise of a true beastkin with rabbit ears on his head, a trick by Curran. With his help, he had become a beastkin hybrid. He continued reading the letter. The entrance test venue is the Azrek Coliseum. He suddenly noticed a statue placed ahead. On it was written, "In memory of Aeon, the warrior of indomitable courage." He muttered, "Could it be Aaron?" He looked at the statue with sarcasm. "Indomitable courage, my foot." He trembled with fear in every battle. But this looks fine. Cut to the Coliseum arena. He was now standing in a vast arena. Beside him suddenly appeared a pair of hands with sharp claws, accompanied by an eager smile. He was still lost in thought. "It seems these are the contestants." Then from afar someone stepped forward sneering. "Hey mongrel, you don't expect us to believe someone like you is an Azonia contestant, do you?" Another added. "At least get rid of that mongrel smell." He didn't understand what they meant and pointed at himself. "You talking about me?" The red-haired guy angrily shouted. "Who else here would be called a mongrel besides you, you hybrid rabbit acting high and mighty?" He paid them no mind and turned to leave. "You're not even Azonia students, and yet you act up. You're only here for the entrance ceremony and already acting like you're great." This taunt made the red-haired guy furious. He grabbed his shoulder and challenged. "You dare belittle an Azonia candidate's status? I hate seeing weaklings like you." Seeing this guy wanted a beating, he glanced back. Without hesitation, he spun and threw his body to knock him to the ground. With beastkin superior strength, the ground shattered. His whole body trembled violently from pain. The young man beside stepped forward to ask, "Durkin, what's wrong? Were you going to let him have it?" Durkin clenched his fist and replied angrily, "No, absolutely not." He paid no mind, waved, and turned to leave. "See you at the entrance ceremony." On the other side, Durkin suddenly jumped up, eyes shining. "That guy is friggin' cool. He really is strong." Then he screamed like a madman, running through the city searching for him, looking toward the cries, he thought to himself. Among beastkin, the strong are objects of worship. How unique indeed. All his recent actions had caught the eye of another beastkin. He said with interest, "I was worried it would be full of boring ones, but there's an interesting one here." Inside the square, a fierce battle had just concluded. A young man from behind stepped forward and said, "Completed the penance in 36 minutes, all achieved excellent results." "Sir Examiner," the other replied, "not satisfied at all, this merely good excellent level is unacceptable." The blond man replied in surprise, "Huh, this is already a pretty good performance." He retorted, Haven't you heard the news about the freshmen from Lumern? Our incoming class must have many outstanding ones. This man was Bergaton, the examiner of Azonia Academy. The other young man protested. It does seem Lumern is leading this generation, but our candidates are also very remarkable. He looked down and said calmly, especially since this time Examiner Bergaton's daughter is participating. The one he mentioned was Arton of the Tun clan, a candidate nominated for Azonia admission. At that he gritted his teeth confidently. My daughter Arton can easily serve as class representative. But then his gaze suddenly caught something. He turned his eyes toward Leo, thinking to himself, that child looks strangely familiar. Then he asked, Deputy Examiner, do you know anything about the rabbit beastkin at the end of that line? The blond man started, rummaged through his notes, and replied, it's my first time seeing that face, and he's not on the watch list. He asked again in wonder, is he a nominated admission candidate? The man nodded. Yes, that's right, an admission candidate by nomination. His gaze remained fixed on Leo as he continued to ponder. That gaze is exactly like J.A.'s. From the upper stands a loudspeaker announced, Group D of Part 1 of the Beast Festival has entered the arena. In Group D, there is a notable candidate, right? The heir of the Tun clan, Arton. Following that, she confidently launched herself, stepping onto the arena to the greetings of those seated in the stands. Others turned their attention to her, thinking, if she's the hope of the strength-worshipping beast folk, can she inherit Arton's techniques? Then he asked, looking elsewhere, but isn't Azonia's entrance ceremony a desert marathon? What the hell is this beast festival? He asked the girl, is this also part of the entrance ceremony? She looked startled and asked back, you don't know about the beast festival? He replied sheepishly. I'm a hybrid, so I don't really keep beast folk culture. She explained, Azonia's entrance isn't just a ceremony, but one of the largest festivals. The beast festival is also to entertain visitors, and it's a ritual for us students. After her explanation, he asked again, a ritual. She continued, with the Tadarus threat still looming, this is a declaration to our kin that we have arrived, so fight well like just now, Black Rabbit. He gave a bitter smile and muttered, we have arrived. No sooner had he finished speaking than a gate suddenly opened, and a monster burst out, emitting terrifying screams. Immediately it focused its attention on Leo and charged forward. But then suddenly, there were swishing sounds that startled the monster. It was Arton and other beastkin who rushed in to attack it, causing its eyes to widen in shock. Then it turned its attention toward Arton and charged. But a flash of light suddenly streaked through the air. Arton leapt high up. Then she let out a brave breath and dove down, raining countless slashes around the monster's body. The attack was lightning fast. After dealing with it, she gently landed. Then she was startled to see Leo standing motionless there and shouted, what are you doing, Black Rabbit? A monster at that moment was attacking toward him, but his arm tightened slightly and thrust forward. The two fists collided, causing the air to compress somewhat. The monster's gaze turned fierce. Then, with his tremendous strength, he easily dispatched the monster in an instant. His eyes remained calm, no different from a wild beast. Witnessing the scene, the stands nearly erupted. They shouted, amazing Black Rabbit, you're number one in my heart. Arton looked at him with interest, thinking to herself, no doubt about it, that Black Rabbit just bestialized. As she spoke, her eyes narrowed slightly, growing suspicious. When the moon rises, that is the power that awakens the beast instincts within us. Our ancestors studied bestialization long ago, but no one could use it freely, except for a single person. That is the hero Aeon. The monster Leo killed was also the last one. The loudspeaker announced, the Beast Festival ends here. Back in the changing room, from afar, Arton stepped forward because she was curious. Hey, Black Rabbit, I want to ask. But then another voice suddenly cut in with praise. Hey, not bad, huh? A young man approached him and introduced himself. I'm Dion Den, and you? Dion Den, a wolf beastkin, a candidate nominated for Azonia admission. To this, he replied indifferently. Kai. Hearing the name, Dion Den sighed and repeated, Kai huh, I was worried it would be full of weaklings here. Having someone of your caliber puts me at ease. Being suddenly interrupted made Arton angry. She stepped up, clenched her fist, and turned to scold. That muscle-brained idiot is spouting nonsense again. Seeing her, he turned to greet Arton. She ignored him, leaned close to his face, and proposed, Black Rabbit, talk with me for a bit, I have something to ask. This unexpected request left him a little stunned. Me. Then suddenly, something outside caught the attention of all three of them. A pair of feet stepped in and a voice said gently, too noisy. The one who arrived was Bergaton, he praised. You all worked hard participating in the Beast Festival. Seeing him, he muttered inwardly. Hero Bergaton looks even cooler up close. He stepped forward and continued. As you know, tomorrow's test will be crossing the Great Azrek Desert. The rules are simple. Start from Azrek, cross the Great Desert, and finish at Azonia. However, the Azrek Great Desert is one of the harshest lands on the continent, so I have one piece of advice for you. Don't do stupid things like confusing recklessness with bravery. After his reminder, the deputy examiner stepped in to continue. Nominated students have not attended free classes for the past half year. Since you are not familiar with the other students, step forward and introduce yourselves. Additional information. To enroll in Azonia, one must attend free classes and receive a nomination letter. Nominated students are assessed as overwhelmingly capable to the point they do not need to attend free classes. After learning this, he turned to Artun and asked, "Why didn't you attend the free classes?" She replied confidently with a sigh, "No need for that stuff, I'm strong enough." Another girl stepped forward and introduced herself. "I'm Stee Lul, my specialty is magic, nice to meet you all." A short-haired girl introduced herself. "I'm Rate Vega, I'm a spirit mage." Then it was Artun's turn to introduce herself. "I'm Artun, let's all do our best together." He maintained a cold demeanor. "Kai, pleased to meet you." All his words were observed by Bergatun. Then Dion Den spoke up to introduce himself. "I'm Dion Den." Immediately after that introduction, his voice turned cold. "If you're weak, don't get in the way, you should give up now." Seeing a fight about to break out, the deputy examiner reminded them, "Go outside to check the dorm assignment board and then return." Following his words, everyone stepped outside. He also walked out with them, but then suddenly a hand on his shoulder startled him. The one who called him back was Bergatun. He requested, "Stay and meet me privately for a moment." When the room was down to just the two of them, Bergatun's voice said, "Kai, I'm asking you this just to be sure." He nodded in agreement. He continued, "You are Riane's son, aren't you?" This question surprised him greatly, his eyes widening as he thought. "He knows my mother." He pondered for a few seconds, then answered, "Yes, that's right, do you know my mother?" Upon hearing this, the man laughed and explained, "Sure enough, you're Riane's son. I'm an old friend of your mother. We once represented Lumern and Azonia in contests back in the day. I'm sure your mother told you a lot about me." Bergatun, right. But he bluntly replied, "No, sir, my mother never mentioned a word about that." This made the corner of the man's mouth twitch. "Impossible, Jen and I were that close." He explained, "My mother rarely talks about school days." The man answered, "That could be the case." Then his arm tightened as he thought of images from the past. He gritted his teeth angrily. If not for that idiot, then Yah would have by now." He interrupted, "Although she doesn't talk about the past, my mother has never regretted her choice." Hearing this, the man fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded, "That must be so. To be worthy of being the unique Zerdinger Bloom, still a beautiful and dignified woman." Hearing him praise his mother, he frowned, slightly thinking, "Mother a Bloom, this person seems a bit." Then he changed the subject. "All right, I've seen your performance at the Beast Festival. Let me look forward to the entrance ceremony tomorrow." He nodded and replied, "Yes." Returning to his room after a long day, he looked around, then went to the bathroom. Upon stepping out, he praised without stop, "The dorms here are even better than Lumern's." Then his gaze suddenly noticed some noise outside the window. Immediately the window flung open and Artun appeared. She shouted, "Black Rabbit, I'm here to expose your secret." When she saw him completely naked, she blushed and covered her eyes, shouting, "Why are you undressing like that?" He replied, "This is my room." Cut to a little later, he finished dressing and sat on his bed, wondering, "I'm dressed now, open your eyes. What secret did you say you came to expose?" She turned and asked, "Earlier at the Beast Festival, I saw you. You can bestialize at will, right?" Acquiescing to her wish, he shifted into his beastkin form and said, "Like this." She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, it's real." Looking at his current form, he thought to himself, "Strange, while in this transformed beastkin state, when I use the hero's breath, the bestialization process is triggered. Of course, maintaining it long would leave severe aftereffects." She wore a look of admiration and exclaimed, "How is that possible? In history, the only one who could freely bestialize was Lord Aaron." Then he offered, "Do you want me to teach you?" Hearing this, she became extremely excited and stammered, "Ah, really?" He continued thinking, "I need a successor to follow Artun, because in the upcoming battle with Tadaris I need more fighting power. Perhaps this is why I reincarnated into this era." After thinking it over, he set a condition. "Then you just need to prove it." She asked back, "Prove what?" He replied, "Prove whether you have the qualities to become a hero or not." These words caused her to overthink terribly. She kept thinking, "This guy is underestimating me. He's on a very high level." His cheerful expression appeared with the words, "I'll wait here, Artun." Cut to the next day, the loudspeaker announced, "The second day of the entrance ceremony has begun. We can see students lining up for the aptitude test to cross the Great Azrek Desert." Holding the registration papers, Professor Yura exclaimed, From Tun to Den Lul to Vega as well. Our kids have become talented, but this year's nominated candidates for Azonia are no joke either. It's a pity I didn't get to see the Beast Festival. El beside her sighed regretfully. That's really a shame. Then Yura asked, Hey Kai, there's a student with a strange name, isn't there? El smiled and replied, Is it the name of the great hero? I wonder if Kai is bluffing or is the primordial hero Kai. It reminds me so much of that kid Leo. It really makes me think of the kid Leo. His gaze shifted downward. At this moment Artan was sulking as she walked forward. He wondered, Isn't that student Artan? Yura continued. Has the competitive spirit of the beastkin risen? Look, Artan seems ready to challenge someone. She moved toward him, her voice a little irritated. Black Rabbit, you haven't forgotten your promise from yesterday, have you? I will definitely make you acknowledge me. Because I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night, so in today's test don't miss even a bit of my performance. He sighed and replied. All right then. Watching from above, Elend praised. Interesting. Is the opponent that student named Kai? Yura beside him replied with amusement. A student who makes people curious, really. But then her eyes froze a little. El beside her felt the same. Because they recognized that person as Leo, they exclaimed, Why is he here? The 5 students were now at the center of the square. Bergatun looked toward them to address the nominated candidates. The loudspeaker's serious voice announced, Now before the entrance ceremony begins, the candidates will take the oath. Up in the stands, Yura and Elend gasped. What the hell is that guy doing here? The loudspeaker continued. The 5 nominated candidates, place your hands on Lord Aeon's hero files. Hearing that name, he thought to himself, Artan's hero file? I didn't expect to see it like this. And the announcement continued. Each person read the oath. Artan stepped up first, placed her hand on the hero file, and began the oath. First, for the honor of the great hero, I will not act cowardly. Standing below preparing, he appeared with a forlorn look. Then he stepped up, placed his hand on the hero file, and began the oath. Second, for the honor of the great hero. No sooner had his words finished than the hero file suddenly emitted light, and from it a colossal beam of light shot straight into the sky, causing everyone's astonished stares. Up in the stands, Yura wondered, Senior, could it be? Ain shared the same thought with her. That is. Bergatun was also surprised by the spectacle. The beam of light then grew larger, its glow gradually dying down after a while. A book hovered in the sky. It was the hero file. The book opened to Artan's world chapter, the beginning. The immense light now enveloped the 2 of them, which made the deputy examiner ask Bergatun in astonishment, What is this? Could it be the hero's world? Bergatun, still composed, replied, Indeed, Lord Aeon's hero world has been opened. The blond man's whole body trembled. Wow, so the hero world is overloaded. Though outwardly calm, inside he was in turmoil. For whatever reason, an unopened page of Lord Artan has appeared, even if it transforms into a dungeon due to overload. If conquered, this is a chance to inherit Lord Artan's power. But the question is whether the kids can conquer Lord Artan's world. The 2 of them were then transported to some space. Long ago, when darkness covered the world, a gloomy space gradually appeared. They awoke and surveyed the surroundings. Artan exclaimed in alarm, What the hell just happened? Then she turned to him and asked, Black Rabbit, you saw that too, right? The hero file clearly opened just now. He calmly replied, Look up at the sky. Above the sky was a sullen gray void, making Artan startle and exclaim, What is that? It's all gray. Voices still echoed in the space. A hero has appeared, a hero who brings light, a hero who brings the future. A voice rang in his head. Perhaps this is 5,000 years before Artan lived, an age of despair. The voices continued to echo in the space. Please save us. Be careful not to be eaten by Jabuoks. She looked around and assessed. Is this the world where the false hero Eren once lived? He answered, Yes, it seems to be the refuge city Raysar. Artan continued to ask, Why did the hero world suddenly activate? In all these thousands of years, there has been no record of Lord Eren's record page opening. He didn't know how to answer either, thinking to himself. In Hero Studies class and even in Berkia, when I touched my own record page, my hero world opened. But all those times it was my own page. While this time anyone could see it was Eren's page. The system now sent a notification, mission objective. Search for Aeon in Raysar. Looking up at the notice board, he wondered, if the objective is to search, does that mean this isn't a hero dungeon? He continued thinking, if it's an officially opened world, why can't it communicate with the outside? Then he glanced at Artan trembling and asked, Artan, are you okay? She now wore an excited expression and blurted out, It says the mission objective is to find Lord Aeon. Does that mean we can meet Lord Aeon again? Finding Lord Aeon will surely be extremely easy since he's famous. He could only smile wryly and reply, Yeah, that's true. She became even more excited and exclaimed, Then let's start asking around. He sighed in resignation, thinking, I suppose people of this era would think that, since recorded history differs from reality. She hurried forward. Black Rabbit, hurry up. He kept thinking, but aeon of this period. At that moment a man's voice rang out. I told you I've never heard the name Aeon or anything like that. Then he angrily waved them away, leaving the two of them somewhat stunned. Artan asked, How can that be? No one knows Aaron. She then turned to ask another person, Hey, Beastman, have you ever heard the name Aeon? He shook his head and replied, Not at all. After a moment suddenly a voice rang out, Ha ha, you snot-nosed beastkin. If you have nowhere to sleep, then come into my room. She felt a bit dejected and whispered to him, The atmosphere is getting weirder, he replied. Before it gets dark, we need to find a place to rest. He thought, perhaps it is now the year 1462 of the Altegra calendar. This is 20 years after the calamity began. If it's that time, then there's no need to blindly search for Aaron, because there's someone we need to meet. At this point, the two of them walked into some area. He thought to himself, It must be around here. Artan hurried over and asked, Wait, Black Rabbit, where are you planning to go? You led the way after all, but, she complained, there's not even a decent in here. She spoke with a guarded tone, then suddenly spun and kicked straight backward. But at that moment she was grabbed by a stranger. She grit her teeth in anger, but Leo intervened and said, Wait, Artan, don't fight. The man's arm tightened, then reached up to grab her by the throat, surprising her greatly. She tried to gasp out, Black Rabbit, run away quickly. The man then looked toward him and demanded, Why have you come here? If you don't reveal the truth, I'll kill this beastman. The legendary hero is an honorary student of the Aaron world. Then a man said, Who are you? There's a baby Jabuak outside, be careful. He replied very calmly, We came because we heard this place was worth visiting. The man continued asking, Who told you? Is this a prohibited area to enter? He answered, That coward Aaron told us and we came here. Hearing that, the man finally released his grip. He let Artan fall to the ground, then turned and left, ordering, Follow me. They were then assigned a place to sleep. He reminded them, You may stay here tonight and return to find me in the morning. He stepped outside, took in the surroundings, thinking, This damned sky, no matter how many times I look at it, I can't get used to it. It's still as ugly as ever. Outside the world of Raesar, it's shrouded in mist. Does that mean this is the only operable area within this world? The mysterious voice continued. Both of our fragile climbing roofs are steered by small hands. During the midterm exam, the conquest objective doesn't appear until the Jabuak is defeated. If so, then this is probably not a control malfunction. But why can't the outside control the hero world? He recalled the conquest objective notice to search for Aaron at Raesar. The key known to open a hero world is its owner or an item deeply linked to the owner. But what if there's another key? For example, someone with a deep connection. He continued thinking, Of course this might be mere speculation, but if Aaron's world opened because of me, then it's understandable why the outside can't control this world. Is it really a coincidence that I was reborn, yet retain my memories? If the hero record page is a setup for a great hero to be reborn in the future, and I can inherit their power once more. The voice continued, Little Rabbit, a childish tale. Then completely destroying Erebos is not impossible. He looked toward the distant sky, lost in countless thoughts. Then suddenly a loud voice rang out, Wake up, Black Rabbit. It turned out it was all a dream. The one calling him awake was Artan. He stretched and greeted the morning, asked, Are you awake? The man from yesterday was extremely strong. Are you hurt? She cheerfully replied, My body is very resilient. Then she asked, So what happened yesterday? He answered, It seems the man yesterday mistook us for intruders and I resolved it peacefully with words. She said, You're very polite, he thought to himself. That collision must have been strong, yet our beastkin descendant is pretty tough. At that moment the man had visited. The two early risers had recovered already. This man was Agon, the sky god, hero of the Calamity era. He approached Artan and asked, Though beastkin are strong, you still surprised me. And she angrily asked back, Surprised about what? He sighed and said, You are younger than I thought. About yesterday, I apologize. Then he offered, Come with me to make amends. I'll treat everyone to breakfast. She was a little worried by the offer and whispered to him, Maybe he's not a bad person after all. He nodded and replied, Yes, and he's even offering breakfast. Then the two followed him. After walking for a while, Artan wondered, Aren't you just lulling us into a trap to attack? Where are we going? He sighed and replied, I don't know, but he doesn't look like a bad person. He thought the sky god Agon is a hero active in the Calamity era, just like Yura's father. He was originally someone our team planned to recruit. But for some reason, when we met him the first few times, his will had already been crushed. What happened over the past month? Suddenly the scene before Artan startled her. What is this? Ahead, countless kids were running toward Agon. A little girl called out, "Uncle Agon, time for breakfast." Then they looked at the two of them and wondered. "Who are that sister and brother?" he replied. "They're guests. I don't need my portion. Prepare food for these two." Artan suddenly stamped her foot hard on the ground, exclaiming, "Uncle, I misunderstood. You're really a good person." Then she went over and rubbed the little girl's head with great delight. He then noticed a lone figure sitting by himself in a nearby corner. Upon realizing something, his eyes suddenly widened. He thought to himself, "Long time no see." Images from the past suddenly flooded his mind. He exclaimed inwardly, "The great dark spirit Elsie." The strange voice continued and the man said, "Little rabbit, how about going with that shadow?" The scene reverted 5,000 years into the past, still at this place. At that time, three people led by Kyle approached a man sitting alone in the graveyard. Listener's voice rang out, "I hear a plague is raging. How unfortunate." She looked at Agon and asked, "Are you the sky god?" He raised his head and asked, "Who are you?" The woman beside him continued, "I've come to invite you to join the expedition." Luna added, "We need the power of a hero like you." He sadly lowered his head and replied, "Go back, I will not join any expedition." Luna tried to persuade, "But if you hold the title of sky god like him then." Before she could finish, he stepped forward from behind. "Enough, Luna." He put his hand on her shoulder and explained, "His will has already been broken." She replied, "Will can be rekindled, though. It's a pity to pass up someone of this caliber." The black-haired woman then turned and left. "Luna, as you said, a lost will can be restored, but someone who nurtures hatred cannot save the world. Let's find someone else." Then he spoke up, "I can recommend someone. Go look for Aaron." After that, the three of them departed. Luna wondered, "Aaron? But how do we search in such a vast place? If you're going to point someone out, you should point them out properly." He sighed, "There's still time, so take it slow. The person recommended by the sky god surely isn't ordinary." Then he turned to Luna and admonished, "And stop being so hasty, Luna." This made her furious. She shouted, "What, you want to die?" The black-haired woman in the team caught sight of someone, the dark spirit. Then she cheerfully called out, "Oh, hello, it's the dark spirit." Back in the present, he was holding a bowl to receive food, thinking, "I didn't expect to meet Elsie here. In the past, we met while gathering the expedition team. It's a shame now isn't the time to talk with Elsie, because it will be about a year before either I or Kyle meet Elsie again." He carried 2 trays of food over. Artan, sitting opposite, eagerly suggested, "Eat with us, uncle." He nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm the master of that incompetent brat. A noble, great, and brave hero who fought against. Raise someone like that and you call him incompetent." She breathed out, "Being too modest isn't good either." Not understanding what she meant, Agon spoke, "The girl seems to be mistaken. My disciple is neither noble nor great nor brave. Of course, he possesses remarkable power for his age, but that fellow is a coward undeserving of that power. The reason Aaron left Raysar was simply because he was afraid to fight." These words shattered Aaron's image in Artan's mind. She clutched her head and screamed, "No, it can't be like that, Lord Aaron." This action startled Agon, who turned and asked, "What's wrong with your friend?" He replied, "He's someone who really idolizes Aaron." She then sobbed uncontrollably and ran off, shouting, "Lord Aaron can't be a coward. His image is ruined. This is unacceptable." He quietly closed his eyes. "An idol of Aaron? Unbelievable." He continued, "It's because he was saved by your disciple, and of course Aaron is a coward. But in places you don't know. He saved many people. Long ago, when darkness covered the world, I was also one of those he rescued. So you can be proud of your disciple." These words left him slightly astonished. He exclaimed, "That child, has he really matured that much in half a year?" Artan sat in a corner crying her eyes out, unable to believe Aaron was once a coward. He then stepped over to console her. "What's so shocking about Aaron being a coward?" She answered, "Actually, Aaron gave me courage. As a child, I was timid and shy. Every training I wanted to quit, but my father told me my name was given after Lord Aaron. So I resolved to become brave like Lord Aaron, someone who never falters in any situation. Yet now to hear he's a coward." He approached and patted her head. "That coward saved the entire world. That coward was braver than anyone when all hope was lost. That's why the gods called him a hero. Isn't that more worthy of respect?" These words seemed to touch her core. Her spirits improved a little. She jumped up happily. "Hearing you say that makes me like Lord Aaron even more." He shook his head. "That's sheer flattery." He thought to himself and recalled, "Will all these children die?" When our group arrived, the people in this area had already died from the plague, except Agon. But wait, does that mean these people will all die within a month? Even from a disease? Then suddenly a voice rang out from afar. "This camp is as filthy as ever." Looking toward the approaching crowd, he recognized Levite, the vassal of Lord Raysar. In the Calamity era, not everyone stands against evil. The world is divided. and the hardest enemy to deal with is the enemy within. He strode straight toward Agon and said, "Greetings, sky god Agon." The man answered coldly, "What is it?" Levite began to sneer. "A great hero like you, Agon, rotting away in this cursed land in a chaotic world. Even the gods abandoning the earth wouldn't accept this. How about ending this long period of hiding to join the Legion of Heroes?" He shoved him away. "I already said last time, if the Lord guarantees the safety of these children, I'll consider it." His gaze dropped down to where the groups of children were trembling with fear. "I understand. I'll report that the Sky God is still not ready, but nonetheless I have received strict orders to seize the darkness-devouring sword. Shaitan at all costs." Sitting beside him, he startled and thought, "Isn't Shaitan one of the most powerful swords of the Calamity era? Agon keeping it? I never heard Eren mention this. If Agon had such a sword, he would surely have given it to Eren before he left." He sighed. "How many times have I said Shaitan was broken in the battle 10 years ago already?" He didn't care, so the Sky God intends to defy the Lord's orders for personal greed. Why would you lie like that? His voice turned cold. "Why should I lie? And even if I did lie, what could you possibly do to me?" His words carried a terrifying, murderous intent that struck fear into the crowd. Levite's teeth ground in anger. Then he turned and left. "I'll withdraw for today, but the Lord will come for you soon, as long as you remain in Raesar." After they left, Agon returned to the two of them and said, "You had to see that spectacle," he replied. "No, we're used to people like that." Arton angrily, "Cowards indeed." He wondered, but what about joining the Legion of Heroes? He explained, just as they said, to join the Legion that fights Erebos. Arton's eyes showed some fear. "So, joining the Legion of Heroes is a good thing then?" He explained, "It can't be done. If I join the Legion of Heroes, there will be no one left to care for these children." Arton explained, "The state will of course take care of them." Before she could finish, he continued, "Raesar will not look after these children. On the contrary, they will abandon them. They sacrifice a few for the greater good." This startled Arton. She stood up. "Abandon them? How can those called heroes think like that?" He smiled and replied, "Strange. Are you really children born in this age of calamity? I didn't expect you to speak of such lofty ideals, so detached from reality." He stepped forward. "What's wrong with lofty ideals? If it's right, then walking the right path is natural. That's why Agon is caring for these children, isn't that so?" His eyes fixed on him, thinking inwardly, "Just a child of 15 or 16. Hearing the two names, he stroked his chin and replied, "Kyle, that'll be tough. Sharing a name with the surviving hero is unfortunate." At that, Arton's body suddenly stiffened and she jolted. Kyle is a real person." She sprang up, wondering, the surviving hero. Not wanting her to say more, he reached out and grabbed the girl's tail. Yanking it back, which surprised everyone a little, he asked, "What's wrong?" He explained, "It's nothing." Then he turned and warned, "If you say any more unnecessary words, the conquest plan will be ruined." She shyly retorted, "But holding a lady's tail is." Across from them, Agon sighed. "If something is right, then walking the righteous path is natural. Yes, that saying is true. I've forgotten it for too long, that obvious value." Then he turned and asked, "Why have you come to Raesar?" He replied, "To see Eren." Then he stood up and explained, "Then stay here until he returns, though there has been no news of that student for half a year. This is still his home, and the day will come when he returns." Having said that, he turned and left. As soon as he left, a notification appeared before the two of them, which surprised Arton a little. The system notified, "Conquest objective. Meet Aeon returning home in 3 days." This made her extremely excited. "The conquest objective has progressed. Only 3 days until we meet Lord Eren." He nodded in agreement. Indeed, he thought to himself. Indeed, seeking out Agon was the correct answer. She now jumped up and chased after Agon, calling back to him, "Black Rabbit, I'll go ask Uncle Agon more about Lord Aeon." He helplessly reminded her, "Don't blurt anything out." Then a system screen appeared before him that startled him a little. Hidden conquest objective. Save the sky god Agon. Looking at the system screen, he wondered, a hidden objective, only I can see it. When I was Kyle and we came here, Agon's will had been broken. Protecting him means keeping Agon's will from faltering further. In the next 3 days, before Eren returns, something is bound to happen. Am I missing something? Then suddenly a voice sounded right beside his ear. "Hey, you know I'm not human, right?" He glanced over and it was Elsie. He replied, "Yes, you're a spirit." She happily replied, "I am a great spirit mage." Observing her, he thought to himself, Elsie can smile like that too. She's so different. Then her eyes narrowed slightly. "And you're all class 2. It seems you really are the surviving hero, Kyle." He cut in, "Sorry, but I haven't had time to." Before he could finish, she interrupted, "Don't try to fool me anymore. Someone who's both all class and possesses the light gem. That idiot would only be a comrade of listeners." Realizing this, he thought to himself, I didn't expect Elsie to mistake me for Kyle because of this gem. She continued, I've heard rumors that Lysanas led his teammates out of Gardstrand to wage war on Erebos, so I'm planning to look for you. He asked curiously, why is that? She smiled and answered, of course, isn't it, to help save this world. Looking at the girl before him left him a bit helpless. Is this really the great dark spirit Elsie who made a pact with me? She's so different. Then he asked, why do you want to save the world? She answered, I'm a spirit born in the era of calamity, so I really want to gaze at the stars in the night sky. They say they're so beautiful they're blinding. He continued asking, so where is Lysanas now? She answered, on the road to Raesar, it'll probably take a while to arrive. Seeing that, she happily replied, good thing I was about to go look myself. Luckily, I didn't get lost. He went on to ask why she wanted to form a pact with Lysanas. She answered, I've heard the rumor that you defeated Legion Commander Yamengard. In this era, someone who dares to claim they defeated the Legion Commander and marched to conquer Erebos, isn't that more than worthy to be the one to sign a pact with me? This image left him a bit helpless. Too different. I can't get used to it. But the one Elsie chose as her pact master is me, and I never heard that reason. She suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, ah, right. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, keep this secret from Agon. The darkness-devouring sword, Shaitan, is actually me. Scene shifts to Lord Raesar's castle. Lord Rodion, upon hearing the report, asked, Agon refused my invitation. Levite replied, yes, my lord. He continued, Agon is needed to defend Raesar. That power would be very useful. What on earth is he doing there? Levite poured fuel on the fire. It seems he's still concerned about the orphan children in that cursed land. Rodion angrily slammed his hand on the armrest. Fool. Just because he wants to protect those useless things, he refuses to follow the greater cause. Levite continued, and according to folk rumors, that cursed land is said to be ravaged by disease. This made the Lord even angrier. Disease? What now? If an epidemic breaks out among the refugees, the whole city will be thrown into chaos. Levite stepped forward with a proposal. Then we must eradicate it at the root before it spreads. Of course, I'll be pained to have to eliminate those orphan children with nowhere to go. Rodion worried, but Agon won't let that happen, Levite reassured. The rumor of disease has spread throughout the city. Stopping the disease is also the desire of the populace. Even if Agon is foolish, he wouldn't dare do the stupid thing of putting a densely populated city in danger. Rodion sighed, indeed. With you Levite here, it's truly good. I grant you full authority over Raesar's security. He replied, I will do my utmost to repay the Lord's grace, and I will certainly retrieve Shaitan. Scene shifts outside. Everyone was buzzing. Cursed land, are you crazy? It's disease. Someone replied, what the Lord is doing, if the disease spreads here, what then? There must be measures. The man suggested, for now just keep away so you don't get infected. He looked at the children before him, thinking to himself, after Levite visited Agon's refuge, rumors of disease suddenly increased. Recalling his conversation with Elsie long ago, she said, Kyle is an excellent summoner and also a black dragon, so very compatible with a dark spirit like me. He replied, no need to state the obvious. She turned to him and asked, do you think this world is worth saving? This question made him a bit puzzled. What do you mean? She continued, as I said, does this world have a reason to exist? He sighed, enough. Let's just save it first and worry about that later. She overlapped 5,000 years onto him with countless thoughts in her heart. He continued thinking. The Elsie I met a year later was already disillusioned with the world. It was not at all as bright as now. Even Agon's demeanor had lost all will, he concluded. These children did not die from disease. From afar, Arton approached. Black Rabbit, where are you going? I searched for you. Hurry, help me prepare dinner. He turned and asked, first, where is Uncle Agon? She wondered, Uncle Agon. Someone claiming to be the Lord called him away just now. At that moment, a group of soldiers stepped in from outside and announced, by order of Lord Raesar, from this moment the campaign to purge the disease nest begins. A blonde girl came forward and asked, sirs, Uncle Agon just arrived at the Lord's castle a little while ago. The soldier paid no attention and angrily raised his sword, shouting, you filthy infected brat, get out of here. He swung the sword down, scaring the girl a little, but thankfully Arton lunged forward, grabbed her and stepped back. She shouted angrily, are you insane? He also stepped forward, getting serious. Arton, prioritize the children's safety first. Hearing that, the soldier angrily said, do you lot intend to resist us? A woman stepped forward from behind and introduced herself. I am Jelen of the Raesar Hero Knight Order. Obstructing our work is the same as defying the Lord's command. He tightened his grip on the sword, thinking, it must be Levite's order, not the Lord. Using the false pretext of disease to slaughter the children, and then retrieve Shait. His gaze filled with killing intent. If you claim to be a hero, at least maintain some limits. Otherwise, it's an insult to those truly risking their lives to save this world. His words displeased Jelen. She lunged. You brat claiming to copy a hero. He parried her attack and continued. With that skill, you dare call yourself a Legion hero, not a true Legion hero, merely a group of fostered hero knights. At that moment, a blazing red aura burst forth from him, surprising Jelen. A fire attribute aura, that's a special ability. He charged into the prohibited zone and struck. She raised her shield to block and sneered. That flames won't do anything, my aura shield. But then the sword began to burn her shield, startling her. After that, a large explosion erupted. He now pointed the tip of his sword at the trembling girl on the ground and sneered. Both your strength and gear are too crude. Meanwhile, Arton dashed off like the wind, without hesitation. This startled and frightened one of the soldiers. Immediately after, she kicked straight into his face, making his face contort as he fell heavily to the ground. She calmly dropped to the ground, then sprang back into the air, preparing to strike again. A series of direct kicks to the soldiers' faces left them no time to react. She landed and snorted coldly. So weak yet you claim to be heroes. Witnessing her display, he turned and asked, Elastic aura right? She nodded. Yes, and you are the flame ember aura right. She smiled. If we fight a match, it might be interesting. Jelen tremblingly rose to her feet, swearing, You fools. She covered her face and shouted, The director has come to our hero Legion. The House of Levite will not leave you alone. For daring to treat Raysar as an enemy because of those filthy orphan children, I will make you pay. Her words startled Arton. She asked coldly, You want to be beaten, is that it? He stood beside her and warned, Arton, can you take the children somewhere else to hide? His voice turning cold. I have business to settle with this one. I'm counting on you. She nodded in agreement. All right. As she led the children away, she glanced back, thinking to herself, The air feels too dangerous. She reassured the kids. Everyone, let's leave here for a while. Returning to the fight, Jelen's voice rose. Now you beg for mercy. You don't want the children to see that scene, do you, to make it easier to go to extremes? A voice suddenly rang out. It seems he misunderstood something. The little black rabbit is dancing. Because it wasn't a scene fit for children to see, I told them to move away. The oppressive atmosphere made Jelen a bit fearful. Don't come here. But by then it was too late. He ended her with a single strike. The voice continued. Oh my God, you really are a March rabbit, aren't you? After eliminating the leader, he calmly stepped over to the remaining soldiers trembling on the ground. He acted without hesitation. The voice proclaimed, The Black March Rabbit has slain a knight, see, with not a hint of hesitation. He turned and replied, Used to it, handling these kinds of corrupted ones. Elsie stepped forward and asked, Did they really intend to kill your friends just to obtain Shaitan? He looked at her, thinking, Elsie back then was still a great spirit, but immature and inexperienced. Perhaps this was the first time Elsie witnessed the world's ugly face. Yet Elsie died while trying to save the world. Returning to the past, Elsie's image swelled in the air, making him feel some regret. She cheerfully spoke, Kyle, anyway, I still want to find it. That's the reason to save this world. I just want to see the stars in the night sky that existed before the age of calamity. He continued to tell himself, After saving the world, Elsie, I'm sure the stars in the night sky will be even more beautiful than you imagine. So this world is truly worth saving. He stepped forward and stroked the girl's head affectionately, restoring her emotions. She replied happily, Yes. Then she continued, I want to become a guiding star for those poor lost stars, and now I will say goodbye, good night, and see you at the dawn of a new day. Gazing at the large fire before him, he still had thoughts in his heart. The campaign objective is not yet completed, meaning Agon's refuge is still not in a safe state. Agon had left for the Lord's castle, and Elsie remained here. Even without me, just Elsie alone could mishandle Levite's subordinates. That means the deaths of the children at the orphanage were something even a great spirit could not prevent. If so, with the current strategy, we cannot guarantee the children's survival. While he was thinking, a voice called his name. Someone was coming. Elsie immediately vanished into the air. He turned and replied, Those stronger than the ones we just defeated are coming. This made her startle. What? He continued, Because we thwarted their purpose for doing so, she replied confidently. Even so, if the Black Rabbit and I join forces. Before she could finish, he interrupted. It's not simply that we fight. Protecting the children while holding out won't be easy, she stammered. That. He answered, There is a way, she asked. What is it? He replied, Go find Aeon. Hearing that name made her resolute. She clenched her fists, then startled and blurted. But Lord Aaron won't arrive in Raysar for another 3 days, he replied. Aeon has already arrived in Raysar. Last night I confirmed the boundary of the hero world has contracted to Raysar. This delighted her greatly. Really? Oh, then as you said, Lord Aaron must be in Raysar already. He stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder, reassuring. But we've finished the task, so there's no need to take risks to this extent. The corner of her mouth lifted into a satisfied smile, and she spoke. You say that, but you won't withdraw from this, right? He answered, it might really be dangerous. She remained confident. I admire the brave Aaron, that's why I dreamed of becoming a hero. How could someone like me retreat like a coward? Moreover, if you act alone, will Lord Aaron dote only on you later? His brow slightly furrowed. What? She continued. Anyway, you figured out how to find Aeon, right? He sighed. Yes. She proposed. Then go invite him back quickly. Until then I will defend this place. Images from the past continued to appear. Someone's voice rang out. Aaron, you are so strong when in Raysar, didn't you ever think of fighting Tartarus? Aaron replied. Because I'm very afraid of the demon race. The other asked, but you did think you wanted to fight, right? Aeon nodded. Yes, so one day I resolved to go where I could see all of Raysar to gather courage. The other wondered, but you hate heights. Aaron replied, it's because I truly wanted to protect that city. To protect Raysar. There is only one place from which you can see the whole of Raysar in one view. Just as he arrived there, a voice cut in. Who is it? He sensed eyes looking up at the person above and thought. The only hero among the great heroes born in the Age of Calamity. So unbelievably cowardly, yet possessing such immense courage as to be unimaginable. He looked up and said, I came here to fetch you. Aeon, surprised he knew his name, asked, You know my name? He nodded. Of course, your siblings at Agon Orphanage are in danger. Upon hearing this, Aeon was startled. What? He continued, Tonight they may all die. Your power is needed to save those kids. Without hesitation, Aaron summoned a pale purple power that surrounded his body, which then transformed into a golden yellow energy, enveloping his entire body. He turned to him, puzzled. Have we met somewhere before? He calmly replied, In a not distant future, now is not the time to discuss that. No sooner had he finished than Aeon dashed off like the wind. Watching his retreating back, he thought to himself, Running for the people who matter, whether then or now, hasn't changed at all. So send word to all the lost stars on this land that I will be the guiding star in the night. Let us light this path together. Cut to Arton, where a fierce battle rages. A voice shouts, You useless lot, you finally force me to act myself. With his nimble speed, Arton easily evades his attack. His replies are not only strong, but also rather mundane. Feeling scorned, he spins and launches another slash. This time it carries magic, startling Arton a little. He thinks to himself, magic power. She retorts mockingly, A mage imitating a warrior, are you not ashamed? He grits his teeth in anger, thinking, Could this brat have wiped out my entire night squad? I thought holding Aaron back would clear the way. He charges and shouts, Pathetic, merely borrowing the power of a magical device. Your true strength is pitiful. Like a gust of wind, she darts forward and delivers a straight kick to his face, making him cry out in pain as his body is flung backward, slamming hard into the nearby wall. She exhales and continues, It's not over yet, get up. Then suddenly a gentle voice rings out, Not bad, weren't you supposed to be astonishing? Indeed, my mother's words were right. Opposing the heroes on the surface remains very dangerous. This woman is the demon clan Talentunia Tataros, daughter of the demon beast Queen Silituna. Seeing someone arrive, Arton snarls, Still survivors. Then she rushes up and yells, I'll make you disappear this instant. But that strike is easily dispelled by Talentunia. She covers her mouth and taunts, Oh my, you actually did it, kitten. You're lucky you weren't eaten by me. Seeing his wounds begin to heal makes Arton startle. A demon clan member, how can that be? There's no scent of demons at all. Talentunia explains, That is because I chewed and devoured the arm of the Moon Prince. See, I'm not searching for dull beast people like you, so go die. As soon as the words finish, she swings her arm to strike. The attack is immediately intercepted by something. Seeing this figure appear, Talentunia is delighted. So you finally show yourself, Shaitan. Elsie replies coldly, My name is Elsie. Shaitan is merely the sword I dwell in. She smiles, names no longer matter, so long as the dark great spirit still dines well. As she prepares to lunge, Elsie's magical cords instantly bind her. The girl extends her hand forward with eyes full of determination. Looking at her legs locked in place, Talentunia startles. Oh dear, my body is moving on its own. Immediately her functions lose control, and she turns back to finish herself off in stunned disbelief. Looking down at her collapsed form, Elsie continues, Compared to 10 years ago when Agon and I defeated you, you haven't changed at all. The Spider Princess watched the awkward scene with Arton behind her, filled with admiration. Impressive, so you're a great spirit, Elsie replied shyly. It's just a small talent. While she wasn't paying attention, one of Talentunia's legs began to move. Then it lunged forward, piercing straight through Elsie's chest to her horror. Arton was also struck hard and pushed backward. Ah, I laughed with interest. Ha ha, fascinating, really fascinating. Do it again, let's see. Without hesitation, Elsie launched a series of strikes straight at me. Arton approached from behind and asked, "Are you okay?" With only half her face left, Talentunia's voice continued. "You look completely different from 10 years ago. A great spirit without a contract claiming to defeat the daughter of the Beast Queen alone. Me. Let's see, what would the flavor of a great spirit be like? Let me taste a bite." Looking at her grotesque mouth, Arton leapt forward and kicked it straight, shouting, "No." But the blow caused it no harm. Her voice warped, "You little kitten." Those words filled her eyes with extreme fear. Then she remembered his words. That coward saved the whole world. If you want to follow in the hero's footsteps, you cannot be afraid. Don't just stand there. With her spirit revived, Arton charged forward to attack once more. But this time, Talentunia defended herself. A leg came from behind and struck directly at her. She could only stand and watch the incoming blow, taking the hit that sent her entire body flying, slamming hard into the wall behind her. Talentunia's voice rang out, "Line up, I'll eat you later with dessert." She trembled all over from the pain and slowly got to her feet, her eyes weary, thinking to herself, "I must get up. Please move, please." Then from behind, a familiar voice called, "Are you all right?" The sight of the newcomer made her eyes light up. Aaron appeared like a shining star and said, "You've done well." Not noticing this arrival, Talentunia continued her meal. "Ha ha, now give up." From afar, Aaron's voice rang out, "Let the girl go." Hearing that voice, she was slightly startled. Aaron's body began to undergo changes. Seeing that, Talentunia assessed, "A beast transformation. It's not a full moon. Are you a mutant?" Aaron had now fully transformed and spoke coldly. "I told you to let the girl go. I warn you, I don't like this. Don't disturb my meal, disappear. Why are there so many annoying beasts today? I don't know." Her attack lunged forward, but was easily caught by Aaron's outstretched hand. He then pulled hard, dragging her toward him. An arm immediately shot out and grabbed her by the throat. She cried out in fear, "What kind of power is this?" Without hesitation, Aaron slammed her massive body down onto the ground, shattering the earth. Meanwhile, the dark elf was also somewhat surprised by her rescuer. She blurted out, "Who are you after all?" Looking at the one in her arms, Aaron anxiously asked if she was hurt anywhere. Hearing that, Elsie hesitated slightly and wanted to speak. But before the girl could open her mouth, Talentunia shouted loudly, boldly, immediately put Elsie down and warned seriously, "I will destroy this demon right now. Get out of the way." In an instant, she leaped up, and right after that, Talentunia howled viciously, Who will be destroyed?" Her mouth stretched wide as she screamed like a terror, "You insolent beasts, I will kill you." Immediately, Aaron's arm burst with golden light, and he replied coldly, "I will not patiently wait for your magic to finish." In a moment, his power illuminated the whole area. Moments later, gleaming fragments of rock fell to strike Talentunia. Aaron merely swung his hand. The attack sent her flying far away. Amid the night, the golden streaks cut across the sky like shooting stars. In the southern region of Rizar, a man was running along the road at full speed. Damn it, damn it. Thinking of Talentunia, his heart filled with terror. He never expected that woman to be demon kin, colluding with demons. Remembering the punishment, the man panicked. "If this truth is exposed, I will certainly be executed." Just then something flashed by, severing his hand while a voice rang out. What a strange feeling. In an instant, the man could only look on in horror as his hand was cut off. He immediately fell to his knees and wailed pitifully. Before him, Leo spoke casually, the matter of dealing with a traitor. The man hurriedly looked up but heard the boy coldly say that he had dealt with him in the past. And instantly the man panicked. "Wait, wait." The man frantically begged, "Spare me, spare my life. I will secure position and reputation for you." Before he finished pleading, Leo swung his sword and took his life. Afterwards, the boy calmly sheathed his sword. Then Leo looked down at the man's corpse and said calmly that if the world perishes, what meaning do position and reputation hold? Outside, debris was falling, illuminating everywhere. Having just defeated the enemy, Arton quickly rushed over and grabbed Aaron's hand, expressing, Lord Aaron, I have admired you since I was young." He helplessly stammered counsel. "I told you you are not someone to admire." Noticing her condition, he urged hurriedly, "And tend to your wounds quickly." Behind them, Elsie saw Leo and cheerfully called out, "Kyle, you're here." Seeing it was the girl, he asked with concern if she was all right, hurt anywhere. Elsie patted herself and replied brightly, "I'm fine." Then the girl proudly bragged that moreover they had defeated the Spider Princess. Hearing that, Leo sighed in reply that it would not die so easily at that level, his heart heavy with worries. Not without reason was it a monster that destroyed an entire nation. Suddenly someone called Leo, drawing his gaze, "Hey, Kyle." Elsie eagerly suggested, "Why don't we recommend Aaron to listeners? If it's that power, it would surely help a lot in saving the world. He stroked the girl's head and gently agreed, "All right, let's do that." Instantly a flush rose on Elsie's face. Then she firmly declared, "And also, I've changed my mind. Not listeners, but Kyle, I want to form a contract with you." A bright smile appeared on Elsie's lips. "I'm very pleased with you." Seeing this, Leo chuckled helplessly, then replied bluntly, "I'm honored. But right now I don't have the strength to contract with you. And I'm not Kyle either." Immediately, Elsie curiously circled him, murmuring to herself, "It's strange, really. Even as an all-class, it seems his power isn't that great yet." Then the girl faced Leo, insisting, "Regardless, I still want to form a contract with you." Then Elsie awaited confirmation. "If it's you, you could definitely defeat Erebus. I want to bet the future on you." Finally, Leo fully relented and reached out his hand, "If that's what you say." Immediately, a magic circle appeared between them. The girl solemnly chanted at once, "My name is the Dark Spirit Elsie," as Elsie spoke. A mark pressed into his hand. Now in the quiet space, only the girl's solemn voice echoed, "I swear to be your sword and shield for the duration of the contract." Looking at the trace on his hand, Leo thought dazedly, though a contract ends when a hero's world ends, the feeling is truly new. Then he calmly expressed, "I'll be counting on you." Suddenly, Aaron's earth-shattering shout rang in Leo's ear, "I told you to step back." He turned to see Arton hugging him tightly, professing, "I admire you so much. You're so cool, Lord Aaron." Just then someone called a name that made him pause, "Aaron." Both Arton and Leo were astonished. In the distance, a man was approaching. The sight immediately reminded him of a historical event, meeting Aaron at Rizar, saving the sky god Agon. Seeing the man, Aaron joyfully cried out, "Master." As he came closer, Agon asked, "Have you been to Rizar?" He obediently replied, "Yes." Instantly, the man grabbed Aaron's collar, angrily scolding, "Then you should have come earlier to pay respects to your master." Agon's lecturing voice filled everyone's ears. "And you must greet your fellow disciples too. Where have you been hiding that you only show your face now?" Hearing that, he hurriedly apologized, "Master, I know my fault." Upon recognizing Agon's voice, the children quickly ran out cheering Uncle Agon. Seeing them, the man was startled in surprise. Then Agon sighed with relief. "It's good that everyone is safe." The scene reflected in Leo's eyes made him happy as well. If they hadn't stopped this tragedy today, Agon would no longer be a hero. Thinking of his abilities, he judged with ease that being able to see the past change like this was also a stroke of luck. Over there, Agon comforted the children, then came to Leo to thank him. "If not for you children, we'd be doomed. Thanks." Suddenly, he noticed something and was astonished. Elsie has already managed to hide. Nearby, Arton grinned, mischievously teasing, "Lord Aaron has been scolded already." Aaron immediately panicked and shooed them away. "Step back." Seeing his expression, she pressed forward even more happily. "Lord Aaron." Seeing this scene, Agon anxiously asked, "Is that girl hurt in the head? She's still small." Leo helplessly explained, "That's just his personality. Ignore it, please." Hearing that, the uncle softened and turned to hand over a book. "Here, I want to repay you but have nothing valuable. Can you accept this?" As he took the item, he asked in wonder, "What is this?" Agon answered calmly, "It is my mind technique aura, the same mind technique Aaron learned." Then the uncle explained quietly, "Aaron made it his own and gained the ability to freely transform into beasts at will." Hearing that, Leo was astonished. "Thank you." He opened the book, inwardly incredulous. Is this the original Breath of the Brave? But upon seeing the first page, Leo was terrified. A moment later, he loudly called to Arton in the distance, "It's time to go, R." He calmly urged, "If you have anything to say it quickly." Knowing it was time to leave, Arton let go of Aaron and shyly said, "Lord Aaron, She mustered her courage to ask, "Could you pat my head once to encourage me?" The request left him unsure how to look at Leo, who casually encouraged, "Go ahead." Aaron did not hesitate to pat Arton's head in encouragement. "I don't know what's going on, but do your best." He gave a gentle, encouraging smile. "You'll do fine." Immediately, Arton cried out joyfully, "I will never wash my hair again." Over there, Leo grew a bit lost in thought. Turn right at the second star, then go straight until dawn. From B612, turn right at the second time and go on until sunrise. Then he suddenly spoke, "Aaron, there will be many hardships ahead." Holding the box that contained a little sheep, Leo leisurely explained, "There will also be people you cannot protect." A sadness passed through him, "And sometimes you will watch the sunset about 44 times. Under the moonlight, Leo's figure seemed to glow as he announced, "You will despair before successive trials." Inwardly, he silently offered his blessings, "But remember that your rose exists somewhere in the vast universe." Here Leo sincerely sent his prayers to his valiant friend, even in nights lost and directionless. "And this is my secret, a very simple secret." His voice echoed in the quiet space, "Yet you will still manage." Facing Aaron, Leo softly declared, "Only the heart can see clearly, because a friend will draw you a sheep. The orbits of all those lives will guide you. The essential things cannot be seen with ordinary eyes. He spoke with firm conviction, because you are braver than anyone. Hearing it all, Aaron puzzledly asked why he thought I was brave. He confessed insecurely, I am just a coward. Leo answered in a steady voice, because you saved the whole world. Instantly, Aaron asked in disbelief me. Inwardly, Leo thought happily, what makes the desert beautiful is that it hides a well somewhere. Then he solemnly pledged, so I will try as well. At this moment, Leo, with a heart full of sincere wishes, pleaded, so my friend, do not stop. Turn right at the second time, and go on until sunrise. Up to here your journey ends. Aaron's World chapter. The original beginning has been conquered. Rewards, Aaron's breath, Agon's book, the great dark spirit Elsie. Finally, Leo's voice rode the wind everywhere, so that Erebus from B612 could be completely destroyed from your guiding star, B612. In the courtyard, a black-haired man angrily demanded, haven't you found a way to dispel the hero world? The orange-haired youth was held and replied fearfully, no, there is no other way. He explained in a trembling voice, because it's the hero dungeon, it couldn't be controlled. At that moment, a call rang out that drew the uncle's attention. Calm down, Burga. Instantly, Burga exclaimed in surprise, what are the professors of Lumern doing here? Only to hear the newcomer reply calmly, since this concerns the hero world, sharing experience is better after all. Ain's face grew serious as he spoke. At our school during the past first semester, his tone showed some gravity. Many unfortunate incidents occurred. He rubbed his head and related with regret. And in this matter, some of our students were involved. Burga was stunned and asked in confusion, what? Just then a golden light flashed on the table, causing the uncle to recoil in fear. The stone steel. Even Ain could hardly believe it, and judged that the hero record's reaction was a sign of a conquest of the hero world. In everyone's eyes, the steel grew ever more dazzling. Yura's mood became heavily anxious, or the book's page closed because the conqueror had died. Seconds later, the figures of Artan and Leo suddenly appeared, both supported by the steel's power, gently falling to the ground. Seeing the surroundings, Leo exclaimed in astonishment, we're back. Beside him, she also stood stunned and blurted, this is. Before Artan could finish speaking, Burga rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Then the uncle anxiously asked, are you hurt anywhere? Artan smiled brightly and replied full of vitality, yes, father, I have conquered Lord Aaron's world. Hearing this, Burga scolded, somewhat annoyed. That's not important, do you know how worried I was? Meanwhile, Leo suddenly touched something. His eyes opened wide in amazement. In his hand was a miniature version of Elsie. Who are you and why are you here? At that moment, Artan pointed at Leo and said, Father, without this little black rabbit, I could not have completed the conquest. Expressing gratitude, oh Kyle, that's amazing. I didn't expect you to conquer Lord Aaron's page. Leo replied very calmly, I did not do it alone. Seeing this, the uncle was joyful and moved. Humble, whatever the reason, you and R have successfully conquered Lord Aaron's world. Afterwards, Burga solemnly declared, this is the decisive proof that you deserve to be a student of the Hero Academy. The uncle's voice, full of appreciation, expressed, Azonia, I am very pleased. Suddenly, Yura ran over and hurriedly said, sorry for interrupting the conversation. Her expression angry, her tone low and reproachful, that brat, representing the guild, what are you doing here? But Leo responded with a question full of doubt. Who are you? In an instant, she couldn't hold back and shouted, who, do you want to die, trying to play both Lumern and Azonia, thinking a little magic could fool the professors. Here's a formal reminder, good children don't pull a rabbit's ears. On the side, watching everything, Burga asked in confusion, Lumern, what's that about? A man approaching from afar answered the uncle. It seems our school's student was rude. He folded his arms and looked embarrassed, though he didn't know how the boy managed to participate in Azonia's enrollment ceremony. Then Ain spoke seriously, let me introduce. Seeing him, Leo inwardly sighed, that's enough, only to hear Ain calmly say, this is Leo Fluv. Artan immediately stood amazed and dumbfounded, and opposite them, Leo began to revert his state, revealing his white hair. Ain's voice rang clearly to everyone here, representing Lumern's first years. You appear in your true form. He smiled gently and said hello. A few days later, under the shade of a tree, a hand suddenly reached out to take a cup of tea. Renee was drinking tea when a servant reported to the hall, Madam, there is a guest. She asked suspiciously, a guest, who is it? The household staff replied respectfully. She said she is a schoolmate of the young master. Hearing that, Renee pondered and instructed, is that so? Then invite her in first. She thought quickly. If she didn't give her family name and only said she's Leo's classmate, that means they're very close and just visiting casually. A little while later, a pretty girl entered and greeted politely. Hello, madam, I'm Chelsea, a classmate of Leo's. Seeing her, Renee immediately recalled. It's the Llewellyn girl who teamed with Leo in the entrance exam. She stood up and warmly invited, "Welcome, sit here." Just beside the table, Chelsea placed a box of pastries. "This is a gift for our meeting." Instantly, Renee's face brightened with joy. "Oh my, it's from the Rodrin Royal Bakery. I haven't had their pastries in ages." She sat down and awkwardly began, "Well, the thing is." Then she mustered the courage to say, "Just make yourself comfortable," seeing that she smiled wryly. "Then I won't be formal, remember one thing," Renee added. "But my son has been away for days. I hope you weren't kept waiting in vain." Chelsea's expression relaxed, and she replied generously, "No problem, I'm planning to stay in Dellard for this summer anyway." Suddenly Leo approached and asked unexpectedly, "Chelsea, when did you get here?" Suddenly Leo approached and asked unexpectedly, "Chelsea, when did you get here?" In an instant, Renee gasped, "My son." Even she was equally surprised, Leo. After a while, Leo returned to his room. Just then a voice came at the door, permission to enter. He answered calmly, "Come in." Shortly after, Chelsea opened the door, her heart throbbing. This is Leo's room. But then she suppressed her feelings and remarked evenly, "Leo's room, how to describe it? It looks extremely, very ordinary indeed." Hearing that, Leo asked helplessly, "What were you expecting?" He sat on the bed and spoke gently, "Do you want to hear about Azonia's entrance ceremony?" Chelsea agreed without hesitation, "Of course, tell me about it." What followed was Leo's storytelling time. He began with shocking news. During the entrance ceremony, Aaron's hero world was opened. Chelsea couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "The hero file of the great hero Aaron was activated." In the time that followed, Leo recounted what happened that day, and the Azonia entrance candidates, who were drawn in, successfully conquered Aaron's world. After hearing that, Chelsea propped her chin and pondered. Then she exclaimed in astonishment, "Azonia's students are really something. They conquered the world of the great hero. Today Leo must give me special training." Leo agreed without hesitation, "All right." Chelsea pressed her advantage, eyes sparkling as she pleaded, "Can I sleep over tonight?" He sighed resignedly and accepted, "Suit yourself." Night fell and she fell asleep in Leo's room. He remained awake, lost in thought. "All this time I received rewards that shouldn't have been possible from conquering a hero world. Looking at what I hold," Leo worried. "But Elsie, an existence from the past stepping out of the hero world into reality, is an entirely different matter. Perhaps the cause of this," he murmured speculatively, "is that I am Kyle." Unable to find an answer, Leo set it aside. "First, I must check on Elsie's condition." In an instant, hazy black and golden rays burst forth throughout the room. Shortly after, Elsie's eyes slowly opened. Seeing the girl look healthy, Leo breathed a sigh of relief and said, "She's awake." Elsie asked confusedly and hazily, "Where is this?" But the girl suddenly noticed something and exclaimed in surprise, "Where did my rabbit ears go?" Then she sensed her condition and said awkwardly, "I feel a bit cramped. It seems I can't exert my full power." Seeing Elsie's state, Leo pondered and considered. Indeed, the Elsie I met in Aaron's world has stepped into reality. He folded his arms and exhaled. "She's not in a perfect state. She had linked to me, the one who made the pact, to cross from the distant past into the present. Who would have thought the hero world hid such capabilities?" Elsie paid little mind and only looked around curiously. When she saw the outside scenery, she couldn't help but marvel. "Kyle, the moon is no longer red. There are strange pinpricks of light in the night sky." "What are those?" "They look like the stars I've only heard about in stories." Beside her, Leo patiently answered, "Yes, those are the stars." Instantly, the girl grew even more astonished. "They really are?" At that moment, he cut her off seriously. "Listen, Elsie, though it's hard to believe, you are in the future. This is the world 5,000 years after the era you lived in." Then he calmly introduced himself. "My name now is Leo Flove." Leo's tone grew solemn. "And in the calamitous age 5,000 years ago, I was known as the surviving hero, Kyle." Hearing that, Elsie's tears streamed down her face. At that moment, only his voice echoed in her ears. "I destroyed Erebos and was reborn into this era." After a while, Elsie recovered her composure and asked tentatively, "Having witnessed this, I cannot but believe you. So is this now an age of peace?" Leo replied calmly, "Yes, but it cannot be said to be entirely peaceful." His expression turned serious as he explained, "Although I defeated Erebos, he has not completely vanished, and Tartaros still remains." Elsie whispered softly, "I see." A moment later, Leo declared solemnly, "Therefore we must defeat them." Instantly, the girl decided without hesitation, "If so, I will help." Elsie's body rose into the air. In a solemn and promising tone, she said, "If this is reality, then my fate is to accompany you. Please look after me, Kyle." "No, it's Leo Flove." The next day, Chelsea's exclamation carried from the garden, "So the Queen of Vastara is Renee, then?" Hearing the commotion there, Leo's father complimented happily, "Your friend gets along well with your mother." He agreed readily, "Indeed she does." Just then the butler approached and respectfully announced, Sir, a guest has arrived. Surprised, he asked, "Where is this guest from?" Only to hear him answer, "I heard they're from Lumern Academy." Leo's father repeated in even greater surprise. From Lumern, beside him the boy suddenly remembered and exclaimed, "Is it today?" After a while a weary voice rose, "Kid." The man's voice reached Chelsea and made her start. But when he looked at her, the teacher was equally surprised. "Why are you here?" The moment she saw him, she jumped up and went over to ask, "Did I come to visit Mr. Leo? And Professor, what brings you here?" Professor Harrod handed over a stack of files and replied, "I'm making my rounds to visit students' homes. You're the next one, so go home and stay put." She answered in a small voice, "Yes, sir." Leo's eyes stepped outside. He said, "It's an honor to meet you, Professor." Harrod cheerfully replied, "Thanks for the reception. Oh, and this is..." From a distance someone approached and answered, "This is my house, you know. Long time no see, Professor Harrod. Looks like those wrinkles have multiplied." Harrod sniffed. "If you don't want a penalty, you'd better behave yourself, Renee Zerdinger." Renee retorted, "How old do you think I am for you to say that? Besides, my name is now Renee Plove." Looking over the pile of files, he said, "I'll get straight to the point. Your son's aptitude as a candidate for hero is exceptional. No one can compare." She gently stroked her son's head and asked, "Professor, did you eat something wrong? Why are you praising him all of a sudden?" He presented another file and explained, "Please take a look at this, Mrs. Plove." She took the papers to examine them while the professor continued, "The Night Department, the Magic Department, the Summoning Department." He consistently held top ranks across all three departments. His leadership of other students is outstanding. However, this is only my personal opinion. Leo did not hesitate when facing danger. His father asked with some concern, "What do you mean?" He continued, "Perhaps in the history of Lumern since the first year, very few students have demonstrated such overwhelming skill as Leo. A 15-year-old youth repeatedly achieving feats of arms. These things are comparable to the heroes." His father replied, "Isn't that a good thing then?" Renee worried, "It can't be considered entirely good. Achieving feats means betting one's life. It's too dangerous for a first-year student's journey." Though unsaid, "I'm truly very worried." He turned to ask him, "Leo, may I ask why you push yourself like this?" He pondered for a few seconds, then answered firmly, "Once you've set the goal to become a hero, you cannot avoid challenges." Watching him, Professor Harrod thought to himself, "Indeed, Leo Plove is not a student who merely admires heroes." He recalled what Leo had said earlier. "My goal is to completely destroy Erebos. I have only one goal to accomplish." Cut to the opening day in the city of Lumeria. Strolling along the crowded street, he felt the place bustling as always. He looked at the sign of a shop ahead. "Is this the school-run cafe? I should go in and eat something." Beside it, an argument was taking place. "We are students of Lumern. Why won't you let us in?" A staff member explained. "Then please present your student IDs." They began to explain. "I forgot them. We won't stay long. Just a moment." The blonde one added, "I've been coming here all semester. Don't you remember my face?" Watching the scene, he sighed inwardly, thinking, they were probably the hero candidates who were warned to drop out after the final exams. The man in black kept pleading, "I'll just see the professor for a moment and leave right away. Isn't that okay?" The other shook his head. "If you're not a Lumern student, you can't come in." He clenched his fist until it trembled. "If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for using force." From behind him, someone stepped forward in a cold voice. "You're too noisy." The unexpected appearance of this person made him startle a little. He continued, "Lumern doesn't give a second chance to those who have been expelled. Give up and go your own way. The path to becoming a hero isn't only through studying at Lumern." The black-haired guy angrily demanded, "Who do you think you are? We haven't been expelled yet." Just as his words ended, the space instantly shifted to black and white, and the two kids vanished without a trace. He turned and left. What a nuisance. I've heard the first years this year are very talented, but seeing expelled troublemakers causing a scene like this makes that rumor seem wrong. The staff asked, "What did you do to them?" He replied, "Don't worry, I just sent them a little far away." He murmured to himself, "Why did Kalyan call me here?" Looking toward him, Leo judged inwardly, "That power just now, that man, is a dragon." Time passed quickly, and he along with the other students arrived at the harbor. This time the one accompanying him was still Celia Zerdinger. She looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "Seeing this scene really makes it feel like opening day." From afar a voice called out, "Leo, Celia, did you all have a good summer vacation?" Seeing the person approaching, Celia exclaimed with delight, "Chloe." I burst out laughing. "I've been swamped with family matters." Chloe turned to ask him, "And Leo?" He sighed and replied, "Just the usual." Celia challenged, "Attending Azonia's opening ceremony, and that's just usual." Hearing that, Chloe also gasped, "Azonia's opening ceremony." He smiled, "I'll tell you the details later." Another person came up. carrying a large bag of belongings. It was none other than Carl. He waved to everyone. Izo. Hi Leo, Chloe, Celia. Celia pouted. How strange, I didn't expect Carl to survive until the second semester. He confidently answered. All thanks to my strength, you know. The rest of the group, Chelsea, came over waving. Ah, class president. A low, deep voice cut through the group's cheerful atmosphere. What a fine atmosphere, young and full of life, brimming with vigor and vitality, while I only feel myself getting older. Seeing this man, he murmured to himself. He's the dragon from earlier. He introduced himself. Pleased to meet you all, my name is Riven, Vice Principal of Lumern Academy. Hearing that name, Carl exclaimed in surprise. Professor Revenge? I heard he left the academy for 5 years. Glancing over the students, he assessed. This year there are a total of 440 freshmen, of which 346 remain by the second semester. Indeed, a very high survival rate. People even call you the golden generation, he continued. But I'm the sort who won't believe without seeing with my own eyes. I want to test your abilities for myself once. He pointed toward the academy in the distance. There will be no ships arriving at Lumern today. I'll wait at the academy's main gate. With that, his whole body turned into a black liquid and vanished. Suddenly, he resurfaced to warn. Oh right, crossing the lake won't be easy. Some may not make it to the other side. The way he arrived and left stunned the students. Carl's face turned ugly. Daily life at Lumern begins. At that moment, everyone began their sea voyage. He looked down at the water below and assessed. It's wide enough to be called a sea. Besides, before the Calamity era, this wasn't a lake, right? The center of the world is where Lumern Academy stands. But it said it used to be dragon territory, and it was also the first place attacked when Erebos appeared. As he moved, something suddenly shot past him like a lightning bolt. It was none other than Durin. He thrust his hand forward and shouted. During the whole summer break, I've prepared to defeat you. Just as he prepared to strike, a huge surge of water rushed in and pushed them apart. The one who did this was Eliza, she pointed and yelled. We'll settle the unfinished match from before, Leo Plove. Chenzier exclaimed with delight. It's already exciting on opening day. Hovering above to watch the students, some boys said with great amusement. You can't miss a play this good. Another replied, that's right, take it slow. Back to the battle, Eliza commanded. Ruri, ice strike 3. 3 of her attacks rushed forward, but Leo didn't dodge and actually looked pleased. He reached out and used freezing skill. This time you won't escape. As his attack hit, Eliza and Ruri leaped high to evade. She smiled with amusement. I expected as much. She continued, Ruri. At her command, the dolphin opened its mouth wide and fired a massive blast of energy straight at him. Taking the full force of that surprise attack, sent Leo into intense pain. Eliza smugly, good Ruri like that. But before she could finish, Durin rushed in from behind like the wind, shouting, You are my prey, Eliza Herzen. Watched the two of them squabble. Leo scratched his head and sighed. So who goes first? Durin solemnly, Of course it's me, which made Eliza angry. Don't be ridiculous, it's me first. Seeing them bicker, he proposed. Then do it this way. The two of you fight first. I'll fight the winner. How's that reasonable? The two glared and growled at each other. It made sense. Fine, champion goes first, Durin Moira. I'm eager to test the power of Delphinus. She shouted, Sea monster Gorgon. Immediately waves engulfed Durin. From him a pleased laugh escaped. Can't even ask for mercy now. Eliza charged without hesitation at wind speed. The two energy sources collided violently. Leo paid them no mind and kept moving. Everyone's so energetic on the first day of school. This way everyone should reach the academy safely. There shouldn't be any students who can't cross the lake now. But in another corner, Carl and Ileana were utterly unconcerned. It's no big deal, Carl said with relish. At this level, even if a kraken shows up, it's fine. He continued thinking. Clearly everyone has grown, but the opponent is a long-lived dragon. This absolutely won't end this simply. As they traveled, a bank of fog suddenly appeared, limiting visibility. Carl wondered. Why is there fog all of a sudden? Ileana replied. It's probably the lake's mist. It happens here. Black vapors thickened. Startling Ileana a little, she slowly crouched down. She swept her eyes around. Then everything suddenly went dark. But she had no idea a figure had been watching her the whole time. It took a few seconds before she noticed the presence. She decisively drew her sword, turned, and shouted. Who is there? Looking at this person, her eyes suddenly widened. For the one standing before her was Professor Harrod. But his appearance was extremely strange. Cut to Leo, the fog had also thickened there. He observed secretly and judged. The fog suddenly. He reached out and sensed something. Is this dragon tongue magic, the kind listeners used long ago? The dragon clan's curse was created to counter the curse power of Tataros, the dream enchantment. This curse forces a person to fight the one they least want to face among those they know. He turned his head to look back. The sight surprised him a little. Images from the past flooded back. His case truly was. Familiar words echoed in his head along with listeners' image. How far is the road to Babylon? 70 miles a long way. Can you reach it by candlelight? And can you return if your heels are swift and your steps light? You may reach it guided by candlelight back to reality. On the screen now were images of students drifting on the lake's surface. Watching via the screens, the professors could only shake their heads. Indeed, it's too much to have freshmen resist Vice Principal Riven's illusion magic. Professor Sejan sighed. Not very elegant, is it? While Professor Harrod next to him continued staring intently at a figure on the screen. He thought to himself, how will this go, Leo Plove? Back in his illusion, listeners called out, Kyle. She pointed behind her, move forward. He looked toward the distant light and slowly stepped forward. He replied, I knew you'd say that. Thanks. Saying that, he walked straight toward the light ahead. She watched his back and smiled. Do your best. Outside the real world, Riven stared at the beam of light rising from the lake. He was a little astonished. Indeed, the dream enchantment is still overwhelming. The words barely finished. Leo suddenly appeared, slid past him, and taunted. Normally people wouldn't come out to take the exam. It's an impossible task, isn't it? He glanced back, puzzled. How could the lad break the spell and get out? Leo smiled and answered, just broke it and came out like that. He walked over to a nearby bench and continued, sit down. I have served as vice principal of Lumern for a very long time, during which I have witnessed many students become heroes. But no one dreamed of an ideal beyond the title of hero. So I deliberately refused to see your potential. I apologize. He turned to ask him, so what is your dream? He replied confidently, to completely destroy Erebos. This answer startled Riven a little. He continued, it's understandable to be disappointed in students if you've served as a teacher at Lumern for so long. He asked back, but you know this, don't you? The man wondered. Know what? He explained, the Sage King saved this world because he never gave up. Even after 1,000 failures, even after 1,000 disappointments. He said that's no reason to quit. If you are a descendant of the Sage King, you must never give up under any circumstances, right? He gripped the man's hand tightly as he heard these words. The man stammered, to tell me about my identity. He answered, I hope for your guidance in the future, Vice Principal Riven. Watching his back as he left, he thought to himself, the great Sage King reminds me of that will. After all, which god or saint does that youth belong to? Lumern Academy was holding its opening ceremony for the new term. The campus crowded with students all facing the main stage. In the waiting room, Leo Plove sat with his arms crossed when a familiar voice called his name. It was Lil Luce with Senior Hark. The girl cheerfully asked Leo about his break, and he answered briefly. Shortly after, Lil Luce grew very excited, constantly praising Leo's performance in the faculty tournament, saying he commanded the battlefield like a true hero. The girl looked flustered, feeling unlucky to be surrounded by so many outstanding people. Hearing that Hark teased her, calling her the maiden monster, because she was the strongest among the second-year students. At the nickname, Lil Luce bristled and scolded Hark for using such a weird name in front of Leo. But Hark didn't care. He leaned back on the bed and declared he'd sleep until the ceremony began. Leo's gaze shifted slightly, as if something had just caught his attention. Hark's frequent sleeping wasn't laziness. His aura trait was accumulation, a rare ability to store power and release it in battle. Seeing Leo's curiosity, Lil Luce quickly explained that Maiden Monster was just a nickname given by seniors to tease her. She asserted she had a proper title, Master of the Wind Soul. However, a sudden voice said that name sounded too ordinary. The speaker was Senior Alina Zeron. She appeared from behind, hugged the girl, and said the nickname Maiden Monster suited her much better. After the teasing, Alina turned to Leo, reminding him he had a favor to ask of her. Alina cheerfully said she could fulfill the request right now, but on one condition. In return, Leo must help her with something. Seeing that, Hark sat up from the bed and called out to Alina. The atmosphere grew tense. Hark growled, asking if Alina was up to tricks with a freshman again. Alina fired back, telling him to mind his own business. The blue-haired girl panicked, begging the seniors not to argue. At that moment, another senior entered, asking everyone to stop arguing in front of juniors and to go outside to prepare for the ceremony. Obeying, the three of them walked out to the courtyard. From behind, Leo quietly watched them. Suddenly, a call made Leo start. Unexpectedly, Hark turned back and spoke seriously to Leo. He warned him to be careful of Alina Zeron. Hark revealed that since childhood, Alina had tended to treat those around her as if they were her toys. Leo replied that he knew Alina was capricious, but Hark cut in, implying the matter was more serious. He explained the real problem arose when Alina found a special toy, and this time it seemed she had set her sights on Leo. Having heard the warning, Leo only smiled slightly and thanked Hark for the advice. Hark waved farewell and left, adding that he had high expectations for Leo, as outstanding juniors are always welcome. After that, the opening ceremony officially began. The headmaster stood on the podium and thanked the cadets for their bravery, which allowed the second term to start safely despite many unfortunate incidents. But in Leo's mind, the ceremony was just a play. He knew that after the Azonia incident, the Tartarus organization would surely watch him. And worse, he suspected a traitor was hiding within Lumern Academy itself, someone who might soon move to eliminate him. Amid the lurking dangers, Leo told himself to remain on high alert. The ceremony ended, and classes began. 2 students were complaining about the vice principal's curse and the pressures of the first day of term. Suddenly, the classroom door burst open, and a cheerful voice greeted the class. It was the professor of hero studies. She announced today's lesson would discuss an important issue that occurred during the break. The class immediately buzzed, curious what the matter was. Some guessed a new hero dungeon had been discovered. Professor Arishan began explaining, recalling the incident at Azonia's enrollment ceremony where a page never before opened, the opening page of Hero Aaron, had been deciphered. She continued, saying the person who deciphered it mentioned a name, although it couldn't yet be confirmed whether that was the primal hero. But this was the first time in the history of the world of the great heroes. The name Kyle had been officially mentioned. The female professor solemnly wrote the name on the board. Survivor Hero Kyle. Hearing that name, Leo only gave a small smile. He remembered the management automaton, had heard his name from Agon. The class erupted in discussion. Is Kyle a real person? But there's never been any record of such a hero being found. The professor had to speak to calm the class, emphasizing that only the name had been mentioned so far and nothing was confirmed. Chloe raised her hand, drawing the professor's attention. The girl posed a hypothetical question. If the primal hero truly exists, what would happen? This question ignited the class's excitement. One said the entire field of hero studies would be upended. Another pointed out that among the hero pages discovered there remained pages with unknown owners. Another student added, speculating that one of those pages might belong to Kyle. The class erupted. That would mean humanity finally had a great hero. Amid the noisy atmosphere, Leo quietly observed. He hadn't expected matters to be revealed in this way. On this continent, 5 races coexist. Humans, elves, beast folk, dwarves, and dragons. And among them, only humans have no great hero. For 5,000 years, they have carried an inferiority complex compared to the other races. Leo thought to himself, if the truth that he, Kyle, truly existed were revealed, humanity could finally hold its head high. Another female student raised her hand to ask whether Kyle possessed omnipotence, and the professor affirmed that was very likely. Then she added, after all, our school does have an omnipotent student. And immediately all eyes turned toward Leo. Leo remained silent at his friend's enthusiasm. Carr even gave a thumbs up, proudly proclaiming, "He's my friend." Arishan then announced that today's main topic would be the study of the primal hero, Kyle, and asked the class what they knew about him. After class, Leo and his friend Carr walked down the corridor following training. Carr felt refreshed, saying that yelling was how he ended the day. Leo was speechless, wondering why his friend had such an old man habit. On the way, his friend curiously asked why Kyle was called the survivor hero. Leo replied nonchalantly, because he survived. Carr naively deduced it must be because Kyle was very strong and survived many battles, hence the nickname. Leo did not deny that, but his eyes grew distant. The truth was far harsher. In a dark past, on a desolate battlefield where countless comrades had fallen, he alone remained standing. That was the true meaning of survive. Back in his room after a long day, Leo sat at his desk. He took out a magical item shaped like a pocket watch. Dark energy flowed from the item, flew toward the window, and formed a summoning circle. A little girl with pointed ears and messy black hair appeared. Leo called her Elsie. Leo said he would introduce Elsie to his other summons. Elsie recalled they were the Phoenix and the sprite he had mentioned. Before summoning them, Leo instructed Elsie not to reveal that he was Kyle, as he wasn't sure how they'd react. Elsie obediently nodded. Shortly after, the Phoenix Fiora and the sprite Kyrian appeared. Fiora responded to the summoning with ceremony while Kyrian happily flew to Leo's side. Upon appearing, Fiora immediately noticed the new member and asked, "Who is she?" Leo explained this was Elsie, a sprite he had just contracted. Hearing this, Kyrian flew up to Elsie and introduced himself as Kyrian, leader of the summons, at which Fiora in the corner instantly objected, shouting that she was the leader. Kyrian asked why Fiora would be leader. She smugly replied it was because she was the first to contract with Leo. Fiora continued to preach that a leader must be proper and hold the highest rank like her. telling Elsie to regard her as captain and not mind the dim-witted sprite over there. A fiery quarrel erupted. Kirian yelled at Fiora, calling her a chicken pig, and Fiora shot back, calling Kirian a fly bug. Watching the childish bickering, Elsie could only cover her mouth and chuckle quietly. Elsie turned to Leo and remarked that they were lively children. Leo coldly corrected, "Not lively, immature." The new semester at Lumerne Academy began in an atmosphere of excitement. Professor Ren offered a warm greeting to all the students after the summer break. The students whispered among themselves. Some were delighted, others anxious, wondering what trick the old professor would pull next. Ren reminded them that the freshmen were under intense scrutiny from the school, a pressure not to be underestimated. A sly light flashed in his eyes as he posed a counter-question to the class. Carl Thomas flinched when his name was suddenly called out in the crowd. Ren continued, suggesting it was because this cohort contained the most outstanding students yet. But the reality was harsher. The upperclassmen had just suffered a disastrous Lucidian, failing to secure a single victory. Lucidian is the major exchange tournament between Saron and Lumerne. Leo Plove stood silently, observing and gauging the situation. Professor Ren clenched his fist, determined not to let history repeat itself a fourth time. As head of the magic department, he announced that there would be groundbreaking changes. A gigantic, radiant magic circle appeared, covering the practice yard with intricate constellations. The students began buzzing about what the professors had painstakingly prepared for this semester. A silver-haired female student looked worried under the pressure to restore the department's honor. Ren hovered in midair and formally introduced the new subject, heroic magic. Starting today, the freshmen would begin to be introduced to these legendary techniques. Ren emphasized the philosophy: magic is about believing in oneself. With enough belief, every limit can be broken. In the past, each great hero archmage possessed a unique form of magic tied to their name. Because those techniques were so personal, passing them on had always been extremely difficult. But thanks to new research methods, that difficulty has been significantly reduced. Ren asked the class if anyone knew what that method was called. Chloe Muller confidently raised her hand and answered, "The heroic skill." Through heroic records, these unique skills can be inherited as priceless rewards. The professor nodded approvingly at Chloe's understanding. Sorcerers had spent centuries trying to transform those singular skills into a form of magic that could be mass-produced. The goal was to make the hero's power available to more people, and the result of that effort is the concept of heroic magic that they were about to learn. Ren explained that the ancient secrets had been compiled so anyone could access them. He laughed heartily as he saw the students start to groan at its actual difficulty. Before beginning the lecture, Ren decided to stage a real magic duel. One-on-one combat was the best way to assess how far the students could apply heroic magic. When Ren asked who wanted to be the first, the class fell completely silent. Ileana Radin eagerly raised her hand to volunteer at once. Ignoring the whispers calling her a traitor for training with the Knights Department, Ileana still stepped onto the arena. She even felt proud of having strengths from both departments. Ren smiled and announced that her opponent would be a special instructor he had invited. A lone figure strolled out from the dark hallway. Slow but powerful footsteps echoed across the grass. It was Albai, a renowned combat specialist known for his rakish style and trademark sunglasses. Ileana was a bit surprised, but quickly regained her usual confidence. Albai stood opposite her, challenging the freshman to unleash everything she had. The signal sounded, marking a duel between a young prodigy and a veteran combat master. Striking first is how you win. Ileana charged forward with a flurry of luminous blade slashes. "Radiant blade!" she shouted, pouring all her strength into a direct strike toward Albai. Albai remained standing, unnervingly calm. His sunglasses tilted up slightly, revealing cold eyes that seemed to see through everything. A blinding explosion erupted in the center of the arena, forcing the surrounding crowd to shield their eyes. Ileana froze, stunned as if her attack had struck an impenetrable wall. If magic had no effect, why does she keep firing like that? Carl beside Leo wondered. He stared at the arena with a face full of bewilderment. Leo replied coldly, "Look closely. Those light blades didn't disappear on impact. They kept their form even after being shattered." Such a keen observation made even Albai cast a glance toward him. "And this is my trump card?" Ileana stepped back, preparing an even more devastating technique. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a unique magic she had painstakingly perfected over the summer break. Professor Ren nodded in silent appraisal. Ileana's offensive power had surged compared to last semester, though her style remained somewhat extreme. From the sky, glittering mana particles began to fall like a brilliant meteor shower. Rain of light! Ileana unleashed her finishing move, covering the whole area with thousands of razor-sharp mana arrows. "Excellent," Albai murmured, a rare word of praise for the student's effort. But immediately after, a dry rang out. Ileana was flung backward, stunned by her own surprise. A pair of steady feet touched down on the ground, emanating a deep, mysterious blue mana. Leo narrowed his eyes as he watched the dramatic confrontation unfold. Stepping out of the light was a figure identical to Ileana, but projecting a far stronger, more mature pressure. The class erupted into chaos. "Isn't that Ileana?" An illusion spell. The clone flashed a mocking smirk. Albai explained it was the mirror force, an ancient magic of the Fey King. Ileana gritted her teeth in anger. "That fake thing just mocked me." She once more gathered mana into her palms, the fire of combat flaring fiercely. "Cheap illusion tricks won't work on me." She charged at the clone with terrifying speed. But even using the same magic, why could that clone cast more smoothly and with far greater force? Sweat began to roll down Ileana's forehead. She felt an unbridgeable gap in caliber. Albai stood behind her, reminding her to maintain focus until the very last moment. The clone raised its hand, and instantly another rain of light appeared, but on a vastly larger scale. The mana concentrated at its fingertips was extremely stable, without a single unnecessary fluctuation. A earth-shattering explosion occurred. It not only copied the target's form, but also their unique magics. The match ended abruptly. Ileana collapsed onto the arena, panting from exhaustion and shock. Albai stepped forward and offered his hand to the student. "You did well today." Ren rose and scanned the room. "So, who wants to try next?" Leo Plove stepped forward. Albai's voice rang out, capturing the entire lecture hall's attention. Leo calmly walked toward the arena, his face unchanged before the waiting mirror force clone. "You've prepared yourself, I assume?" Albai asked. "Yes," Leo replied tersely. "Unlike ordinary illusion magic that only deceives the eyes, mirror force is a supreme technique that can extract the target's ultimate power." Leo's clone appeared, emitting a pressurized greenish light all around. "It will fight using your strongest ability at its absolute limit," Albai warned. Leo smiled and raised a hand to the sky. The heavens suddenly lit up with countless stars and intricate magic circles. Everyone below gaped in astonishment at the scale of the technique. A dazzling aura enveloped Leo's hand, as if he were reaching out to touch a mystical galaxy. The space seemed to explode into a feast of light and constellations, as Leo unleashed an unbelievably complex sequence of spells. Chloe Muller stood frozen, her eyes wide with amazement at the sight of multiple spells cast simultaneously. Leo gave a confident smile. His control over star spirit magic had reached a wholly different level, earning the admiration of all who witnessed it. Spell beams began erupting around Leo as the duel entered its tense phase. He stood at the center, calmly facing the surging energies. Ren explained that mirror force copies the opponent, turning the enemy's power into the clone's weapon. Leo extended his hand forward, preparing to launch a counterattack. The entire arena was enveloped by a brilliant blue web of magic. Leo nonchalantly declared that because the clone used his own magic, dispelling it would be extremely easy. Ren assessed that Leo's skill was on par with a true professor's level. The professor believed Leo would soon become a famed hero mage in the Academy's history. A massive magical explosion erupted in the center of the arena, marking the end of Leo's strike. Albai was still stunned, unsure how to define the first-year student's true capability. Leo's body shone. Star magic was operating powerfully around him. Flames roared to life in Leo's palm as he gathered his power. A series of fireballs were launched in succession toward the opponent, even reinforced with multiple layers of magic rings. Leo knew they were still basic techniques. Albai watched from afar, knowing these ordinary attacks would not trouble the clone. Leo smiled and said this was actually a battle of wits between him and the professor. Albai's gaze shifted, beginning to be drawn into Leo's combat rhythm. Leo rushed through the wall of fire, aiming directly at the spellcaster's position. When facing mirror force, striking the mage casting it is the best strategy. Leo observed with extreme acuity, searching for the smallest gap amid the chaos. All of it was meant to create a fleeting window for him to execute his plan. Leo immediately raised a massive wall of fire to sever the line of sight. His silhouette flashed by swiftly behind the dense shroud of smoke and flame. The sudden appearance of the fire wall startled the opponent. He followed up with a powerful blast of fire to further disrupt the formation. Along with it, a frenzied vortex was unleashed instantly. The magical clone was completely disoriented by this rapid combination of techniques. As the smoke cleared, Albai's figure stood motionless, staring ahead. Leo thought to himself that everything had gone exactly as he planned. The clone was fully dispelled, shattering into glittering fragments of energy as Leo swept past. His final touch directly extinguished the professor's spell. Leo landed firmly on the arena, having completed the test without a scratch. The students below began buzzing, No one could believe Leo had defeated the clone so swiftly. Albai asked Leo about his knowledge of spirit magic and received an affirmative nod. He realized that rather than using the fire wall as a simple spell, Leo had used it to block his line of sight. That allowed him to close in and eliminate the clone cleanly. Albai admitted that Leo might surpass his own level even before graduation. The professor pushed up his glasses and told Leo to take his seat so they could continue testing others. Sunset descended on the academy's tall tower, ending an unexpectedly eventful lesson. In the office, Kalyan was intently taking notes while Riven leaned back watching. Riven curiously asked about the status of the freshman class Kalyan had been monitoring. Kalyan affirmed this was the finest generation he had ever seen at Lumern. Kalyan reviewed the pile of clues about the heroic dungeon he had gathered over 4 years of traveling. Riven stood beside him, suggesting that letting students fight there for real might be a good option. The documents detailed the Saint Sword's travels around the world in meticulous notes. Riven listened in silence, his face revealing concern over the current situation. Kalyan nodded in thanks to his colleague. The two were preparing for a major plan. The conversation grew heated as they mentioned the specter of traitors within Saron. Kalyan clenched his hands, worried by Tartarus's increasingly reckless moves. He admitted his health was no longer what it used to be. The era of the Saint's Sword was drawing to a close. Riven followed the elder's footsteps with his eyes, understanding the burden he carried. He asked whether the next generation would be strong enough to weather the coming storm. Kalyan smiled confidently, affirming he was ready to hand over the responsibility to the youth. His gentle smile was like a promise of a brighter future. The two figures faded beneath the blazing sunset, closing an important discussion. In classroom 1-5, study proceeded as usual until a new announcement was made. The professor stood on the lectern and officially announced that the live-action mission training would begin today. He emphasized that a true hero must know how to solve the troubles besetting the world. This is a practical internship that gives students extra funding while earning course credits. He also reminded them not to overestimate themselves when choosing missions. After all, this is a real battlefield, and any mistake could cost one's life. Immediately, the students grew anxious. Murmurs and chatter filled the classroom. The announcement was posted on the notice board on the first floor, attracting a large crowd of students. Chelsea approached Leo and saw him intently examining a bandit hunting mission. She was surprised to see him choose a remote countryside in the southwest, a place few cared about. Leo kept a calm expression. His eyes seemed to perceive something deeper. Alina suddenly appeared and mocked what she considered Leo's trivial choice. She claimed his vision was too narrow, focused only on the worthless things before him. Alina insisted the area was so remote it wasn't even named in historical records. Yet on the map, Leo's finger rested precisely on the site of an ancient city. 5,000 years ago, this place was Gardsran, the cradle and final bulwark of the continent. A strange flow of spiritual energy surged, guiding his mind back to a heroic mythic age. It was where Kyle and Rishina first met, the start of a long, entwined fate. In the academy corridor, a rookie girl sprinted, muttering she had to hurry or the good internship missions would be taken. While rushing, she suddenly collided with someone in the middle of the hall with a thud. Before she could recover, a shadow fell over her. In front stood an intimidating group of upperclassmen. Looking closer, it was the third-year student body marching into the freshman area. The corridor fell silent. The blue moon insignia glinting on their chests made it clear they were no ordinary group. Leading them was none other than Alina Jarian, a third-year representative and captain of the prestigious Blue Moon team. Alina's sharp eyes scanned the crowd like a hunter, and it seemed she had found her target. That target was Leo Plove. He remained nonchalant as if nothing was happening, despite facing the Academy's queen. Alina got straight to the point and directly invited Leo to join the team for a heroic dungeon expedition. The whole school probably gaped in envy. But life isn't a dream, Leo replied with a curt, "No, thanks," leaving everyone stunned. Alina narrowed her eyes in disbelief, but Leo kept his composed face and reiterated his refusal. The surrounding students began buzzing. Is this kid brave or crazy to turn down Alina's invitation so publicly? Alina started radiating pressure. Her pink eyes flared as if using a obedience power to force him to comply. In response to that commanding glare, Leo simply held up the mission form he had registered earlier. He shrugged and explained he'd already taken an internship mission in the countryside. Dungeon hunts probably wouldn't interest Alina. Having said that, Leo turned his back and walked away, leaving Alina and the still-shocked crowd behind. Alina's underlings were riled up, ready to rush out and teach the freshman a lesson for his insolence, but she raised a hand to stop them. Alina stood motionless, watching Leo's retreat. She was sure she'd used her ability, so why had it been completely useless on him? Leo's image reflected in Alina's calculating eyes. It seemed this prey had piqued her curiosity. A suggestive smile appeared. For Alina, this was becoming more interesting than she'd expected. The next morning, news spread like wildfire. The school paper ran the headline, "The Queen's Humiliation," after being flatly rejected by a rookie. Carl Thomas read the paper and grinned ear to ear, delighted at the mortified faces of the Blue Moon crew. While the class buzzed over the scandal, our protagonist calmly sat at his desk, utterly unconcerned. Carl asked what it felt like to humiliate the Queen. Leo replied casually, "Just ordinary." In truth, Leo's mind was elsewhere. To enter the Forbidden Archive, he needed Alina's permission, a rather thorny problem. But the top priority remained, uncovering the traitor hiding within Lumern Academy. His thoughts were interrupted when the professor appeared, asking if he'd checked the internship mission requirements from yesterday. Cut to Garin Province, a neutral land in the southwest of the continent with majestic mountain scenery. The moment Leo set foot on this land, he sensed a very different atmosphere. After looking around, Leo realized the place wasn't as unfamiliar as he'd thought. A land steeped in the breath of the past. An old man with white hair and beard came out of the house, surprised to see a student wearing the Lumern insignia travel all the way to this remote spot. Leo explained he was here to handle a mission request from Garin Province. The old man brightened at the news. It turned out the area was being harassed by bandits to the point civilians couldn't make a living. Leo's arrival was truly a savior for the countryside. In his heart, Leo realized this was Gardthron, a strategic defensive line he'd known hundreds of years ago. Leo strode toward the Lord's Keep to begin the task, but at the gate he was stopped by two guards who eyed the boy suspiciously, having never seen him before. Leo presented the bandit hunting mission form, but the guards sneered, saying a brat could do nothing against savage thieves. But when they examined the insignia and seal on the form more closely, a guard went pale, sweating profusely. Lumern Academy, that name was enough to shake them. Leo smiled and asked if he could enter now. Inside the manor, Leo was warmly received with an array of pastries and fine tea. The Lord of Garin urged Leo to rest after his long journey, but he preferred to get to work immediately. Leo looked the Lord squarely in the eye and demanded precise information on the bandits' hiding place to finish the mission quickly. Leo studied the ancient map intently, where the area marked ruins of the old castle. The bandits' current base was indicated. Memories from a past life flooded back. He realized this was where the staunch Gardthron defensive line once stood. Leo's glowing red eyes narrowed with calculation. These ruins were certainly hiding a secret bigger than an ordinary bandit den. Their conversation was abruptly cut off by the panicked shout of a guard from outside the door. Lord Garin frowned as he was about to scold the guard for his abruptness, but the man stammered that another group of hero candidates had just arrived. Hearing this, both the Lord and Leo were stunned. Could someone else have taken the same bandit hunting mission as him? Steady, dignified footsteps echoed down the corridor, announcing the arrival of someone not to be taken lightly. Entering the room was a young elf with long black hair and an aristocratic bearing, Haddon Dershan, a third-year representative from the prestigious Saron Academy. The Lord hurried to receive him, while Leo wondered why upperclassmen from a rival academy had come all the way to this remote region. Right behind Haddon stood an extremely beautiful red-haired elf named Runia Elrundra. She looked surprised to see a familiar face. As soon as she saw Leo, Runia greeted him warmly. He told himself that since she was an acquaintance, he should be a bit polite. While Runia chatted cheerfully, Leo responded with his trademark nonchalant expression, prompting her to tease that he was quite the mischievous boy. The Saron students accompanying them began whispering. They immediately recognized Leo Plove of Lumern, the genius who decoded the Founder's magic. Haddon Dershan said nothing, only casting a cold, scrutinizing glance at Leo. It seemed he did not underestimate the freshman. Runia curiously asked what Leo was doing here, and when he held up the bandit hunting mission form, she visibly bright. Runia's eyes lit up as if she'd found treasure. For her, this was a golden chance to escape the stifling control of the senior students. Without hesitation, Runia declared she would accompany Leo and lend a hand, leaving him frozen by her overeagerness. The Saron seniors panicked and reminded Runia of the group's main objective, but she waved them off, saying she couldn't ignore the villagers' suffering. Runia grabbed Leo and dragged him off, leaving everyone in the room staring in bewilderment. Back in the parlor, the atmosphere turned solemn, as Haddon Dershan leisurely sat on the sofa with an air of authority. He ordered the remaining underlings to wait outside, declaring that he alone was sufficient to discuss matters with the Lord. Haddon began to explain the reason for his sudden visit, but it sounded rather formalistic. He claimed his purpose was merely to investigate the local ecosystem, examining the plants, flora, and wildlife around here. Lord Garin broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if the top academy geniuses had so much free time that they traveled around counting plants. Haddon finished by requesting the Lord grant him a travel pass so his investigation would not be impeded. Under Haddon's pressure, the poor lord could only nod repeatedly in agreement to get the matter over with. Outside, the Serun students began to sneer, mocking Lumern for sending only a freshman boy to handle this mess. They wondered whether Lumern had detected information about a newly appeared heroic dungeon here, or had simply sent someone by chance. A blonde braggart spoke contemptuously, suggesting Leo was likely a proud fraud riding on rumors of his power. The purple-haired girl nearby added her voice, disparaging Lumern's previous generations as incompetent and ordinary. But her smile froze when a cold voice sounded right behind them. Elena Jarian had appeared without anyone noticing. The Serun group went pale at the sight of Lumern's queen standing before them. Elena smiled and said they could gossip behind her back, but because she had overheard everything, Elena decided to give them a single chance to apologize before things got worse. A terrifying magical pressure emanated as Elena activated her ultimate ability, forcing the insolent students to kneel and bow in utter terror. Tensions escalated as the Serun students arrogantly demanded that the Lumern side kneel and apologize. They assumed it was obvious that a Lumern second year was inferior and didn't forget to mock the block representative Lily, saying she should train harder. A purple-haired Serun girl added that if they weren't convinced, they should prove it with real strength. At that moment, Elena Jarian suddenly appeared with a suggestive smile. She strolled forward and reminded them she had already given them a chance to apologize. The pressure radiating from Elena made the air heavy. She declared that these students had thrown away that final chance themselves. A loud noise rang out inside the hall, startling everyone. Students hurriedly ran outside to see what was happening. Dust and smoke filled the air. A few people lay knocked out on the ground, terrifying their companions. They pointed at the assailant, none other than their own third-year representative. Elena casually stepped on the defeated student's head, sneering at the weakness of her underlings. She declared that the talentless had no right to mock other schools, and sensed an unpleasant magical aura nearby. Witnessing the scene, Elena Jarian stood unfazed amid the wreckage. She turned to Haddon and taunted that perhaps their seniors were so useless she had to personally discipline the juniors. Haddon Dershin remained silent with a solemn expression, seemingly unable to interfere with Elena's methods. Cut to the ruins. Runia was unleashing powerful fire magic to punish the bandits. The bandits panicked and fled, calling her a witch amid the roaring sea of flames. Runia angrily shouted that she was an innocent girl, not a witch, then continued to hunt down the vile thugs who dared bully the villagers. A towering pillar of fire rose up, incinerating any thought of resistance from the bandit gang. Leo watched from a distance, thinking Runia's personality was very much like Luna's, and feeling confident to let her handle the bandits. Leo strolled among the ruined remains of the Gardthron fortress, wondering how such a grand structure could vanish without a trace over thousands of years. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong when his hand touched a stone wall. Leo's gaze hardened as he noticed the abnormality. Strange black streaks appeared on his palm. Leo immediately recognized them as dark magic, the signature trace of the Tartarus organization. He realized this was only the top of the wall. The entire Gardthron fortress had been collapsed and buried deep underground. Night fell, and Runia sat by the campfire after a long day of fighting. She wondered whether Leo would return to the academy after the job or head elsewhere. Gazing at the fortress swallowed by darkness, Runia wondered if she should invite him to explore the heroic dungeon with her. She ran to find Leo and saw him standing alone. He explained he was just inspecting the ruins a bit. Leo recounted the period after the disaster had ended. At that time, the people had abandoned the area to seek new lands. The fortress was left deserted and later attacked and completely buried by Tartarus. Leo told Runia to rest and prepare for tomorrow's journey. Runia boasted she had already built a big fire over there, but both of them froze when they sensed unfamiliar presences. Haddon and Elena had been sitting there the whole time, casually inviting them to join. Elena teased, asking if the two planned to sleep together that night, making Runia blush furiously as she denied it. The four gathered around the fire. The mood turned slightly awkward with the unexpected guest's presence. Elena Jaron introduced herself with poise. Runia responded with her real name, though she felt uneasy inside. Leo asked curiously why Elena's group was here when they were supposed to be exploring a different dungeon. Runia was stunned to learn Elena was Lumern's third-year representative. Elena leaned close to Leo and bluntly said she'd assigned the dungeon exploration to others because she cared more about him than that dungeon. Runia interjected jealously, asking where the other seniors had gone that left only these two here. Elena smirked, recalling how their juniors had lost their chance to apologize, and mentioned that a few had been sent packing back to the academy early because of her. Runia poutingly asked about the upcoming exploration plan. Hadden replied curtly that everything would proceed as planned. Elena suddenly moved close, lifted Hadden's chin with an intimate finger, and declared that the two of them alone were enough to explore the heroic dungeon. She went on to reveal that Lumern had also received information about the existence of an undiscovered heroic dungeon here. She turned to admonish Hadden to manage his juniors better, her face betraying a smug satisfaction. Despite Leo saying he still had to finish the bandit elimination mission, Elena casually ruffled his hair and decided the whole group would set out together tomorrow. To put Leo at ease, Elena produced the corpse of a monster and said she'd conveniently dealt with all the bandits on the way here. The campfire conversation quickly turned into a subtle competition among geniuses. Runia watched Elena warily, vowing to herself not to lose in this race to find the dungeon. The next day, the group began moving through the ruins under a torrential rain. Elena did not spare praise for Leo, saying his manner of action far exceeded that of a typical freshman. She mocked that most students only learned exploration in theory, while Leo showed the makings of a true magic prodigy. Leo looked at Elena and observed that her personality seemed completely different from when she was at the academy. He recalled the proud queen image she had at the institute, which made Elena feel both amused and proud. However, Leo casually added that she now looked like a foolish prankster, while Elena kept ruffling his hair. Runia, standing behind them, turned hot-faced and snapped, asking what was so funny. Hadden cut through the banter, reminding Runia to focus on tracking for magical reactions, since missing them could put them in danger at any moment. Runia obediently complied with her senior despite still feeling a bit sulky. The group continued on. Elena announced she had finished checking and found nothing unusual. She didn't forget to tease Hadden about being as slow as ever. Hadden's sharp gaze appeared as he replied that it was not slowness but necessary caution. After one more inspection, Hadden affirmed that the area showed no abnormalities either. In heavier and heavier rain, the group decided to push deeper into the ruins. Elena whispered to Leo that Hadden might seem fragile, but he actually endures a lot, which is why teasing him always feels so satisfying. Suddenly, Leo's foot stepped onto ground, emitting a powerful magical aura. Leo's eyes flashed as he sensed a sudden change in the space. He stopped, looked straight ahead, and confidently declared that he had found the target. A massive magic circle with purple beams of light suddenly enveloped the ruins. Leo confirmed this was the teleportation gate leading into the ancient Gardthron fortress. Leo reasoned that if this teleportation gate remained active, it implied an astonishing truth. Standing before the gate radiating fierce energy, Leo seemed to have anticipated this. This proved that the Gardthron fortress beneath the ground had not collapsed, but remained intact through the centuries. Hadden asked in astonishment how Leo could decode such complex ancient magical script. Leo casually explained that he had been analyzing the magical formula and attempted to create a temporary gate, confirming the entrance on the other side was still operational. Runia asked curiously where the gate would lead. Elena smiled and replied that only by entering would they find the answer. Elena stepped onto a stone platform and waved for Leo to come forward. She gazed at the magical gate, wondering if Gardthron below truly remained intact as Leo claimed. A hand reached out and touched the wildly oscillating energy. Both Leo and Hadden focused intensely, readying themselves for whatever awaited beyond the gate. Runia's eyes widened in amazement as the magic array began reacting violently to the group's interference. A gigantic system notification appeared. Hero record open, officially unveiling the ancient secret. The system confirmed they had entered the world of Hero Record with an opening chapter titled Barharlan, marking the start of a dramatic expedition. Runia and Elena stared in panic as a violent surge of magic erupted right before their eyes. Chaotic lines of magic code began to form a brand new world. Leo quickly realized this wasn't a normal dungeon instance, but a hero instance. The information appeared crystal clear. This was the opening chapter in Varharan. Tension showed in Leo's eyes as he felt the fabric of space shift. He was sucked straight into the heart of the magic vortex, about to step into the ancient world of the elves. Waking up in a different body, Leo stared in shock at his unfamiliar hands. Light from the window spilled into a luxurious, yet oddly foreign chamber. He realized he was standing in a vast academy corridor with classical architecture. The system panel appeared, but the objective field was completely blank. Leo thought to himself that since this was a hero instance, having no objectives was to be expected. About to go find his teammates, he accidentally bumped into someone carrying a towering stack of books. The whole pile of books tumbled and scattered all over the floor. The girl hastily bent down to apologize for her clumsiness. Leo froze when he realized the girl before him was Luna. In the quiet corridor, this unexpected encounter left Leo momentarily speechless. The past version Luna was so startled, she nearly choked when she saw the person opposite her. She stammered the name Archint, prompting Leo to start recognizing his new identity. Luna hurriedly explained that she had skipped class just to study magic. Leo noted internally that this was an occupation-type instance, where he possessed a historical character. That character was Archint Ubesha, one of Luna's mentors. In the past, Archint was like a real father to Luna. Leo handed the stack of books back to the girl and prepared to leave. Luna looked puzzled, since she didn't see her teacher scolding her as usual. Leo walked off nonchalantly, ignoring the girl's surprise. Seeing her teacher didn't punish her, Luna showed visible joy, a stark contrast to her usual aloofness. The eager girl quickly led her teacher to the study area. Luna obediently asked the teacher to place the pile of magic books on the table for her. She sat down and politely thanked Master Archint. A sudden cracking sound abruptly cut through their conversation. It was the chair leg snapping, sending Luna tumbling backward. The girl screamed in pain while Leo merely smiled and closed the door. Leo stepped outside, thinking he should spend more time with the girl, but duty called. He needed to find the other three before things got worse. If the hero record kept rampaging, this instance would distort reality. Monsters could spill into the real world and cause a massive disaster. Leo scanned the surroundings, confirming this was indeed Luna's world at age 15. Suddenly, a loud call rang from behind, forcing him to stop in his tracks. It was Zira, the elf student, looking extremely serious. Now in the role of Professor Archint, Leo heard that students were protesting because he was late for class. He thought to himself that this hero world was much more complicated than anything he'd experienced before. The student Zira hurriedly urged Leo to follow him to deal with the tense situation at the academy. Varharun rose up in all its antiquity, an ancient city of the elves from before the cataclysm. With each step, Leo moved closer to the heart of the trouble. This was a colossal academy of magic, reserved only for the brightest prodigies of the elves. Leo strolled into the room as if nothing mattered, met by dozens of stares, and casually apologized for being late. The hall buzzed. The students here were heavy-hitting candidates for the title of Elf King. One student stepped forward, shouting and insulting Leo as an irresponsible, negligent teacher. He was Hiakian Bisran, born into one of history's most illustrious heroic houses. Leo stayed calm and asked bluntly what this guy actually wanted to demand. The crowd behind him joined in, chanting that someone should immediately replace Professor Archint. Leo snorted inwardly at such a petty reason, while Zira beside him clenched his fists in outrage. Hiakian puffed up, asserting his lineage like a threat aimed at Leo. Leo's eyes flashed when he recognized the name Hiakian, a notorious traitor in the history books. Hiakian Bisran was historically a mass murderer who annihilated the elves' mighty army. He was the one who sold Varharun out to Tartarus during the first invasion. Leo reminded himself to keep a cool head in front of this living historical villain. He demanded that Hiakian state the real reason behind his call to overthrow the professor. Hiakian sneered that Archint was utterly unfit to teach here. He laid his cards on the table. The true reason was that Archint had been covering up the stain of their race, Luna Rubinis. Calling Luna the disgrace of the elves made Zira instantly fly into a rage and shout straight at Hiakian. The outspoken student angrily demanded that the man retract his insults toward Miss Luna. Hiakian's gaze turned menacing. He growled, asking Zira if he dared raise his voice at him. Zira showed no fear, calling the man insane for daring to insult the lady. Hiakian lunged, grabbing Zira by the collar and branding Luna a lowly girl unworthy of mention. The students began whispering about Hiakian's rude and strange behavior that day. Leo watched and immediately noticed the oddity in the man's actions and responses. He guessed the one possessing Hiakian was the third-year representative from rival Saron Academy. Suddenly, Leo announced that he would allow the duel to take place immediately, despite the Academy's strict rules. He smiled slyly, reasoning that if the opponent wanted to fight, there was no reason to refuse. This impulsive decision left Zira stunned, since Professor Archint was never this lenient. The Saron representative also smiled smugly at getting the professor's green light for the clash. Meanwhile, on Varharun's outskirts, the divine tower rose straight into the sky among white clouds. A hand touched the floating beam of light, feeling the enchanting beauty of the ancient magical architecture. A youth who looked very much like Aaron stood atop the tower, silently surveying the city below.